More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket,
Bowls and catches bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League,
It's game over. That is job done.
basketball, rugby union,
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
tennis,
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
football.
Oh, it's fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous.
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket,
Bowls and catches bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League,
It's game over. That is job done.
basketball, rugby union,
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
tennis,
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
football.
Oh, it's fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous.
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket,
Bowls and catches bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League,
It's game over. That is job done.
basketball, rugby union,
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
tennis,
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
football.
Oh, it's fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous.
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket,
Bowls and catches bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League,
It's game over. That is job done.
basketball, rugby union,
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
tennis,
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
football.
Oh, it's fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous.
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket,
Bowls and catches bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League,
It's game over. That is job done.
basketball, rugby union,
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
tennis,
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
football.
Oh, it's fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous.
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous.
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous.
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous.
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous.
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous.
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Goals and Pankaj's bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous.
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Goals and Pankaj's bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous.
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Goals and Pankaj's bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous.
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Goals and Pankaj's bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous.
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is a chance.
5 Live sister service available exclusively digitally.
So simple.
Racket descends into silence. Championship point.
Just look effortless.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
International cricket.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
International cricket. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is the chance.
5 Live sister service available exclusively digitally.
So simple.
Racket descends into silence. Championship point.
It just looked effortless. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
International cricket.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
International cricket. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is the chance.
5 Live sister service available exclusively digitally.
So simple.
Racket descends into silence. Championship point.
It just looked effortless. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
International cricket.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
International cricket. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is the chance.
5 Live sister service available exclusively digitally.
So simple.
Racket descends into silence. Championship point.
It just looked effortless. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
International cricket.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
International cricket. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is the chance.
5 Live sister service available exclusively digitally.
So simple.
Racket descends into silence. Championship point.
It just looked effortless. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
International cricket.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
International cricket. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is the chance.
5 Live sister service available exclusively digitally.
So simple.
Racket descends into silence. Championship point.
It just looked effortless. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
International cricket.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
International cricket. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is the chance.
5 Live sister service available exclusively digitally.
So simple.
Racket descends into silence. Championship point.
It just looked effortless. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
Wokes is going to go round the wicket, bowls to Mohammad Amir. He's going to be caught a mid-off. Broad takes the catch, and England win the match by 330 runs. They've levelled the series, and they've won the match in 4 days. There's lots of handshaking, and Pakistan will have to look very closely at the way they've batted in this match, and England can reflect on how they have bounced back from that pretty heavy defeat at Lord's.
Good morning from Edgbaston for the first day of the third Investec Test match between England and Pakistan. The series set up nicely after Pakistan's victory at Lord's and then England's emphatic comeback at Old Trafford. That really was a crushing victory up there in Manchester by 330 runs. We're down on the outfield, we're waiting for the toss here. The hover cover is just poised, it's just been moved closer to the pitch. Just a hint of a spit of rain in the air, no more than that. It is cloudy, but the captains are coming out for the toss, and we'll hear from them in just a moment. We think that Pakistan might have made a change in their pace bowling attack, but we'll confirm that with Misbah once the toss has taken place. It's one of those mornings where, I don't know, you might think that it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to lose the toss, but probably with Pakistan having a leg spinner in their side, you'd want to bat first if you were England. Anyway, we'll see in just a moment. I'm down here with Phil Tufnell and Michael Vaughan. They're in sort of post-holiday mood. Both of them have been away. Good morning to you, Tuffers, and to you, Michael, as well. Well, it's set up nicely, isn't it, Michael, the series?
Yeah, I mean, it's. I just think with the way that England played at Old Trafford, they've got the upper hand. I just think the team produced it was almost a 10 out of 10 performance with everything that they did. Yeah, there's a few question marks over some of the batsmen, but I think it was a real professional, disciplined approach, particularly by Cook and Root on that first day that set the platform. And this first day is always the key. Pakistan played so well at Lord's, and you just feel that if England can get on top today, the old memories just from a week ago at Old Trafford will come back into the Pakistan camp. Pakistan start well today, well, they'll start thinking about Lord's, and it's just 1-1, so it's a real big first day. And these conditions,
I mean, to lose, Mike.
I think so. I mean, if you look back a year ago when England played Australia, the Australians won the toss, batted. It was the right decision.
But it was dry, wasn't it?
And
the pitch was dry.
The clouds came around, and it just swung around. Jimmy Anderson was exceptional. I just wonder. Look at Miss Berry smiling. Miss Berry's just giving us a nice little smile. He'd have had a lot of food this last week. He loves his biryanis.
Does he?
Yeah, he loves them, Phil.
I do.
Yeah, I just think it's got a feel as very similar to last year, where there was more blue sky at the toss, and then the clouds came. There was a bit of mizzle, and it swung around a bit. It certainly feels that the ball would swing around in these conditions. I just wonder if the captain would. It's a risk because you've got the likes of Yasir Shah to potentially face last, but I just wonder if the captain's just having second thoughts of maybe having a bowl this morning.
Pitch looks a little bit dry to me, a little bit tufty and uneven as well.
What do you call it? Dirty?
No, a little bit grubby, a little bit sort of grubby. I've played on a few grubby pitches.
What do grubby pitches do then?
They spin a little bit. They're dry underneath with that tufty sort of grass, and it's not that kind of sheen on top of it, or that kind of top to a nice sort of pristine wicket. It looks a bit sort of tufty. Looks like days 2 and 3 could spin a little bit, so that might come into the equation for the captains. You wouldn't fancy facing Yasir Shah on that last, in my book.
No, so what happens, Michael? Then you're the captain. You're Misbah. You're Alistair Cook. The coin goes up. You win the toss. What do you do?
No, you got to bat. You have to bat. I mean, I just think it's one of those tosses that you wouldn't mind losing. Last year's toss, though, I didn't think it was one of those tosses, and all of a sudden the clouds came in. It was a great top to have lost, but I think this morning you kind of walk out there and go, you're actually not too bothered about losing the toss. It's certainly not like Old Trafford, where it was a desperation of making sure you won the toss and batted first. I think both captains are looking. I think for Pakistan, I still think the best way for Pakistan to get into this test match is to bat first and just get a decent score. I don't think they've got it in their ranks to get 450, 500, but I do think they've got it in their team, like we saw at Lord's, to get a 3-4,
stay in the game,
just 339, 350, something like that. Just be competitive, and if you do that with this bowling attack, well, they're going to be a threat. But it's going to be interesting. The two captains, you can just tell from body language that both captains are now going, well, our plans have just kind of what doing these clouds, where have they come from?
When you were England captain, did you change your mind sort of close to the toss?
No, not close to the toss. No, I think you look down. Generally, particularly here at Edgbaston, and Phil's right, it is a bit of a grubby, dirty pitch, and you've got to understand you might have to bat well for a session, but later on in the game it'll probably get that little bit harder. So, except that the ball's swinging around, you might have to leave a few deliveries, play for you off stump for an hour or so, and then I'm sure as the day goes on it'll get easier to bat.
So the toss, it's a bit like taking a penalty. Make your mind up and don't waver. Don't waver. As you're walking down, the clouds just come over.
I don't think you should waver 10 minutes before. No. I think you should know, and you kind of come out and go, okay, we might have to bat well for a session, but later on in the game, batting will probably get that little bit more difficult than it would do in the first session now.
It has filled in. It's filled in nicely for a bowl.
Phil?
Well, I'm still batting, always batted, always bat.
That's for a different reason. You've got to put your feet up for
Go
the
and
day.
put my feet up, and then I could get a few wickets in the last dig, and that's what I'd be thinking. Listen, their main strike, but I think they're going to have a little change up the Pakistan team as well. I think there'll be a few new changes. Not sure whether the opening batter's going to carry on, and I think
Let me just interrupt you, Tuff, as the toss is taking place.
Heads is the call.
It's the call, and heads it is.
It's a head. Misbah has won the toss. Pakistan have won the toss. What's he going to be?
We're going to bowl first.
You're going to have a ball first. What do you think of
there we go.
conditions?
Well, there we go. What about that? So Pakistan have put England into bat. We'll hear from Misbah in just a moment.
What are you doing here?
Two wry smiles around the England camp, actually, as they walk off, having heard that decision.
Well, that's taken me a little bit by surprise, I must admit. I think that the best way Pakistan can win the game is by, as Michael was saying, getting a little bit of a score and then letting the bowler and the leg spinner work away. But obviously that cloud cover has come in just in the last 5 or 10 minutes, and they've probably just changed their mind and thought, have a bowl.
Well, I think you couldn't always tell by the reaction of people quite close by, and the England side were, pardon?
Yeah.
I think you look back to Lords and Misbah won the toss, and it wasn't as gloomy as this, but there was a few clouds around on that day one at Lords, and you said, you know what, I'm going to have a bat. And I thought that was a real positive decision of saying we need to get runs on the board, give Yasir Shah something to bowl into. And I just think this decision, it might swing around a bit, but it's a massive, massive risk that I don't think he really needed to take.
Yeah. I mean, England actually have had a very good record batting first in Test matches in the last 2 or 3 years at home, in actual fact. Here, I'm just walking over to have a quick chat with Misbah. You won the toss, you put England into bat, though. Misbah, can you explain the reasons behind that?
Yeah, I think you can see a lot of clouds here, and for the last 3-4 days, I mean, not much of the sun on the pitch. The pitch just remained under the covers for a longer time. So we feel that there's a bit of moisture in that pitch, and we can just exploit that if our seamer bowls really well.
When you came to the ground this morning, were you thinking that if you won the toss, you'd put England in, or have you changed your mind at all?
Yeah, there was a little bit of, you could say, concern, because at that time sun was out, but still we were just looking at the pitch that it got enough in it, and because the weather is in and out, and it's not much of the sun in the coming 3-4 days, so that moisture can really play a part in your bowling.
And your team news?
Yeah, we got 2 changes. We got Sami Aslam for Shan Masood, and we got Sohail Khan for Wahab Riaz.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah,
Play well.
Thank you.
There we go. So Pakistan are making a couple of changes. They've changed the top of the order as well, with Sami Aslam coming in for his 3rd Test match. Shan Masood has been ushered away after a very disappointing series, and Jimmy Anderson turns up to bowl at him. He gets him out, basically. That's what's happened so far. We'll hear from Alistair Cook in just a moment, and Sohail Khan coming into the Pakistan lineup as well. So they changed that angle of attack with 3 left armers. They've gone with a right armer and 2 left armers. Alistair Cook has just come over. He's shaking hands with the team. Good morning to you, Alistair. Surprised to be put in?
I think obviously the overheads, that's why they've done it. I don't think the overheads are going to change too much throughout the 4 or 5 days. I think it's sometimes it'll be sunny, sometimes there might be a bit of rain around, but majority of cloud as well. So it looks a good wicket. Been under cover for 24 hours will mean there's probably a bit of moisture around this morning, but like any test wicket, it'll do a little bit in the first hour or so. It's obviously our job to try and get through that.
Would you have batted first if you'd won the toss?
Yeah, we would have batted. It was it's an interesting call, but like a lot of things, you make a lot of deal about the toss and stuff. It's how you play.
And what about playing here at Edgbaston? It's England's 500th home Test match. You normally do well here.
We've got a good record here. It's nice turning out to a ground where you do have good memories of, but as I say, as of the start of day one, it doesn't really count for too much.
Play well. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There we go. So England have been put into bat by Pakistan, who've won the toss, and Misbah there suggesting that was in their mind in the lead up to the game. He didn't seem to say that he changed his mind this morning. It didn't seem to be a late decision. It was definitely in the mind of Pakistan's captain to put England into bat. The noise you can hear in the background is the hover cover, which I'm not sure is being put on the pitch or whether just being moved away. There's just 1 or 2 spots of rain. No, it's really nothing. It doesn't feel like as if we're about to have some rain, although it is overcast. Well, let's check on the weather situation today. My understanding was that we were in for a dry day. Helen Willits at the BBC Weather Centre can let us know about that.
Hello there, Simon. Good morning to you. Yes, no, I think for the vast majority of the day, it will be dry, it will be bright, there'll be some good spells of sunshine, but I'm just watching my rainfall radar picture at the moment, actually, and just to the west of you, there are a few tiny little pixels appearing, as they say, so it'll pass through very quickly, but it's that sort of setup where the cloud will tend to build up through the day, between the sunny spells, of course, and there could just be the odd passing shower, but it shouldn't last long. The thing today is it's windy, so we've lost the humidity from yesterday, and it's just going to be quite windy, gusty winds, which means, of course, those showers will pass through, if they occur, very quickly indeed. The other downside, of course, if you're sitting there watching, you won't know you're burning because it's going to feel fresher, and that wind blowing won't alert you to how strong the sunshine is. We're talking 20, 21 today, so actually really quite pleasant weather. It's not looking too bad for today. As I say, just a rogue shower, really, more than anything else. I can't guarantee you 100% play today because I think there will be the odd shower. Tomorrow, probably more likely a few more interruptions from the showers, when the showers actually tomorrow could be heavier, but again, there'll still be a good deal of play. Friday's not looking too bad, fewer showers then, looking like a great day for play on Saturday. And if we get to Sunday, Sunday's got a big question mark over it because we've got that humid air coming back in, the sort of stuff that we had yesterday with a lot of cloud, drizzly sort of weather, and it's how quickly that clears away. So that's how the next 4 or 5 days are looking at the moment.
Helen, thanks very much indeed.
Pleasure.
Comprehensive weather forecast from Helen Willits. And I said just a few moments ago, it doesn't feel as if it's about to rain, but it is just drizzling now. And so it's possible that we'll have a delayed start. The hover cover is on the pitch. It doesn't feel like very much, but I think we'll be pretty much okay. Let me confirm the two teams for you, because I haven't done that yet. And Pakistan have made some changes. Hafiz and Sami Aslam, their new opening pair. They've had problems at the top of the order in this series. They've had some really low opening partnerships, 32, 2, 27 and 7. Then Azhar Ali, who struggled, Yunis Khan, Misbah the captain, Shafiq, Sarfraz Ahmed, Yasir Shah, Mohammed Amir, Sohail Khan in for Wahab Riaz, and Rahat Ali in at number 11. And England, well, they declared their team yesterday, just the one change with Finn coming in for Ben Stokes. So they're Cook, Hales, Root, Vince, Balance, Bairstow, Ali, Wokes, Broad, Finn and Anderson. OK, let's hear from one of the key members of England's summer. He really has emerged this summer. Chris Wokes, he's playing on his home ground, and that's a really special occasion for him.
First test match at my home ground, first squad I've been involved with as well at my home ground, so it's really exciting. Obviously, the way the summer's gone for myself and the team, it's really exciting to come back to Edgbaston, not only on a personal level but from the team's point of view as well.
But you reached the dizzy heights of being a ball boy here, didn't you?
I did.
That fantastic test match, 2005.
Well, actually, I was ball boy in the test matches leading up to 2005, and then 2005 I was actually working on the ground staff with Steve Reyes, just an extra pair of hands. I didn't actually do much, but to be here on that amazing week was, you know, to even think that before that test match that it was going to be one of the best test matches that were ever played, and I was part of it, was amazing feeling.
So where were you on that climactic Sunday morning then, when everybody was gnawing their fingernails?
Yeah, I was in the sheds down there watching it from side on. Obviously, as you can imagine, like, what was it, 11, 12 years ago now, as a young lad watching from side on, everything seemed so quick and fast, and at no point did I think, one day I'll be playing professional cricket for Warwickshire, let alone England.
You've dreamed your dreams. You've always kept your head up, and you've always been a glass half full man, haven't you?
Yeah, I suppose I've always tried to stay level and try and stay grounded as possible, and take the rough with the smooth, as they say. But I've worked hard. I've obviously gone away and worked on my game, and I feel like I'm reaping the rewards from doing that.
Technically, why are you much quicker than a lot of people who see you on the telly, for example, realise?
To be honest, I don't know, because I always watch myself bowl or watch replays and think, it still looks quite laboured. But, I can tell you I'm really, really trying. I'm giving 110%, I promise. But I don't know, I've obviously got quite a sound technique. I've always, tried to keep very simple. Nothing's really changed in my action a huge amount since I was a young boy. So, a few little technical changes to get more pace, but that's mainly in my front arm now more than anything, and a bit quicker in my run-up.
You had a lazy front arm.
I did. Yeah, and to be fair, it's still not, it's still not doing as much as it probably could, but it's definitely doing more than it, ever has. So, so that's probably a huge thing.
Are there more wheels in you then, Wokes?
I'd like to think so. I don't know how much my body can take a bit more, because, I do wake up stiff and sore, and, at 27 I'm starting to feel the pains and aches and pains. But you never know. Hopefully, at the minute what I'm doing is quick enough and it's good enough. So, long may that continue.
When you made your test debut, Chris, against the Australians, a lot of people, a lot of good judges, they thought, well, that's not much of a pick. He looks a good player, but that's all. He's not going to kick on. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, I suppose you are. I think whenever you go up to the highest level, you always judge that a little bit more, aren't you? And you can always get away with some things in county cricket, whereas in international cricket, you find out a little bit more. There's more people watching, and you're judged, on what you deliver. So I was understandable that people probably had their doubts about me, through majority of my Test career so far. But everyone's got their own opinion. I understand that, and I always believed I was good enough. It's just a matter of getting it out of myself and having that run in the side, which I've had now, which is now proving it's working, isn't it?
Can nice guys finish first?
100%. Yeah, I think we can. We can, Pat. It's I try and play the game with a smile on my face. Don't get me wrong, I have that fire in my belly. I just show it in a different way.
Chris Woakes talking to Pat Murphy. What's it like playing a Test match on your home ground, Michael Tuffers?
Well, I just think this ground in particular, obviously it's Chris Woakes' home ground, but the England team just love this place because you get it's a raucous atmosphere. It's very football-like. That Holly stand will be rocking throughout the week. There'll be plenty of fancy dress. And England record here is fantastic, but particularly for someone like Chris Woakes to walk out here and get the ball in hand, and he'll get an extra special role. Not that the others won't do here, but it's always nice to be in your own dressing rooms. Probably staying at home. It's a week where you feel very comfortable. And I've always felt that when the England team arrive at places like here, Old Trafford, Trent Bridge in particular, Headingley, they just feel like they get a different style and different type of support. And the pitch always suits English style of play. So I would think with the way that Woakes is bowling this year, with the fact he's just getting that ball to go away from the right-handers of Pakistan, and bring that right shoulder in a little bit too soon, he'll be fancying a nice week for himself if he continues to bowl the way that he has in the last 3 or 4.
Two lots of pressure actually playing on your own pitch. One, everyone thinks you should be doing well because you know where you're sitting. You know that everyone's sort of like patting you on the back and wishing you luck. And also that expectation that you've actually got to then, when it's in your part of the game, that you've got to perform as well. Come on, Phil, you should know what you're doing here. You've bowled here all your life, sort of thing. So there are a couple of bits of pressure, but he's in just such sparkling form that I don't think that he'll be worried about it at all. I think it'll just bring the best of him.
I'll tell you what's always interesting when you're playing on your home venue is the captain will always go to the home player and look at him and go, right, what do you do at the toss? So Alistair Cook would have been in Chris Woakes' ear this morning. You sure it's the right thing to bat first? And he'll have just gone, yeah. And if it starts zipping around, you then get this little look in the corner. You don't know your own pitch, so there's a little bit of pressure, I guess, in knowing the conditions and knowing exactly what the pitch is going to do. But it's a great week. He'll have loads of friends and family here. He'll get a huge amount of support.
Did you think he had this summer in him?
No, not when I saw him at Centurion, I'll be honest. And we saw him a little bit in Durban. I thought he bowled pretty well, but that Centurion performance, when I just remember Alistair Cook giving him a 7-2 offside field and he bowled 4 or 5 on the leg stump, and I thought, oh wait a minute, he doesn't seem to be coping with Test match cricket. But I just think, looking back at that, he'd not played any cricket, and when you're on tours and you don't play and suddenly you get thrown into a Test match, it's very difficult for those players because they've not been having any game time. And the most impressive thing about Chris Woakes, he's gone away and really worked hard. I mean, he said something on our show the other week, Toughest, didn't he? He said, I just run in harder, because I asked him, have you got quicker, have you got physically stronger? And he just went front arm, and I just run in harder with my legs. And I think it's a real lesson to any player. Stephen Finn back into that. It's a big week for Finn because he's been trusted ahead of Jake Ball, who bowled so well at Lords. I like the decision by Alistair Cook to stay a little bit consistent. But I think Finn will know that he's got to produce it this week. He bowled well against Australia here last year, but what Woakes has found is that inner belief, that inner confidence, that inner ability to come out here and say, yeah, I am a Test match player. We need to see that from Stephen Finn. Stephen Finn, there's millions of people can go around, wait a minute, you're 6'7", you can bowl 90 miles an hour, you are a Test match performer. Unless you get it from inward, from inside yourself, when Stephen Finn sits in that dressing room, think, you know what, yeah, I belong here, and I'm going to produce performances on a regular basis. Well, that's exactly what Chris Woakes has done. He's found that inner strength, which has been fantastic to see.
Yeah, confidence is the key, and also he's just got a little in-swinger up his sleeve as well. He used to just run in, bowl a nice channel and look to get it away from the right-handed batsman. He's just started to bring a few back now, can jag the ball back a bit, so just something else for the batsman to think about.
OK, Michael, thanks from you for now. Just a reminder that Pakistan have won the toss and they have put England into bat. Overcast conditions here at Edgbaston. The hover cover is on the pitch. No other covers are on the ground. And it has stopped raining. There was just a bit of drizzle, no more than that, about 5-6 minutes ago. And play, I think, would start on time if these were the conditions in 15 minutes' time. Now, what about Pakistan? Great at Lords. They really made the most of themselves there. But at Old Trafford, they were flattened, steamroller. 589 for 8, 170 for 1. They took 9 wickets in the match. But Pakistan's coach, Mickey Arthur, has been in bullish mood, talking about the vulnerabilities in England's batting lineup.
Do you think England are vulnerable in their batting order?
Oh, look, we've said it for long. If we can get into their middle order with a new ball, we feel we've got a chance. Cook and Root are undoubtedly fantastic players, and as is Hales, Vince and Ballance. They're all very good, but they're all playing for their places. We know that. The pressure on them is immense in terms of their performance, but also in terms of their futures. So that's an interesting conundrum for them, and we do feel we can put them under some pressure. Albeit, we'd certainly think, and I certainly do, I think that they're very, very good players.
Do you think there's more pressure on them because they're playing at home in a series against a talented bowling attack?
I think so, but Test cricket isn't easy. Any bowling attack around the world is going to be really tough. I shudder to think when they go to India. The last tour of India that I've managed to go on, the wickets turn square. That is going to really test them to the hilt. So they want to do it here. I think this is their most familiar conditions. This is where they'll be most comfortable. But the pressure on them and the scrutiny, of course, is becoming intense.
Well, there we go. Mickey Arthur there talking about the pressure on England's batsmen, or some of England's batsmen. Actually, the interesting thing about Old Trafford, if you look at it, that the players who did well there were the players you almost expected to do well. Ed Smith is here and Tuffus is still here. And actually, the question marks still exist, I suppose, against someone like James Vince.
Morning, Simon. Morning, everyone. Yeah, I think there's a striking thing about the Old Trafford Test was it was a almost perfect performance by the England team in which England actually learned very little, because basically their two best batsmen got in, stayed in, and the game was irretrievably lost really for Pakistan by the end of that Cook-Root stand in the first innings. So the question marks still remain a little bit about Hales, certainly about Vince, and to maybe a lesser degree about Ballance, who has some Test pedigree behind him, even though he's fighting his way back into the side. Yeah, so I think Mickey Arthur's point is valid. Of course, all those pressures are masked when your team is winning. I think I look back to that great Australian side that Tuff has played against. If someone was having a bit of bad form, whether it was Greg Blewett or whatever, they didn't really have to suffer the headlines because the whole team was so dominant. It's when a team loses, like at Lords, and think of the pressure on England's failing batsmen at Lords was so great, because having lost a home Test match, first Test match of the summer, at Old Trafford almost no one was talking about Vince in particular. But there is pressure on him. I think there are question marks. No one doubts his ability to play eye-catching shots. The thing that strikes me is I think that it's a mixture of definitely risk and danger outside off stump. I also think he's a little bit wooden, so I think that's something that maybe he can work on. And I suppose the counterpoint to that is how Joe Root is batting at the moment, who has incredible touch and time and is in sync with the arrival of the ball. So that's maybe where you're trying to get to as a batsman.
And also between the ears, as Jeffrey always says as well, completely put away the off drive, didn't he, against the left-armers? Just watched everything sail past, let the bowlers bowl to him, and then just sort of got on top of them that way by making them bowl to him. I think James Vince has still got a little bit of thinking and a little bit of sort of work to do about how to compile Test match runs.
Just try and put yourself in Vince's mind. And actually, I mean, you've sort of been in it yourself, haven't you? Having played 3 Test matches, probably felt you were always, every innings was sort of batting almost to save a fledgling Test career. Will this summer be sort of almost like torture for him?
I don't know. I think it depends on your personality. I think probably the best players find a way to get into a space where mentally, where you can't get runs in the pavilion, you can't get runs on days off, you can't get runs on practice days. It has to come some point. If you're going to get what you want, it can only happen when the ball is live, when you're out in the middle and you're, relatively speaking, in control of events. So that's obviously where you want to get to. It's not as easy as that, but that's the place. I think those early exchanges in a Test career can be very formative. I think some players probably could have had good Test careers that didn't have a good start and were lost to the game. Other people probably got lots of chances because they had a good start and then probably were given chances over and over again to kind of try and get it back, and it doesn't happen. So it's absolutely critical. Also, the way he is in the group will play a part in it, how he fits in, what he brings. Trevor Bayliss made the point that as a captain, he brings a bit more to the group, which is important. He's probably at a good age profile. You don't want everyone too experienced, you don't want everyone too young, you want some guys in the middle. So there's some things going for him. Ultimately, he's got to play his shots, which is obviously offside, but he's got to pick the right balls. So it's a combination of confidence and judgment, which is always the key to batting.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a contrast between him and Gary Ballance, isn't it? You've got Gary Ballance sort of prodding and poking around and looking not to get out with a few shots or a clip and a cut up his sleeve, and you've got James Vince, who's perhaps slightly more elegant to look at and more pleasing on the eye. Which one perhaps do you go for?
OK, well, play is going to start in 9 minutes' time. The cover is still on. England are going to be batting under grey skies, so good bowling conditions for Pakistan, who've asked England to bat first. I mentioned at the start of the programme, this is England's 500th home Test match. They've won 206 of those. They've lost 115, but they have got a particularly good record here at Edgbaston. It really is a ground that inspires them. And Jimmy Anderson, who was excellent here last year, although he did walk off injured in that match against Australia, he did help win the game here. He says you've got a different feel to this ground.
We all look forward to that. We all look forward to watching Spider-Man climb up the side of the stand and get that sort of, like you say, vibrant atmosphere. It's almost like a football crowd, and it's not the sort of thing that you get at many other grounds in the country. So we really look forward to playing here and cherish that opportunity.
Now, Steve Finn, it was on this ground last year. He bowled fantastic against Australia when you got injured, stepped into the breach. How can you relate to Stephen's technical problems from your own career way back when various coaches were telling you what you should be doing and your instinct might be saying something else?
Yeah, it's tough. You know, I know he's had a lot of voices in his ear telling him what to do, and that's part and parcel of being a cricketer. You've got to be able to filter that information and try and use it to your benefit. And he's old enough now to be able to do that. You know, he knows his own game now. And he's definitely back on track. You know, I saw him bowl at Lords. I thought he bowled fantastically well in the first innings and the second innings.
Because you had this, didn't you? I think it was Troy Cooley tried to change you, and David Saker tried to change Steve Finn's run-up. I suppose you've got to sift things through, haven't you, and try to hang on to the core of it all.
You do, yeah. It can be difficult. You know, you've got your coaches with England, you've got your coaches with your county. And you've got to work out what works for you. At the end of the day, it is down to the individual to try and filter that information and use it to your advantage. And I think that's where Steve's at the moment. You know, he's working really hard. He knows where he wants to go now with his action and everything else, and his skills. And like I said, at Lords, we saw somewhere near the Stephen Finn that we know. And we know what he can do when he's bowling well. Like you said, last year on this very ground, bowled fantastically well against Australia, so hopefully he can reproduce something like that.
Well, his strike rate has been terrific, really, in Test matches since he came into the side, whether or not he's on song.
Yeah, he's just got that knack to be able to take wickets. You know, being 6'7" helps. He moves the ball laterally, so he's always going to cause a threat. And he's always gone at 4 and over. You know, that's just what you get with Finney. He's an exciting bowler.
Jimmy Anderson talking there about Stephen Finn, who's taken 120 wickets in his 33 Test matches. His last Test match at Lords, was the first one in which he went wicketless, but he'll have good memories of this ground after helping England win the match against Australia here last year. We're nearly ready to go. 15,000 people have bought tickets for today's play, and I'm hoping they'll be rewarded in 5 minutes with a prompt start. There's just a little bit of drizzle in the air. The hover cover is just poised, ready to be taken away once the umpires have decided, yeah, that's it, play can start on time at 11 o'clock. Tuffers is here.
Nice conditions for a bowl now, son. It's just warmed up a little bit as well. So the heat's there, the overcast condition is there. Keep your pads out the way to Mr. Amir, because he'll be hooping it back in at you if you're an England batsman.
We were talking before the toss, Ed, you and I, and you said bat first.
Yeah, I would have batted first. Partly because of the structure of Pakistan's side, certainly with trying to bring the leg spinner into play, and from England's point of view, same again. I would have been thinking they got that chance to continue from where they were at Old Trafford.
What about the balance of the series? It's 1-1. There are 2 matches to go. But England's win was so emphatic at Old Trafford. They got their game together. Do you think that will have an impact on Pakistan? That you're almost, at Lords, they sort of made the most of everything.
Yeah. My feeling is not so much about momentum, which is obviously an overused concept. My feeling is when you watch 2 teams, how well can they play, and what are the results so far? I think Pakistan played pretty close to their A game at Lords, and England were really poor. Their batting in the first innings was, well below England's standards. Second test felt a bit like normal form resumed, and I'd be surprised if England don't really press home the advantage and win the series from here. That said, surprise is a pretty central element to cricket and to sports. Obviously, Pakistan can fight back. We know how much talent and passion they've got, but I'd be surprised. England are a better team, especially in these conditions. I'd say that England are strong favourites.
Laura Wright singing Jerusalem. Tavas, just on Yasir Shah. Yasir Shah's efforts at Old Trafford, such a contrast with Lords, of course. Well, what's that like for a spin bowler when you've had success and then you've had, a really not poor game, you had no success at all and gone round the park?
Yeah, that would have been one of his first Test matches when that's happened to him. So it's going to be interesting to see how he copes with it mentally. Also, again, then as a spin bowler, you're sort of thinking, if you win the toss, we'll be batting first. They've gone with the bowling again here, so he's just going to have to sort of take all of that on board as well. But listen, he's a class act. He's going to bounce back. He'll be looking to do some damage in Pakistan's second innings, and if he does just get England confused again and in a bit of a pickle with his bounce and how much he's spinning it, he'll come into the game, that's for sure.
What about him on this surface? You described the surface as, was it dirty?
I'd like it, yeah. I'd like it as a spin bowler. I'd be going out there looking to put it in the batsman's mind that I'm spinning it, and then his little trick is just to slide a few on and get you a hit on the pads and bowl. But England have kind of worked him out a little bit from that first sort of confused batting display against him in Lords. If you're on the back foot, play straight and keep your pads out of the way.
Do you think that he will feel that they've worked me out? To really drag your confidence down?
Yes, it does a little. It does a little bit, but then that's what Test match cricket is all about. You get one to rip and turn, and it can happen very quickly. A team can start misreading your line, misreading what you're trying to do and how you're trying to get them out. And when that happens, it's lovely.
The umpires are out there. Laura's still singing Jerusalem, and we're waiting for the 2 teams. The Pakistan team are in the field. There are just 1 or 2 spots of rain still around Edgbaston, but I don't think it's going to amount to very much today. The darker clouds are actually over the ground at the moment. It's a bit lighter away to the left-hand side, the west, where the weather comes from. The umpires are out there talking, arms folded as if to say, come on, where are the teams? And it's 2 minutes to 11, so just wondering where the teams are. They are on their way shortly, no doubt. In fact, here they are, over my right shoulder. Here's Misbah. It's a reminder that you can keep up to date with the cricket. If you have to go away from your radios, you can go on the BBC website and see some of the action as well, the highlights of the day's play. Very soon after those highlights have happened, wickets and the significant milestones, that sort of thing. So go to the BBC website for that, the cricket section, as Laura there we go, the finish of Jerusalem, and the Pakistan players are applauding it as well, just as they wait on the boundary edge. And they're on their way. Big game for them. Can they fight back after what happened at Old Trafford? Crushing defeat up there. Well, they've, in one sense, when you put a team in, it's it's quite a positive step, isn't it? I mean, some people see it as defensive. Occasionally it has been, but it's quite a positive step. And here are the 2 England openers, contrasting form at Old Trafford. Cook superb, and Hales just 1 or 2 question marks about his technique, way of playing at this level, but he'll have very good memories of playing at Edgbaston. He scored that brilliant 100 here in the one-day series against Sri Lanka. So we are just about ready for the start of the game. The hover cover's gone, the rain has gone as well, and the players are out there. It's time to go to the commentary box and say good morning to Graham Swan and Henry Blofeld.
Good morning to you all from Edgbaston. It's been a very good build-up, Simon. Thank you very much for that, really putting us in the picture. The players are out there, the umpires are out there, so things are going to get underway. The last test match I remember when we had rain almost at the very start was Trent Bridge in 2 years ago, Australia, when Broad came out and took 2 wickets in his first over, didn't he, when play started at 5 minutes past 11. Well, England will be hoping that the Pakistan openers are not going to be doing the same today. It's going to be Mohammad Amir who's going to start off. He's going to bowl to Alistair Cook. We are talking to you high up at the pavilion end. And here comes Mohammad. No, he's not. I thought he was coming in for a moment, but it was a practice ball delivery. And he gets to the crease, slows up, wipes his fingers on the turf, and then walks slowly back. Umpire Joel Wilson at this end from Trinidad, Bruce Oxenford from Australia, Queensland at square leg. Cook, of course, being left-handed. We got 4 slips and a forward short leg, and here's the first ball of the match in Amir up to the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, going a further away, shaping just fractionally towards the slips, and taken there behind the stumps, and there is no run. And it's a very good morning to Swanee.
Good morning, Henry. How are you?
I'm in very good order. How are you?
You're looking splendid today. I just must describe for the viewers: mustard blazer, lime green slacks, lime green shoes. I think it's an outfit that only you could pull off, Henry.
Well, my dear thing, when I rang you at 8 o'clock, 8:30 this morning, you were still asleep, so you've done very well to get here. And it's Mohammad Amir in again to Cook. He bowls. Cook just pushes this out in the offside into the gap between mid-off and backward point, and they go through for a single. And it is the captain, Misbah, who fields to his right in a sleeveless sweater. Cook is underway. He's got a single. It's 1 for no wicket. It's a sellout, I think, here today, but the crowd building up slowly. Quite a lot of seats everywhere looking to the right, the Eric Hollis stand. Ahead of us, the long spreading R.E.S. Wyatt stand, Bob Wyatt, who of course captained England before the war. And we're expecting, in fact, I don't think quite a full house. I think 15,000 people are planning to come today, but I'm sure there'll be 1 or 2 more tickets purchased on the gate. And now for the right-handed Hales, Mohammad Amir is staying over the wicket. We've got 3 slips, gully, and a forward short leg, backward point mid-off, mid-on, and a fine leg. And here comes Mohammad Amir racing away from us. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls, and Hales plays that nicely round the corner of his pads using the in-swing, and that goes for 4 runs. The fielder down there at fine leg, Rahat Ali, could get nowhere near that. It was beautifully timed, and so that'll make Hales feel much better. He's got 4. Of course, Hales scored a very good one-day 100 here, but one day is the phrase that may stay to haunt Hales as far as Test cricket is concerned. He's got this noose round his neck almost, hasn't he, Swanee, as a one-day player?
Well, he has. He's had a poor summer, and Mohammad Amir is just the sort of bowler who's going to expose the lack of footwork that Alex Hales shows. But that was a good start. Just turned it off his hip, and always good for the batsman to get away first ball.
Yes, those slips will always feel they could be in for a chance with Hales. Here's Amir in outside the off stump, and then Hales played no stroke, and that one again shaped into the right-hander. But his judgment then was good.
I'll tell you what was good about the first ball from Alex Hale's point of view. Mohammad Amir at the top of his mark spent a good 20 seconds moving his fine leg square and square. Probably moved him 25 yards, and then immediately bowled the ball that went to exactly where the man was before. And so you had Amir stood in the middle blaming his fielder for not being in the right place when he just moved him himself.
A sort of variation of the 3-card trick.
Yes.
Yes, very well played. Here's Mohammad Amir again. He's in, he bowls, Hales us forward. Bat and pad very close together, pushing it back past the bowler, and mid-off coming across behind the bowler, Fields. And Misbah, and there is no run. It's cloudy, but a little bit of blue sky. We can see 2 patches of blue sky, one ahead of us as we look over towards the high-rise blocks of Birmingham in the distance, and just a tiny little patch there behind the floodlight pylon to our left. And the last ball of the over now, Mohammad Amir is in. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls to Hales. Oh, when Hales pulls his bat out of the way again. That was the other way, and well bowled. And Hales was up to it, played no stroke. And at the end of the first over, England are 5 for no wicket. Hales has 4 of them, and Cook a single, and they, as custom dictates, meet in the middle of the pitch and punch gloves.
Yes, I don't think punching gloves is part of the custom. That should be scrapped, in my point of view. Never like that myself.
Well, I think it has become part of
I know, oh, it has. De rigueur for international batsmen.
How wise of you not to attempt the pronunciation.
I used to always hide my glove. I'd refuse to do the punching. And if you're ever batting with Paul Collingwood, who desperately wanted a glove punch, go, "How man, give us your hand. Where's your hand?" And I put them behind my back, so we had to reach around and all sorts, playing little games with him. But a good start for Pakistan in the way that the ball was swinging.
And we've got Sohail Khan now coming in from the far end, the city end here. Sohail Khan, who's playing in place of Wahab Riaz, a tall man, and here he comes, a straight run into the left-handed Cook. He's there, bowls. Cook goes onto the back foot, plays down to mid-off. Misbah fields. A little bit of energy there from Misbah. He was running furiously, actually, more furiously than he need have done. And his sleeveless sweater was jogging up and down like a sweater does when one runs a full field, I suppose. I was trying to think of some frightfully clever way of putting that, and I just simply couldn't get there.
I tell you what, he's got a new lease of life, the Misbah, hasn't he? The older he gets, the more runs he scores, and the more energy he finds him somewhere.
Oh, look, the first pigeon in the match. And it is Sohail again, up to the wicket now. He's there, he bowls to Cook, Cook goes back, plays straight back down the pitch, and Sohail unleashes a very long left hand and picks it up. He's a tall man, isn't he?
He's a big unit, actually. When he runs in, he's very broad across the shoulders. He's got a heavy run up. He runs very close to the umpire. He's one of these who almost looks like he's going to collide into the back of the umpire on the way in. So a very imposing figure at the crease. I've not seen him bowl before, I must be honest, and he's frightened me already.
Darren Darrow's funny. No one was more brave than you when it came to facing up the quick stuff. Here comes Sohail again in. Now he's there. He bowls Cook. Cook goes on the back foot, places down to mid-on, and there is no run there. It's Rahat Ali, the fielder, and returns the ball to Sarfraz. Sarfraz behind the stumps. I was going to say he's got dirty pads on. He hasn't. He's got advertising slogans on the top of both pads, right up near his knee. I thought he'd been having a bit of practice and throwing himself around and cleaned the mud off, but I don't think it is that. I think there are so many dressing room attendants nowadays that everything gets cleaned and polished and is spick and span in the best possible way. And Misbah at mid-off and his bowler Sohail having a bit of a long-range conversation. It's finished now, Cook's over his bat, and here's Sohail running in, dead straight, up to the wicket. Now he bowls, Cook is forward, pushing him out in the offside, and it's Misbah there who fields, returns quickly to Sarfraz, who gives a little bit of a jump as he takes that one, and a sort of jump that said, "Hello everyone, I'm here." And Hafiz at first slip is doing a bit of sort of picking his knees up as if he's preparing to go in for a dressage contest, and I don't think he's planning to bowl in the near future, but just loosening himself up at this early stage of the day. We have a very virile television camera down here in front of us that's zooming in on everything, swiveling all over the place. And here is Sohail again. He's in, he bowls. Cook just plays defensively, pushed out on the offside, and that is picked up there by Shafiq at backward point. And just for a moment, Cook thought there was a single there, but it went a little bit quickly and a little bit more directly to the fielder than he originally thought.
Speaking of dressage, old boy, Aggers isn't with us this week, is he? He's in the Olympics doing the equestrianism. Equestrianism? Is that the right one?
I think he's commentating on the dressage. He's not doing the dressage himself.
Well, I don't know. I've seen Mrs. Agnew. She's got him firmly under the thumb. I wouldn't be surprised if she jumps on his back every now and again and makes him prance around the kitchen.
Mrs. Aggers does the dressage. Here comes Sohail in, bowls outside the off stump, and no stroke from Cookie. It goes through to Sarfraz. It is the end of the over, maiden over, 5 for no wicket, and Sohail, who's not got really splendid figures, he only played in 2 test matches before this, and in which he's taken 1 wicket for 245. So he's got his future in front of him. Well, and very good morning to Andrew Sampson.
Good morning, Henry. Morning, Swanee.
Morning.
Have you recovered from that rather tortuous drive you had with me down to the ground?
Almost there.
Getting out of the garage was quite exciting, wasn't it?
Very exciting, but we managed it. We got you.
In the end. You can tell us something.
Well, just the 2 tests for Sahel Khan, one in 2009 and the other in 2011, so 7 years. He's got just the 1 wicket, as you said, for 245.
And it's Mohamed Amir. He's in now. He bowls Hales outside the off stump. Hales goes back. It wasn't far outside the off stump, but he got into line. Bat and pad close together, and that's what we're going to be watching with Hales and with Vince too later, because James Vince has perished outside the off stump 4 times now in, I think, the last 2 test matches, and at Lord's and at Old Trafford, nibbling away, bat away from his body. And it's a worry, and it's something that he's got to put right if he wants to have a long tenure of office in the England side, in the middle order. Mohamed Amir again, he's in, he's up the weed boat to Hales. Hales goes back. Oh, it played, took his bottom hand away there, just lifted a little bit, didn't it, on him there?
Yeah, it was the one that goes the other way as well. Amir's a clever bowler. He's very intelligent when it comes to knowing what to bowl and when to bowl it. He knows there's swing in the air and that Hales will be desperately looking for that ball to swing back into him. They've been working almost non-stop over the last week or so on getting that bat and pad together, as you said, Henry. So the ball that goes across him then becomes doubly dangerous because he'll be playing away from his body slightly.
Yes, the left-armers who can move it both ways, those are the real danger men. It's Mohamed Amir again, it's overpitched, and Hales, having gone back to start with, came forward, played that out to mid-off, and there was no run. Hales walks away to square leg. He'll be very aware of the fact that he prospered against a weakish attack against Sri Lanka early in the season, and that he didn't do it in South Africa against a rather better attack, perhaps, even though Verlander and Steyn were missing, for most of the time anyway. And now we've got rather a stronger attack that Pakistan have served up, and he's been struggling in the first 2 tests. Here he is again, facing Amir Sohail, who's in, and he goes back and plays that down the onside. Sohail goes nipping across in front of mid-on and field, hands the ball then to mid-off, hands the ball to him, and to mid-off, mid-on, get them right in a moment. And a large seagull flying away to our right. I've been ticked off roundly by lots of people saying there's no such thing as a seagull. A large gull, I'll try and remember. I doubt I will.
Well, there won't be too many seagulls here in Birmingham.
Well, we've seen a couple. They're rather good form, actually. They'd had a very good breakfast, I think. Unlike you, they went to bed early, too. And here comes Mohamed Amir again. Left arm over the wicket, in, bowled. Oh, and my goodness me, Hales very nearly nibbled at that. His instinct was to go to it. Then he suddenly thought, heavens, this is a test match, and pulled his bat out of the way. You would almost see it going through his mind. He was going for that, wasn't he, Swanee?
Yeah, very good bowling again. Amir with the scrambled seam. We see Jimmy Anderson do this a lot. Rather than try and swing it across the left hand, scrambles the seam so the ball doesn't swing and then just nips, and that's what Amir tried then. Hales' technique's been shown up on the big screen here over the last 5 minutes, all his dismissals. He can see that as well. He doesn't want to see that, so everyone in the ground knows what's going on at the moment.
Mohamed Amir, the sun is with us. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls. Hales is forward, a bit bottom-handedly across the line. Or it may have been the in-swing that did that. In fact, he was fielded by Mohamed Amir going out in front of mid-on. The end of another good, tight maiden over. 5 for no wicket. Hales has got a single. Hales has got 4, rather, and Cook has got a single. England, who were put in 5 for no wicket. Now, let's talk about England being put in. Did that surprise you?
It did a little bit, but with the green outfield here at Edgbaston, the fact that it always seems to rain, there's a curse on Edgbaston, I'm sure, over the last few years. It's taken Manchester's tag as the wet ground of England. So Pakistan will think the sooner they can get into the England top order, get that weak middle order in, maybe the better.
Well, it's going to be Sohail Khan again from the City end. He's in now to the left-handed Cook. He bowls Cook. Oh, my goodness me, that one. Cook looking to play it on the offside behind square. Hit it into the ground. It came back into him, and it bounced over the top of the off and middle stumps. Goodness me. That was a great piece of luck, and Pakistan can hardly believe their eyes how he didn't play that into the stumps.
Oh, it was so close. Cook going back, beaten for pace, actually. Very good bit of bowling from Khan. Just bounced, as you say, Henry, just dropped tantalisingly over the top of the bails, didn't he?
I know.
As Alistair Cook could just look on and do nothing about it, but he survives.
And Sohail Khan, here he comes again. He'll have his dander up after that. He's up to the wicket now. He's there. He bows, and Cook plays that away nicely to the left there of mid-on, and they go for a single, and it's Rahat Ali, the fielder. So Cook has got a couple now, and the score is England 6 for no wicket. Put into bat this morning, and Andrew Sampson.
Well, there's certainly a strong statistical case for putting the team in when you win the toss here. In the last 27 test matches going back to 1984, 16 teams have won batting second, only 3 have won batting first.
Well, there we go. So the Pakistan team are obviously stats guys.
Looks like it, yeah.
Have you got an inside line? Do you know their computer man?
No, I don't actually. I know their coach, Mickey Arthur, obviously from South Africa days.
Oh, there you go, Mickey.
But,
Mickey
I haven't spoken to him on that one.
And it's now Sohail Khan bowling for the first time to Alex Hales. He's in, he bowls. Hales on the back foot, just plays that quite nonchalantly down there to Rahat at mid-on, and there is no run.
And Misbah himself's got quite a good record in sending the opposition in. This is the 10th time he's done it. In the previous 9, he hasn't lost any. He's won 6 and drawn 3.
There we go.
Those are impressive figures, aren't they?
Incredible
stats.
They
are. Yes, they really are. Good heavens.
Last team batting first at one here at Edgbaston was 2005, the famous game against the Aussies.
Well, he's certainly a shrewdie, Misbah, and he's a jolly good player as well. That 114 he made on Lords with a really magnificent knock. Here's Sohail again. He's in. He bowled very wide the off stump. No stroke there from Hales, and through it goes to Sarfraz. Now we've got acres and acres and acres of blue sky, I'm glad to be able to tell you, stretching right away there towards the west and lighting up the city of Birmingham. We can see the BT Tower in the distance, gleaming white. St Mary Ambrose, the church there, a rather, when I said dirty brick colour, it's dusted, dirty, discoloured by the ages. It looks as though the spire's just slightly, a little bit of in-swing in the spire, isn't there? Do you know what I mean? It's just slightly, it's not like the Chesterfield Tower, which is crooked, but this has got just a slight curve. So here it is again. He's in, they bowl, and Hales goes back, plays that nicely away. Square backward point. There are going to be 3 runs here, being chased down to the Eric Hollis stand. There's a sliding stop, and then the fielder there slips slightly, and they come back for the 3rd run. That was a nice, confident stroke by Hales, and it's brought him up to 7, and England now have gone along 9 for no wicket.
Nice stroke from Alex Hales, just stood high, stood tall, over the nice straight bat, square of the wicket. Yasir Shah put in the big chase, put the dive in front of the Hollis stand. The last place you want to misfield slightly is in front of that Hollis stand. You become lampooned for the next 5 days if you do. But he lost his footing, unfortunately for him, as he stood up. He's seeing the funny side, that Lionel Messi look of his. He's got a big smile on his face, but he won't have that smile on once that crowd get to 4 p.m. today if he carries on falling over.
So here again in to the left-handed Cook. He bowls. Cook plays that away through the mid-wicket gap. There are going to be 3 runs here. He's being chased by Rahat Ali in a slightly sort of stilted way, and they turn for the 3rd run and get it quite easily. So that was another good stroke there. Cook goes that scored 12 for no wicket, and Cook has got 5 of those. Hales has got 7, and it is the end of the over. England, of course, put into bat here this morning.
Tell you what, Henry, just on about the church spire being slightly crooked here, I can helpfully tell you it's the St Mary Ambrose Church.
For those who weren't listening, because I revealed that a moment
Well, there we
ago.
go, and I wasn't obviously
You were looking at the crib.
I was, because we've got this helpful sheet that gives us the whole skyline and all the tall buildings and what they actually are. So I can happily point out the Radisson Blu Hotel for you, Henry, or the Bull Ring, the Library of Birmingham, or the BT Tower. The BT Tower is the big one with BT written on it over there. So thank you very much,
I only mentioned 3 of those earlier, but and here is Mohamed Amir in. Cook turns that nicely way off his legs, and it's going round down to the deep backward square leg boundary for 4 runs. And Rahat prancing after it, can't get anywhere near it. Cookie timed it beautifully. It was swinging into him. He just turned his wrists on it, flicked it away. 4 more to him. That was a lovely stroke. So Cookie now goes up to 9, and England 16 for no wicket.
It was a good description of the field in the Prances round. He didn't exactly throw himself at the ball, did he?
Well, I think to give him his due, he wasn't. It had to have been a 20-foot throw. I mean, he wasn't near enough, I think, to get himself a pair of dirty trousers. Was he?
I don't think he ever wanted the trousers. You can see in someone's eyes where they really want to put their body on the line. He didn't. He just bowled an over.
He didn't want a dry cleaner's job. That's
obviously run out of vanish at home.
And here comes Mohamed Amir in, bowls, and Cook just plays that out into the offside. They go for a quick single. Misbah has to go too far to his right at mid-off, and the single was easily there. So 17 for no wicket. Cook has now got 10, and it looks to be in very good form. And of course, he hit 105 and then 70-something not out in the second innings, didn't he, at Old Trafford? So he is in pretty well mid-season form.
Yeah. And he's the guy who, more than any, the Pakistanis will want to get out quickly. You know, if you get rid of Alistair Cook, not only have you got rid of England's one of two best players, but you've got the opener out as well. You've got into the middle order. So more so Hales, because they'll feel they can get Hales out at any point, but they know with Cook early on is when he's vulnerable.
And here comes Mohamed Amir again in now, both to Hales outside the off stump through to Sarfraz. No stroke from Hales. You see there's a gull there planing away. Look at them all down the far end. You were being a little bit contemptuous of gulls at Edgbaston.
Saying no seagulls because we're so far from the sea.
Well, they are gulls.
They're land gulls.
Well, that land gulls or land gulls, did you say?
I'm not sure. I'm not an ornithologist. I don't know my birds from my beasts.
Oh, you were talking with great authority, Swansea. Come on. But with a name like yours, you should be an expert on them anyway. And it's Mohamed Amir again in, both to Hales. Hales tried to turn it around on the leg sides, hit on the pad, and the ball just bounces out a yard or two on the offside, and it's Shafiq from deep backward point. Well, not deep. He's saving the one at backward point who comes in and picks up. And so Pakistan will be very anxious for the breakthrough, Misbah having won the toss and put them into bat. And when he said we will field, or it was not a decision he seemed to make with any doubt in his voice. He wasn't like a man teetering on the brink of shall I bat or shall I field. Here is Amir again outside the off stump, no stroke there from Hales, and through it goes to Sarfraz. They always say, don't they, that when you're in a situation like this, when it's 6-1, half dozen the other, and you're deciding what to do, that if you're a captain, you should go out there and think hard about putting the other side in, but when you win the toss, you bat.
It's the Australian method, wasn't it? 9 out of 10 times you bat, and the other time you think about it and then bat. So
I think Richie Bennett was one very much a believer in that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Dear old Richie.
I wonder what England would have done, whether they'd have had the same stats behind them.
And Mohamed Amir is in, bowls to Hales outside the off stump. He got out of that one very late. He very nearly went for a nibble, decided at the last moment and sensibly not to. 17 for no wicket England, who put into bad health this morning. Cook has got 10 of them. Hales has 7. And after another word from the eloquent ground swan, it will be Simon Mann.
Yeah, because Alistair Cook... Sorry, that's my button. Alistair Cook definitely is someone who believes in stats and will go to the statistician in the change room and ask for things like that. How often do teams win, fielding first, batting first? And with him so weighted in favour of bowling first here, I'm sure he would have done the same. Good morning, Simon Mann.
Good morning, Swanee. Nice to see you.
Always nice to see you.
Always nice to see you too.
Thank you, sir.
Here's Sohail Khan into bowl to Cook, and Cook gets one outside the off stump. He lets it go, and it's taken by Sarfraz Ahmed. Well, Cook at the toss said he would have batted first.
Yeah. Well, you always say that, don't you? It was the opposite to the...
I felt as though he was genuine, though. Okay. I think what happened was, especially about half an hour before the toss took place, it was quite sunny as well, and then the cloud comes over, and you wonder whether that puts a bit of doubt in the captain's mind. I mean, Michael was saying that he didn't change his mind in the half an hour leading up to the toss. You make a decision, go with it, stick to it. Here's Sohail Khan, right arm over the wicket from the Birmingham end, bowls across Cook, and Cook lets it go. And it's taken by a sprawling Sarfraz to his left-hand side. A Ben Stokes update. He was on the ground this morning. We're just looking around after Pakistan had put England in, just looking around at some of the faces. There looked to be surprise on Stokes' face as he walked off Pakistan's decision. Anyway, he'll miss the remainder of the Investec Test Series against Pakistan with the right calf strain. I don't think that's a great surprise to anyone with the Oval Test match starting next Thursday. He'll continue his rehabilitation with the England medical team during the Edgbaston Test this week. Sohail Khan bowls to Cook, bit of bat and pad in that as the appeal for LBW as Cook came half forward. Umpire says not out, umpire Oxenford. It's one of those that you have a shout as a bowler and you look to your captain and wicket-keeper and say, well, what about the review? But it just felt there's not quite enough in it for a review. They're thinking about it still.
He's trying to convince Misbah, who's at mid-off.
That's it, they've got it's gone.
In fact, Khan's a big unit. He looks like a bouncer in a nightclub or something, or a doorman. He's got broad shoulders here. I think if he
no,
it would have been a horrific review because there's a huge inside edge first. But he's the sort of guy you wouldn't say no to too often, I don't think.
No. Anyway, there's inside edge onto the pad, and I think Sohail Khan was thinking whether it was pad then bat. That was probably what was in his mind as a bowler. He's already got one of those this summer in England. 17 for no wicket. Here's Khan bowling to Cook outside the off stump and there's no stroke. Let me just finish the Stokes update. He'll now work towards being available for selection during the Royal London One-Day Series, which starts later this month. England play 5 matches against Pakistan after Pakistan have nipped over to play Ireland in 2 games. That's their preparation for the One-Day Series, which follows this series. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Sohail Khan who was bowling to Alex Barrow down at Taunton when Barrow hit him for 4 through extra cover.
LBW.
I was given out LBW. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Sohail Khan who was bowling. It was an extraordinary piece of cricket. It's a lovely shot from Barrow. Glorious stroke. Khan goes in to bowl to Cook outside the off stump. No stroke from Cook through to Sarfraz. 17 for no wicket. Cook has 10 and Hales has 7. Umpire just deciding the ball to brush the pad before the swing.
The middle of the bat had crunched it through the covers. Yeah.
I don't think Barrow was too chuffed with the
slightly
decision.
grieved as you walk on. Well, if it's out, it's out. If the ball's hitting the stumps, it hits your leg first. Young Alex, get your leg out of the way.
I mean, it's one of those in a test match that you might think about reviewing as a bowler if it was given not out, or as a batsman you think about reviewing it. But in a county match, as it was, a warm-up game, you'd think as a batsman you might get the benefit of the doubt. A bit more ruthless at test level, where you can check it with the technology. Sohail Khan close to the stumps, bowls to Cook. A nice looking shot by Cook, clipping that ball away towards mid-wicket, but straight to Yasir Shah, and there's no run. That would have sped across the Edgbaston outfield to the boundary. Really well struck by Cook as Khan strayed onto the pads. 17 for no wicket. Haven't seen you for a while, so what have you been up to?
Oh, I've been looking for you, Simon. I've been away with the family, with the brood of the flock of cygnets. Thank you very much for asking after me. Right. You do miss me when I'm not here.
It's always nice to see
you. You look very well as well. Have you been in the sun?
I have.
Very healthy.
Yeah.
Bristol.
I went a bit further afield than that, but it wasn't.
Not Swindon.
It wasn't entire. Here's Mohamed Amir, left arm over the wicket to bowl to Hales. Hales gets one that comes back into me, plays that carefully, but up towards mid-on, and there's no run. It was a nice holiday, not entirely successful though.
Oh really?
Yeah.
From which point of view?
Well, I had to have a crown, emergency crown, toothache.
Oh, so it's all about you. The family had a nice time.
The family had a nice time. Well, I don't think they did have a nice time actually while I was suffering with toothache.
Grumbly.
And then I managed to do something to the hire car as well.
Dear. Going forwards or backwards?
Backwards.
Oh dear.
Amir to bowl to Hales, and Hales gets one on his pads there and he clips that away for 4. Well, that's where you like them as a batsman. Nice friendly one on the hip, just swinging in, just ease through square leg out towards the Holly stand, and Hales picks up a boundary. Nice easy turn off the legs there.
I'll tell you what, it was time the living daylights out of this. I couldn't see the ball at first because I was looking more around the umpire. It had already flashed for 4. Just a little flick, as you say, a little turn of the wrist, but straight off the middle of the bat. So tell us more about this bollard you reversed into. Was it a bollard? It wasn't an old lady crossing the road or anything like that, was it?
It was fortunately it was a static object.
Excellent.
Rather than a moving one. There was a bench.
Was it one of these pesky high cars without reversing camera and
exactly,
things like that?
That's exactly what it was, yeah. That's the reason it happened. Hales onto 11, Amir bowls across him, and Hales lets it go by. It's taken by Sarfraz. Yeah, I mean, these days there are cars with a reversing camera on them.
Idiot-proof, you'd say.
Well, yeah, and this one didn't have it. And then they had
Hence,
that horrible scraping sound.
You know, during the Second World War, when they used to land a Spitfire, because of the way the nose peaked up, you couldn't see going forward, so they had to come in at an angle and then land, and then suddenly straighten up right near the end to land. So that was a high horsepowered fighting machine in the 40s that they could manage, and you've got a sort of hire car in 2016.
Amir bowls, and Hales pushes this into the offside, just short of Misbah at extra cover, and they scamper through for a single. They've done that a couple of times now to Misbah, picking out the 42-year-old in the field. 22 for no wicket. Hales goes to 12.
I think my point was there. Do you think society has been completely dumbed down?
Well,
the point where everything's done for you these days.
Yeah, you should be able to park a car without the reverse
absolutely.
camera. Yeah. Well, I think there's an element of truth in that. But you get used to it, don't you? You get used to having the camera there as your backup. Anyway, they won't stop inventing things, will they?
No, they
to
won't.
make our lives supposedly easier. Cook on 10. Amir goes wide of the crease and bowls to him. That's a gentle one for Cook on his pads. And all batsmen, even bowlers, like them there. Even the lower order, the tail enders, the number 11 would like one on his pads. It's the easiest shot to play for runs. I'll tell you what, Cook gets a single, he goes to 11, 23 for no wicket.
One thing that's a bit of a danger for Pakistan, having won the toss and bowled first, there was a bit of swing. The first half hour, if you don't get a wicket, you quickly start, especially the batsmen amongst your team, start getting the hump in with the captain a little bit, with the bowlers. Start getting a bit grumbly, a few fallouts, a misfield here or there.
At what point does it happen? When the scoreboard says what?
About first half hour, if there's no wickets.
Amir to Hales, and Hales turns this away. There's a man back now, Yasir Shah, deep square leg. Picks it up and sends in the return. And Hales gets another single. And so far, so good for England. 24 for no wicket. There's a little bit of swing for Amir, with the breeze as well. The breeze coming across the ground from left to right. 24 for no wicket at the end of 7 overs. Cook 11, Hales 13.
I'm off time. That's me done. That 10 minutes was my favourite 10 minutes of the last month.
Yeah. You say that to everyone.
No, I don't. I really don't.
See you later. Andrew's been on his travels as well, I think.
Hello, Simon. How are you?
Good morning to you.
It's been a week in the Netherlands. Watched some cricket. Netherlands, Afghanistan, out in Voorburg.
Did you plan your trip to watch that game, or did it just so happen that the game was on while you were in the Netherlands? Here's Sohail Khan from the Birmingham end to bowl to Alex Hales with 3 slips in the gully in, and Hales comes forward very carefully there, watchfully playing that to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Well, I actually planned to go and watch the game, collect another ground, collect another country. Fortunately, the game was finished in 2 days. Afghanistan beat Netherlands quite easily, so I had plenty of time to do a few other things in The Hague and in Amsterdam as well.
Right. Is cricket thriving out there, or did you get a sense of it still thriving out there?
Well, it was good, quite a pleasant little ground. There was quite a good crowd, actually, about 250 people at the ground, mostly Afghanistan's, but it seems to be carrying on as always, not particularly thriving as such.
Here's Sohail Khan bowling to Hales, and Hales is struck on the pad there, looking to turn that into the onside. It goes to forward square leg, and there's no run.
I mean, Netherlands has a long history of playing fairly decent level of cricket. If you go back even to the 19th century, they were playing games, international games. But they've always been at that sort of level. They've never really progressed up as like Ireland have done in the last few years, or Afghanistan have done. So they kind of maintain that level, don't they?
Good enough to beat England twice in World T20s, though.
Yep.
At Lords and Chittagong. 24 for no wicket. Tuffers has had time to put his muffers on.
Morning.
Morning again.
Morning, everyone.
Here's Sohail Khan. Past the umpire, up to the stumps, bowls to Hales. Oh, and he sneaks one past the outside edge there. Hales groping forward. And he plays the shot again in practice as he walks away towards the square leg umpire on what's a breezy, brightish morning now. Plenty of blue sky above. The weather's changed quite a lot this morning. We had sunshine, and then we had some rain and cloud, and now we've got a strong breeze blowing.
Where was the bench?
Just outside the place I was staying.
Oh, was it? Okay. Yeah. Not sort of on a motorway or anything, I was going to say.
Oh, no.
How can you hit a bench? That's usually sort of in the...
Well, I think that's what my wife said. How did you manage to hit the bench? 24 for no wicket. Hales 13. Sohail Khan. Oh, that's edge past third slip. Well, it's in the air. for a 4 slip, I'm not sure. It's gone down to the boundary for 4. Applause to the bowler. One of those moral successes for the bowlers, but one of the batsmen just don't care at all because it says 4 to their name in the scorebook. Now, was that, possibly a very low catch to a 4 slip? Just possibly. It's one of those that might have teased the third umpire.
Yeah, bit of bounce outside off stump. Would have gone to 4th slip. And one of those mornings that, as a captain, when you do decide to stick them in, that everything has to go to hand. And when it does go to hand, it's got to be caught. So Pakistan have got to be have those hands warm.
Here we go. The horse is rampaging around Birmingham city centre now. It's got out of the stable. The 4 slip's gone in.
There you go. Following it
after the event. 28 for no wicket. Sohail Khan bowls to Hales, who plays a lovely off drive. He hit that crisply, but it went straight to Misbah, the only man in front of square on the offside, preventing a run. A reminder, you can watch highlights of today's action and follow our text commentary via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website. And you can also find details of how you can sign up for text alerts on your mobile. Basically, as soon as a wicket falls, it comes up on your mobile. You want to follow that wherever you might be, actually, not just in this country, but abroad as well. 28 for no wicket. I know people heading off on their holidays like to keep up to date with the cricket. Cook 11, Hales on 17. Sohail Khan bowls, and it just comes in a fraction from outside the off stump. Hales let it go by, but it started just wide enough for Hales to get away with that. But Sohail Khan strapping right arm over the wicket bowler.
Yeah, he's a big lump.
Yeah. Well, a good delivery, that last one. End of the over. Scores has gone off the board for now. It's one of those slightly frustrating test matches. You look around for a scoreboard somewhere.
28 it is.
28, thank you, Andrew. I think there should be a scoreboard showing the score at all times on all test match grounds.
Yes, at every corner. All 4 corners there should be a scoreboard.
We've got 2 big screens here. What are you looking at?
Did you see that implement that the groundsman had out there when we were
the yellow thing?
Yes,
as it's officially known.
Is that like what is it? The stimp meter in golf?
What does it do then?
I think it measures bounce. But I mean, all you've got to do is bounce the ball on it, isn't it? Really, very, very high tech.
Rahat Ali's going to bowl. So Wahab left out by Pakistan. I'm not sure if there was any injury there or there was simple dropping. Rahat goes into bowl to Cook, and Cook plays that forcefully away into the offside, picked up by Yasir Shah away to his left-hand side. If you've missed the Pakistan team news, they've made 2 changes. Shan Masood deemed not good enough at the top of the order.
Jimmy had actually tears in his eyes when he heard that. Jimmy Anderson.
Did you ever have a bunny rabbit as a batsman?
Ooh.
Someone who just used to turn up and bowl, he barely needed to bolt down the other end before he walked off?
I got Mark Waugh out probably the most in my bowling career, but I wouldn't actually call him a bunny. No. I think he had about a couple of hundred at the time most times.
Rahat bowls outside the off stump, crashed away by Cook. He doesn't even bother running for that. It was short and wide, and it got what it deserved. He hit that through extra cover. You normally expect batsmen probably to hit those a bit squarer.
Yeah, he saw that very early, didn't he? Short, wide, no pace off the pitch, all the time in the world. Just a rock button cut, that one of Alistair Cook's favourite. I wonder how many 4s he's hit in his career through there like that. Beautiful shot.
Crashed away, raced through extra cover region.
Bit sort of violent for Alistair Cook, really, this early on, isn't it?
Well, he was freed up by that second innings at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
32 for no wicket. Cook to 15. Rahat bowls, that's a better delivery, forcing Cook into defence, although he was looking for a single towards mid-on. Too close to the fielder though, no run.
He had a wry little smile, didn't he, at us as we was... He said 20 minutes ago it was bright sunshine.
That's right,
as he walked past us. I was quite interested in listening to Michael there, saying that, half an hour to go till, you keep your same, decision whether you're going to bat or bowl if you win the toss.
Rahat's bowling from the pavilion end, past the umpire, up to the stumps, bowls to Cook. Oh, Cook lets that one go. That was so close to off stump. The bowler can't believe it, nor can the wicket-keeper. Goodness me, that was so close.
I wonder if he changes his heads or tails as well. I should have realised that. Should have asked him that.
Well, in the UAE, remember he lost 3 tosses, and they felt like big tosses out there because of the conditions and the
pitch,
the heat. Good pitch, chance to make a lot of runs. I can't remember if he changed or just stuck with it, just hoping that. And the thing is, if you're you can get a nice coin, can't you, with sort of weighted on one side, so it always comes down tails, can you?
Really? I haven't seen that.
I'm sure you could. I'm sure you can make one. Cook bowls a beauty. Rahat bowls a beauty to Cook that left him. And it goes past the outside edge and through to Sarfraz. I'm not suggesting they did that. I'm just saying you'd be tempted to, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Get a special coin.
That's actually gone off the pitch. It did look dry and tufty out there. I reckon there might be a bit of seam movement in this pitch. Just looked like it was dotted about with little tufts of grass and then just carried beautifully through to the keeper.
Yeah, lovely delivery.
Yeah.
It's that rank long hop outside the off stump early in the over. He's just sorting it out now. Rahat Ali. He's bouncing in from the pavilion end and bowls to Cook. That's another superb delivery. Gets the inside edge, past the stumps, down to the fine leg boundary before. Well, he was lucky to survive that.
Yeah, it's great delivery.
I thought for a moment it bowled him.
Yeah, just nipped back on Alistair Cook. Just managed to chop it down, and I think they sort of chopped it over the stumps.
Over the top of Midland leg, down to the fine leg boundary. Scores have disappeared again because it's the end of the over. What is the score, Andrew?
36.
36 for no wicket. Now it's always a special day when you make your Test match debut. I'm sure you can remember it out on the field, Tuffers. Well, it's a special day for Dan Norcross because he's making his Test match special Test debut today, and he is next.
Yeah, fantastic couple of deliveries there by Rahat Ali, jagging it about, making the ball talk. Looked the most likely of the Pakistan bowlers to get a wicket. Dan.
Hello, Tuffers.
Hello, mate.
Hello. That was an extraordinary over, wasn't it? It's going to be Sahil Khan in again to bowl to Alex Hales. He's got 4 slips in. First delivery from this over is pushed up to mid-on. There's no run. Would you like a guard? A guard? You were talking about that yellow machine.
Yes.
I think it's like a kind of hygrometer for pitches.
Hygrometer?
Right, so hygrometers measure the amount of moisture in the air.
Right.
But it was being plunged into the ground with 3 little spikes.
Oh, okay.
To try to establish the amount of moisture that there is in the pitch.
Oh, I thought it was just sort of...
You thought it was just do it on a length and make life difficult for the batsman, yeah. So Sahil Khan is in again, bowls to Hales. Oh, pokes at one outside the off stump in the channel. It goes through to the keeper, no run. What a curious morning we've had. I mean, the first sort of 25 minutes, batsmen looked very, very comfortable after the controversial decision, you might say.
I know.
To bowl.
There was a sharp intake of breath out there when they went. Yes, we were out there, and it was like, yeah, and like that, and all the England players were smiling and everything as Pakistan elected to bowl first. But if they keep bowling deliveries like that, they might get it.
Well, I was in a minority of one who wanted to see England bowl this morning. I mean, I haven't got to see England bowl this morning, so I wasn't as surprised. I'll come on to why in a minute. As Sahil Khan is in again, bowls. Oh, and he's beaten them again. Has he got an edge on that? He has, and Hales has gone. It was absolutely beautiful delivery in the channel outside off stump. He didn't get his feet moving at all. He got turned round, got a little edge on it, through to the keeper. And there you go. Pakistan have got their first wicket. That'll make them feel considerably better. England, 36 for 1. Hales goes for 17.
Yeah, great delivery down the channel, as you said. Good length, just making Hales poke it. Poked at one beforehand as well and got away with it, but that one just clipping the outside edge. Fine little feather through to Sarfraz. Hales goes for 17 off a 13-1. And they've just got the ball shaping a bit now. They've just got it shaping and also just kissing off the surface. When we was out there this morning, the surface looked a bit grubby and a bit dry, and a little bit of live grass as well. So if it hits one of those, it might just take off a bit. But breakthrough for Pakistan.
Well, this happened a bit, did it not? Here last year. Hopefully Andrew will be able to remind me at some point when he's finished doing all of his writings. But it wasn't immediately that the Test match came to life for Edgbaston last. It was after half an hour, 45 minutes. And it's just as the ball has just started nipping around all over the place. The previous over from Rahat Ali, who I thought was quite unlucky not to get the new ball, given he had the new ball, and then the new lad comes in. And that, by the way, is his second wicket, I believe, which will take his average down from it was 245 at the start of play.
It's down to 128 now.
128?
Yeah, well, there
you've got to be pleased with that.
Yeah, that's a good delivery.
That's a good day's work. Get your average down by 117 if you're a bowler.
One ball. Happy days.
Good grief.
Well, perhaps the roller might just the effects of the roller might be wearing off a little bit or something. It's just started to jag about a little bit.
Well, the next hour and a quarter could be very interesting up to lunch. We were discussing what Pakistan would think that they would need by lunch, and obviously 40 minutes in with England 36 for none, it wasn't looking too healthy. But with the ball moving around now, this could be a very intriguing passage of play. We've got 4 slips, backward point, short extra, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg to Sohail Khan as Joe Root has come to the crease in obviously ludicrously good nick after a 254 and 70, what was it, not out? It was a lot.
Yeah.
Sohail Khan is in now. First ball to Root, who clips it beautifully off his toes, but to a diving mid-wicket who parries it. They'll come through for a single as the throw comes in. They get there comfortably enough. He's timing it nicely, isn't he, first ball?
Don't miss that, though, because that was hitting middle stump. There's that little bit of shape and a little bit of movement, and just clipped it, Joe Root, off a good length. If he'd have missed that, that was knocking all 3 over. But as he said, he's in such sparkling nick. Absolutely mid-wicket.
It's a good diving stop, actually. Otherwise, that would have been 4. So he saved 3 runs there. 4 slips stay in for Cook. He's got, Andrew.
It was 71 not out in the second.
71, so he got 325, didn't he? Which is the most in a Test match. That
it was the 5th most for England.
Fifth most for England.
Good day at the office.
Sohail Khan is around the wicket to the left-handed Cook, who clips his first ball beautifully straight. Back past the bowler. What a shot that is. That's going to run all the way up to the boundary for 4. That's gone to the right of mid-on. He's hit it probably about 6 or 7 yards to the right of the stumps as we look at it. Full face of the bat. Super shot.
Little punch drive. Just let the ball do the work there. Really laid that big bat on it and just punched it back through mid-on. Beautiful shot. No risk there. Really just make sure you get a good bat on it.
Touch too full from Sohail. He sort of
hails his dismissal again.
Yeah, you're not happy?
Well, you just feel he's going to nick off, don't you? We said it.
Yeah.
Been saying it for a while now.
Sohail Khan in to Cook, who pushes at one on the off stump, pushes it into the offside, and they're going to come through for an easy single. There's lots of space out there in the offside. That completes the over, a successful one for Pakistan. 42 for 1, Cook 24, Root 1, Hale's the man to go. Yeah, so it's slightly different insofar as he wasn't quite driving at it, caught a slip, was he? But he's still nicked off.
Yeah, and then it's sort of part of the, well, it's part of the territory, isn't it? Opening and batting, you've got the new ball, and the pitch might be doing a little bit, especially if they've won the toss and decided to have a bowl. But I don't know, he's got to work on that. Just that outside off stump looks a little bit too easy to nick off in a strange sort of way. I'm not quite sure whether you know what I'm talking about, but some batsmen just look like they're a little bit edgy out there, and he still
credit
does.
to the bowler, though. I mean, because
good
he
ball.
Sort of turned him round and touched him,
good ball.
and he was poking sort of defensively at it.
But that's what
the full-blooded drive.
That's what openers do, though. Yes. They sort of sit there and go, well, you're going to get one of them. You're going to get them. You're going to get them.
You as a bowler clearly have resentments on that front. Rahat Ali's going to start a new over. Bowls to Cook. It's short, punched off the back foot. And straight to Misbah, extra cover. There's no run. Score remains 42 for 1. 4 slips stay in place. We've got a cover, a short extra, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a long leg. So, we were saying, or we were about to say in the lift, you'd said to start with, Pakistan are going to need to have 3 wickets at lunch to justify the decision.
Yeah.
And I agreed with you entirely, but I always thought it's slightly unfair. I'll explain what I mean after this ball. There's Rahat. Runs away from us to bowl to Cook, who cuts beautifully. It wasn't even that short. It was short, but it wasn't that short. And he's climbed into that, smashed it along the ground through the offside for 4 more. He's looking in fantastic touches, Cook. Yes, what I was going to say is that if they go, if England had batted first and Pakistan had got England 82 for 2 at lunch, you'd probably think that's not bad for Pakistan.
Yeah.
But they win the toss and bowl again, 82 for 2. We sort of think, not quite done their job. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, because because of the decision, you'd like to think that there's a little bit more in their favour, don't you? As a bowling side, you generally fancy getting 3 wickets if you stick them in.
Yep.
If they're 1 wicket down, you start looking around and having a little go at the
captain
or the powers that be. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, what sort of decision is that? I told you we should have batted first. Yeah.
And it all becomes Brisbane.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's in the dictionary. Becomes Brisbane.
Ali bowls get a wide delivery outside the off stump. Swing it away. and left alone by Cook taking in front of first slip. No run.
What would that be under? Yeah, sort of nightmare scenarios. Perhaps that might come up under. Yeah, he's done a Brisbane.
Well, yes, there's a few of them, aren't there, in Australia? Because you can't really say the word Adelaide to a number of my chums without them quivering like chinchillas facing a death sentence. It's no picnic, I think. The word Adelaide does not help. That brings back a number
cricket?
of...
Cricket to do with
cricket.
cricket?
Oh, to do with cricket, yes. Yeah. Rahat Ali bowls again. Thick edge, lands just in front of fourth slip. Turned Cook around a little bit. That another ball just shaping away. Rahat Ali's getting some interesting, decent movement here.
Yep. Didn't bowl very well up at Old Trafford. I think the running on the pitch threw him slightly, didn't it? I mean, he got a couple of warnings, I think, if memory serves me right. And it just sort of lost his angle, but he seems to have worked on that, and he's just got holding a lovely line to Cook, just getting that bit of shape, bit of nip off the sort of kiss off the pitch as well.
It's bowled well. He's into his second over. He's conceded 12 runs, but he's looked threatening. And he's in again to Cook, and that's wide outside the off stump. Doesn't tempt Cook this time. He lets it go through to the keeper. It was Fuller that time, and there's no run.
So Adelaide's in there, isn't
it? Oh
it?
yeah, Adelaide. Well, there's the really horrible one, isn't there? When did Collingwood not get a double 100? And
yes,
and then we collapsed on the last day.
Right,
I watched
Brett
all
Lee.
of that, of course, at home.
Yeah,
and yet you really resent that when you've been up all night. That's sort of 6 in the morning when the final coup de grace occurs, and you look around. And it's England in early December. Rahat Ali is in, bowls that's pushed off the back foot to short extra. Misbah does the fielding. There's no run. It completes the over. A decent over from Rahat, albeit one containing a beautifully cut 4 from Cook. 46 for 1. Cook has 28. Root has 1. Yeah, and there's nothing really much worse. The test match ends, and I was at a pal's house in Islington, and I walked out into the street, and it was about 7:15 on about the 12th of December. You know,
nasty.
Oh, when it's going to get dark at 3:45, and you're absolutely
probably was still
exhausted.
dark, wasn't it?
It was still dark at that point.
Watery.
The light was about to go, and I was just about to go to sleep at that point, miss all the light, and wake up in the sort of to find it's sort of 7 degrees, and England have lost a Test match that they should never have lost, and we're then going to go on and lose the series 5-0. Great. Sohail Khan is here, bowls to Root, who plays a fullish ball off the back foot, and with an angled bat to backward point where Yasir Shah does the fielding. No run.
There must have been one redeeming factor.
It was Collingwood's 200.
Oh, well, did that sustain you?
Not totally, no. No, I hadn't bought any Christmas presents either, so there was all that to look forward to. It was an unremittingly miserable time in my life, actually.
Was it?
And I blame the entire England cricket team for
it. Better now, though.
Yeah. Oh, much better now, yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I've forgiven many of them. They know not what they do to us, toughers.
Wow.
You were one of them once. Sohail Khan is in, bowls to Root, who lets that ball go through outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and there's no run. No movement there from Sohail Khan. He's now into his 6th over. Would you expect Sohail to come off and maybe the try Amir at t'other end, at the Birmingham end?
Well, he's bowled pretty well, hasn't he, the right hammer? I like to see a right armour as well. I think you need a right armour as well. Okay, the 3 left armours were all good, but I think sometimes, too much of a good thing, you need that little bit of variety. A balanced attack, isn't it? That's the whole point of cricket.
Well, also, you're kind of hoping that a bit of rough outside the left-handers.
Yes, always helps
England
as
have
well.
got a few left-handers.
Yeah.
Here is Sohail Khan running in towards us. Bustling run. Bowls the ball full and straight, which is played by Root with some certainty. Backward point, no run.
And, of course, if you have a load of left-armers that only one of them swings it back into the right-handers, you're taking out quite a lot of potential LBW decisions, aren't you, going your way? Like a percentage.
Yes. Well, did they not say? I think there was a graphic at Old Trafford where something ludicrous like under 1% of balls were shown to be hitting the stumps in England's first innings.
That's right.
Which, that does take out 2 modes of dismissal.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, not great on the odds front, is it?
No.
Sohail Khan is in again to Root, who drives this ball nicely. It was fallen on off stump. He's got it past the diving Sohail Khan. He'll pick up at least 2. I think they will settle for 2. It will be no more, and England move to 48 for 1. Root to 3. But what do you make of them leaving out Wahab Riaz? Well, is that the right move, do you think? Rahat maybe gets a bit more shape?
Yeah, I mean, one thing he doesn't do is swing it back in.
Right, yeah. He's a classic across
He's
the,
a quite
across
classic,
the bows.
yeah, lively pace, nose and toes, good bowler in sort of in subcontinent conditions where it reverses. So perhaps they just thought he was getting a little bit samey, and just fancied, as you say, just something. Variety's the spice of life, isn't it? So
they say that.
Yeah. I mean, because Amir will look to swing it back in, so will Rahat Ali, and go across. But where Wahab is just the kind of the pace man, isn't he?
Yes.
Just looks to sling it across and then get reverse, and England played him pretty well at Old Trafford.
Sale Khan is into Root again, who...
he's edged it and has been taken at first slip. He wafted a one outside off stump. He's got a thick edge. It's been taken at first slip. England have lost their second wicket, 48 for 2, and it's not looking like such a terrible decision to bowl first after all, Phil Tufnell.
No, not at all, especially as the sun's just come out and Joe Root gets one just back of a length, just outside off stump, little bit of shape away, straight back, one of Cook's sort of trademark shots on his toes, off the back foot, trying to look to punch it through extra cover, and gets a healthy edge. Caught first slip. Perhaps it's just come out. He's come out and shot a ball there,
Yes.
Joe Root, really.
Well, literally the first ball.
Yeah.
I mean, as you said, he took his first ball off middle stump.
Perhaps you say you're in that sort of headspace where you're in such good form, you're feeling like everything's hitting the middle of the bat, but there's a decent delivery, and just again that little bit of seam movement, just that little bit of nip off the pitch has done for Root.
Can we say that England maybe are a little bit sketchy on playing against right-arm pace bowlers?
Well,
'cause
it's been a while.
Yes.
Maybe this is a cunning master plan after all. Do the
There you
sucker
go.
punch.
That's
Do
right.
three left-arm seamers for 2 Test matches, then bring in the right-armer. I mean, Root managed to rein himself in so well at Old Trafford in that 254. He wouldn't have played that shot until he got over 150, I think.
Well, they've had a diet of left arm seam probably in the nets. Everyone talking about how to play, and then all of a sudden you get a little right arm seamer who swings it a bit at a decent pace. Yeah, and
It's a huge wicket as well, isn't it?
Well,
I mean, Misbah talked, didn't he, a lot in the last couple of days about how Root and Cook were the key men. Now he's got one of them out, and it's not even 12 o'clock on the first day, and
managed to catch it at V's as well, which is handy. You don't want to be
it was
dropping now.
It was a nice one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was about sort of shin height or knee height or so. Got both hands to it. He didn't have to move any distance to take it.
This boy's under a bit of pressure as well,
isn't he? And the slips will be extremely intrigued. Their interest will be piqued, let us say. There's 4 of them in as Sale Khan comes in to bowl to James Vince. His first ball, he pushes out defensively with an angled bat. It's running down towards the third man boundary. Yasir Shah's after it. They'll pick up 2. Cook will turn for 3. He's coming back for 3. It's going to be quite tight, but he's going to make it comfortably enough in the end. It brings up England's 50. They're 51 for 2. Vince is off the mark first ball. But another successful over for Sahel Khan, whose average, Andrew, must be plummeting by the minute.
It is.
Yes.
Well below 100 now, just 89, and obviously a career best for him as well. First time he's taken 2 in an innings.
89, so not for him. He will not be labelled the Pankaj Singh of Pakistan cricket. You remember him?
I do.
Poor old Pankaj.
Yeah. He was another big lump, wasn't he?
He was quite a sizable fellow, yes.
Yeah.
He was fairly stout. I thought he bowled quite well for his sort of none for 350.
Yeah.
He was rather unlucky, I thought. I can't remember what his exact figures are. I dare say Andrew can dig him out at some point. Not non-urgent, that one. 51 for 2. Cook 28, Vince 3, and England just a spot of bother here after a very bright start. I blame myself. I've taken both those wickets with my second ball and then my third over.
It's not down to you.
No, sure.
Honestly, it feels like it sometimes.
Well, I'm unbeaten. I'm unbeaten in ODIs, so I was taking the credit for that. So I'm afraid I've got to take the discredit or whatever it is for this. Rahat Ali is in to Vince in the channel outside off stump, and Vince very carefully leaves that alone. Goes to the keeper, no run.
Going to be interesting to see. What an opportunity now for James Vince just to silence a few critics that have been creeping up on his batting about nicking off outside the off stump. Put that away. Put that away for this innings, James Vince, until you get to about 70 or 80, a little bit like James Root did at Old Trafford. Let them bowl to you and then just knock them off. So it's going to be interesting to see if he's learned.
It's going to be a trial of wills, isn't it? I think, because they're presumably going to push it outside his off stump. He's got 3 slips and a gully waiting for him, and he pushes at this one on off stump. It's a little bit straighter. He probably did have to play at that. And he plays it back past the bowler, but it's fielded. The fielder running round from mid-on. There's no run.
You can almost feel that he wants to have a dart outside off stump. He's only come in. You've got 2 days to bat, James Vince.
If you want to see those dismissals, by the way, you can watch them via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website. There are highlights up there all day to see, along with our commentary. Now that's quite alarming because that means you can't afford to make mistakes on radio commentary anymore. because you can now hear our commentary against the actual pictures. I'll explain what that means in a minute. A hat has fallen off. A hat's fallen off Mohamed Amir just as the bowler was running into bowl, so that delivery will be bowled again. Andrew, you're poised.
Well, Pankaj Singh took 2 for 292 in that series. 274 runs before he took his first wicket he conceded.
Yeah, so he did have an average of 274. Is that what's the highest average anyone has ever had at any given time? Sorry, that was cool of me. Right, Ali bowls. Shortest ball outside the off-stump, the keeper. No run. Let that be a lesson to you, Andrew. Give me no information.
I'll remember that, yeah. There's
Sorry.
a chap called Anwar Hussain who went for over 300 runs without taking a test wicket.
But he never took one, no.
Never took one, no.
So his average remained... what do we call it? We call it infinity or no average?
No average.
No average. Yeah.
Infinity and beyond. Yeah. Don't want that on your tombstone, do you?
Mike Atherton
never got one. Never got one.
Never got an average. What a cheery thought, Tuffers.
Yeah, tough.
Rayad Ali is in again. It's on the pads of Vince. He works it into the onside. There might have been a single there as Mohamed Amir moved quite slowly to his right to field, but in the end they probably prudently decide against it. 51 for 2. Did Mike Atherton, didn't he have something like 282 or something?
He did at one stage. You got 2 for 307 or so Atherton then. Anwar Hussain 0 for 307.
307. Now that's a famous score as well. Who got that famous 307? Bob Cowper or something?
Bob Cowper got a 307 for Australia.
That's it. Sorry, I'll leave you out of this.
Bob Cowper. You've been doing some extra research.
that was a while ago. Right, Ali, down the leg side is flicked at by Vince. He misses it. Good take by Sarfraz as he moves to his left.
It'll never last. It'll never last.
Yeah, 51 is also an important number. England were bowled out for that once against the West Indies. But let's not... Every number is...
that was.
Well, wasn't there not 51 in,
there was a 51
2009, I think.
Oh, was there?
I think
That's right, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Basically, every number in cricket has some significance. I could go on like this all day, and people would switch off instantly. Right, Ali has 3 slips and a gully in. He comes in the bowl to Vince, who leaves one a little bit closer to his off stump. It was the right thing to do. It's gone through to the keeper. It completes the over, the third of Ra Hats. It was a maiden, none for 12 he has. England 51 for 2. Cook has 28. Vince has 3. And commentary continues now on 5 Live Sports Extra, on digital radio, digital TV, online and via the BBC Sport app. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast, and I am leaving you now. And I'll be taken over by Ed Smith after these words from Phil Tufnell.
Very well played. Well played there. Nice little debut knock there. Fantastic. England in a little bit of trouble. Pakistan after a slow start, I think perhaps because there might be a little bit of roller wearing off, have just got the ball to start talking a little bit. Ed, what do you think? Good morning.
Afternoon, Tuffers.
Oh, afternoon, sorry.
Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I think one of the things that's happened is that the lack has come off the ball, which often I think Pakistan bowlers prefer bowling with a slightly older ball. And I think the heavy roller's worn off as well. There's a noticeable shift at about, I don't know, 40 minutes into play when suddenly the ball started to swing. And that actually accounted for both England's batsmen. Hales just nicked off a good ball, just caught a feather of the bat. And then the second man to go, Joe Root, who perhaps almost might feel he went out playing like a man who was in too good form, really, where beautiful timing, took on a back drive and edged it straight to first slip.
It must be difficult, having not known what it's like to be in a purple patch of run-scoring form, how you then perhaps rein yourself in a little bit and just try to tell yourself to start again every time. Here's a man who'll probably know.
Let me fill you in, dear listener, that was not addressed to me, but to Michael Vaughan. Tuffers has got a mischievous look on his face. The interesting thing, Michael's just settling in, is that Joe Root actually managed that perfectly. He was in prime form at Lords, 2 loose shots cost him his 2 dismissals, and then slightly reassessed the situation for Old Trafford, reduced risk and played almost perfectly for 254 in the first innings. Today he looked like he was, certainly assertive from the get-go. Afternoon, Michael.
Yeah, afternoon, everyone. I guess, right arm over. First time they've seen right arm over for the series. They've been playing with the 3 left armers. Half an excuse, but Joe will be sat in the dressing room thinking, why? Why did I just give myself just a little bit longer? And sometimes at Edgbad, this pitch is such a good one that. But every now and again there's a ball, just one that just does a little bit. I thought Hale's got a beauty. And that one I'm showing, it just bounces a little bit more, and it draws you into playing strokes, this kind of surface. And you do, I mean, you look back over the years, there's been many batsmen who play, you get beautiful 30 and 40, then get out playing an expansive strike, because it does draw you into playing more aggressively.
Because it's good ball to hit boundary, good
you just see it's great
on.
visuals, you know, the bounce is true, and as I said, just every now and again the odd ball will just do something that you didn't expect, but Joe was just a bit aggressive too soon.
There's a deep point just behind square for Alistair Cook. Sohail Khan, who's taken both wickets, is ready after the drinks break, past the umpire, and bowls now, and Cook just turns it round the corner behind square on the onside for an easy single. This would be a real test for James Vince. It would be a test of every element of his batting. I think not just outside off stump, but also his alignment on the stumps. He looks quite precise, a little bit anxious about his footwork. A lot of scrutiny and attention on his technique. He's just patting down the pitch now.
Well, it's funny with Vince, isn't it? Because actually, you'd say that Hales had the scrutiny of the technical side. Vince has had, you know, his technical looks fine. It's been his mentality of what shots to play and what not. He's been very aggressive playing that drive on a regular occurrence.
Khan in now, and Vince nicely turned into the onside, but can't get it past mid-wicket, who's Yasir Shah, as we welcome back long wave listeners. Although I wonder if there's a connection, Michael, you know, between technique and shot selection. I think people who feel really rock solid, it helps your judgment.
Yeah, I mean, but you don't look at Vince's technique that, you know, he's got technical faults. He gets forward, he plays straight. He's just been playing some loose drives, and that's just been a mental thing. Just don't play the loose drive wide of off stump. Put it in the locker until you get on plenty.
Sun breaks out here at Edgbaston. Fantastic atmosphere in the ground. Here's Khan, right arm over, bowls. A little in-swinger, and Vince slightly inside edges it. It was nowhere near the stumps. It went fine to Sarfraz, the keeper, running round to his left-hand side. Single.
Where Sohail Khan has been really good is that he's just got the ball to nibble. He's just got the ball to seam. You know, the left armers of Ali and Amir in particular just try to swing the ball, and it wasn't swinging a great deal, whereas you can feel that he's quite a strong shoulder bowler. He runs in with a lot of shoulder work and just smashes the pitch, and he's just got a little bit of movement, which has been difficult for the batsman to face. I mean, the conditions look perfect for batting, so Pakistan to justify bowling first will think, well, they've got to bowl England out today. If it's justified. If England are still batting at the close of play, well, they'll be in problems.
Khan in now, bowls to Cook, who dabs it on the offside, takes a quick single. Very good batting. He's excellent at that, the England captain. He's a good judge of a run, and like all top opening batsmen, he knows how to just find the gaps, rotate the strike. A really nicely set up match now. Pakistan having won the toss, surprised a lot of people by having a bowl, and they've justified that decision. 54 for 2. Actually, Sohail Khan does remind me, Dan Norcross made the point earlier on, at Pankaj Singh, who played that one test for India at the Ageas Bowl 2 years ago. Here's Khan in now, bowls and beats the outside edge with a beauty. Exactly as Michael Vaughan was saying, there's a little bit of seam movement. A big strong man hits the pitch hard, and he's caused real problems for the England batsmen this morning. It's just a beauty, it's just angled in and seamed away.
Well, you just hope as a batsman that, just that extra bounce as well off a length, that you just hope that you miss it. You know, Hales unfortunately got a feather on it.
Sure.
That occasion, James Finn's got a little bit lucky and missed it.
Didn't do anything wrong there, Vince, actually. We watched it again, he didn't chase it at all, he held his line.
You're going to get the odd good ball, aren't you?
Sohail Khan in now, bowls, and Vince plays it nicely straight. Sohail throws down a right boot, traps the ball, picks it up. And that's the end of the over. 54 for 2. Alistair Cook 30 not out. James Vince 4 not out. A little bit of rain around before the toss, so that's cleared up now. We've got high clouds and broken sunshine.
I wonder what Yasir Shah's thinking about the decision at the toss. I mean, bowled first at Old Trafford on a flat one with no footholes or anything to aim into. Got dealt with by the England batsman to come here. Captain wins the toss and he starts to have a boy. He must think, oh, cheers. You look back to 05 when Ricky Ponting decided to bowl third with Shane Warne in the ranks. Point out again to...
It's not a bad field, actually, for Cook. 4 slips and a deep point. Rahat Ali in, bowls now, good line and length. Cook turns it on the onside. Tumbling stop at mid-wicket and there's no run. Yeah, I think that's actually not a bad field to Cook. He's obviously a very efficient player off the back foot, particularly square of the wicket. So to have someone just behind square, it's not a defensive ploy. And you have 4 catches and then a wide, whether he's called it a wide third man or slightly backward of square, deep cover. Cook's looked in good touch this morning. 30 off 37. He's been unruffled and efficient in everything he's done. Rahat Ali in now, bowls full ball, hits Cook on the pad, huge appeal outside the line, I'm pretty sure. Totally defeated the England captain. What was your feeling there, Michael?
Yeah, just outside again, just a good length from Rahat Ali, and just nips back and it just clips Ali. So whether he gets an inside feather on it as well, you know, I think if Pakistan get the England captain now, it'll be a terrific morning, just a bit high as well. It hits him on that inner thigh. Again, just the ball just nibbling. Ball a good length, you'll always get something out of a surface here at Edgbaston.
Cook again, still and calm at the crease. Rahat Ali in now, full ball, push driven. Nicely played, classic trademark Alistair Cook. Nothing more than a firm-wristed punch through straight mid-off, and it goes all the way for 4. If Geoffrey Boycott was here, it was classic opening batsmanship where he didn't overhit it, no flourish, control, understated off drive.
Yeah, I just think playing that's why you see, you know, the cover going out on the boundary more consistently here at Edgbaston than many of the other grounds. It's just a lovely place to bat. You just hold your shape. So Cook there, it's just everything's inviting to you as a batsman. You just see down the ground as a great option, square of the wicket with the long square, it just races along.
Ali again, wide of the off stump, Cook not tempted. 58 for 2, Cook 34 from 40, Vince just getting going 4 from 11. It's been a mixed morning in terms of balance of power. England relatively untroubled, then Pakistan had a good half an hour before the drinks break. Sun's come out and it seems suddenly an easier place to bat again.
What the ticket sales like today? Have they 15,000 sold for today?
Ali in again, bowls, and Cook just dabs it on the offside, thinks about a single. Probably would have got there because Misbah's 42 and lolloping across to his right-hand side of the extra cover. I doubt he'd have run him out.
Well, I think that's the line to bowl to Alistair Cook. It's, if you can imagine a 5th stump, I think you just hang it in there all day long, full of length. Just try and draw Cook to play away from his body. We know how strong he is on the leg side, we know how strong he is with the cut shot. It's just that channel, isn't it? It's the corridor. Target the corridor.
Rahat Ali, straight approach, bowls now, full ball, Cook right forward, watchful. Right outside the line of the ball, nicely played to Misbah, who keeps the ball, the Pakistan captain, at the end of the over. 10 past 12 there, 58 for 2 England, inserted by Pakistan. There's a really good atmosphere in the ground today, I think, with the series poised at 1-1. Sense it's a really absorbing series. Uncertainty about whether the, you know, how the winning captain would decide to use the toss. Real air of expectation and watchfulness around the ground. Hopefully a few more people will come in later. The Eric Holly stand's got quite a few seats empty at the moment. Full by the side screen. Sohail Khan in now, bowls, and Vince plays nicely late. Dabs in the offside. Very good controlled forward defensive shot and a no ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes, you know, the toss is generally batting is the way to go in Test match cricket. But yeah, for instance, if England had bowled first this morning in those conditions, having done what they did to Australia on this ground with Alex Vanson, I'd have gone, yeah, I still would have batted, but you could understand it. With Pakistan's attack being so favoured towards Yasir Shah, that's why I found it very strange. You just want to bat and just try and create some kind of rough for Yasir Shah. I said at Lords they got 339. That was very, very competitive. And that forced England into playing the poor strokes because there's just that little bit of pressure of the scoreboard.
Khan in again, and Cook off his hip. He's been very effective there today. Just in front of square, Yasser Shah keeps it single for Cook.
So if your attack is geared heavily towards, I guess, all the experience or expertise being in the seam department, you can understand bowling first. But when your attack is so geared towards an outstanding leg spinner, well, you've basically got to look at the pitch and go, right, we've got to give him best use of whatever it's going to be. When is it going to be? Right, it's going to probably be third, fourth and fifth day. Right, we've got to try and get it into those. So that's back first. That's why it was such a strange decision. That's why Ricky Ponting in 05 was bizarre, because of Shane Warne.
Vince back on strike. Still at the crease, waits for Khan, who's in, and Vince just runs it off the face. That's the area where he has to be careful. He's now practicing the leave shot. He actually played it softly, so the ball went down, but it was off a thick edge. It's a fourth slip.
You can look at opportunities, don't you, Ed? And you looked at the opportunities that Hales, Vince and Ballance got. You know, the three batsmen under pressure, if you like, in the England side, and batting first at Old Trafford. I don't think they could get a better opportunity on day one, or in that first innings to get a score. And I think it's very similar here. It's doing a little bit, but nothing. I'm sure this will be Sahel Khan last over. What's he bowled now? It's into his 8th over. It's a long first spell.
Here he is again, Khan bowls, and a good ball, a little bit of a way swing. Vince judges it well, leaves outside the off stump.
And I think this is where you need game awareness, and Vince has got to be looking at that score and go, right, he's bowled 7.3 overs, 2 for 28, he's bowling well, I've got 3 balls. I can't see him bowling a 9th over. Just get out of these 3 balls, make sure you stay in. Mohamed Amir may come on, Yasser Shah, you might get 2 or 3 nice juicy ones early. But Sahel's bowling so well, you've just got to give him these next 3 balls. Unless he bowls you a real rank bad ball, yeah, you have to smash it to the boundary, but just see him off for 3 balls, knowing that there'll be someone else coming on that you might get a few nice deliveries to hit.
Spot on. Here is Sahel Khan in now, bowls, and Vince plays it well on the back foot, up on his toes. Very assured looking shot. Yeah, I think one of the reasons why it's been one of the better spells of new ball bowling for Pakistan in the series is he's bowled length. I think with the 3 left armers that have bowled, they've gone searching for wickets and they've almost got a bit frustrated. Well, sometimes in England, there's a bit of rain around this morning, pitch has been undercover. It's actually, you can't be an intelligent bowler, you can only be a dumb one. Actually, if you just bowl a length over and over again, you get your reward. And that's what he's done today.
It's a Gussie Fraser style pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Gus Fraser, just nibble it on and around that 4th stump. In and out nip.
Absolutely. Khan in again, wide of the off stump. Maybe he's just tiring a little bit. You can hear a grunt as he lets go of the ball. Real effort bowler. It's actually an English style seamer, as Michael's suggesting there by alluding to Gus Fraser, the great Middlesex and England seam bowler.
You'll be on his Christmas card, Lidge. You've just said the great, I like that. Some of us call him a trundler.
I'm going to say he's a great bowler.
Yes,
well, yeah, he averaged 27. He probably bowled more balls for Middlesex than he might have done in a different era of central contracts. He'd have probably played more test matches, been less injured. And
I used to love him in the West Indies.
Up and down.
Yes.
Khan in again. Vince plays once more on the back foot, up on his toes. It's pretty slow when it's banged in. I was having a chat at the end of the over, 61 for 2 with David Lloyd, you know very well, Michael, and he said that the machine that measures bounce, it was 2.7 last year when Stephen Finn bowled so well here, and it was 2.2 today. So it's a mixture of hardness, density and moisture. There are the 3 things it tests for. And it didn't feel like a hard pitch, you know, when you tap the bat sometimes you get that high-pitched ting.
Yeah, there's not a great deal for short here.
Yeah,
you get your rewards by doing exactly what Sahel Khan's done, just run in, whack the top of off as many times as you possibly can, probably on most pitches actually. You get some good rewards for that, but it's not a pitch that you generally go looking to bowl the short stuff.
Rahat Ali, close to the stumps, bowls now, and Cook, well, beautiful shot, pure timing, all across the square. That'll go for 4. That's probably one of the shots so far of the match. Just nothing wrong with the length, little bit straight, middle and leg. Cook made a very late adjustment, turned his wrists almost like Sachin Tendulkar. The ball raced away. Shot of a man in form.
Yeah, I think this is the problem with Rahat Ali. He just can't stay consistent on and around that 5th stump for long. It just keeps, whether it's just his action, whether it's his concentration, only he can tell you, but he's just not consistent enough drawing Cook forward.
Ali in again. That was a good swing to the ball and full wide of the off stump, trying to tempt Alistair Cook into a drive. Doesn't do so. 65 for 2. Cook 39 from 45. Vince 5 from 17. Tells the story. One batsman in purple form, the other just finding his feet. I think you're absolutely right about Rahat Ali. He's bowled some good balls, but doesn't really just stay asking the same question over and over. It always gives you a ball to hit. Here he is from wide of the crease, another good one, swinging away, but Cook leaves alone.
I know it's easy from up here, but if you can just lock in those last two deliveries and just stay in there to Alistair Cook, you've got half a chance. You know, we saw Mohamed Amir at Lords in the first innings. In the nursery stand, he just bowled a lovely consistent spell, and then Alistair Cook went at the drive and got the inside edge back onto the stumps, but you've just got to hang in there to him. Best floodlights in the country here, Ed.
Circular ones.
The ease.
Rahat Ali in now and angled it, a little bit of nip. Cook slightly fell over it and got an outside edge out to deep point. 40 for him, 66 for 2. Yeah, going back to your point about Cook, I mean, you know, it's very easy to say from up here, as you suggest, but if you had a very simple plan to ask Cook, you'd say, if he's going to get 100, make him do it cover driving. And if he does that, then you can say, well, we've not pulling and cutting and clipping off his legs. Which is
just try and force him to play that cover drive. Exactly right. Probably just a little bit short of the half volley, and just say, right, just hang in there.
I felt a bit the same about Graham Smith. Rahat Ali in now, and Vince gets over mid-wicket, but only just. He picked his fielder well, because Yasir Shah is only about 5'5", but it was a slightly strange shot. He hit it nicely enough. He just clipped it directly over mid-wicket. What do you make of that, Michael?
Well, it's just a little flick, isn't it? Absolutely right. I'm not too sure if there's any of the Pakistan fielders would have been tall enough to take the catch. Maybe a Misbah.
Joel Garner.
Yeah, they've not got Joel in the side, so I think he'd have got away with it with pretty much all the fielders. Again, it's this pitch, you just always see the ball and think, yeah, I can just relax and play your strokes. You've got to be very watchful and careful. Just leaking runs though, isn't he? Rahat Ali, you just look at the figures now, 4.5 for 25. It's just always ticking along the scoreboard when he's got the ball in his hand.
Wide of the off stump, and there's that cover drive. It's the length. That's the problem for Vince. That's exactly the shot that he's edged 4 times for about 40 runs. 2 have been dropped in the last 2 matches, and that's the one that's just back of a half volley. You can't resist it, and it's very wide as well. I don't think you can play a straight batted shot to that ball.
It's one of those things. It almost seems to be when he's hit 1-4, he feels like he can hit every ball for 4. He looks like the player that he's going to keep telling himself he's on naught. Just keeps to the low. Look, he's played one iffy shot there and got away with it. He's still on 9 by just playing orthodox cricket strokes for the last half an hour. No, he's just got to stay in his bubble and not try too much. Not try and play the expansive drive, and if he can just stay in, he'll always score because he's got so many scoring options. Amir is going to replace Sahel Khan, and it looks like you're being replaced, Edward.
By Simon Mann.
Thanks, Ed. So 40 minutes to go until lunch, 70 for 2. It's been a morning full of interest. Things happening out there, runs flowing as well. And that battle to get on top. Now Cook has a look around the field. There are 2 men back on the leg side, fine leg and deep forward square leg. Yasir Shah's down there. I haven't seen him bowl yet. And 4 slips in for the edge. And here's Mohamed Amir looking to a big strike for Pakistan. It's guided away by Cook down to the 3rd man boundary before. Well, if you watched Alistair Cook bat, you'll have seen that shot played many, many times. Not trying to hit it too hard. Softish hands, slightly open face, using the pace of the ball.
Well, I think Cook will be just wandering around there thinking, well, this is lovely. He's on 44 off 48 deliveries, and I don't think he's played an expansive stroke yet. And Mickey Arthur, the Pakistan coach, has only said yesterday, well, they've got new plans for us. Well, I haven't seen it. If anything, they've gone more leg side. They've given him more opportunities just to play his orthodox game.
Amir bowls to Cook, and Cook comes forward, driving up towards extra cover, where it's picked up by the skipper. And there's no run. Immediately, Sarfraz Ahmed runs behind the stumps to have a chat with his captain.
I think 4 slips is a little bit over-exuberant at the minute for Pakistan to cook. I think 3 slips would be fine, and then you can have your backward point a little bit finer.
Yeah.
Have a short extra cover, or someone just, you could play your man out onto the boundary at the cover point as well, just to kind of nullify that boundary that we've just seen. 4 slips is for the kind of wicket that I think that it was doing plenty. It's not.
74 for 2. Cook on 44. Amir bowls to him, and he comes forward and turns that. A ball outside the off stump, but coming in with the angle. Back with a square. Yasir Shah's onto it. Sent in the return to Sarfraz. And they're through for another run. Shouts of no ball are going up from a few spectators in the crowd every time Amir runs in.
If you look at the pitch is dry, Simon, and it's quite blustery.
Yeah.
It's everything in the favour of the batsman. That's why, the pitch was one thing you look at, obviously, as a captain, but you look at your attack. What's the best thing for our attack in our team? Well, I always think that Pakistan need to get runs on the board, and then you look at these conditions. It's so difficult to bowl.
Well, 75 for 2. Vince on 9. 3 slips in the gully. Amir goes in, bowls to Vince. It's fullish outside the off stump. That tempting line and length for Vince. He lets it go. Taken by Sarfraz. It is noticeable how windy it is. And Helen Willets, when we spoke to her earlier, said it will be a windy day at Edgbaston today.
Look at those trees on the far side. They are
being buffeted behind the scoreboard at the far side of the ground. If I'm playing cricket on windy days, was really unpleasant, wasn't it? Yeah.
Can't create any atmosphere in the field.
No, it's hard to stay together as a fielding side. Wind rushing past your ears. Here's Amir bowling full and outside of Vince's off stump again. He ignores it.
Well, it's that carrot, isn't it? He's had 2. He's had that one drive from Rahat, which I'm sure he'll be thinking, right, try and put that back into the locker. And you see what Mohammad Amir is trying to do to him. He's just dangling it. He's just saying, come on. There's a few slips waiting for that drive. Big gap there. He's saying, look at that gap. You can hit the ball into that gap. It's even Misbah at mid-off's quite wide. So there's plenty of opportunities for him to play the drive, but he's got to be so careful doing so. He's got to make sure it's right under the nose.
Amir from the Birmingham end bowls to Vince outside the off stump again. Vince lets it go. I mean, Vince knows he knows the tactic. He knows why it's been bowled there. He knows what's coming from Amir. Not every time, but he knows Pakistan's tactic. It's a question of whether he can play the right shot to the right ball.
Well, so far in the series, I haven't seen Amir now and again, but not consistent. I haven't seen them produce a spell where they're just going, right, we're just going to stay in there. They look like the kind of bowlers, Rahali and Mohammad Amir, they just want to keep bowling that glory ball to get the wicket, which will always give you an opportunity. It might get you out, but they'll also give you opportunity to score. Sohail Khan was perfect, because he was like, right, I'm just going to sit in. I'm just going to sit in and just keep saying to you, come on, play some big strokes. Not going to give you any freebies.
That was the last ball of the over. 75 for 2. About 18 overs. And now Cook on 45 faces Rahat Ali bowling from the pavilion end. He's up to the stumps now, and it's full. Wide of Cook's off stump, though. It allows it to go by. During the lunch, we're going to be talking about the different ways people can get involved in cricket, take up the game, talk about participation in cricket. Michael's going to be joining us at the end of lunchtime as well. Matt Dwyer, the ECP Director of Participation, will be with us, and we'll hear about Last Man Stands, the largest amateur league in the world. We'll hear about a cricket mums night, Ramadan cricket, played at night, and how counties are reaching out to the Asian community. Here's Rahat Ali bowling. Cook is struck on the pads, appeal for LBW, he's giving him out. Just for a moment there I thought he got outside the line, but up went the finger from Joel Wilson. Pakistan think they've got a 3rd wicket. Cook's strolling down the pitch to have a chat with Vince. And what's he going to do?
Yeah,
looks as though he's reviewed it.
I think it's just because he's so important to the team. It looks pretty close to me. It looks like the ball's nipped back, caught him on the crease. Very similar to the way Alex de Kock used to get out to the left arm as channel, one that just nips back.
Delivery. Mark, you can go to front
on
spin vision.
Is the 3rd umpire for this test match. I'm seeing a front view of this now.
That's
looks like no bat involved. You can go to the hotspot leg side if available, when it's available. no mark on the hot spot, you can go to the RTS.
Well, Cook's walking
mark.
off.
Yeah, he thinks he's out. And we've seen it on the big screen, and it looks a good
No
shout.
spike,
It really does.
no spike. You can go to the ball tracking.
Well, this is the big
no
moment.
Spike. Gentlemen, no bat involved.
Should be confirmed out.
Oh, on the just.
Umpire's call.
Umpire's call and wickets hitting. He's out. Cook given out. My initial feeling was he might have just got outside the line, but it was umpire's call for line. And of course, once you've been given out, then it's a big problem for the batsman. So Cook is on his way. That's a big blow struck by Pakistan. Cook LBW for 45 to Rahat Ali. And Pakistan have stayed in the game this morning, and they picked up a third one.
Well, they have, and again, just a little bit of seam. That's what you get at Edgbaston. It just catches him on the crease. But if you actually look at the previous 6 balls that have been bowled to him, he bowled channel to him, dragged him out there, and that's the way to bowl to Ali, is to Cook. You drag him out there and then stay patient, and I'm pretty sure if you look to the seam that was produced by Raleigh, it was for an outswinger, and he just got the wrong side of it. And you see, so often Hoggard used to get loads of wickets with it, try and bowl an outswinger, get it the wrong side, it nipped back into the right hand's LBW. It's exactly what happened there. So a little bit of fortune, but you know, you keep hitting the areas in a consistent basis, well, things do happen here. That's what the pitch always suggests. You've always got an opportunity, always got a chance. A batsman, you know that you're getting, you can score quickly and freely. You always think you've got boundary options available. Well, this is the partnership to watch, isn't it? Vince and Balance, both players really scrapping and trying to find the way in Test match cricket. Balance with a lot more of a record behind him, but still just trying to find his way back into the Test team. And
well, we're back to where we were at Lords on that final day, what proved to be the final day, with the cream gone, Cook and Root, and then it's up to Balance and Vince, wasn't it? For a while they did a good job, and then Pakistan managed to break through, get Vince after lunch, and eventually got Balance as well, and England subsided. But 2 players under a bit of pressure here, have to dig England out of a bit of trouble. 75 for 3, Rahat Ali bowls wide of Balance's off stump, exaggerated lead, and he kicks away some turf by the crease. So Balance yet to score. Vince on 9, Cook out for 45, Hales for 17, and Root for 3. Andrew.
Just 52 balls for Alistair Cook for his 45 with 8 fours. His strike rate in the series has actually been 72 compared to his normal strike rate of 46.
Like Warner.
Warner-like, yeah. And in fact, if you look at since Hales has been on the side, Cook's overall strike rate is 55.5. Hales is 45, which isn't what you would have expected.
No. Rahat bowls to Balance, and Balance gets a full swinging ball. In swinger to the right hander, away swinger to the left hander, and it started quite wide, so he was able to let it go.
I think Simon, for the good of the England team going forward, yeah, they prefer to be 75 for 0 or 1, but I think for the team to really develop, they have to have contribution from 4 and 5. You know, this pair, one of them has to get a score in these kind of conditions on a first day pitch. Yeah, he's doing a little bit, but nothing untoward. And if they ever want to have long Test careers, this is the day, isn't it? You go and get 100 on a day like this where your team are in a little bit of trouble.
Balance waits, bat raising, goes back into his crease and edges that just short of the gully. Well, it took a genuine thick edge there, but it dropped short of Yasir Shah. And he knocked it away. And a close thing for Gary Balance. His first over at the crease. Squared up.
His technique's all over the place there, Simon. Played like French cricket, didn't he? There's a few who's been on the beach playing that style of play for the last few days.
I expecting a Test match at Edgbaston. So a bit of pressure hit on England here. 75 for 3.
Although the cricket habit makes 1 and 1 bounce. Could have been out.
Could have been out, yeah. Rahat bowls, and it's a more comfortable delivery there for Balance, a bit shorter, and he's able to get in behind it and play it defensively up towards mid-on. Successful over for Rahat. And Pakistan have chipped away at England's top order in this opening session. 75 for 3. And just back to our lunch chat with various people, you can let us know about any special leagues or events that you're involved in, how you get people playing at your club. That's coming up in half an hour's time.
You know what my big thing is, Simon? Extend the season. Why can't we play cricket till the first week of October? Why do we just stop kids cricket, league cricket? Why do we stop in early September? Not enough played in school holidays. cricket has got to be, you know, on the ECB, they've got to lead. So, you know what, next year, September the 29th, is an international
That's right,
match.
there is,
so
yeah.
why can't we continue with the leagues in September, particularly junior cricket?
It is a very short season, especially with the weather sometimes. Amir bowls close to Vince's off stump, going across him. And Vince lets it go through. Just battle that's going on here between Amir and Vince, with Amir pitching it up just outside the off stump, bowling it across him, trying to draw the drive. Of course, not his only tactic, of course. He could do an in-swinger to surprise Vince as well if he could produce one. 75 for 3. Vince on 9. On this blustery, bright day. Some blue sky above. Amir bowls across the batsman again. And Vince, at the moment, not to be tempted, allowing that through to Sarfraz. So out today for England. Hales was caught Sarfraz, bowled Sohail Khan for 17. That was a lovely delivery, took the outside edge. Root tried to force one off the back foot, nicked it to first slip off Sohail Khan, taken by Hafiz. Root out for 3, and Cook, LBW, in that previous over to Rahat Ali. Umpire's call for impact, and then on to hitting the stumps given out. So it stayed with the on-field decision, and Vince drives a ball that's full. That one was a bit close to him, a bit fuller, and he hits that square of the wicket before. It was nearly stopped by Yasir Shah, possibly should have been stopped. He did hit it very hard, timed that nicely. It raced away back with a square. So just seeing the replay, it was a fraction wide of Yasir Shah. He gave the sort of indication that he was going to stop it, but it was nicely played by Vince. Back with a square, though, whether he was looking to play it there, I'm not sure, but anyway, hit it cleanly. And the ball raced to the boundary for 4. Score goes up to 79 for 3. And Vince to 13. Amir bowling from the Birmingham end, got 4 slips in. He's bowling to Vince now. Vince has a feel for that one. And it goes past the edge and through to the keeper. Good morning to Geoffrey Boycott. You probably hear him sort of mumbling a bit in the background.
Slightly worried about Vince, if I'm honest. We've seen him get himself out, or can't stop himself driving at wide balls outside off stump, because he puts his foot down about middle and drives through the covers at balls outside off stump. That's fraught with danger, unless, like the last 4, the ball is so full you can't miss it.
Amir into bowl to Vince. Vince gets another one that goes across him and he lets it go.
But what has concerned me, if I'm watching as a selector, his captain, his coach, what have you, is I'm looking for, not his talent, we know he's got some shot playing ability, but you're looking for how people's brain, have they got a cricket brain? He's got out driving twice outside off stump. And he's not altered his guard like Joe Root did. He got over to off stump to negate the angle, play it mid-off and then onside, didn't he? Not go through covers. He's not done that at all so much. Now he's just got over.
Amir bowls to him.
That's better.
Lets it go.
Now he's just got over. Just as I'm talking. And before, when the bowler was bowling from this commentary box end, pavilion end, he went to drive at one and then went to try and stop himself outside of stump, but he'd already played the shot. It was too late. At least that told me he was trying to think about it, but he should have done all that working out in the nets beforehand. And this is what the selectors were working for. I mean, the head coach has been saying, and Bayliss, that look, it's no good just looking pretty and then keep getting out driving outside off stump. He's got to get runs, hasn't he? I didn't look, I'm not his boss, he is. I just listen to what they say, and it's same as me. He's got to work out how to improve, how to not keep making the same mistake.
New over from Rahat Ali to Balance. He's with him now. It's full and Balance drives. Goes straight to Misbah, the only man saving a run in front of square on the offside, and there's no run. Well, just remind us where Vince is in his Test career in terms of runs scored and individual innings, highest scores. Andrew?
All right, now he's got 143 runs at 20.42.
Ooh, that's riveting. That'll win a lot of matches.
So what is he in his...
It's in his 8th innings. High score of 42.
Yeah, you can have a couple of failures early on, but then you've got to give the selectors something, haven't you? You've got to give them something to see how you're improving. They know you're not the finished article.
4 slips in the gully for Balance. Rahat bowls full. And Balance lets it go.
By that I mean, very few people start as a great player. They have to start their career, but you look for something something that looks, oh yeah, he looks all right. He can play. And you think about somebody like Joe Root when he first played. He got out and what have you. People saw things that now he's a world-class player, isn't he? And you're just looking for something in him, and give us something that says you're improving. You've
this
got
is
a
the day,
good
isn't
cricket
it?
mind.
This feels like the day.
Yeah, especially when your top 2 world-class players are out, then somebody's got to do it.
7-2 offside field now for Rahat bowling to Balance. He comes forward and plays that rather suspiciously in defence, away on the offside.
If they don't, and every team sees when they play England live on 2 players, Cook and Root, they're going to say, right, focus Cook and Root, I would every time, because I think I can get the others out, or they'll get themselves out cheaply. Get those 2, you're halfway to winning, aren't you?
Well, it's a fascinating time to watch England's top order, the struggles that are going on there. Plenty of successes, but plenty of failures as well. Rahat bowls to Balance, who puts the bat there, and almost lets the ball come to him, plays it with soft hands, he edges it down into the gully. And it's picked up by Yasir Shah. We haven't seen bowl yet. It's the 21st over. They've used the seam bowlers so far. No doubt we'll bowl an over or 2 before lunch. This is Rahat's 7th over.
Just got it to just do a little in the air, just a little shake. Not enough, but if that's all you need. Glenn McGrath bowled like that all his life. He didn't do a lot, but he kept getting it in the right areas. He didn't give you much to hit.
There's plenty waiting for the outside edge. 4 slips in the gully. Rahat bowls a bit shorter, and it's nudged by Balance through the vacant mid-on area. I'm saying he's bowling to a 7-2 offside field, so you can get it into the onside. There's likely to be a gap somewhere, and there was through mid-on. So Balance is off the mark, and England are 80 for 3.
What do you make of Hales' batting?
He got a good one today, didn't he? I mean, you've got to be fair. You've got to be fair today, Jeffrey. We were on at the Lord's Test match, and Cook got a similar ball in the second innings there, just in that area outside the off stump. Here's Rahat bowling too. Vince, who's back and playing defensively towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. He's obviously got his struggles, hasn't he, at this level?
He's always going to be up and down.
20 minutes to go until lunch. 80 for 3. Balance has 1. Vince 13. Jeffrey, you're going to be joined by Henry.
Good. Alex Hales will always have struggles. He'll have moments when he clatters runs, but he'll have struggles against the top order bowlers, the new ball bowlers, because his footwork is not the best. For an opening batsman, when the bowlers are fresh, usually the best seamers are bowling, the new ball, race seam, any swinger seam, freshness in the pitch, bowlers fit as a butcher's dog, raring to go. Your footwork, your technique has to be at its best, certainly for the first hour or more. And his leaves quite a bit to be desired. That doesn't mean he's a poor player. He has some shot playing ability, but he's going to be up and down his career. I think he doesn't strike me as a natural opening batsman. Might be better at 5, Henry.
Who knows? And it's Balance now, facing Amir, who's in. Balance drives and is going to get runs. He's going to get 4 runs, scrabble wicket on the offside. He played that with his leaning a little bit back. He wasn't wholly in control of the stroke. He went away just behind square. Got a lot of bat on it, and Yasir Shah goes back and fields.
Yeah, he's looking to shovel it to the onside, though, Henry, looking to get the bottom hand in. If you watch, he's looking to shovel it to mid-on, and it goes straight off the face like a firecracker, doesn't it? Backward point, 4. 4, fine, you take it. Not convincing.
Wasn't, was it?
He is a bit of a, can I say that without being nasty, a bit of an ugly duckling. I've seen a lot of him. I got him to Yorkshire, everybody knows. I got him in Derbyshire. But he'll just fight, he'll work, and he's mentally strong. He's real gutsy.
84 for 3, Balance 5, and here's Mohamed Amir again in outside the off-stump. Balance blows no stroke to that. And sanity prevails, you might say, and through it goes out to Sarfraz. 84 for 3, and England put into bat, and it's not been a good morning for them. Cook, LBW bowled Rahat Ali 45. Hales caught Sarfraz Amir bowled Sohail Khan for 17. and Root caught Mohammed Hafiz, both Sohail Khan for 3. Sohail Khan 1 for 245 in his 2 test matches before this one. 2 wickets before lunch, well bowled him. Here comes Mohammed Amir in, bowls, balances forward. Again, rather reaching for that. It wasn't a smooth stroke, and he went straight to Yasser Shah there with those big, massive white sweatbands round each wrist. He's fielding at backward point. And have you had a nice few days, Geoffrey, in between the 2 test matches?
Yeah, I've been fine.
Playing a bit of golf?
No, I haven't. Just getting my back right. I hurt it, so it's
oh dear.
fine. Touch wood.
Are you okay?
Touch wood, yeah. I hurt it here in 68, so I'm back where I hurt it against Australia in 68. It was out over 2 months.
And here's Mohammed Amir again outside the off stump, no stroke there from balance, and through it goes to Sarfaraz. Are you having treatment? Or is
no, it's finished now, and touch wood. But don't do anything silly like fall down the steps, I'm fine.
Well, I've had a disturbing tweet this morning from someone who tells me that in that BT tower there's a peregrine falcon that resides there and eats the local pigeons. I think the hand of David Lloyd might be in that one. I don't know. It might be Bumble sending me up. But we can't have pigeons being eaten by a peregrine falcon. That's really not on. And it's Mohammed Amir again in, bowls, balance drives. Nice, that was a better stroke. It's going down towards the extra cover boundary, and Misbah is after it. He won't stop that. It goes into the boards, and 4 is signalled by umpire Bruce Oxenford from Australia. Queensland played 8 games for Queensland as a leg spinner, and that was a better looking stroke.
That was excellent cricket by the bowler as well, teasing him outside off stump, not too full, but he played it beautifully. Didn't try to work it, he met it with the full face of the bat, good stride, body weight forward, went through mid-off. I mean, you're never going to miss it. He played at mid-off, left arm seamer, played straight back to the bowler at mid-off. You've got every chance of hitting it in the middle.
Well, balance goes to 9 now. It's 88 for 3, and the sun sweeps back over the ground, making the whole thing look lovely. As Mohammed Amir is in now, bowls to balance, go on the back foot, plays into the covers again. That wasn't the happiest of strokes. You heard the ooh from Geoffrey alongside me, and
he gets squared up, and
wasn't he?
He's always looking to work with the bottom hand. He's always looking to shovel it on side, front foot, or he was on the back foot there. But I'd say, listen, let's have less of the bottom, more of the right shoulder, right elbow for you, and let's see you play straight to the bowler, straight to mid-off, because that's where it's coming from. You know, if it was a right-arm bowler over the wicket, I could see play it back to the bowler and mid-on, but not when it's left-arm.
Well, it's now going to be Rahat Ali again from this end. We're at the pavilion end, sitting high up at the top of the pavilion. This was roughly the view that we had, although we were lower down the original commentary box here at Edgbaston all those years ago. Here's Rahat Ali in now, both to Vince on sort of middle-ish stump, coming into the batsman. He plays it away to the right of mid-on, and they go through for an easy single, provided both batsmen responded instantly, which they did. 89 now for 3. And the field changes over there for the left-handed balance. Umpire Oxenford going left, right, left to square leg.
I mean, the quality of the cricket is excellent. It's hard to say this, Henry. We'll probably get about 27 overs in or something by lunch, will we, Andrew? Something silly like 13 and a half an hour.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
It is. I mean, but the quality of bat and ball is really interesting.
Rahat in, bowls that to balance. Balance goes back and plays that down the offside rather reluctantly, as Geoffrey says. He very much thinks in terms of leg side.
If anybody could, just with the ICC or England or somebody, just say, listen, this is not on. We want to make this product even better. Let's have more overs. You get an even better product because, you know, the runs scored per over now is as good as it's ever been for years, isn't it? And then because of one-day cricket, they're playing more shots so they get out. There's wickets. Look at this morning. We've had nearly 90 runs and we haven't got to lunch yet.
And it's Rahat Ali again into Basso. Comes and hit on the pad. There's an appeal. And not out.
Did he nick
Umpire Wilson, I think that looks probably the only reason why he would have said not out. Balance was moving across his stumps.
That looked very adjacent. I think he must have nicked it. He looked very close.
Anyway, I think they've decided they're not going to appeal. Sarfraz Nawaz, the wicketkeeper, came up.
It's a big nick, look. Big nick. He caught him a bit on the crease. He didn't get forward quick enough. It hit him as he was moving, but it's the nick, you see.
So I think that would undoubtedly have hit the stumps. But as you say, if you play the ball, you are not out. So a little bit of luck for Balance there.
They bowled better this morning, Pakistan, haven't they? Better than the last test. And yet there's not that much in the pitch. Maybe a little uneven bounce. When I say uneven, very slightly, the bounce is just a little different.
Rahat in again, bowls, Balance, drives beautifully straight. That's 4 runs. It was just to the onside of the stumps, and there is no way anyone's going to stop that. That was a lovely shot.
Yep.
And a little bit, perhaps a tiny bit of bottom hand there, but fair enough. He hit it more or less back into the V where it came from. And 93 for 3. And Balance now goes to 13. And we got Vince on 14 at the other end. Vince rehearsing a few strokes. He wants to rehearse a few leaves, doesn't he? One outside the off stump. He doesn't want to go nibbling after that. He simply can't help himself, though, on the evidence we've had so far this year. And Rahat it is, changing step at the start of his run, as he always does. He's in now, he's up to the wicket, he bowls, and Bounce plays that away nicely off his pads through the mid-wicket gap. They go for 1, and they come back for 2, which is all they will get. So 15 to Balance, 95 for 3.
See, I would be saying to the bowler, look, you're bowling nicely. Just get it over offside. I want him to play through the covers. Not through mid-off, that's all right, it's safe. And mid-on, straight, that's okay. I want to get him out of that V comfort zone. I wanted to get him hitting it wider, through the offside. So just drag him wider.
Yes, and then if the bottom hand comes into play, he's in all sorts of trouble, isn't he? And that's Skip again as Rahat is in, running away from us. He's up to the wicket now, he bowls, and Balance makes a late decision to leave that alone outside the off stump, shaping a little bit towards the slips. The end of the over, 95 for 3. Balance has got 15, and Vince has 14.
But you see, when he bowls that line, the last ball, he leaves it, because he's already got runs in the over, hasn't he? But if you bowl it there consistently, and the pressure is on him, he's not scored, and they've not scored at the other end, and then sometimes they have a little dabble at it, don't they? But if they score in other places, then they think, leave that, that's all right. So it's about of understanding how to build pressure on batsmen.
So, Yasser Shah, the leg spinner, coming on. We've got, just about 10 minutes now until lunch, so we'll have a couple of overs. And it's always the way spin is introduced, isn't it, as an afterthought, an apologetic afterthought, just before the lunch interval, or whatever interval it is. But Yasser Shah was a little bit apologetic, wasn't he, up at Old Trafford, where he really didn't bowl that well, wasn't allowed to bowl that well. And whereas at Lord's, 10 wickets in the match, and he really, not single-handedly beat England, but it was a major part in Pakistan's victory, along with Misbah's 114 and Shafiq's 73 in the first innings. And England were, to some extent, the batsmen mesmerised, to a great extent, in fact, by the leg spin of Shah, but on a pitch, really, which wasn't turning very much. And it'll be interesting to see what happens now. At Old Trafford, a bit neutered. The skidder didn't really skid through. Twirls his arms like a windmill, those sweatbands gleaming in the sun, one on each wrist. And here he is coming in again, up to the wicket now. He bowls, and it's short, and Vince goes back, hammers this into the covers. Fielded there with the fielder coming off the cover boundary. Not a very good throwback to Sarfraz, who goes forward, takes it on the half volley. And 1 run there to Vince, who goes to 15, all these two, and the total 96 for 3. Sun back with us. It's sun followed by cloud, and going across the ground. Bit of wind too, the trees all round the ground. We can see these lovely trees now fluttering in the breeze. The flags are fluttering, and many of the crowd sitting in white hats, and there's quite a lot of shirt sleeve order too, because it's a warmish day. And it is Yasser in, bowls there, and Balance just defends from the crease, pushing back on the onside, and Yasser Shah goes forward towards short mid-wicket and picks up.
It's very important how he bowls. We know he was a match winner at Lord's. Last match, England played him brilliantly. he was over-bowled, he was tired, his second innings he couldn't drop it properly, he's had a week off, he has to bowl well.
And Yasser Shah in again, bowls, balances forward, pushing it back down the onside, the bowler fields.
And why does he have to bowl well? Because they've only got a 4-man attack. They can't move for anybody else.
And umpire Oxenford already having a word, not more than a word, with Yasser Shah, saying, hey, watch it, don't run through on the pitch. He got into a bit of trouble, didn't he, at Old Trafford?
I would say if I were Barron, let him.
And here is Yasser again into balance, reaching, thrusting forward, pushing that one straight back down the pitch to the bowler.
So it looks a nice pitch to be playing wrist spinners on. It don't look to be a big turning pitch, this.
Go and get your pads on, Jeffrey.
Yeah, maybe in 3 days or something, but now it's a good time to be playing a wrist spinner.
And Yasser is in, he's up to the wicket, he bowls and held that one back a bit, but Balance was there, waited for it and again pushed it back just on the onside of the pitch.
I mean, if it doesn't turn much first day, his leg spinner, then you should be able to see his googly because the handle have to come right over, and he actually negates a bit the slider. The slider's just going to come straight on.
Here he is once more, in, over the wicket, bowls, and balances forward, pushing that away through just to the square of mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. And the score at the end of that over goes on to 98 for 3, and Balance has got 16.
It's 4 and over, is it? Is it? 4 and over. Just think, we could get, I don't know, 16 overs an hour in. You know, get to another 5 overs by lunch, another 20 runs. It's such. There's so many ways to stop all these empty seats and to make the product even better and better. There's lots of empty seats, Henry.
Yes, I know.
I mean,
and I look round there, the Eric Hollis stand, they're even more
Test
glaring, aren't
matches
they?
years ago, you couldn't get a seat.
I know.
They were
I know.
queuing up, standing up, when we didn't have health and safety. Thousands.
17, 18 overs now?
Yes.
That sort of thing,
17 was
wasn't it?
easy. It was easy, just normal.
And it's Mohamed Amir coming on now from the pavilion and in bowl. Oh, and actually balanced. Give him credit. He got out of the way of that quite well, didn't he?
I was just telling Michael Vaughan, who played for Yorkshire but born in Lancashire and all that. I said we used to play Roses matches in the 60s, 30,000 at Old Trafford. I used to watch them on the balcony when we were batting first, queuing up in there were long lines and I used to say, listen, if I get out first over, all them will miss me. There were that many. There were thousands coming.
Well, you didn't do a thing like that very often, but Jeffrey,
I
did you?
did. Peter Lever got me out one Roses match. Got Jack Simmons at first slip. I can remember it.
Mohamed Amir is in now, both to balance, turns that way through mid-wicket, and they're going to get a couple of runs here. They might just get, no, they won't. 2 is what they will settle for. Quickly fielded and got sent back in to Sarfraz, and Balance has got 2, which takes him on to 18, and the total now 99. Is that for 3? Indeed. Jeffrey, the way you said Michael Vaughan, then born in Lancashire, you said that in a way that was like sort of left a bit of a taste in your
I
mouth.
wanted to say that he's like both of us, isn't he, Yorkshire Lancashire? We're very friendly between each other, but it was competitive, between members and supporters and committee and players. But no, we were pretty friendly, but not when we were playing. It was highly competitive.
I wonder if the Pennines knew what they parted. Here comes Mohamed Amir again. Oh, my goodness me. And Balance drove at that. He reached for it. It was outside the off stump. Jeffrey's hands go up.
Oh,
everyone's hands go up in the slips. It's taken by Sarfraz, but he didn't, luckily for him, get a nick.
Beautiful bowling. Went wide of the crease, and somehow Balance didn't spot it. He went wide of the crease and tempted him. His foot didn't go far enough across. In fact, he shouldn't have been driving it. It was a little wide. It was a real, what I call that tempter. And that's the area you want him to play.
It was, I'm afraid, a typical balance stroke, but an off-balance stroke, really. And it's Mohamed Amir into him again, and this time you could see him again wanting to work that leg, away to leg, and playing across the line, the bottom hand taking control, hit him on the pad, and went away towards the gully. And it was Shafiq there who comes from full slip and fields.
Oh, wonderful cricket morning. All those have come, they like the challenge of bat and ball together. Looks a pretty good pitch to be batting first, so Pakistan made a bold or stupid decision, whichever way. I tend to feel that they were a bit frightened of Jimmy Anderson bowling them out.
That may be. And Mohamed Amir in bowls, balances forward, and that goes down to Misbah there at mid-off. One thing I love at Edgbaston, the old scoreboard, which is nesting in front of the floodlight pylon. The floodlight pylon looks like a sort of, I don't know quite what, something out of a Star Wars or something, or maybe Jaws, I'm not quite sure. Anyway, the scoreboard there, it's the shape of a little cottage you'd find in the country with all the scoreboard lights. It's lovely. It is Edgbaston in a way. When you see photographs, you know that must be Edgbaston because of the scoreboard. Mohamed Amir is in, he bowls, balances forward, opens him up, he uses both toes pointing back to the bowler, pushing it down to Misbah at mid-off. It is the end of the over, 99 for 3, Balance has got 18, and Vince has 15.
Well, if that looks like Jaws, Henry, you must read some funny books. I'd like to know what you read.
Well, I mean, okay, I know. But what am I trying to say? It's a sort of one of those...
What's like one of your cranes?
Well, you know, those
like
things, sort of extraterrestrial things. They look like great big arms that are coming to grab
I'll
you.
believe you, anything you say, Henry.
Well, but I don't know, all right, but you know what I mean. I'm trying to say they look like, well, like sort of mechanical, I don't know, mechanical grabs. Anyway, it's the end of the over, 99 for 3, and it's going to be Yasser Shah who's going to bowl, I think, the last over before lunch.
Gee whiz, we've actually got 26 overs in by lunch, 13 an hour. Wonderful. Oh, my goodness me. Shouldn't we be so lucky?
Jeffrey's voice tinged with irony. And Yasser Shah it is in now, bowls to Vince, outside the off stump. Vince plays no stroke. From the way he played it, he seemed to read that, because there was no question of him sort of taking precaution in case it was going to turn the other way. And the ball back with Yasser Shah. Now we got a close extra cover, as well as a short leg and a slip, and now he bowls again. That's driven by Vince back. Tiny bit up, he bounds well before the bowler. And Yasser Shah picked it up and goes back, polishing the ball on his trousers, on his left thigh. Turns now, hoists his right shoulder sleeve of his shirt, and now in he comes again. He both hangs on back, and Vince drives nicely, and is going to get a single out to deep cover. And that is the 100, hence the round of applause. 100 for 3. The crowd on their toes. They might well be. It's been a very, very good morning's cricket. It's had something in it for everyone. 3 wickets, a rather surprising decision by Misbah to put England in. England getting off to a good start, then the wickets falling, and Root, perhaps a victim of overconfidence. He's been in the form he was, wasn't he, up at Old Trafford, 254 and then 71 not out.
Well, England's best batsman to come. Bairstow, Wokes, Halley, the strong middle order.
It is, isn't it?
I'm teasing, no, the best 2 world class have got out.
And it's Yasser in, bowls to balance, plays that away quite firmly to short mid-wicket, and there is no run there. And it was Hafiz there, the fielder.
Just play the leg spinner. Just play sensibly like you did the last match. Nothing like Lords, being silly. Just take your time and play and pick him off. Make him bowl a lot of overs. Tire him out.
Backward square legs now gone to forward square leg. That's Shafiq, and in he comes again, Yasser, and balances forward, running that out on the onside, and the bowler again goes across and does the fielding. Yes, I think this definitely is the last over of a very entertaining morning session. And Pakistan will be well pleased, I think, to have England 100 for 3 at lunch, having won the toss and put them in. Yasser bowls, balances forward, and not a very gainly stroke, but playing it back on the onside, and that is the end of it for this morning. The umpires remove the bails and just put them down on the ground beside the stumps. The players turn for the pavilion. England, who were put into bat 100 for 3, and Balance has got 18 of them, Vince has got 15, and no one really has played particularly convincing, although Alistair Cook did look in good form at the start, although after about half an hour of his innings, the ball suddenly began to do just a bit, didn't it? And he got beaten quite badly once or twice.
I thought he got beaten on the crease by good bowling, good pace. Maybe he wanted to get forward, should have got forward a little bit, but he was actually beaten by good ball. And I think most of the bowling this morning was good. It was a strange decision to knock back first. Maybe they think that Jimmy Anderson bowled Australia out here cheaply, didn't he? Got 6 for nothing. And when you do that first morning, the game is virtually over. It's a lot to come back from, and maybe they're frightened of him. And you've heard my views before on here. He's one of the best 4 medium fast bowlers England have ever had, in my opinion. He's right up there at the top with the echelon of the very best. And if it moves and swings, he's going to bowl you out, and then you've got an uphill struggle to save the game. So I think he was more frightened of that than he's expecting to bowl England out cheaply, because although he's got 3 wickets through good bowling, he hasn't been weak by lucky bowling, he's been good bowling. England have still scored at 4 and over. So they haven't exactly been static, he hasn't bowled them out cheaply. Hales, always to me, I'm watching his feet. He batted okay, but I'm always watching his feet, and I just feel there's a lot more work to be done. And I think you got it right, Henry, about Joe Root. After the Lord Mayor show, there was always a chance of the dust out, wasn't there? That somehow you get out, you're a bit confident, a bit cocky, and he didn't play a bad shot, but it was forcing a little early in his innings off the back foot.
Well, the scorecard: Cook was LBW, Rahat Ali for 45. Hales caught Sarfraz, bowled Sohail Khan for 17, and Root was caught Mohammad Hafiz, bowled Sohail Khan for 3. Vince is 15, balance there is 18, and England at lunch 100 for 3. And now let us go straight over to Simon Mann, who is going to entertain us through the interval.
Well, I hope so, Blowers. What an interesting morning session that was. It really was. With Misbah putting England into bat, and the Pakistan bowlers picking up 3 wickets. So the game is in the balance at lunch, and balance out there on 18 and Vince on 15. And it's good to see them under a bit of pressure this afternoon, seeing what they can come up with the focus on them and their test places. Now we're going to be talking about all the different ways you can play cricket in just a moment, but first let's say hello to BBC Asian Network presenter Noreen Khan, who's here today, because this afternoon, Noreen, you're presenting your show from here.
I certainly am. As you can tell, I'm very excited. Being a big cricket fan, it's great to be here at Edgbaston and going live at 1:30.
Tell us a bit about what you've got in the show then.
Well, we're hopefully going to be having loads of people dropping into the show. I believe maybe Ramiz Raja and Graham Swan and Michael Vaughan might even pop in for a bit of a chat later on. And we'll also be speaking to the crowd, because as you can see, there's a huge, Pakistani crowd here from Birmingham. So we're going to get their voices on air and just give our listeners a real feel of what it's like to be on, to be here at a cricket match, really, here in Edgbaston. And I'm sure you've heard of the website Pack Passion.
Yep.
The man behind that, Saj Sadiq, will also be dropping in for a bit of a chat too.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
1:30 till
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Excellent. Over on the Asian Network. Now, what we're going to do in this interval is to find out about all the different ways people across the country are getting involved in playing cricket, not always in the most traditional ways. We're also going to find out about participation. Is it increasing or is it decreasing? We'll hear about nighttime Ramadan cricket, a special mum's night, and about the largest amateur league in the world, Last Man Stands. First, we're joined by Matt Dwyer, who's in charge of it in a way, I suppose, overlooking it all, the Director of Participation and Growth for the ECB. Good afternoon to you, Matt.
Hi, Simon. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Now, let's get down to it. Is participation growing, staying the same, or decreasing?
Yeah, all our
UK?
stats tell us that we're reasonably flat. There's some challenges for general team sports in across the country as far as people getting more active in teams. But cricket's kind of going okay in that context, and there's still some great opportunities for us to maximise and to really grow the game. There's some fantastic things happening across the country, but it's not growing at the rate that we'd want it to grow, and so there's great opportunities there for us.
What's the reason behind that?
There's probably a range of different things. I mean, we speak to our players and we ask them, what are the formats that they want to play, and we want to try and give them the opportunity to play all different types of cricket. I think, my observation, you can pick up the kind of Aussie twang. I've been here for about 12 months or so now, reasonably fresh off the boat. But I think the biggest opportunity we've got is to give people the opportunity to play cricket in whatever way they want to play. Traditionally here it's Saturday afternoon, and that's probably the only option you've got. And what we hear today is that there are plenty of opportunities to play the game, and we should celebrate any bat and ball experience, not just the traditional one that's played on turf.
Yeah, how do you actually go about your job, and what do you do on a day-to-day basis to try to increase participation?
Yeah, we've got a few kind of focus areas. One of the main ones we're going to really look at is kids, inspiring kids, and again they're more involved in the game, and really focusing in on schools. There's a bit of a challenge in this country with regard to the relevance of cricket. A chance to shine, are doing a great job, but we want to expand that and give more kids the opportunity to play bat and ball experiences, and then it's just about being more proactive in how we sell it. So, are we telling mums that cricket develops 9 of the 10 fundamental movement skills more than any other sport? Are they aware of the spirit of cricket? Is there, do people know what cricket can actually offer in the local cricket club and be a part of your community? And so we're trying to be more proactive in actually taking the game to more people, and that's been a big focus in the last kind of 12 months, and we'll really ramp up now.
Yeah. So what are the figures then? How many people are participating in cricket? What you would call participating in cricket, and how does that compare? I don't know whether you've got stats to go back to say after 2005, that amazing Ashes series. I mean, have you got figures like that or not?
Yeah, like most sports, we can't challenge to get the exact numbers as to what they look like, but the trends are telling us that it's reasonably flat in that period of time. So, there's around about 850,000 people that play cricket on a traditional cricket format at this point in time, and we want to try and make that a lot more than what it is now.
Yeah. Why did you? I mean, has the ECB always had or for a long time had a director of participation, or was it something they decided actually we really need to look at this, otherwise not necessarily the game is going to die, but it could. You talked about flat. It could, really dip. Yeah, it is. It's actually a new role. The Director of Participation and Growth is a new one that I've kind of stepped into, and it's been a real part of what the ECB is now saying. The future sustainability of the game and the relevance of the game for generations to come comes through participation. We know that all our fans out there, 85% of them actually picked up a bat and ball before the age of 14. So getting people the opportunity to play is vital as far as getting long-term fans and sustainability of the game. And I think it's going to be a massive focus for us moving forward. With significant investment to grow and really make it all happen and ensure the game that we love and that has given us so many great memories as kids and families will be there for the next generation. And what's your background? Obviously, I note the accent. You're Australian. What's your background? Yes. That's catapulted you into this role? Yeah, so I had a similar role at Cricket Australia for the last 4 years, and then prior to that, I was essentially a sales guy, so national sales manager at Mars in Diageo, and the journey that we're looking to go on here is very similar to what Australia did 4 years ago, whereby we said, okay, we need to. It sounds kind of a nasty word, we want to sell the game, but we need to proactively promote the game and let people know what cricket can actually do. And we had a great 4 years there. We did some really good things, and what I'm kind of seeing since I've been here is that there's some outstanding stuff happening across the country. We have a chance to build on that and get as many different pockets of the country all doing some of these great initiatives, and we might be able to throw some learnings from down under as well. Like what, for example? Well, I think the main learning from Australia is just that focus on kids. So the whole game in Australia just said, right, we need to make sure the cricket's more relevant or the game is more relevant to the next generation, and that's where the Big Bash League came from, linking that to local participation. They've now had 60% growth in junior cricket in that country based on tying all that together, and I think that's going to be a really important part of the strategy moving forward. Yeah, I mean, Big Bash obviously is on terrestrial television. How important is that or not? That people are seeing the game on TV and being encouraged to take it up and play it as a result of seeing it on television. I mean, this always comes up, and this is not a criticism of Sky. I mean, they do a huge amount of good for the game. Their coverage is fantastic, and they put an awful lot of money into the game. But what about people seeing the game played and seeing all the skills of all the top players and thinking, I want to go out and do that myself, as probably I did when I was growing up? Yeah, I understand the kind of headline act in that context as far as, but today we've got 3 different broadcasters bringing this game to life, and one of the biggest challenges we've got as kind of administrators in the game is responding to the way people are consuming content these days. And if I look at my 6-year-old son, I mean, he wakes up in the morning, he picks up my iPad and he's flicking through YouTube. Now, you may just call that bad parenting, but it's a lot different to the way. Don't worry, it goes on in everybody's house. It's a lot different to what we were done when we were kids, where we'd turn on the TV and we'd sit there and we'd watch the game.
we invest a lot in our digital part of our business, and you see the BBC clips that are out there now, and more opportunities for people to consume the game in whatever way they can. And digital and TV and all our partners, we're kind of coming together to grow the game in that context, and TV is just one part of that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I talked at the start about not necessarily looking at conventional ways in which people are getting involved in cricket participation in the UK. I mean, one of the ways, which is not that conventional, is Last Man Stands. And we're going to talk about that for a moment. Jeremy Casey is here from Last Man Stands. There'll be probably a lot of people, some people out there will know what Last Man Stands is. I imagine the majority of our listeners won't. Tell us a bit about Last Man Stands.
Well, thanks for having me. Last Man Stands is the largest amateur cricket league in the world. In a nutshell, at the moment it's played in 11 countries and has over 90,000 registered players. It is proper cricket with a few Last Man Stands exclusive rules, enabling, I guess, two things. One, to give every player a game and full participation, and two, to make sure that the game is concluded in 2 hours. So there are some various different rules, but it is, I guess, proper cricket. And currently in the UK, we've got 120 leagues, with just over 50% of those in the London area. And it's growing 30% year on year.
Tell us about some of the rules.
So I think in terms of the rules, it's 25 ball overs. To increase the speed of the game, you change ends after the first batch of 10 overs as opposed to at the end of each over. Every batsman has to retire at 50. The clue's in the name Last Man Stands. If everybody's out and the last man stands, the last man does stand but can only score in 2s, 4s or 6s. And then there are a couple of other rules which are really, really interesting. One is that on the last ball of either innings, if you hit a 6, you get 12. So that's very interesting finishes in some games, certainly. And then there's a rule called the double play, where essentially two batsmen can be out off one ball. And I had the fortunate open the batting with Mike Gatting in a charity game. Thought I explained the rules to him, and when I'd skied once a long off and he was out of his ground, I had to inform him that we both had to leave the pitch.
How did he take that? No finger wagging, I hope.
I have to say I was a few yards in front of him when we walked off. But no, it's great fun, and I think the other thing with it that's been really clever is the platform and the statistics. So aside, every player who registers and plays gets a global ranking. So you can essentially, at the end of your game, obviously see the live scores from your league, where you are in that league, but ultimately players can compare themselves to other people around the world. The team has a world ranking. There are automatic teams of the week, both globally, regionally, and I guess for the more serious teams, there are playoffs that every other year end up in a World Championships. 2017 is in Cape Town, 2015 was in Barbados, where teams can actually play and qualify through local, regional, national tournaments and end up playing off in some really idyllic places.
I mean, obviously you're seeing this as a success. What do you think is the reason behind it? Why are people getting involved in Last Man Stands in particular?
I think from a sort of my own, cricket was very important to me, and I played a huge amount at a reasonably good level up until sort of my early 20s. And then with work commitments, I couldn't commit to practicing twice a week, joining a club where, if you're not going to practice, you're not going to play in the first team, and I didn't particularly want to play third team cricket. And I think it's really bringing a lot of lapsed players of that ilk back. Certainly in our side of 8 players, there's 3 guys who played minor county cricket who hadn't played club cricket for 15 years. I think on the flip side with Last Man Stands as well, it's opened an audience up to people who maybe have never played cricket or have played a little bit at school. And one interesting story, we play our home games at Regent's Park, was a couple of American guys from the US Embassy on Regent's Park walked past, saw the game, were quite interested what was cricket. They saw the coloured clothing that we were wearing, which Last Man Stands provide, and then the following year they put a side in. So there are real different levels within Last Man Stands of, I guess, ability. And there are some leagues where, the guys will batch the sort of more serious, experienced teams in a division, and then likewise with the guys who maybe are just there for a bit of fun and haven't played much of the game before.
I mean, you're a separate sort of commercial organisation, aren't you?
That's right.
So how does that sit with you, Matt, as the ECB? You just think that's fine, people are playing cricket, that's great.
Yeah, no, we've actually formed a partnership with Last Man Stands over the last 3 years and invested in them to grow, because, you know, all the insights we were getting was that the people wanted to play that format of the game. And, you know, as a chairman of a cricket association in Australia that had 280 teams in it, to actually be able to change your formats is a difficult kind of one through the traditional cricket leagues. So, you know, all we were seeing, and every barbecue I went to, people were saying, I want to play shortened formats, I'd come back to the game if I could play, you know, Wednesday night T20. So we saw Last Man Stands as a great opportunity to actually give people the opportunity to have a hit, when our traditional Saturday afternoon cricket just probably wasn't responding to that need.
Yeah, I mean, do you see that traditional Saturday afternoon cricket shrinking more and more in the future, and leagues like Last Man Stands taking over more in the way that perhaps people are seeing that on a international scale, you know, with T20 versus Test match cricket?
Yeah, I mean, our intent is for that not to happen. I mean, we want everyone that gets expired or comes back into the game through Last Man Stands to potentially earn up at their local cricket club. But the reality is that lifestyles are changing these days, and can dads or mums, you know, give up 8 hours on a Saturday afternoon to go and play cricket when you're doing more hours during the week and all that type of stuff. So I think naturally people will choose, and our role is to give them the opportunity to choose the way that they want to play, and not just say, well, sorry, this is the way we've always done it, and unless you want to do it that way, we don't have a solution for you. And Last Man Stands has been great, and, you know, that 30% growth is a number we'd love to have in our traditional cricket side of things.
I think maybe there's another argument as well, in the fact that it works the reverse, and we've got, you know, people I know who play Last Man Stands, where when you've been out of a game that you've played a lot at school or college, representative cricket, you miss it. And, you know, it actually gets you back playing. And I know that, you know, certain guys in our team have gone back and joined clubs, maybe not to play every Saturday, but have started running junior teams and running sections. And I think, you know, that's all important. And actually in South Africa, the most capped Last Man Stands player with 840 caps has joined and is now playing club cricket. He played at school. He didn't join a club. He then played Last Man Stands, enjoyed it so much, and got back into the club format. So I actually think it could work the other way as well, because it is a really easy access point for someone who maybe wants to play 5 or 6 Wednesday evenings a year.
So people listening out there saying, well, how do I get involved in something like Last Man Stands? What do you have to do?
Yeah, it's very simple. The website, lastmanstands.com. Simply go on and make an inquiry, and then someone will come back to you within the sort of regions and areas we have, and even the countries, of where the available leagues are. I think if you were just a standalone player, you can be fitted into that structure, but also people who may want to actually take a team, a bunch of their mates or whatever, and register, obviously, for next season now. So it's very easy, all sort of on the website, in terms of registering, and the guys will work very hard to find anyone who's keen to have a game and have a hit to get them involved.
But if you wanted to put a team in, where would you play?
Well, we are currently in the UK. There's 50 cities and towns where there is active participation. We can certainly double or treble that over time. So I think, you know, in most cases, people can find a league that is reasonably accessible to them now. If we can't, when we will look to grow in that particular region.
Yeah.
So it's all the information's on there, and I guess, you know, inquiring, we'll do the rest and find them and try and set them up.
Last Man Stands. What about Last Woman Stands?
Ironically, it's just this year we've got 2 Last Woman Stands leagues, one in Sussex and one in Northampton. We see that as a really big growth area. And I think there's a lot of other growth areas that we're looking at, both with the younger audience, but also, interestingly, maybe the university audience. A huge amount of people play a really good standard of cricket at school, and then at university sort of get lost for various other things that they become exposed to, and maybe that's a way to connect with that particular audience of the 19, 20-year-olds who had some talent and enjoyed it, who then are dropping out of the game.
Nish Verma is on the line. She plays at Finchley Cricket Club, which is running a mum's night. Good afternoon to you, Nish. Can you hear me? I don't think we can speak to Nish at the moment. Anyway, they run a mum's night, and the idea basically is to get women involved in the game at a time when they can play. You were mentioning there, Matt, about all the pressure, the time pressures that are on parents, for a start, people who used to play the game. And do you think that's the biggest, in a way, the biggest problem that you face? It's almost like a cultural problem that, people were used to play. I used to do it myself. You give up a whole Saturday. Basically your day would start at 10 o'clock and you might finish at 10 o'clock in the evening after you've had a few drinks in the bar. And people just don't have that time anymore to give to cricket.
Yeah, I mean, that's been, you asked my observation since I got here. One of the things I found was that all cricket in Australia finishes at about 5:45, and what happens is the wife and the kids come down to the local club and Dad walks off the ground and he has a couple of beers and a barbecue. He helps out with the kids. By 7 o'clock, kids are fed, ready to go home and go to bed. And I played a game here and walked off the ground at 7:45 and I had 5 missed calls from the wife saying, "Where are you? I know you're having a beer with the boys."
Only
Come home.
5?
Yeah, exactly. I was very lucky. But this program that we're going to hear about with engaging mums is really important. I mean, mums play a big part in the family dynamic and the decisions as to what sport kids play. And we need to make sure that cricket is relevant to them and that they can see the game as something that they can play and they can get involved. It's not just something that dad and son kind of do, dad and lads type do on a Saturday. And cricket is a great game for mums to play. And we'll hear a little bit more in a minute with regard to how they've kind of modified the rules to make it more accessible for mums. And I think that's really important. We want cricket to be seen as a family sport, not just the dads and lads type scenario. So it's and also the relevance to females. We know that upwards of 90% of primary school teachers are females. So if as a game we're not relevant to women, we're running a pretty fine line as to the future relevance of the game.
Yeah, something you mentioned earlier, which is one of your selling points, was about something I didn't actually pick up on at the time, but it almost got glossed over. Was the benefits of playing cricket? You talked about, was it the 9?
Yeah, so cricket develops 9 of the 10 fundamental movement skills, which is more than any other sport. So the only one it misses is kicking. So, and if you overlay that with the spirit of the game and the fact that it's a safe game and that maximum participation for kids up until the ages of 12, 14, and that there's a career that kids can end up going and playing, travelling the world and playing the game, and there's an opportunity for you to be the best player that you can be. I think it's a really unique offering that the game can offer to kids and their parents, and we need to be kind of more proactive in making sure that mums and teachers and parents know that about the game, because we know it, but we were fortunate enough that, my old man's going to his 55th year of captaining our G-grade side back in Melbourne. He bats 11, doesn't bowl, but just loves it. But he took me down to the club at the age of 6 and 7, and I just got indoctrinated into the wonderful world of club cricket. But we need to make sure more people know about that, because that can be a pretty intimidating environment. So how are we making our clubs more inclusive? How are we making that, that when people come, they get the benefits of that and they're not kind of scared off when they turn up at the door?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, that thing about standing at slip and batting at number 11. But actually, the last man stands, one of the good things you were telling me was about the fact that people are involved in the game. I mean, you can always remember from times at school where there might be 3 or 4 boys who did nothing all afternoon. You'd feel that out in the deep, and you wouldn't bowl, you wouldn't bat, because with cricket has that nature to it where 1 or 2 people can dominate the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the guys who run Last Man Stands currently, who set it up, it was a bunch of friends, and what they wanted to do was to essentially pay for a pitch for a Sunday afternoon, and to get 15, 16 players out, they had to obviously make sure people got a game. So that's why it's 8-a-side. And the interesting thing with the retire at 50, and you still have to have 5 bowlers, is not one player can dominate the game. So you can, you're not going to have one guy who's just batting all day who will dominate the game. So you do find in Last Man Stands that everyone, participates, which is the key. There's nothing worse as a captain when you've got 11 players and you're trying to find out a role for 3 or 4 of them. And the model looks after itself with LMS.
Now, I hope Nish Verma can hear me now. Hello, Nish.
Hello, hi there.
Hi, great to hear from you. So tell us a bit about what's going on at Finchley Cricket Club. And you're running a mum's night. Where did the idea come from? How many people participate? Why are you doing it?
So basically, I'm one of the mums that plays cricket at Finchley. It basically started off with there's children's teams that are running on Friday night, girls' teams, and a lot of the mums were dropping them off and then picking them up again. So basically it started off with the club saying, well, why don't you guys play as well? So they started off with a mum's team. So while the children have their training, another team sort of started up, the club's 20 team, for the mums to play, really.
And who do you play against? I mean, do you play against mums teams or female teams from other clubs, or do you play inter-club matches?
Well, we have done, yes. We've played a mixture of mums and daughters teams and other cricket teams that aren't so advanced. And we've had the opportunity to play with the children's teams as well, especially the older ones, and had coaching and learn the rules, etc. So it's been a really good opportunity.
And it just developed because you were dropping off your sons and daughters, and you thought, actually, here's an opportunity to play myself. Why don't I get involved?
Well, that's right. They basically said, have you ever thought of playing? And most of us were like, no. But it makes sense because, like I said, a lot of the parents were dropping off and picking up their kids for years at the cricket club as well. So, and because we're all at the same level, it was just a great opportunity for all of us to kind of mix and learn the game, really.
And what sort of period of time do you play over? What do you, do you play 20 overs? What do you play?
Well, for training, we just play. We don't play actual games as such. We sort of play mini games. But when we go and play games away, we do 20 over games. Yeah.
And are they sort of friendlies, or are you thinking about organising yourself into some sort of a league?
I don't know if we're quite at the league stage yet, to be honest. But I mean, for us, if we play teams that are of a similar standard to us, it's a nice, friendly game. And generally, I found that other clubs have a mix and match. They've got some good players and some not so good as well. It's always really friendly, I found.
Great to speak to you. That's Nish Verma from Finchley Cricket Club. They're running a mum's night, a cricket team on a mum's night down there. Now I'm joined by Amna Rafiq, who's the Community Engagement Officer at Leicestershire. Her brother's captained Yorkshire in the past. You may have heard of him, Azim Rafiq. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the Test Match Special box. Tell us about your work.
So I started about a year ago at Leicestershire County Cricket Club. It's been a really good year. We've just recently merged as the board with the county club, and it's all about inspiring the next generation, getting more people into cricket, using cricket as a tool often to get people who don't see cricket as the norm to them. It's just getting more people through the game.
And what have you learned? How have you progressed things in the time you've been doing the job?
Being a female from a South Asian background was a really good advantage to me. So I understood what kind of backgrounds there was in Leicester, some of the challenges the girls might face, some of the challenges the boys actually face for having brothers and stuff playing cricket. So that knowledge was really good. So to use that, the basic thing was to get through to the parents first, and then get through to the parents to the kids and get more people in that way. Just basic stuff like you've just been speaking about the mothers and daughters. Instead of just doing girls cricket, where people struggle to send their daughters to, we set up a mothers and daughters cricket session, and now that's happening weekly in Leicester on a Saturday morning. It's not what you expect girls to want to do on a Saturday morning, but now that their mums are bringing them along, everyone's enjoying it. It's a really good opportunity for them to get involved in the game. And actually, a lot of the girls are now joining into local clubs in the Leicester City, and they are actually forming a part of the Lightning League, which is working with the Loughborough Lightning Kia Super League stuff. So yeah, it's really good stuff happening.
What would you consider a success? I mean, do you set yourself goals for participation?
We do, yes. There are obviously goals around everywhere, but at the same time, it's with the population and stuff in Leicester, the people that we're working with, it's more about what else they can achieve away from just us hitting our targets. For example, we went into a Muslim-only girls' school recently where we struggled really struggled to get participants in the first week. But towards the end of it, we started having like 22 girls attending, and the stuff that they were saying to me was like, it's great to get away from home, to come and do stuff after school, do cricket. It's nice to have you around, being able to speak to you, knowing that, even being from an Asian background, we can be something other than just the normal careers that are seen in the Asian family. So it's more about away from participation. I'm not sure Matt would agree right now about the targets, but it's what else it can achieve for people and what impact it has on their individual lives.
You talk about getting through to the parents. What was the biggest problem you had?
It just, for females in particular, girls is just not seen as a thing whatsoever. Girls going out playing sports. So to get the mothers in with them, for them to realise what kind of environment they were in, where they were doing the playing the cricket, who was around them, for them to understand it's not the fact that it's mixed with boys and stuff like that. It's just little things, but it makes such a big difference, and it has with the numbers that have been attending.
Now, you represent Leicestershire. I mean, is this sort of thing going on all around the country, or was it a specific idea to target the Asian community in Leicester or Leicestershire area?
I'd like to think it was my idea. I was the first one, but I don't know. I think it should happen anywhere and everywhere, really. If that's working for us, it should work everywhere else, I think.
Yeah, so we've got 10 focus cities across the country where we've really been really proactive in actually seeing the role that cricket can make, not just to, as you say, to get participation numbers up, but how cricket can be used to change people's lives. And with a lot of the challenges that society faces these days, we think cricket is really uniquely placed to actually. There's a bit of competition there, and teams play against each other, but it's not it's not a physical kind of sport. So that, at the end of the day, the shaking of the opposition's hands and all that type of stuff. We think cricket, as far as attracting communities and bringing them together, is a great opportunity. And we've got some great examples across the country, as we say, with the focus on the 10 cities, and the opportunity for us now is to actually. And this is an example of a raft, a number of things we're seeing that's happening across the country. In pockets, there's outstanding stuff kind of happening, and our role at the ECB is to now get more of that happening collectively across the country. So as this best practice is being seen in all pockets, and it's not just a lottery as to where you happen to live, as to whether you get the opportunity to play in one of those leagues.
Okay, well, what about Ramadan night cricket? Well, that's being organised in London, or was organised in London. Arfan Akram is on the line. Hello, Arfan.
Good afternoon. G'day, Matt.
Hello, mate. Right, you obviously
Nice
know
g'day.
You obviously know each other.
I like it.
Arfan, tell us a bit about Ramadan night cricket then.
Actually, it sort of comes back a little bit what Matt said earlier on and what Amna's touched on. It's been a really good journey for us the last 3 years. We've worked really hard in engaging the community and gaining a lot of insight. And one of our most successful projects was arranging a faith festival, a cricket festival for the faith communities. And it originally started off with a high volume of Muslims playing, where we had about 250 kids turn up to West Ham Park, and it sort of blew us away a little bit in that there's a lot of young kids who weren't playing what we would say traditional recreational cricket, but still had a high fondness of the game. And through that, we started digging a little bit deeper, and we found out from the information they gave us that they also had a lot of restrictions. Many of these kids were going to either faith schools, and what that meant was they also had the traditional sort of 9 till 4 school, and then at 5 till 6:30 they had evening school, which may be Islamic school related, which gave them a lovely couple of hours window to play cricket. Our two challenges were during Ramadan you sort of open your fast, sort of about 9:15, so they had a lovely couple of hour window. And secondly was finding a location in and around West Ham, if that was relevant and allow them to play. And again, going back to the roots and the tradition of Asian cricket, they'll play anywhere and everywhere where there's an opportunity to find a facility. And we got talking with Newham Council, and we found out that Queen's Market became available on Monday and Wednesday evenings. And for these guys, everywhere's a cricket ground mentality. It really doesn't matter. And so bringing in all the key partners together, we ran 4 sort of drop-in sessions during the month of Ramadan on a Monday night. And the whole sort of programming, bringing in the key partners, proved to be a relative success. And we're in a lovely position now where we're being bombarded with great ideas. Last Monday, for example, we just got contacted from the Ilford Islamic Society, and now we're running a drop-in cricket session inside a mosque, which is relatively new territory for us. So it's all exciting times.
So what are you going to do in the future? I mean, are you going to expand this, or just sort of bob along? How are you going to do it?
Massively. I think again, Matt touched on it earlier on about understanding that those traditional pathways no longer necessarily exist. We've got nearly 35 or 40% of participation is coming from the South Asian community, and then they've got their own cultural challenges, especially high volume of people we're currently engaging with in Essex all have what we say low income work. So they're either minicab drivers or they work in restaurants, so the actual leisure time is relatively less. So it's effectively going back to the community, listening to their ideas, listen to their drives, and through that we're starting to set up indoor leagues which start at 9 o'clock at night and finish at 2 o'clock in the morning, because that's their time. And then also engaging with facilities and saying to them, look, can you be open till 2 o'clock in the morning? If so, we've got a core group of people that want to play. With the faith specifically, that's really interesting, because initially we were just engaging with the Muslim community because we had the contacts, but we're actually now working with the Sikh, Hindu, and various other religious groups, and we've got this whole sort of multi-faith festival. We got one running on 20th of August at West Ham Park. So what we're doing really well is we're getting into those so-called hard-to-get-to communities. We're integrating them back into mainstream society, if you like, for cricket, and hopefully by that they're actually getting a really good understanding of how they fit, if you like, widely in society, especially with all the challenges in the current climate.
Arfan, that's really fascinating. Thanks very much indeed. That's Arfan Akram, who's involved in organising Ramadan night cricket in London. Michael's here as well, Michael Vaughan, something we were talking about while play was on before the break. 100 for 3, by the way, at lunch. Play will resume shortly. And Arfan touched on it then, actually, was playing when people can play. And one of your big things is, playing longer as well, not just having a small season. But you've been involved in the Pathway programme.
Well, it's just my little boy plays, but I've thought for many years cricket has so many challenges in England with first of all is the weather. We fight the weather, which we can't control, so we can't change that. Then you look at the schoolboy system and schoolgirls, the exams are in our key part of the summer. May, June is exam times at school, so many parents would not encourage their kids to play cricket because it's time when they should be revising for their exams. So if we can push the season, I think next season would be a perfect chance to promote the extension of a cricket season, with England playing on September the 29th. And, I look at grounds in September, sometimes October, and think, well, you can't guarantee me that it'd be any worse playing in the first week of October than it was in June. In June we had a horrendous month. All junior cricket was pretty much washed out, and we just want to try and give these kids and everyone who wants to play the game as much opportunity. I love that. If you look at Australia, I think Matt was telling me the other week that 84% of cricket in Australia is played on AstroTurf wickets. In the UK, I don't know what the percentage is, but it certainly wouldn't be anywhere near 84%. We just got to give kids the opportunity to play that little bit longer, get them out there, play whatever the game is, whether it's hardball game, plastic ball game, indoor, outdoor, against a lamppost. It doesn't matter what cricket you play. I just think we need to give them as many opportunities as we possibly can to get out there and play the game.
Yeah, I think Michael's right. That it's never been more challenging to capture the hearts and minds of kids as what it is today. I mean, every sport's been more proactive in trying to get them to play, and then you overlay that with Pokemon and all the societal things that are happening. And if the first experience a child has at their local cricket club is that they put a set of pads on that comes up to their waist, and we have that traditional cricket game of 52 runs and 39 extras, and the ball kind of goes down to fine leg and then gets thrown around and gets dropped 3 times on the way back, and then we say, right, go have another 8 or 9 goes at it. And the kid at the other end who's got a bit of talent, they're trying to work out whether they play footy or they play cricket, is going, well, that was rubbish. I faced 15 balls, 12 of them dribble on the ground, and now I'm going to sit on the boundary. So we need to be more flexible and more just focused on what is it that is there for kids to have fun and keep them active the whole time, and then they'll create the passion for the game, and then the theory of the 10,000 hours and all that type of stuff can kind of kick in once we've captured their hearts and minds. But at this point in time, it's about getting them and their families in a most welcoming environment and making sure that first experience is the best one it can be.
Yeah, I mean, football played 12 months a year. Rugby's pretty much there now with rugby league and rugby union, the crossover. I mean, my boy played a rugby union 6-a-side on July the 1st, so I think cricket just extends itself. Play a bit longer.
Yeah, well, we could talk about this for all afternoon, really. But thanks very much to all our lunchtime guests. The players are out there after the interval. Matt Dwyer, who's the Director of Participation and Growth of the ECB. Jeremy Casey from Last Man Stands. Nish Verma from Finchley Cricket Club. Amna Rafiq, who's the Community Engagement Officer at Leicestershire. Arfan Akram, who's involved in organising that Ramadan night cricket down there in London, and Michael as well. Michael is alongside Daniel Norcross, and they're going to pick up the commentary after lunch with England 100 for 3. Balance is on 18 and Vince is on 16. I say we're going to continue, but inevitably when play resumes after lunch or tries to resume after lunch, there's a reason for it not doing so. I think it's someone moving down beneath us or there's a problem with the sight screen or something. Anyway, over to you, gents.
Thank you. Well, there's been a lot of waving of arms. I don't think it's us. I don't think it's something that we've done
It's not
yet.
Henry's jacket, is it? No, he's sat down.
No, he's out of sight, I think. So, 100 for 3 at lunch. We heard a lot of stuff there about participation. I'm fascinated. Ramadan night cricket. What a brilliantly inventive notion that is, isn't it?
I just think that cricket needs to do more than it has been doing to try and fight against,
Yeah.
Matt mentioned Pokemon, didn't he? But it is a real threat, the amount of kids that are just strolling the streets trying to find these little things on the screen. Well, I find it bizarre, but they're all out there doing it. Cricket just needs to... and there's a lot of great work. There's a lot of really good initiatives out there, loads of great volunteers just trying to get kids playing the game, getting more kind of game time for all the different age groups. So there can be a bit more to be done yet.
Well, here we go. It's going to be Rahat Ali with the first ball after lunch. He's into James Vince with 3 slips in. This first delivery is on the pads and worked into the onside, fielded by Yazir Shah. Yes, Yazir Shah. At mid-wicket, and he's now going through an elaborate throwing the ball to and fro the mid-on exercise.
Yeah, I mean,
no run.
Pakistan had a decent first session, but this is a great opportunity for Vince and balance. What I want to see, particularly Vince, who's very kind of fluent, he likes to get on with his game and play some strokes. Just try and bat a bit of time. Just try and bat for half an hour, stay in. He'll always score because he's got a gift to time the ball. Anything on his legs, he clips through mid-wicket comfortably.
Rahat Ali in again. That is on the legs, and he's just turned that around the corner down to long leg for the first run after lunch. He moves to 17. England 101 for 3. There's a bit of a wind got up. It's slightly blustery. I'm trying to work out which way it's going. It's sort of going from right to left as I'm looking at it, isn't it?
I think it's coming just over. If we were out there, it'd be over our left shoulder.
Over our left shoulder.
If you see that flag of it, well, maybe a bit more straight across the ground. You see the St George flag and the far stand, and the Pakistani flag is, I think it's swirling actually.
It is, isn't it? It's just going sort of round right now for Rahat Ali. I suppose that might assist his away swinger to balance and the in swinger to James Vince. He's got 3 slips and a gully, cover point and an extra cover on the offside into the left-handed balance, and mid-wicket, mid-on, and a long leg. And he runs away from us now, bowls to balance, who plays this slightly crabbily to backward point where Yazir Shah does the fielding. The clouds, well, there are plenty of them.
Well, the ground stuff are moving. I think there might be a little
do you think
bit
something's
of,
happening?
Raining there because it's windy. It's not going to be long, even if it's a quick shower. They're getting by the hover, aren't they?
It doesn't feel like, to be clear, it doesn't feel like there's anything like a front coming in, does it? It just feels like there might be a rain-bearing cloud.
And the ground staff have got shorts on, though. They know it's a nice day.
Bloody ground staff, they're always in shorts, aren't they? Rahat Ali to balance. He comes forward in defence to a full ball on off stump. It takes the inside half of the bat, squirts out to mid-wicket.
Well, I think that's exactly the length you have to bowl here at Edgbaston. He's got a ball full and entice the drive. You might get driven now and again down the ground, but I think it's where you've got to consistently land the ball, because the ball just every sort of just nips back, and one will bounce, one ball will seam away. You've just got to be in that area.
What do you make of the fact, I mean, after this ball really, but the toss, I think you thought that Misbah made a bit of an unusual decision. He's taken 3 wickets before lunch, and crucially Cook and Root. As Rahat Ali is in again, but a shorter ball up on his toes, goes balance, pushes it out into the covers. There's no run. Will he feel vindicated, or I mean, the game's very much in the balance, I guess. 101 for 3.
The vindication will be at the end of the match.
Right.
That's when he'll know whether it's
too soon to tell. In other words,
if he bowls England out for 200, of course, but if you then get bowled out for 160, it matters not a great deal. So I just look at the Pakistan team. I just think they are a better team with runs on the board because of Yazir Shah. Just give him something to bowl at and something to bowl into.
Here is Ali into balance. Left arm over, gets a full ball on the pads. Big appeals, going down leg, perhaps. It seems to be the umpire's notion. Misbah's going to talk to his bowler now, and they're wondering about a review. But it has to be the whole, well, not whole ball, but it's got to be a considerable amount of that ball. And I think they've decided against it. Possibly wise. It might have just been clipping leg. If it had been given, I wouldn't have wanted to review it if you were the batsman.
No, I think Pakistan have been good with the reviews today, because they've had a few of these types of views, a couple of inside edges onto the pad. Sahel Khan early in his spell wanted to review one on Alistair Cook. Well, Misbah's been very calm. He's kind of gone straight to the keeper and said, "What do you reckon?" He's kind of taken a little bit of information in and gone, "Nah." Unless it was brought in the DRS for the Goober, wasn't it? The real bad decision. You're right.
It is, yes, umpire's call on leg stump.
So it's again, you've got to be straight away as a captain thinking, right, is that a really, really bad decision?
I think with the new regulations that come in, that might have been out, though, mightn't it? Just possibly. But I think when you've got to have more than half the ball, or half the ball, pretty much, then he was very wise there. So Hale Khan's going to start a new over. He's into James Vince, and first ball is outside the offside. Given us a no ball. Is that our first no ball of the day?
It's our second.
It's our second.
Both by Sohail.
Now, I was told something at lunchtime by Chris Stocks. So I'm immediately going to say it's Chris Stocks' fault if this isn't right. The scribbler, who writes for the Eye, among many other newspapers, and there are many other newspapers available. And he told me that Sohail Khan comes from the northwest of Pakistan, and it didn't have much in the way of facilities when he was growing up. Off this ball, I'll tell you how he used to practice, or how Chris Stocks said he practiced at any rate. Sohail Khan is in now, right arm over, bowls. Oh, a thick edge from James Vince. It was a sort of bottom edge. He played it with soft hands, and it's run down through first slip. They're going to pick up a single for it. It was a false shot, but he didn't push at the ball on this occasion. He sort of let it come to him, but then just a little poke at it.
It's just where he's been landing the ball regular, Sohail Khan. That's why he's had success. He's just hammering full of length on and around four stump. The odd ball's nipping back, and that one went straight on. A little bit of a non-committal jab, wasn't it? He wasn't either forward or back, James Vince. He didn't commit to the strokes because it was a good ball. He just got him in between the should he go forward or should he go back length.
Might he also be in two minds because he's so worried about there's been so much talk about him outside the off-stumpers. Sohail Khan's into the left-handed balance. He's got 3 slips and a gully in and bowls on off-stump, forward in defence, watchful and secure. Is Gary Balance up to mid-off. There's no one. Do you know what I mean? Everybody's been sort of looking at this off-stump, and he knows that every ball's going to target just outside the off-stump.
Well, if you actually look at James Vince's short Test career so far, if you nullify the big drives, he's played pretty well. He's played some lovely straight. He's just been getting out to some big drives, which if he kind of puts them in the locker, he should be fine. He's plays straight. He's got good balance, moves nicely into the ball. You know, I don't remember him receiving an absolute jaffa so far in his Test careers that he couldn't have been able to play. He's got himself out on every occasion.
Sohail Khan, broad of beam, is in, outside the off-stump, through to the keeper. And there's no run.
Come on, how did he practice?
Oh, yes, sorry, yeah, how did he practice? Well, apparently, he used to, didn't have cricket balls, so he would take large rocks and he would bowl them down a steep hill. That was his method.
You'd need a good bat, wouldn't you, to face the rock?
Well, yeah. I don't know if there was anyone at the other end, but
when you wear a helmet.
Yeah. I mean, picking up boulders and hurling them down mountains.
You'd have to bat in those, those builder's boots.
Yes.
Or steel toe caps.
Or the full sort of deep sea diving, that chap who did the marathon. As Sohail Khan is in again, so wide outside the off-stump, left alone by Gary Balance. When you think of this anecdote, and it may, I hasten to add, it may be complete balderdash, but Chris Stocks is a reliable fellow normally.
I'm sure it's right.
But he looks like a man who's probably been bowling with rocks. He's got very strong shoulders, hasn't he? He's broad, he's chunky.
He's a heavy bowler.
Hits
length hard.
He bowls a heavy rock.
Yes. He has done so far today. I love all those kind of stories. Malinga's the same. He was.
Oh yeah, how did
he was on the beach, wasn't he? With the.
Yeah.
What ball was it, Andrew?
They used the tape balls there.
Tape ball. That's right. Love that.
So rocking from side to side is Sohail Khan as he's into Balance, who cuts at this one beautifully, gets it past gully and past backward point, down to the third man boundary for 4. It may have looked slightly streaky, but he looked in complete control of that to me. It was in the air briefly, but it got it past gully easily enough. Yes. And it was aerial.
But it's just like a glide, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just a glide into the gap, one of Gary Balance's favoured shots. But that's why, Matt Dwyer at lunch talking about participation and just getting kids playing the game and giving them any opportunity. That's how you want to produce cricketers.
Rocks.
Send
them up to, the Lake
swing
District.
ball, you take one side of a tennis ball. It doesn't matter how you get produced. You just need kids playing the game.
Yes, I'll tell you an alarming anecdote about that in a moment, as Sohail Khan is into Balance, who moves across his stumps and lets that ball go through to a diving Sarfaraz, who takes the ball an inch off the ground. There's no run at the end of the over, 107 for 3. Balance 22, Vince 18. We've had 28 overs. Yeah, I was told by the coach of our Colts team back in South London that he sent his captain out in the first game of the season. This lad had never played a proper game of cricket. Oh, I've seen umbrella going up, which is alarming.
No, it's
now it's gone down again, mercifully. So he sent the captain out, and he had lots of nets, and they'd played lots of quick cricket and stuff like that. And he went out in his first game. He said, "Right, so set the field." And of course, the lad had never seen any cricket on TV, so he didn't actually know what a field looked like. He didn't actually know about slips in a gully. And the difference between that and me, when I was 7, I was setting totally erroneously 3 slips, short leg, gully.
I'm intrigued.
You can imagine
I
my
want to know
field.
what field he set. If he'd never seen a field, what did he set? Didn't he?
What did he say? I think he just said go and sort of stand.
Spread out.
Yeah, go and spread
It's not
out.
a bad field. Spread out, cover a bit of grass.
Rahat Ali is in for the first ball of a new over to Vince, who lets that go through to the keeper. He takes it a little bit higher this time, up above his waist. The clouds have properly come in, but what umbrellas there were up have now, I'm glad to say, gone down. It's not a totally full crowd either, which I was slightly surprised for a first day. Is that something to do with it being a Wednesday, maybe? We've got sparse sections in the Holly stand. We've got very few in the upper tier on the West stand. 16,000, I'm being told.
It can't be that it's a Wednesday. I mean, I don't think Test match cricket is marketed well enough.
No?
No, I think T20, you go and see all the T20 billboards everywhere. I just don't think Test match cricket gets the same.
Rahat Ali bowls on the leg stump of Vince, and he gets a thick inside edge. It goes down to long leg, where Sahel Khan does a fielding and flings in a good throw. They pick up a single for it. You think it's just unawareness, do you?
I don't know. I mean, the powers that be at Warwickshire would probably let us know why they've struggled. Old Trafford was the same. You know, the third day was a Sunday at Old Trafford, and there was like 13,000 there. There wasn't a great crowd. Second day is always good in the UK. Doesn't matter whether you start on a Wednesday, a Thursday, or a Friday. The second day always seems to be a great sell. I believe tomorrow, is it sold out? Near on.
I hope so. Rahat Ali is in with 3 slips and a gully outside the off stump, wide and left alone, slightly swinging away. Possibly maybe going with this wind that's swirling, drifting it away from the left-hander. And you get this wonderful skyline here as well, don't you? Which I've only just really started to be able to appreciate. Because when I was on before, wickets kept tumbling.
The
and
Birmingham
so far,
skyline, it's lovely, isn't it?
Well, it's not as...
A few trees.
Yeah, there are a few trees. I've no idea what type of tree they are. I'm not very good with trees.
Green
I mean,
ones.
I love them dearly, but I don't know my sycamores.
I don't think we
or
have
my
a tree
maples.
expert in the box, actually. I think we're struggling in that department.
Rahat is in. Oh, short and cut away. It's got a thick outside edge, and that's going to run away down through a sort of vacant third slip region down to the boundary for 4. And where the cut in the previous over, he did look in control of. This one was a bit of a sort of flaily waft.
Well, I think when it's blustery like this, bowlers will tell you it's difficult to keep balance at the crease, and that's why we're probably seeing the odd real bad ball from Pakistan. I'm sure that Rahat Ali's not looking to bowl short and wide to Gary Balance. He's just losing his position at the crease because of the wind. And to be fair, throughout the series he's done it. You know, he hasn't been able to land the ball consistently full of length in the right zone. He's always offered the batsman a nice gift. That's why as a player you've just got to hang in against Rahat. He might bowl you 3 or 4 good ones, but you're always going to get something to hit.
Well, there's a third man down there now. As he comes to bowls a full ball and off stump, and that's played slightly tentatively by Balance into the onside. Gets the inside half of the bat, goes to mid wicket. I've been shown the advanced ticket sales, and so for tomorrow we're looking at between 16 and 17,000. Day 3 a Friday, which I think, see, day 3 psychologically, if you can take a Friday off, you can wrap that up into the weekend. It's a good day to go and watch cricket. That looks like it's a
3
sellout
days
of
off
23
work.
and a half.
Yeah, extend your weekend, don't you? It's a lovely.
Oh, I still love that.
Yeah.
If you could marry it up with a bank holiday. Oh, Easter. Wasn't Easter? You just used to rejoice at the arrival of Easter. Rahat Ali is in again, and that's played from the crease by Balance. A full ball on off stump up to mid-off. Misbah does the fielding. It completes Rahat Ali's 10th over, the 29th of the innings. 112 for 3, Balance 26.
I do
Vince
think
19. Yeah.
Test cricket would be better served if it started on the same day.
Every
you got
time. So it used to be Thursdays,
whether,
yeah.
If it started on a Thursday, start on a Thursday.
Yeah.
It starts, it just
Can't
be
have
consistent.
back-to-backs then, though, can you? I suppose.
Well, you could if you went to 4-day cricket, you could.
Oh. Now, would you increase the number of overs?
Absolutely, to 100, yeah.
Just 100, so we'd lose 50.
So you'd lose 50, yeah. So 100 overs
With
per
our
day for
weather?
4 days.
Can we not make it 110 and make
we
it
always
work
talk
a bit
about it.
harder?
4 days, we've had how many test matches this summer, and pretty much all have been finished in 4 days, barring Sri Lanka at Lords, where it rained for a day, but that was the last day when it rained, that's why it wasn't a result.
Sahel Khan starts a new over and bowls ball on the pads of Vince, and he's able to work that down to deep backward square leg. They're coming through for a second. Rayat Ali throws, and a bit of a wild throw, which is backed up by Yasir Shah, and they come through for 2 more, 114 for 3, Vince to 21.
What I'm saying, Test cricket is quite difficult to understand anyway.
Yeah.
And then you start 1 week on a Friday, the week before on a Thursday, the following week on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
So when does this product of Test cricket start?
And of course with T20s, I mean, that was part of the idea, wasn't it, to try to do them on Fridays so people get used to it. I know there are games on Thursdays and Saturdays, but essentially you sort of think to yourself, it's Friday night, it's T20 night. As the old John Player League on a Sunday, I suppose. Sahel Khan is in again to Vince. Half identical ball, but he's played that better, if anything, as Vince. It was on his pads, roughly his knee on leg stump, and he's worked that gorgeously through mid-wicket. Crisp timing, got it all the way to the boundary for 4. And that's there's a lot of people who've been grumbling about James Vince scoring the vast majority of his runs on the offside, but he's unfurled a few of these today, isn't he?
Well, I think he's got a gift to play on both sides of the wicket, but this is the side that I prefer to see him play in Test cricket. Just wait for the straight balls. Try and nullify that big drive a yard or so outside of off stump, and he's got a natural gift just to time the ball. I mean, both these players now, we've got Balance on 27, Vince on 21.
25 now.
They've made good, the starts at 42 balls for Vince, 47 balls for Balance. They're in. The set.
Sahel Khan in again to Vince, who gets a shorter ball, and he reaches for that. He didn't need to play at that, and he's got a thick outside edge to backward point. It's got along the ground.
And this is the challenging period, Dan, for players like Balance and Vince, who have been under a bit of the cosh. Now that are coming anxious, nervous, that's sometimes good as a batsman. You go out there and you're just so desperate that you're kind of watching the ball and you just kind of nullify the big drive, and you think, just wait for one off the hip. You get the 25, and sometimes you can just relax and think, I'm in now, and I'll start just playing that. Well, you've just got to be very patient. Just keep doing what you've done to get to 25 and get up to 20. What's Balance? 26 or 27? What's he
26, I think. Sahel Khan's in again, and that's right on off stump, and Vince slightly tentative in coming forward, defends it out square of the wicket on the offside. It's not going back up the wicket to the bowler at the moment off Vince's bat. It's tending to be a little bit square, isn't it, on the offside when he plays those defensive shots.
Because if you look at the way they've got to 26 and 25, you don't think they've played anything expansively. They've just let the ball come to them. They've picked off the straight balls. They've hit a couple of short wide ones. You're always going to get bad balls, aren't you, whatever the standard of cricket that you play. But so far they've been able to nullify that ball on and around off stump with a straight bat.
And here's Khan into Vince once more, and that's on off stump, and that's a much better shot. He's just come fully forward and he's played that back up the wicket. Just as I said, no defensive shots gone back to the bowler. That ball did go back to the bowler, and there's no run. 118 for 3.
Good cricket, as Jeffrey would say. That's good, isn't it? You got nice.
I daren't say that to him. You can say that to him.
Yeah, you can say what you want to him, Dan. Don't worry.
Yeah. Well, I might mention Yorkshire Day. Did you enjoy Yorkshire Day?
Yeah, celebrate. Yeah.
How does one celebrate? Do you just have a great big pile of kale and
no, you just
cake?
You pay for note.
You pay for note, of course, yeah.
And you don't smile. Don't speak to anyone.
And you lose Royal London One Day Cup matches by over 100 runs. I won't say that to him. Sahel Khan is in to complete the over. That's glided down to third man. I'm not 100% sure that James Vince intended to play the ball there, but he played with soft hands. He got half forward. He got the thick outside edge. It went past third slip, down to the third man boundary. That's another boundary he's picked up. Was it 10 off that over, Andrew? It completes the over. England are 122 for 3. Vince has 29 and Balance has 26. And after these words from Michael Vaughan, who's going to try to explain how Pakistan are going to get a wicket, I think, it's going to be Ed Smith.
Well, it looks to me like they're going to have to force the error, so they've just got to bowl with real consistency and try and bowl some dots. That last ball that James Vince played, it was a shot that many would have seen Kane Williamson play. Plays the ball very, very late, and he plays a defensive stroke on that front foot with a 45-degree angle bat, and he just lets it run off, and it always goes down into the gap, down to third man. Frustrating for the bowler, so you basically nullified the best ball of Sahel Khan with a nice soft bat, and it ends up going down to the boundary. It was a good technique.
Afternoon, Michael. Afternoon, everyone. Here's Rayat Ali and Balance nicely forward. Talking of good technique, very compact shot. 122 for 3. Really absorbing day's play so far here at Edgbaston. Pakistan won the toss, surprised a few, probably including England players, and by deciding to bowl first, probably just shaded the morning session. England coming back into it now. A really good challenge for these two young batsmen trying to make themselves permanent fixtures in the England 11. Rahat in past the umpire, bowls, and balances forward, slightly inside edged it, but with a straight bat to mid-on. High clouds, a bit of rain before the start of play, but a set fare for a good day's Test cricket.
Well, there's a few people tweeting in it about the tickets that aren't sold. A couple saying that it's just too expensive. I don't know what a ticket costs. Do we know?
Come back to that in a second. Rahat Ali in now. Bowls, down leg side, balance, flicks it, and we'll get 4 for it. Played very fine. I'm going to ask you a technical question before we come back to ticket sales. That's a fine leg glance by Balance. Played with a bit of a flourish. And about 20 yards to the left of fine leg. Can you play a leg glance of a fast bowler deliberately fine, Michael Vaughan?
You're good if you can.
You're good if you can is probably a good
You
answer.
can see fine legs so widely. I'll just leave it a bit later. You're a mighty fine player. I think you see it down the leg side, you just glance it, and you hope that it kind of goes fine enough or wide enough.
There's an old argument between a group of batsmen and a group of bowlers in the dressing room once. 51 off 74 balls this stand. Sorry, Andrew's probably going to jump in with that. Here's Rahat in now, left arm over bowls. Bit of swing. Started wide and went wider.
So there you go, Ed. I've been talking about marketing of Test cricket. Someone's just tweeted, Martin Brunt, he says, thousands of people through Birmingham New Street Station every day. You'd never know there was a Test match being played. No promotion at all. Yet there's one here saying Surrey CCC have been marketing theirs as the final Test with ads all over London.
There's a slight danger with ticket prices, Michael. It could be a bit of a price of milk moment for us and sort of not knowing the answer. I can't tell you exactly what the cheapest ticket is here at Edgbaston. Find out for you. Rahat Ali in now, bowls wide of the off-stump length ball. Balance not tempted. 126 for 3.
Vicky Bartlett, she says, I agree with you about marketing. Warwickshire has 3 websites. Edgbaston, Birmingham Bears and Warwickshire. Very confusing for any... 3 websites. Is that right? £31 in the Stanley Barnes. Which is the Stanley Barnes stand? Over to the right there under that scoreboard, is it? They used to make a right racket in there when the old Warwickshire team. Alan Donald tearing in.
Rahat Ali in swinger, very well played by Gary Balance. The perfect cricket shot. Rahat Ali's been trying to take it away from Gary Balance. This time he speared it in. Balance held his balance, there's no other word for it. Head still, into the ball, full face of the bat between the bowler and mid-on. And that'll give Gary Balance so much confidence.
I think you've got to go for Balance kept his shape.
Okay, you see, where were you when I was in the crisis and I had balances everywhere? You just could have given me a nudge and say, shape.
Yeah, he just kept his shape. I think.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
We'll swap seats in a second. I'll start opining and you can talk us through the language. We're going to have some Yasir Shah.
He's looked very nice, hasn't he? I've really liked the fact that Balance has hit 3 or 4 down the ground, and that had been one of the areas that was of concern last time he was in the Test team. He was pushed back. I don't think Pakistan have bowled enough short balls to. I know it's not the kind of pitch, but you've got to really challenge Balance with a few short balls and pin him back, and then you might not get him coming quite as far forward. At the minute, he's known everything's been on the front foot, so he's been getting his weight right through the ball. It's been a bit predictable, hasn't it, from Pakistan? Mr. Shah, I wonder what he thought at the toss.
You mentioned that earlier.
Gone to the skipper and gone, Skip, come on.
It's a wider debate here, Michael, as Shah just practices his run-up, as James Vince scratches his guard. How much influence does a great bowler, because at this stage we say, he's not yet done it all, but statistically he's shaping up as a top bowler. How much influence does a star bowler have on a captain?
Not a great deal, I don't think. But Ricky Ponting in 05 didn't listen to Shane Warne, and I don't think Yasir Sharp's the type, is he, to go up to Misbah and say, come on, Misbah, you've got to
listen to me
first here. Give me something.
Shah again, short and wide, pulled away for 4. Freebie. Just short and nothing sort of ball. James Vince made no mistake, whacked it in front of square. Nice feeling for him. So, Michael, who was the bowler who was the grumpiest with you if you didn't do what he wanted? Hoggard. What would he say? He'd sort of grunt?
Just wouldn't speak.
Wouldn't speak.
He wouldn't speak, and he'd be bowling the first spell, he'd bowl 5, and he still wouldn't have spoken. I'd have been next to him at mid-off.
So if you decide to bowl first on a flat
he might get, if he's into his third spell, he may say something.
Shah in now, wide of the off stump. Vince leaves alone. Sarfraz takes, wearing a Pakistan green helmet.
But what's good for England so far is that, you know, 2 players that are under pressure balance for Vince are just getting them out of a tricky position. You know, there's a lot of work to be done, but it'd be good for the team if these are the pair that go on and put England in a strong position. They do all the work.
Shah in again, and Vince whips it, strong bottom hand, but straight to mid-on. That was the shot that got Bairstow in a bit of trouble. Second innings at Lords, wasn't it?
Yeah, just skidded on, didn't it?
Yeah. Different pitch, different.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be the type of wicket at the minute where it will skid on. I think it'll probably stick a bit.
Yeah. Shah in again, Vince right forward.
I always remember Kevin Peterson to Muralitharan playing a one shot when he was on naught. You know, many England players over there, we'd all been like pulling our hair out, me literally, try and face Murali of which way it was going to spin.
Yes, here's Shah in, wide of the off stump. Beautiful cover drive from Vince. Such an elegant shot, and the dive is despairing. And the timing there, actually, Michael, I'll bring you in, you played a few of those. It was an extra cover drive, really elegant shot, and it flew to the boundary.
Well, that had a bit of Mark Waugh in it. You know, Mark Waugh used to play shots like this through the offside, and that's what he's got to wait for. He's got to wait for that ball to drive right under his nose. You know, wait for it to be under the nostrils, and then he can play it. Yeah, Peterson, I always remember him here playing Murali, and we'd had meetings and saying, "Oh, you just got to nullify him." He danced down first ball and just flicked him straight back over his head for 6.
Shah in now, and that's the other one. Vince equal to it, bunts it to mid-on, and that's where special players do unusual things.
Well, we were all sat in the old pavilion, you know, downstairs in the kind of, it's like a little dungeon down there watching. We all looked at each other and went, "Oh my word." None of us had no one had dared think of it. And then about when he got to 4, he played that reverse, and he reverse swept him into the hollies.
Kevin also,
I was like, phew.
Michael, you'll probably remember that. Maybe I've been having a meeting at Kevin Peterson all gave one. His first Test match was at Lords, wasn't it? He got 250s in a defeat in the 2005 Ashes. And of course, he was playing at Hampshire with Shane Warne. And one of the television interviewers asked him, you know, was there any way in which he could help the other England batsmen with, you know, with picking Warne? And he said, well, he had actually spoken a lot to the wicketkeeper at Hampshire, and you know, he'd really worked on his plans, but at the end of the day he couldn't give the other batsman his eyes. after one test match, Trescothick, Vaughan, all these guys in there with 80, 90 tests, and Kevin played just the one. It was and why not? You know, he was good for that series and for a long time in his England career. Claire Purton has emailed to say that it's £31 for adults today and £6 for children. Pretty good deal.
Yeah, it's a good deal.
Some people on social media are saying that the fact you can't bring your own alcohol into the ground may be a factor. Don't know. Anyway, it's a very warm and supportive crowd, those that are here, as always, at this wonderful ground. Khan in now and wraps balance on the pad. Change of bowling. Rahat Ali is off.
See, my style of captaincy was always trying to get into the players' minds, and I always remember having this meeting with Kev, and he was struggling a bit, and I said, you remember, Kev, tomorrow, we're playing at Lords, I can't remember who it was against, and I said, you remember, Kev, tomorrow, I said, 30,000 have come to watch you play. I said, when you walk out of bat, those 30,000 that have bought the ticket, I don't know what the price is worth, but they've basically bought the ticket to watch you play. You're the star attraction. And he just looked at me and goes, I know China.
That's great. Tell you the flip side of this conversation in a second. As Khan is in, a cross balance, who plays it well defensively, just downstairs at lunch chatting with Mike Brearley and Vic Marks. We were talking about great players who had the ability when they got out to put all the onus onto rogue bad luck, one little bit of thing that went against them, nothing to do with them, which I've actually felt a great deal of envy about, because I'd probably come in and think, oh God, it's all my fault. And Mike Brearley told a lovely story where Brian Close spooned one off the leading edge to mid-on and said, I had everything covered except for low bounce.
Well, they say Ian Botham was the best at that.
Yeah, and Viv chimed in with a bit of that. Vic, rather, sorry. Khan in now, and very good ball. He's the one who's consistently bowled, I'm going to say, I'm going to say an English length, A length. He's bowled A length, Khan.
The thing is with Beefy would take his excuses out onto the golf course. Played many a times with Beefy. Once at St Andrews, and anyone that's played the first 9 at St, basically you can hit it as far left as possible.
Yeah.
Anyway, Beefy hit this ball left. I think it was on the 5th par 5, and it went out of the bounds left. So it went over another fair and over the fence. And he straight away went, "Oh, tee broke."
It's the speed as well. It's not like
yeah, tee broke, snapped. As I'm coming down and follow through, snapped.
Brilliant. There's a place for shrewd and selective excuses. Khan in again, once more pushed across balance, who's been watchful outside off stump. Or you could use the kind of cosmic injustice look. You were quite good sometimes. If you got one you thought kept a bit low, you'd sort of like look up at the heavens and can't believe I was hitting them so well today, and we'd all believe you. We'd think,
absolutely.
oh, he was set for a big one there, Michael. He just got that one that kept low. And
blame the little patch on the pitch.
Yeah, that's the kind of
getting to the opposition.
Exactly.
Range. So when they went, oh, there must be that patch. Well,
there you go. Putting the pressure back on the opposition.
It was never there.
Bluff's a big part of the game. Khan in now, straight run up, right arm over, strong man bowls. Balance plays a check drive to mid-on. Rahat Ali fields. Now there's a moment here, let's just take us right out to the middle and the partnership and the conversation that's going. There'll be a moment if these two bat for a bit more when it'll get easier. It's not quite happened yet. 138 for 3, the game's still very balanced and level. Bat for an hour, I get close to tee, it really tilts and the partnership grows. It's just a question of preserving that partnership.
Well, they've just got to keep doing what they've been doing to get to 34 and 37, respectively. They don't need to change a thing, because runs will come, because Pakistan will always go for the glory ball.
Wide of the off-stump beauty. And that's what he's done all day. He's been good for 2 wickets today, Khan, and that one's just pushed across balance, fenced at it, didn't do much wrong, didn't follow it.
Well, I think as a captain, Misbah would have won the toss thinking, well, I can bank on Mohammad Amir. He's in the locker. I think I can get a bit out of Rahal. I'm not too sure about Sahel Khan because he's not played. He's only to his 2nd Test match. Well, he's been the standout bowler by a mile. He's bowled with decent pace. He's got the ball in consistent areas. So he's the one that's really ticked the box for the captain. The other 2 left armers have been disappointed. I just don't think they've got it right at all. Now it's down to Yasir Shah. You just have the vision, don't you, Yasir Shah? He seems to have been plugged in at Old Trafford for the whole week. He seems to be bowling all the time. Mohammad Amir strolled off. He's going up the steps to the dressing room. Not too sure what that's about.
Oh, Yasir Shah to continue. Michael's disappearing. Vince is forward, compact, crisply played. Shah in again, wide of the off stump. Sarfraz takes. Slightly better control this 2nd over. Bounding run up Shah. Again, wide of the off stump, no shot from Vince. Afternoon, Ramiz Raja.
Afternoon, how are we?
Very well. It's been a really good day's play, I think. I don't know what you've made of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen a lot of shots being played, attacking cricket from England, Pakistan, picking up 3 wickets. Good partnership in the process. A lot of focus on Yasir Shah.
Shah again, wide of the off stump, and Vince brings his bottom hand in early, swats it straight to extra cover.
Pakistan making a brave call of electing to field first. I don't know how what kind of reaction they'll get from this pitch eventually, because if Yasir Shah was supposed to be your main weapon, then you needed to have him bowling on the 4th, 5th day.
Shah in again. Vince, and there's a slight mix-up here. As Balance wanted a single, Vince sent him back. No damage done in the end. What would you have done, Ramiz, with the toss?
I would have batted, actually. I would have batted. Yeah, I mean, it looked a pretty decent pitch. Yeah, a bit of cloud cover and all that, but it's going to be like this for the entire 5 days. So,
Shah in again. Vince is forward defensively. After a loose first over, Yasir Shah right back on the money. 138 for 3. Balance 34, Vince 37.
And the other reason is that, you'd want to have this middle order playing Yasir Shah on a turning pitch rather than on a day one pitch. If Misbah feels that that English middle order doesn't have the kind of strength that the top order seem to have, then obviously you wanted to bowl at them when the pitch was just a little bit rough.
Sahel Khan starts a new over, strongly built, close to the umpire, bowls now, and it's down leg side, Balance nearly feathered that. Khan was interested. She walked a bit across his stumps and flicked at it. One of those moot points about batsmanship. If you edge one down the leg side, are you culpable, are you unlucky? Sometimes if you walk across and it's very close to leg stump, as that one was, you're inviting bad luck. Let's have a look at this here. There's a Snicko spike. I don't know what it was. Anyway, there was no appeal apart from Sarfraz, who sort of rather languidly and unenthusiastically raised his right hand. Khan in again, wide of the off stump, and Balance leaves alone. Was the quiet atmosphere in the ground, so everyone realises that England have the opportunity to swim to calmer waters if these two can just stay out there. It's like post-lunch lull in the mood around the ground. Pakistan searching for a breakthrough. Khan in and Balance inside edges and no ball. I think he'll get 2 runs. That's one of those slightly talking of justice, one of those slightly unjust inside edges that ends up going into a gap.
Yeah, he's not happy, Sohail Khan, because his ball, 3 no balls, So, can be difficult to get your rhythm going straight away. He's been, on the sidelines for a month or so now. And so, suddenly coming into top gear, it's going to be tough. And in blustery conditions, you've got to adjust all the time in your run-up. But he's bowled a lovely line. I've enjoyed watching him because he makes you think about leaving the ball outside the off stump. He's swung the ball ever so slightly, but with good effect.
Khan again, once more. Balanced defence is solid. Ball goes to mid-wicket. 141 for 3. Stand is 66.
This is a big opportunity for
this. Certainly is. There certainly can't be any lack of hunger or desire at this stage for two guys trying to cement their places.
All they have to do is to just manage their innings now. It's not a stiff competition really, or a matter of survival out there. It's just organising yourself to get to a 50 and then 100.
Khan in and balancing it on the pad, and they'll get a leg by down leg side. Actually, is it quite an interesting point you raise, Ramesh, which is that there's a moment in an innings as a batsman when you realise that the far greater danger is now from within. Especially as you're facing the new ball, it could always be a good ball unless it's a ridiculously flat pitch. There's nearly always some good balls flying around. But then you get through those, or the top order survive them. The spin is not going to be a huge threat on day one here. No. So then there's a second challenge, which is okay. The external threats are reduced.
Yeah.
Can I handle the internal ones?
Absolutely. Just be mindful of that outswinger, but that's basic stuff for a test match batsman, minding the off-stump angle. It's about organising yourself now, nothing more than that. Which ones to hit, which ones to drop anchor to.
Khan in now, and Vince works on the onside. Yasir Shah's quickly, smartly away to his left-hand side, picks up.
I don't think Pakistan have bowled a bouncer yet.
That's a very good point. They haven't bowled a bouncer. There hasn't been a duck and there hasn't been a hook shot. So we can't. Whatever it was at best a shorter ball. There's no pace in the wicket, to be fair, but sometimes there are the days when you have to bowl the occasional bouncer, keep batsmen honest, stop them just marching onto the front foot. Here's Khan in bowls, and Vince plays it nicely. Actually, it was a bit reminiscent of Michael Vaughan, the way he played that one up on his toes. End of the over, 142 for 3. A thought from you, Ramis, and I'll make way for resplendent Henry Blofeld in marvellous green shoes.
Yeah, indeed, yeah, he's psychedelic. And, well, as far as Pakistan is concerned, they'll be a little uptight now. The first session was pretty even, Stevens. Possibly England just ever so slightly, but now, with this lovely partnership brewing, I think they'd be feeling the heat. Hello, Henry.
Hello, Ram. Psycho who, did you say?
Psycho?
You said I was looking psycho something or other.
Psycho? No, you're looking psychedelic.
Oh, psychedelic. Good Lord, I thought
no,
you...
you never say.
I thought you were saying I was looking like a friend of yours. I couldn't think who he was. Anyway, isn't it lovely? The sun's come back to greet us. And... we're going to see Yasser Shah continue from the city end. He's going to bowl to start with to carry balance. And these two are, I won't say they've dispelled, but they're on the way to dispelling question marks. They won't dispel them entirely, but they will do themselves a bit of good, and they'll, I think, if they get there, so to speak, and they get to the 50 or above or even 100, they will ensure that they will stay in the England side for a bit yet anyway. Here's Yasser in to balance. Balances forward and runs this off the outer half of the bat. I dare say that was the googly. It went the other way and it went down to short third man and there was no run. And I must say, Edgbaston is looking lovely now with all these trees all the way around the ground mown with the wide stripes. And it's really lovely. Here's Yasser in, up to the wicket. He bowls to balance. Balance pushes forward. Yasser trips across over towards short mid-wicket, picks up and then returns back to his mark. And even the high-rise blocks of Birmingham, the centre, they're not the most beautiful high-rise blocks in the world, but they're looking good in the sunshine. And here is Yasser in bowls, and it's played away nicely by balance, but it's fielded by Azhar Ali there at short leg. Reacts very quickly at short leg down to his left, and there is no run. We've got a slip backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, forward short leg, mid-wicket saving, an ordinary orthodox mid-wicket, and then a deep backward square. Yasser bowls and balance thrusts forward, almost doing the splits, and he gets down, pushing back down the offside, and it is picked up by the bowler. Yasser, enthusiastic. Leg spinner is always enthusiastic. You can see he's about the same build, I would say, as Abdul Qadir, probably. He's in now, up to the wicket, he bowls, balance forward again, history repeating itself. Yasser picks up. I think Abdul Qadir was about the same height.
Same height, yeah. Maybe it's slightly taller.
Was he? I remember very well him. He used to stay with us at Langer Hall up in Nottinghamshire, and he was what fun Abdul Qadir was, great fun. And here he is again in Yasser, and he bowls, balance forward. He's really working on that forward defensive stroke, Yasser, and balance at the moment shows that the shot has no defects. It's the end of the over. The score is 142 for 3. Balance has got... I can't see, he's gone off 36, I think, of them, and Vince 37.
Yeah, I think it was a very good over from Yasser Shah because right now it'd be looking to get the ball dropped in that good length area, bowl those dots, get some confidence rolling because the ball is not going to spin. It's got to just calm down a little bit because I think he's tried few things. It hasn't worked. It's been up and down. His line has been wavered. So that was an important over in that respect that he got it everything right except that he didn't get a lot to spin, but the line and direction was extremely good.
And you weren't surprised that, or you were surprised that Misbah decided to field?
I was surprised actually. I would have batted.
You would get buckling your pads on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, after the first half an hour, this is a battable pitch.
Indeed. Well, it's Sohail Khan now up to the wicket now. He's there, he bowls, and that's better. Vince leaving that one politely alone outside the off stump. A ball that certainly Headingley would guarantee that he'd played a shot at. But it's getting there perhaps slowly to him that he's really got to control himself outside off stump. Otherwise his tenure in the England side will in necessity be brief.
Yeah, I think he's okay against the right armour, but it has his issues against the left arm angle. But now you seem a lot more assured of where the line of the ball is and leaving it well alone.
And so it is again, kicking up his heels. He's there, he's up the wicket, he bowls, and Browns plays his way beautifully off his toes through mid-wicket, and I think that's going to be cut off. Yes, it is. Yasser Shah does very well indeed. He picks it up running a sprinter's race round the boundary, picks it up in his left hand, transfers it, throws it in almost in one. Great fielding that, it really was, and it's good to see. And 2 runs there to Gary Balance, that takes him on to 39. And Sohail, I mean, it seems extraordinary. He's only played 2 test matches before today, 1 for 245, and he's come in today. I mean, where's he been hiding? He's looked so good.
Yeah, I think he's played few one-day matches for Pakistan. Not a regular player for them in test matches, obviously, but in English conditions, he was given the nod and he's been a good choice today.
And here he is again. He's in now to Vince, and Vince gets the first bouncer of the day,
Yeah,
first
I think
short
so,
one.
yeah. That's
Just
the
about,
first one.
wasn't it? It was went down the leg side, and Vince sort of got underneath it. Extraordinary. I completely forgot Vince's name for a moment.
James.
No, not James. Vince. I forgot the Vince part of it.
Okay.
No, one's mind. I suppose it's old age, isn't it, or something.
Too
But
engrossed in
suddenly
his
you go.
driving
You
and
will find
flicking.
this happening. Though.
Yes.
You're doing something, and suddenly someone you've been talking about for half an hour, and his name just completely goes.
Yes, yeah.
Extraordinary, isn't it? Never grow old was a great thing. I once remember my father saying that to me at a time when I never thought I would grow old. And here comes Sohail outside the off stump. That shapes away even further the slips. And Vince has absolutely nothing to do with it. So we're all learning to grow old gracefully in the commentary box anyway. But it's been a very good day, and I think going back to Sohail, he looks a test match bowler, doesn't he? Well, he has done today.
Yeah. He's accurate. He's got a good, nice action. He's tall. He's built for test match cricket. But Pakistan have found a few good ones in the last 3-4 years, so it's been difficult for him to get into the playing 11.
Here he is, a strong young man too. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls outside the... Oh, is that gone? Is he been caught there? Yes, I think he has. He nibbled at that, Vince, and it was Yunus Khan who picked that one up. And he leaves the pitch very, very slowly. It may need a forklift to drag him away. They're appealing against the catch, in fact.
I think Yunus is 50-50. He's not entirely comfortable because he was suggesting to the umpires to go for it. He's not sure himself, so this could be a break for the striker here.
Review for fair catch. Soft signal is not out. Mark, can you go to the front foot no ball first, please?
And this is Kumar Dharmasena. We're hearing the third umpire.
Yeah,
it's a fair delivery.
You can go to your best shot, Mark.
And it's so often when you have these ones, it's foreshortened and it looks to have hit the ground. I think he looks...
Fingers are underneath the ball. Can you zoom that one? Yeah, that's great.
Oh, I'm not
Fingers are
sure.
underneath the ball.
I think
Do you
he's
have
got his
anything
fingers
else to show
underneath
me?
the ball, so this could be curtains for the striker.
It could be, couldn't it? Looking at it again, I
Yeah.
just wondered if it
one
had
as well?
actually just hit the ground, but I think he got his fingers...
Oh, fingers are underneath the ball.
Yes, we're hearing fingers underneath the ball.
I'm
I think
happy
you
with
got that one right,
I'm
Rami.
happy with that.
And I think that may be the end
Joel,
of James'
ball has
Vince.
clearly carried. Ball has clearly carried.
Yes.
You're on the screen now.
So he's been given out. We can see the umpire Wilson, showing Vince the only journey left for him now is to the pavilion. And he goes hugely disappointed. And there he was. It was the old failing. It's done him something like 5 times out of 5 in this series against Pakistan. And what a pity. He'd built on the start. He started in innings a little iffily, but he had begun to build it and to improve. And oh dear, 39 he gets. And
yeah, it's the same old story. I mean, he looked so convincing, but only for a little while. I mean, he played some lovely shots, but it was short-lived. So somehow he's got to make sure that his stay at the crease is locked longer, because he's a better batsman than just getting a 30 or a 40 yard. But it's that line outside the off stump that has got him edging that one once again, and that seems to be the Achilles heel for him. If he wants to improve as a test player, I think he's got to be better than that. You know, the balls that are pitched in that corridor of uncertainty, you've got to be sure whether to play at that one or not. And he was circumspect. He was 50-50, you know, trying to leave the ball, and certainly the ball hit his outside edge and carried to the slip catcher. Yunus Khan, who took a good one.
Yes, he did indeed. 144 for. Of course, the thing is, Ramis, too, that why he played at that, there's no need to play at him, because all he's doing is playing defensively. He's not trying to score runs. Therefore, it's a waste of time to play.
Yeah,
let it go by.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you tend to do that, and you'd know that when you're in two minds, when you don't know whether to play that one or not, then there is the loads of uncertainty that creeps up in the mind, and he wasn't sure whether to play at that one or not. Still struggling to which shots to play on those deliveries, bowl on that off stump or not, and that's a real issue for him.
And that's 3 wickets to Sohail Khan. Well done him. He's really been 3 there for 49. And it's Johnny Bairstow now, who has been in such great form this year. Had a bit of trouble with the leg spin, but he's a confident young man, takes guard now, 4 slips behind him. And here is Sohail. Coming in, over the wicket, up the wicket now, he's there, he bowls, Bairstow forward, off the mark straight away, turning that to deep backward square leg. Sohail sets off like a lamplighter, picks up, and gets it back very quickly indeed. He's a splendid man in the deep, Sohail. He's small, he's diminutive, but he doesn't half twinkle across the ground. But what a very good wicket that is for Pakistan, and well bowled Sohail Khan. 3 for 50 now. And he really has been a discovery in this match in terms of Test match cricket.
Yes, he's been accurate, he's swung the ball beautifully, and he's forced the batsman to play on the off-stump angle, and has been mighty successful. So good selection by Misbah and the team think tank, because he was warming the bench and certainly got the nod, and on the day has bowled superbly.
The think tank, how much, of course, Mickey Arthur.
Mickey Arthur, absolutely in the selection.
How's that going, the selection? Is he blended in well with the side?
Yeah, I think so, yes. I mean, it's still early days for him, but, so far so good. They seem to be enjoying his company. He's teaching them how to be relentless in Test cricket, and how to not lose the mojo, the rhythm, the flow. But still, I mean, this team, even though it has done well in Test matches, still work in progress, because some of these younger kids would be much smarter after this England tour.
Well, Bairstow takes guard. He's got a single. It's 145 for 4. And it's going to be Sohail to bowl to him. We've got a slip, a forward short leg, and a shortish extra cover. And here comes Sohail. Licks his fingers. He's in now, up to the wicket. He bowls. Bairstow drives nicely. Stopped there at short extra cover. And that's Hafiz. And there is no run. It came pretty quickly. Hafiz stopped it. Didn't pick it up cleanly, but it only bobbled about half a yard away from him, so he was all right. And Sohail back to mark, hitches that left shoulder, licks his finger, starts in, finds that Bairstow isn't ready, goes back, starts in again, licks the finger again, in, up to the wicket, bowls, Bairstow forward, edgily, but along the ground to backward point, and there's no run there. Leg spinners are fun to watch. They're sort of, I can say, volatile, mercurial almost. And little Sohail is absolutely no exception. Full of movement, full of excitement. He's someone you want to watch. Hitching the shoulder again, does it before every ball, licks the finger, there it is. In, up to the wicket, bowls, that's driven by Bairstow nicely, but straight out the fielder there at deep cover, and they get the single. Throw comes in a little bit awkwardly to Sarfraz there, pitching at his feet. Another one to Bastow, he goes to 2, and it's 146 for 4. And somehow the game, the crowd has come alive. There's a big Pakistani element in the crowd here, I think, and they're enjoying it down there, particularly in the Eric Hollis stand. And there's a vibrancy which we perhaps haven't had to this extent earlier today. And it's Yasser again, he gives that one out, and it's driven there by Balance. And a diving stop by the captain at mid-off. Misbah, and he keeps them to a single. Good piece of fielding. And he moves his old bones around the place at great speed. It's 147 now for 4. And Bastow again in strike, 37 to Balance. And here is Yasser in bowls, and back goes Bastow, and forces that to the right of deep cover, who's fielding very quickly out there. And who is that out there?
Sami Aslam, he's making his debut.
That's right.
Yep.
He's very quick across the turf, Sami Aslam.
20-year-old kid.
Sami, not S-A-M-M-Y. People might be thinking, but S-A-M-I.
S-A-M-Is.
And it's 148 for 4, Bastow 3. Yasser in, bowls to Balance. And Balance, I thought, was looking to play that away on the leg side, and it was fielded with short extra cover. That bottom hand of his comes into it, and it's the end of a most entertaining over. 148 for 4, England, who were put into bat here this morning. Balance has got 37. Bastow has got 3. And I think Pakistan and Misbah will be happy with the way things are going at the moment.
Absolutely. I think this last wicket would have given them a lot of hope and comfort, because the way that partnership was brewing, I thought that Pakistan were in deep, deep trouble. But it's a valuable breakthrough that they've achieved, courtesy Khan, who's bowled splendidly. All 3 wickets out of 4 belong to him, and he's bowled that superb outswinger every now and then, used the breeze behind him. And this is a great start for Yasser Shah also, I think, from the other end. With 4 wickets down, he needs to just calm down and develop a bit of mystery once again. He can do that because he's now been used as a support role.
So here it is, in now to Bastow. Bastow goes back, try to turn it round the corner, hits him on the body, and it's Sohail Khan, the bowler, who goes forward almost into the crease beside Bastow and picks up. And I haven't really had a look for my cranes today. There are 2 lovely yellow cranes, almost golden cranes, right directly ahead of us in the far distance of the city of Birmingham. They look as though they're both leaning forward in that subservient way. They look as though they're talking to one another, having a chat.
They look like big giraffe.
Well, that's very good, big giraffe.
At a water hole.
Very good, I like it. Well, I always say they look like butlers, like wine waiters, pouring the first glass, saying, will you have a taste, sir? And it's Sohail Khan running away from us now. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls to Bastow outside the off-stump. Bastow won't be tempted. And left that alone, and I think it's too early to say that James Vince in the dressing room should have his nose pressed against the window and be watching that. But when he's sort of got himself together, he really should, because that is exactly what he should have done to the ball. He was out in Sohail's last over. I was trying to think. I've got it. Of course, it's Sohail. I think it's Amir Sohail.
Yes, that's right.
He played when you played.
That's true.
Didn't he?
Right, yeah.
Opening batsman?
Opening batsman.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Who gave it a bit of a tonk?
He did. Yes.
I remember him well. And now it is Sohail Khan in. 4 slips go down. He bowls now to Bastow. Bastow goes back. Runs it out. That's a very good piece of cricket. He just dropped his wrists on it, played it out a few yards on the offside in front of square. The run was always there as long as they both started together. And Balance, teammate, Yorkshire teammate, knows Bastow, but as soon as he saw Bastow coming or saying yes, he responded and backing Bastow's judgment. And the run was easily there.
Yes, I think from cricketing point of view also it made a lot of sense. It was good cricket from this pair because Bastow has just walked in and why expose him to Pakistan's best bowler today? So that was a good single taken. He's now at the non-striker's end, Bastow.
With 4 to his name, and it's 149 for 4. And just 3 slips now as Sohail comes in to bowl to the left-handed Balance. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls short, another bouncer. And that was actually so short and down the leg side that Balance didn't need to take evasive action in any way, whatever. Lots of people walking around in the Eric Hollis stand, chap there in a white floppy sun hat and shorts. He's leaping up the steps two at a time, going up towards the back. But there's a lot of movement there, a lot of good cheer, and a lot of fun. And I think a lot of Pakistani supporters are over there and really enjoying what they see. Their side are being extremely competitive today. They've got, well, I was going to say, their foot on England's throat. They nearly have. 149 for 4 is not a particularly healthy score. And so Hale it is. In again, Balance moves across his crease and plays that, having moved across his crease, down to fine leg. They go for 1. And that is all they get. The 150's up. That's the round of applause. 150 for 4 in 38 overs, 236 balls, and there have been 4 extras, and it's taken precisely exactly 3 hours.
Yeah, it's been good going. We've seen shots being played, we've seen wickets, we've seen good catches from Pakistan. So it's been a lot of fun watching day one so far.
It's been really vibrant cricket, hasn't it?
Absolutely. A bit of a fight now required by England.
Oh, absolutely. And the game today is all the better for it. And Sohail, this has been a great day for him. And he's going to bowl now to Bairstow, standing out with his bat up behind him like a periscope. And here's Sohail in, up to Bairstow. Bairstow goes back, cuts at that, and he's got it away past the diving figure there at cover. And it's going up. Is he going to get that? No, it's just been pulled back. And they come back for the 3rd run. He hit that very well indeed. Fielder recovered, dived to his right. I think just got a hand to it, took a little bit of the way off it. And so 3 runs was the end product.
See you later.
Ramiz is going. It's always sad to see the back of him, but there we are, looking immaculate in his usual suit today. And the score now is they've taken it off the scoreboard. I can't find it anywhere.
It's up to 153 for 4.
153 for 4, and it's it's going to be a double change, and that's going to be rather a gap at the microphone. So I think what I shall do is we'll do this very cleverly. Simon Mann's going to take over. I'll get up, and he can put on his headphones. Then I shall go on talking until he's absolutely wired for sound. This entangled his headphones from around me. It's frankly exciting, this. Don't worry, drinks are being taken. You're not missing any cricket at all, I can promise you. And now, are you absolutely ready to go? I think he is. So over to you.
I think you've done this before, Henry, haven't you? So drinks on the field. It's been a fascinating day's cricket, up and down, and hard to know quite where it's going to go yet, which team is going to be in the ascendancy at the end of it. Pakistan just holding England back. You wonder what will be a good first innings score here. Some often say, well, get 450, but it may be that on this pitch, in these conditions, that 300, 350 keeps you in the game. Anyway, Jeffrey's here. And we've seen this afternoon the dismissal of Vince, who was looking promising, and then nicked one low to slip.
It was a poor shot.
Yunus Khan
Lovely
took the catch. Definitely. Do you think it was definitely out?
Yeah, gave it out immediately. I was on television, out, absolutely out. And I said, listen, the umpire had as clear a view as anything of that, down the wicket, past the wickets at the other end to the slip. And without television, the old days, he'd have had to give it out and not out. He'd have had to go on what he saw. Yeah. And my instinct tells me, we've said this before, the eyes are 3D, the television isn't, and a number of low catches. Fortunately, a lot of umpires now are being schooled and being helped about this, because in the early days of replays, they kept giving it not out. And I'm really thrilled to bits. Who's the third umpire? Got it? He got it dead right, 100%. Well done to him. That was out. And it was a poor shot, almost deserved to be out. Listen, if you watch it, he goes forward to play forward with his front foot forward. He starts moving his body forward, and he suddenly realises it's short of a length. Then he has to stand up and try and poke at it when he really should have been on the back foot playing it, because it was short of a length. And the face of the bat opened a bit and it just ran off. And he caught it low down coming forward, which is always one of the harder catches, because you're not sure you're going to get there. And he did. You look for the fingers under the ball. That's all we look for. It was out, 100%.
Yeah, I gave that out as well. Jeffrey's made the point that in previous times umpires would they'd say, a bit of doubt there, we can give that not out, but the number of times if you caught balls like that, the ball hits the fingers, but it looks as though it's hit the ground.
But actually, I think the ICC have instructed them a bit more. They're giving them a bit of tuition, is it? Call it. They've tried to show them that, hang on, you've got to understand to what television can do. And in this instance of low catches, it isn't the best.
Yeah.
In a lot of other things, it's absolutely brilliant.
It can help you some of the time.
Yes, but it's not
it's not conclusive, is it?
No,
all the
not
time.
like a lot of other things. It's not. And we need people to read it with their experience and knowledge of the game, and they're doing it a lot better now. I'm glad we get the right decision. That's all we ever want.
Play's going to resume after the drinks break. Bairstow on strike, Yassir Shah to bowl to him. And Bairstow's forward, blocking that, no more than that. Dropping the ball into the offside and there's no run.
He won't be doing much of that. It's not in his DNA. I'm telling you, this will be interesting when you get Moeen to come in, Wokes, Bairstow. Don't hang around too much. They either get out or get runs.
Shah from the Birmingham end bowls to Bairstow, tries to fiddle the ball into the offside, into a gap there for a single. It's too close to Hafiz at cover, and there's no run. Pakistan have a man back on the cover boundary and one back on the deep backward square leg boundary, or not quite on the boundary, at 10 yards in. And then there's a ring on the offside and onside. Two close catches, a short leg and a slip. And Bairstow waits for Shah, and Bairstow clubs this over the top. Down towards the boundary, and it's gone away for 4. Jeffrey called it.
Yeah, it's like baseball. When the guy goes in and flexes his muscles, and he has a little go with the bat, and he's going to, which part of the ground I'm going to hit you out. That you can see he's bristly. I've known him since I was about 9, and it's in his DNA. And he's almost got to say to him, hey, listen, just batter me. But he doesn't think like that. He's in a great situation. Man goes back straight away.
Long off. 157 for Bairstow to 11. Shah bowls to Bairstow, and Bairstow pushes forward and hits it straight to short extra cover. And there's no run. Well, what it needs here is someone to take hold of this England innings, really. And Bairstow is capable of doing that. And just guide the innings towards a big score. Hasn't happened yet. Shah bowls to Bairstow, who digs this out and drives it up towards the long off boundary for a single. That man going back. And Bairstow goes to 12.
Give you a single, take it. It's easy. You've hit it over the top, put the man back. When you pitch it up, I'll just push it for 1. Thank you very much. That's why you hit it over the top, or you should. The thing about England, though, they're scoring. They might have lost 4 wickets. They may have lost more today. But they're scoring at 4 and over. And I think 350 might be plenty.
Yeah, might be a good score.
Might be a good score on here.
158 for 4. Shah bowls to Balance. Tossed up. Balance clips it away nicely, but straight to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Nice timing in that shot from Balance. Crisp, but no run. And that's the end of Shah's over. So 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 19 from Yassir Shah on this blustery day.
It's one of those pitches, Simon, that's very dry. Tufty grass underneath, or the roots of it, but it's hard. There's a little... I've used the word inconsistent, but it's not inconsistent. It's slightly pace. It comes on, zips, and then other times it doesn't zip at you. You can play shots, it comes on, and there's a nice fast outfield. But I think if you're a bowler, a seamer, that there's not too much movement, but somehow it just encourages with that bounce occasionally, and then a little bit. And England got some good seamers. Yeah, I think they'll fancy a little bowl. Anderson got 6 here last year.
And Finn got a bundle as well.
Second innings, didn't he? Yeah, I think they think you batsmen just get enough runs on the board. We'd like a little bowl then if you get enough runs.
So Hale's taken 3 wickets. Sohail Khan, he goes into bowl to Bairstow. And Bairstow, there's a nice looking defensive shot, head over it, back up the pitch, and it's picked up by the bowler, and there's no run. It seems to me one of those pitches here, and you often get it Edgbaston, it's a little bit like Headingley as well, where there's always something there for the bowlers, and the challenges can, as often the way, it's not lots of players get runs, but one player get in and
play a match-winning innings.
Play a match-winning innings, yeah.
And the bowlers, it's not doing a lot, swing a seamer, but somehow they know when a pitch just encourages them. I wouldn't say more than that, but they know when it's as flat as anything, there's nothing in it for them.
Khan bowls, short outside the off stump he goes, it's caught behind. Just that extra bit of bounce, possibly. He went after it, looking for the cut. Bairstow has gone, caught behind by Sarfraz Ahmed, and that's another wicket for Sohail Khan. His 4th of the day, and England are 158 for 5.
What a great selection for Pakistan. Wow, whoever thought of that? But watch this. Watch the bounce. Watch how Johnny Bairstow goes forward. The left foot goes forward again, and then it takes off, and he suddenly tries to stand up and cut it, and the bounce gets him a top edge. But it's a little bit, not quite like Vince. He starts to go forward, then he has to rock back, and it gets bigger on him than he thinks. And it's a slightly misjudgment of length, Vince and Bairstow, and there, extra bounce from the quickie. But what a fantastic judgment to pick him. When you're whoever's the selector, captain, coach, whoever's had a hand in saying, hey, 3 left-armers didn't do it, all the same at Old Trafford, we've got to change this a bit now. They've got used to us, England. We've got to give ourselves something a bit different. That's what they must have been saying. You know, a different angle, we come in at them. It worked.
Yep.
Wonderful when it works.
Well, he's picked up 4, and England are 158 for 5. I hesitated slightly because the scores are all off the boards again. Moeen Ali in at number 7. England don't have the same depth to their batting that they had at Old Trafford. Not that they particularly needed it at Old Trafford with the way that game panned out. No Stokes, of course. Finn is in for him. Certainly not a like-for-like change for England. So Moeen Ali at 7, Wokes at 8, and Broad at 9. I remember Moeen playing an influential innings on this ground last year against Australia. Andrew will look it up. I remember him playing a few belligerent shots.
Could do him now.
Well, Sohail Khan goes into bowl to him. His first ball, it's outside the off stump, and that one just went through low to the keeper. But there was a bit of extra bounce on that previous delivery.
Who said it's a funny old game? How many years ago did he say that, whoever said it? Oh, Joe Root, 200 and odd. Then Lord Mayor showed to this. Alistair Cook, century. Then, England winning easy. Whoa, plundering runs. Now, not so easy. It's hell. It's a funny old game.
If you want to watch the Bairstow dismissal, you can have a look at the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and watch the highlights of today's action and follow our text commentary there. Here's Sohail Khan looking for a 5 for bowls to Moeen, who plays defensively. Nice looking defensive shot off the back foot, back up the pitch, and it's picked up by the bowler, and there's no run. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Afternoon, Simon. Yeah, it's quite a critical innings, as you say, from Moeen. England were 190 for 7 in reply to 336, looking as though they were going to give away the advantage, but he made 59 of 78 balls.
That'll be handy now, Moeen. It's a good time to get your half-century. Hasn't had too many lately, has he?
He got that 100, didn't he, at Chester Street.
In between, he's had a lot of low scores, I meant. He's really not been anything like consistent, has he?
Well, he's up and down a bit as well as in the batting order, 7 and 8 and 9 in the last game. So Sohail bowls full, and that's clipped away by Moeen Ali for runs, probably 2. It's a nice friendly one, that, full on the pads. And he was able to turn it away, and he's off the mark.
I don't think he's settled into his normal way of batting. How do I explain that to you? Going up and down the order doesn't
isn't
help.
it strange if as a player, if you play at the top 4 for most of your career, and that's because the game is so different up there, isn't it? The game situation is different, and then you're asked to go lower down the order.
Well, the game is set lower down the order. You know exactly what's required. When you're up the order at the top, that's why they moved Joe Root from 4 to 3, the England captain coach. They want him to set the tone of the innings. If he gets in, control it for them. And I think he's better lower down the order. I really do, for England. Different for his county.
Sohail round the wicket, bowls to him, and he plays defensively into the onside. And Sohail skips across to put a boot down and pick it up, and there's no run.
I think he's better with an older ball. Doesn't do so much up front. When it does a bit, there are better bowlers in Test cricket. And I think he's better down the order. I think people to just say to him, listen, just settle down and do your normal batting.
So you think when he comes in, rather than play shots, he should
bat.
they normally?
Look, but playing normal for him will be a number of shots because he is that type of player. But you don't have to hit everything. I don't expect you to plunder 4s and 6s. I'm not looking for you to book it. Just play back. And he will play some shots. I think sometimes he gets caught out, oh Christ, there's only so-and-so to bat after me, you know, playing shots. Look at that one at Lords where he ran down the pitch.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really ludicrous. He's better than that. He can bat.
160 for 5. Shah bowls to Bairstow, to Balance rather. Bairstow is dismissed in the previous over. Balance props forward, defends it back up the offside of the pitch, and there's no run.
See, here's a guy who has a game plan. He looks like a bit of a crab, a bit of an ugly duckling, and again, I said, don't be nasty, but he does. He doesn't look, but he knows what he's going to do.
Shah bowls to Balance, and Balance comes forward and turns into the onside to mid-wicket, and there's
He's
no
going to block
run.
him. He's going to block him. He's going to block him. He's going to wait. He'd wait. He's not too sure of what he's bowling, and doesn't have a huge range of shots, but he knows his game, and I think that's fantastic. Know your game. Wait and wait, and he'll wait till he gets it in the area he's comfortable. That's how Alistair Cook's played all his career, and what a player he is.
Balance comes forward again to Shah's latest delivery, pushing it back up the onside of the pitch. No more than that. Well, he really does block, doesn't he, Balance?
He blocks. He has a game plan. And, you know, you talk all the best players, they have a game plan. All these guys that can play every shot and make pretty 20s don't work.
Shah bowls to Balance, so he gets a full ball, he drives it back, as well fielded by Yasir. It hurls the ball at the wicketkeeper Sarfraz. Balance had to get back into his crease quickly there.
That's what we're looking at, people like us ex-players, and I'm sure the coaches will be on record as saying about Vince. Does he have a game plan, or does he just look a good shot player in the nets?
Shah tries again, goes in, bowls to Balance, a quicker delivery, turned away by Balance, nudged into the onside. That's sort of frustrating for a bowler, that. Block, and then...
Yeah, and it's the same at football or whatever game it is. You've got to have a plan of how you're going to play, and then in that plan there's room for individuality, isn't there? There's room for somebody to do something, you know, out of the ordinary. But there has to be a game plan of how we're going to play, or it's the 11 individuals. Oh, go out there and do your own thing. Yeah, but where are you playing? Where am I playing? There's got to be a plan, and he has that, does Gary. It's not pretty, but it works.
He's 39 not out. This is Moeen Ali facing Yasir Shah for the first time in this test match. And he plays that to mid-wicket. And there's no run. 161 for 5. How did you celebrate Yorkshire Day, Jeffrey?
Well, I had planned to go and watch Yorkshire play. I'm glad I didn't, because they got beaten easily by Warwickshire. But I actually was going, and then it rained. And I thought, hang on, I'm not setting off for a day-night match. You can imagine if it's raining, how bad that is, and cold at night. And actually, it didn't really rain. It had a shower, and they finished the match. So a little disappointed. I did a lot of work at home and went in the garden a bit. But I was actually going to see our county play. But I didn't want to drive half an hour and be sat in the rain and cold. See any fun in that. And anyhow, for a scene and bat, I'd have gone home early for fish and chips. Apparently, they were rubbish.
Is that what you eat on Yorkshire Day, is it, fish and chips?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Great fish and chips. Brett's in Headingley.
161 for 5. Sohail Khan has taken 4 for 57 from 15 overs, goes into bowl to Balance. He's round the wicket to the left-hander. It was full. It was one of those deliveries that another player, possibly even Moeen Ali, would have looked at, driven that through the offside, but Balance ignored it.
I take my hat off to these people. I think I've said it before. People like David Steele. You know, he came in and he didn't look the greatest shot player, but steel of the mind as well, big heart, over my dead body. And he had a fantastic couple of years for England. I told Tony Greig when he was captain, I said, you're wrong not to have taken him to India. He said he didn't think he could play spinners. I said, you're crazy.
Sohail Khan to Balance, and Balance lets that one go by as well. It was a bit shorter. Balance right back into his crease. I mean, it's such an exaggerated movement going back. Well, having said that, of course it worked out for them. They won the series in India.
Yes,
3-1.
Yes, but he might have won it better with him.
Yeah.
You know,
it was a very tough non-selection, wasn't it, at the time?
Look, he was a man of. I said, you don't lose anything. He bowls occasional left-arm spin, which is handy to have another spinner who's not a major. He's a very good catcher close in, and he plays spin in English cricket.
Balance blocks that one from Sohail Khan. Again, it was full. The other batsman, David Gower, possibly might have tried to unfurl the drive there, but just
Alex
blocked it back
Hale
down
should
the
watch
pitch.
his defences. Watch that defence then. I mean, you couldn't have squeezed a hairpin through it, could you? The bat and pad together, his front knee was bent, his head's right over the ball. It's over my dead body you're getting past. And when he plays back, he plays right close and tight to his body. And the ball often runs off the face to square third man, and he gets fine leg, and he gets 1 or 2 runs.
161 for 5. Sohail bowls, and that's on the pads and flicked away for 4.
Thank you very much.
And that's the benefit of that tight defence. Every now and again, the bowler will stray, and Balance was onto it. Went away very quickly off the middle of the bat through square leg. It raced to the boundary. It was in the air, but there was no one there.
I am big supporters of people who have a game plan, and they're tough nuts and they work at it. Put another man out for that. It won't make any difference. It won't get Gary out of his.
Well, also, it was a bad ball,
wasn't it? Absolutely. Set him things for that. Say to the bowler, don't damn well bowl it there.
165 for 5. Balanced to 43. Got 3 slips in. The trousers being buffeted by the wind. That's full from Sohail Khan. And Balance. What he does is he puts the pad up the line of middle and off. He's covering the line of his stumps and just lets the ball go by. Again, once more, it was another batsman in this over might well have hit 4 fours.
Yeah, James Vince would have gone after that. Isn't he? He's got out 2 or 3 times going after balls outside off stump. He has a very strong mind, and I don't say that just because he's a Yorkshireman. I'm very fond of people like Peter Willey, David Steele, really tough individuals who made the best of their ability. Got stuck in when the going was tough. I like that.
Sohail goes in for the last ball of his over, bowls outside the off stump. Balance ignores that one. It's through to the keeper, and that's the end of the over. We've only had 43 overs in the day's
Terrible,
play,
indeed.
and it's 3 o'clock. We're 40 minutes from tea. We haven't had half the overs yet. Balance has 43. Moeen has 2. Having said that, it's been a really interesting day. And well, who's on top? What's this worth? 165 for 5. Pakistan feel they've had a reasonable day after putting England into bat. It's time for a change. Dan Norcross is coming in.
Well, I'm not sure I would have batted on that. I think even if they get out of this a good day, I think part of the reason they put England in is they were frightened to death with their batting over Jimmy Anderson getting 6 here, and maybe the other England bowlers, but I mean Jimmy Anderson got 6 here last year for no.
I think it's a sort of negative insertion to
There's
avoid.
a part negativism, and there is.
Yazir Shah's in to Moeen Ali, who goes back into his stumps and plays the ball back up the wicket to the
I always thought as a captain should always be wary of asking the batsman on a pitch where you think it might be a dark day or a bit of juice in the pitch, asking the batsman what they should do, because they're all saying, oh, I don't want to bat on that. That's not necessarily the best decision for the team.
Yazir Shah bowls full delivery, which is worked up to mid-on. They're going to get a single for that because mid-on's quite deep there. That'll take Ali to 3, 166 for 5.
Raymond Illingworth, when he was captain, used to ask me 2 questions. Do you want to bat or field? I said, no, I don't want to bat on that. Oh. So what's best for the team? I said, we bat first because it'll turn later. 2 different answers.
Yep.
Very different.
Well, Yazir Shah's in now to the left-handed balance. He goes back into his stomach and plays it straight into short legs. Shins, there's no run.
If he looks up 1973 at Lord's, exactly what he asked me. I made naught off the 4th or 5th ball to Dick Mott, scored at Gully, very dark, no side screens at Lord's. Underwood got 13 wickets in the match because it turned.
Yazir Shah's in again. And, forward in defence comes Balance, and he gets a thick inside edge. It'll go down to fine leg. They'll pick up a single for it. And of course here, I mean, Yazir Shah's not going to get the benefit of bowling in that 4th innings, is
Correct. And there's 2 different questions. What do you want to do individually as a batsman? I don't want to bat in that. I'm going to get out, which I did. What is best for the team to win?
Yep.
We bat, because it will turn later.
Well, indeed, but I suppose Pakistan will be hoping that they can just pile on the runs in their first innings. As Yazir Shah is in again, and forward in defence comes Moeen, plays it into the onside. There's no run. At the end of this, I want to talk to you about Sohail Khan, because you were saying what a great pick he is. I mean,
wonderful.
Isn't it amazing?
He's only got 1 wicket. Is it
I
in
don't know,
one test?
one for 245 before this.
He's like Jonathan Agnew then.
In comes Shaw and bowls ball. It's fallen, worked up to that mid-on, who's a bit too deep again. It's too easy a single, I think, for Ali. He'll keep the strike. He moves to 4, 168 for 5 after 44. What fascinates me is he's got the 4 right-handers out. At the beginning of the series, we were all thinking, oh, the left-armers bowling to the right-handers, that's going to be the big problem.
Well, they did at Lords. They were a problem. But because England lost and had problems, particularly with reverse swing and then the leggy bowling together, England went away and thought about it. And the 2 world-class players we have, Cook and Root, did their homework and came back with a century and a double century that killed Pakistan, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
And so they've been smart enough, Pakistan, to say, hey, hang on. They've worked out 3 similar left-armers. We need something different. They've come back with a plan, say, hey, we need to vary it with a right-arm bowler. And it's worked for them. So, absolutely fantastic. All credit to. For England's batsmen, 2 batsmen working it out for their bowler, coming in.
Well, Zail Khan's marathon spell is over. Mohammed Amir is going to run away from us from the pavilion end to Moeen Ali. He's got 3 steps. He was a bouncer that shoots past Moeen Ali's chin and into the gloves of Sarfaraz. Andrew.
A spell from Zail Khan. 2 for 16 in 6 overs. 4 for 61, 16.
But it intrigued me, Jeff. Once he was bowling the left-handers, he instantly came round the wicket, didn't he? He didn't try to angle it across the left-handers. Do you think that was the right move?
I think he's got to do what's comfortable. He was all right over the wicket, but he must have felt something. I wouldn't change what he's doing. No, I'd do that first, and then if it didn't work, go around.
Amir in again to Moeen Ali, and this time he just works the ball off his pads down to deep backward square. Nazir Shah will come trotting in from the boundary, and they pick up another single. Ali to 5, 169 for 5.
The game is moving on.
It is. I mean, what do you think England are looking at now? Are we thinking 300 is par?
300's all right. 350 would be very good on here, I think.
The highest
350 will be really good. 300 would be workable. I think you can work with 300.
The highest score in the first innings in the last 5 Test matches or so here. It's been pretty low, hasn't it? It's been under 300, I think. As Mohammed Amir is in again, this time to Gary Balance. It's a full ball which he works onto the onside, easy as you like. There's acres of space on the onside. There's nobody saving one. So behind square or just in front, there's a mid-on.
What about that? Cracker's giving him one. You bowl straight at Gary, he'll shove you through that mid-wicket all day long. You bowl off stump, just outside, then he has to play it. You bowl too wide, he won't touch it. So you've got a very small margin where to bowl, and if you bowl straight from the angle, it's straight into his pads and he'll just work you there. You need to cut that off, not have the man cutting a 4 off for a really bad ball. He shouldn't be bowling bad balls.
I seem to have him out there almost for the hook, and that's not the shot that you're expecting Gary Balance to play, is it?
No.
Mohammed Amir again, this time to Moeen Ali, and he plays it slightly tentatively from the crease, gets inside half of the bat, it runs up to mid-on. There's no run. Andrew?
In the last 7 Test matches here, apart from the 426 West Indies made, when Tino Best scored that 95, the highest is 263 in the first innings of the match.
And no sides won batting first, have they, in that time?
The last 7, no.
So, I mean, I'm not saying that you...
Yes, they have won or not?
In the last 7, no. The team batting second, the team batting first hasn't won. There have been 5 wins by the team batting second and 2 draws.
I still fancy England.
Amir in to Ali again. That's Fuller and he's driven nicely. He's got it in the gap in front of square on the offside. They'll pick up 2 for this. And with that, England will move to 172 for 5. Moeen Ali up to 7. Balance to 45.
Trouble is with smaller total Test matches, the game ebbs and flows and swings. You're never quite sure, are you? And I always say with Pakistan, you never know how they're going to play. You don't know what side of the bed they're going to get out of from one morning to the next. And they don't even know themselves, how they're going to play.
And we've got some pretty ropey, well, I say ropey weather. We've got in and out weather, haven't we? Which might also assist. Might assist the bowlers, do you think, tomorrow? Bit of cloud, bit of moisture.
Yeah, I think there'll always be a little. It looks one of those nice crusty pitches you can bat on, but there's always going to be a little bit of bounce, like the Bairstow one. I've seen 1 or 2 bounce.
Amir in again. That's left alone outside. Just a bit of pace in that one. That's a little bit more fiery from Mohammed Amir. It goes flying through to the keeper, Sarfaraz. At the end of the over, 172 for 5. Balance 45. Moeen Ali has 7. I think a change is afoot. I see a lurking Phil Tufnell.
Yeah, he's coming in a minute when I let him in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like some of his bowling when I were batting. Not on those turners, though, at Lords when he bowled Australia and West Indies out. Mind you, I wouldn't have been hitting his turning ball to mid-on and mid-wicket like them, Philip, when he comes in. The dozy so-and-sos, weren't they?
Clayton Lambert at the Oval, do you remember him? He just sort of hoiked it up to...
does Steve Waller beat him. I've still got the check he signed. Duffers bowled them out. I told them they were beating last. I said, don't beat you at the Oval. Wait until it turns.
Well, Tuffers will have the right of reply very shortly as Yasir Shah is waiting at the City end. The Birmingham end, as it's now called. To go into bowl to Gary Balance. He's got a short leg and a slip in, and his first delivery is on leg stumps, turned into that onside and fielded, picked up in the end by a short leg. Andrew?
I've got an answer for you, by the way.
Oh, yes.
The question you asked about the highest test average.
Oh,
bowling average ever.
Joy, yes.
480.
Ooh. Wow, who was that?
It was Khalid Mahmood of Bangladesh.
One for...
He was one for 480.
It wasn't two for 960, mercifully. No. Dave's ball is full and played it to the onside again picked up by short leg. No run.
So he had one for 480 when he took his second wicket.
Oh, right, and then it came plummeting down.
Ended up with an average of 64.
So now, because we need to keep an eye on Sohail Khan's average, what's that down to now? Well, after this ball, we'll find out. Shah in bowls, that's shorter, and it's worked into the onside easily enough by Balance. Very square of the wicket, it'll pick up a single. He moves to within 4 of a 50. And there's a subsidiary question. I'm warning you now, Andrew. I want to know when Gary Balance's last half century was in Test cricket. But before you scurry around looking for that...
Sohail's down to 61.2.
Yeah. Not bad. When he started the day at 245, got to be chuffed with that. Yasir Shah. He has. Adjusts his sleeves, then comes in on that scurrying run, and forward in defence comes Moeen. Plays it to the onside to mid-wicket, where Misbah does the fielding. There's no run.
Well, I think it's been a very good pick by Pakistan. Good English-style sort of ish seamer.
Yep.
You know, the cloud cover at Edgbaston always swings about a bit and just nibbles about a little bit as well. He's done what they've asked of him.
Yasir in full on off stump, and forward in defence comes Moeen Ali. There's no run.
Wahab would have been a bit miffed, I should imagine.
Yeah.
Plus, I like to say Wahab. I missed him already.
Wahab, dear.
Yeah, Wahab.
He's fiery and fun, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, and he leads the attack.
Yeah. Yasir in again, and it's shorter. It's played off the back foot. Misbah at mid-wicket. There's no run. It completes another tidy over. Just the one run from it. None for 24 in 10. Yasir Shah 173 for 5. Gary Balance has 46. Moeen Ali has 7. And England are in just a spot of bother. You got the answer for me, is that? You're very quick.
61 in Cardiff against Australia last year.
It's a while ago, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, how many tests has he played since then?
Well, it's only 6 innings since then.
It's only 6 innings, right. Right.
So he's played exactly like Gary Balance, hasn't he?
Well, he has. It makes you wonder about dropping and bringing him back, as if he's as much changed in the world of Gary Balance.
Well, he got in all sorts of trouble against the left armers, didn't he? Was it New Zealand, I think?
Yes,
perhaps.
Trent Bolt, wasn't it?
New Zealand and Australia, yeah.
Yeah, and Australia. And he's gone away, but they've obviously sort of... They've I think he went out of that, of Test cricket, sort of averaging about 47 or something. So they kind of knew it was in there, I think. Sometimes you've got to go and have a breather.
Mohammad Amir is in and full, outside the off stump, left alone. Through to the keeper. No run. Perfect delivery for that moment, I thought. Just what was required. Just what the doctor ordered from a commentary point of view. 173 for 5. England. Are you thinking here? Because it's always full of speculation when the side puts another side in. Constantly looking at the score, thinking, are they happy? Are they happy?
Absolutely delighted.
Pakistan happy?
Absolutely delighted. Yep. Crikey, the other week they were 600.
True.
You're in the game.
When Amir is in and bowls, that's sort of edged with an angled bat down to third man. It was slightly shorter delivery, but Balance waited for it and then just guided it down to third man for an easy single. 174 for 5, the Derek Randall. His score against Australia in 76-7 when he took his hat off. Was it Dennis Lilly?
Yes.
Bowled a bouncer, didn't he?
I think he got 174 lamb chops for that as well.
Did he?
Yes. From a local butcher.
How do you transport 107? Well, I suppose in a plane.
When he came back, I think it was.
Oh, I see. Right. Well, see, there's a lot of lamb in Australia, isn't there? There's an easy mistake to make. Mohamed Amir bowls full on off stump, pushed into the offside. There's no Occam's razor I could have done with there. Unfortunately, I mislaid it along with my own razor.
I could remember that. You're right. He sort of went, thank you, or good morning, or something.
Yeah,
at
he
DK,
did,
didn't he? That's right. Yeah, I can remember reading that in the paper as a very young chap. 174 chops.
I got very excited during that innings. I went and woke my dad up at about 4:30 in the morning. He was fine. My mum was furious. I was listening to TMS on a little transistor radio, you know, the usual. Amir in again, short, and just ducking underneath that is Moeen Ali, the keeper. No run.
On a wireless.
A wireless. It was a wireless, yes. It's had sort of Radio Luxembourg on it, and the whole lot, you know. It had short wave as well as long wave and sort of medium, and then I think there was another wave altogether that's since been disbanded. New wave.
Yes.
Yeah, probably that.
Hair wave.
That's all gone now. Now you can actually hear what's going on.
Yeah. Not quite the same.
No,
is it?
it sort of loses the mystery. Mohamed Amir in with 2 slips, only 2 slips. There was another short ball, and that's ducked under again by Moeen Ali. Is this making sense to you, Phil? They've got 2 slips in, 5 wickets down. They know that. I mean, I know there's Wokes to come, but they're 2 wickets away from England's tail, and they've got a deep backward score. I suppose Moeen might actually go for it, mightn't he?
Yeah,
but
Gary Balance won't. Balance is in his balance mode, you know, batting mode, clips off the legs, leaving things outside off stump. Anything full of off stump's got to be right under the eyes to punch through extra cover. But he won't be popping out of his bunker to have a dart at a short one. Moeen, on the other hand, might do.
I suppose he might. He's got 3 men on the offside, saving 1. Amir's in again, and that's full on off stump, and it's played to backward point. There's no run. It completes the over. 10 have been bowled by Amir. He's gone for 41 runs, 174 for 5. Balance 47, Moeen Ali 7, and it's just slightly perplexed me because you sort of think of Mohamed Amir as going to get his wickets caught at slip or you know away, and then the one that ducks back in, and he's currently just banging it into the pitch.
Anyway, how was your first knock with Jeffrey?
With Jeffrey? Well, I think it went okay. He's not there, is he?
No, he's gone. Oh, don't worry.
Oh, no, right, okay.
No, make sure he's gone.
Well, I don't know, Andrew, how do you think it went? Was it all right?
I've seen him intimidate a few other ones a bit better than he did you, so I think it went very well.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, as I've got another 20 minutes to come later on, so
don't count your chickens.
I think that'll be a full-on 20 minutes on Yorkshire Day. We'll do then. Yazir Shah is in, forward in defence, comes Balance, plays it to the onside, there's no run.
He's going to start getting a little bit miffed with himself, Yazir Shah, know, after this amazing sort of, 100-odd wickets or something in so many games, you know. Burst onto the scene at Lords, then nothing at Old Trafford, and now just sort of, hold on, I could do with a wicket here.
He's in again, he's got a short leg and a slip in, and that's just turned to the left of short leg, down to deep backwards square leg by Balance for a single. You're poised again, Andrew.
86 wickets in his first 13 tests, which is a world record. He's taken now one for 291 since then.
Now, am I right in saying that if he gets to 100 in, is it the next test?
Next one, he'll equal the record.
Then he'll equal the record.
He's got to get in this one. He's got to get 13 in this one to be the leader on his own.
Right. Shah is in once more, and that's playing to the onside, out to the man running in off the deep mid-wicket boundary. They'll pick up just the single, and he's going to struggle to do that if Sohail Khan's going to come and ruin his party by picking up 4 for you. I mean, who would have imagined that the man who hitherto had 1 for 245 was going to deny the man who's taken 86 wickets in 14 Test matches?
England have done their
homework. What it currently is.
Yeah, you just got to keep sticking in. But he's a bubbly kind of character. You might just see that sort of smile just starting to narrow a bit as it goes on and on, because you just start losing a bit of confidence as a spinner, start thinking that they've kind of sussed out my little tricks, you know.
It's probably his first fallow period. I mean, if he's taken that many wickets in that few games, it probably is his first really fallow period. Next delivery is on the legs and of Balance, who turns it into the onside. He can't beat the fielder. And there is no run. Mohamed Hafiz out there. 176 for 5. 2 balls remain in this over, and England desperately need to get a partnership together from somewhere you imagine, because still, whenever we think about the situation now, if England were bowled out for 250 on a pitch that may not deteriorate, Shah bowls again. It's worked again into the onside. Coming off the boundary as a fielder, he'll keep it to 1, because, you know, England don't have a sort of superb spinner, do they? So they'll be relying on their seamers taking the wickets in that 4th innings, and then, you know, that's over the last 5 or 6 games. even more. And actually, I think I checked out the last 11 games. The spinners have tended to take more wickets in that fourth innings than the seamers. So a lot may rely on Moeen Ali further down the line. Fair amount relies on him now. He's on 877 for 5. Shah bowls to him on the pads, and he just plays it into the ground and fielded by the short leg. There is no run. No point in asking me a question. I've got to make way.
You're off.
Yeah, I have. But feel free to chat away. Any minute now, you're going to be joined by an Ed Smith who's wearing a pair of extraordinarily cool sunglasses. They're really quite fantastic. Maybe you'd like to describe them for us, Stafford.
Okay, let's have a look. Oh no, they're not that cool. Reasonably cool. I think England will be thinking whatever Pakistan seamers can do, our seamers can do better. Ed, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Tuffers. Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's been a very well-balanced match, actually, in two different things. First of all, uncertainty about what the captain would do at the toss, which is as it should be. Pitches shouldn't be so obvious that the toss decision makes itself. And secondly, good balance between bat and ball. Here's Mohammad Amir, wide of the crease, bowls to Balance, who leaves outside the off stump. Yorkshire left-hander, 49 not out. And England's 177 for 5. I found it really absorbing, actually, today.
Brilliant. Great day's
Do you
cricket.
agree? Yeah.
No, without a shadow of a doubt, been a great day. And as you say, it's nice at the toss when there is a bit of an uncertainty, you know, it could swing this way or the other. I mean, it was so blatant at Old Trafford, win the toss. You're kind of looking to win the game, aren't you? And that's how it panned out. But that's why Edgbaston's so interesting for me.
Amir in wide of the crease. That's the in-swinger. Balance reads it, whips it to Yasir Shah at mid-on.
I would have batted.
Tough as you always would have batted.
But there was some
always would have batted.
I know, but there's some great stats there that Andy's just come out with. What was it? How many teams have lost and batted first? And
It's the last 7 Test matches, the team batting first hasn't won.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's going back historically in the last 27 Test matches. Yeah, going back to 1984, the team batting first has only won 3 times, and the team batting second's won 16.
So 05.
Since 05, since Edgbaston, 7 Test matches, 5 have been won by the team batting second, 2 draws.
So it wasn't such a...
Tough as you're clutching. Well, give it up. Amir in now, wide of the crease, well bowled. That's the in-swinger again.
Wasn't such a big decision then, really, looking at stats.
Yeah. No, I think you could tell, actually, Michael made the point earlier on, you could tell that it wasn't a last-minute decision. It wasn't like, was a bit of rain around, let's turn it around.
No.
And this guy walked out and he knew what he was going to do, and he said, we're going to bowl. And there was no kind of flustered change of plan. Yeah. Having said that, if there's a bit there in the pitch and England can get 320, that'd be probably box C.
Yeah, they're going to have to go something to get 320. Well, they've got Wokesy coming in next. This is a pretty key partnership.
Amir again, another in-swinger from Mohammad Amir. Balance outside half of the bat to backward point.
Broady nowadays, perhaps you're not looking to have a substantial partnership with, are you? And then you've got the likes of Finn. But yeah, I mean, I think if you get 300, I think England will take that, won't they? If I offered you 300 as England captain now, Ed, would you take it?
Honestly?
Yes.
I ought
no,
to say yes. And yeah.
No, dishonestly.
I'm going to absorb that. Mohammad Amir in now, bouncer short, wide down the leg side, no shot from Balance. I ought, as a rational person, to say I'd take it, but as an optimist, I can't. I just feel I want more. I think we can get more than 300 Tuffers.
Okay.
And that's what I would be feeling, I think, if I was in the dressing room. But I can take your point that if you took a strictly rational statistical view, 300 is still looking quite a long way off.
Yeah.
QuickViz is normally my guide on these sorts of things. The stats app. Amir, angled run up wide of the crease, and Balance right across, shoveling the ball with his bottom hand, looking for a single, doesn't get it. End of the over, 177 for 5. You'd be asleep anyway, Tuffers, if you were playing. You'd still be on the physio's couch.
Yes, I don't.
5 downs and too early for you.
I don't think I'd be on my stats app just yet. You might be having a little chat with a Fizz as he's
reading the paper,
rubbing the sole of my left foot. Get those crystals out.
You're not surprising any of our listeners with this insight into your pre-batting routine.
Some of the biggest decisions have been taken on a physio's bed in cricket.
Actually, that would be it. If you were to write a novel about professional cricket, definitely the equivalent of the Sopranos physio's couch, psychologist's couch. The equivalent of that would be the physio's slab. That's where the real conversations happen.
Oh.
Yasir Shah in now, bowls to Moeen Ali, who's back and plays with the full face of the bat. Yeah. Is he injured? Is he not? Is he up for it? Is he not? Is he going to be captain? Is he not? Is the coach going to get fired? Is he not? These are all mulled over it's actually worth having an injury just to catch up on the gossip, really. Yasir Shah in now, and Moeen leaves it down the leg side. Looking back, that's a massive problem I had. Never really injured.
No.
Batter, and if you've got a broken finger, you're just out of the loop.
Yeah.
So maybe that's where I missed out on all the sort of under rhythms of the team politics, which you would have got with a
Who was your number 2?
Yeah.
You needed a good number 2, Ed.
He was a batter as well, so they're useless. No. Full and outside off stump, and Moeen Ali pushes it into the offside. So there we go. Out of this, what we're learning is that either the captain or the vice-captain has got to be a bowler with a long-term niggle that needs careful managing through deep tissue massage by the physio who's got the ear of the dressing room. That is the formula for a successful professional cricket team.
There you go.
Yasir Shah in now, and Moeen Ali clips it long on and picks up an easy single.
Someone's on the phone. Oh, it's Jose Mourinho. He just wants to chat.
Chat management.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably where at Chelsea it went wrong. You lose the doc to lose the team.
There you go.
One of the things about cricket, on a serious point, is there's so much time. People live in each other's pockets. As Yasir Shah's in now, and Balance shovels it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. There is a lot of chatting done, isn't there? There's a lot of opportunity for sort of opinions to develop and disagreements to emerge.
Bald 11s get thought up, don't they? Ugly 11s, all sorts of things. Never made any of those. Well, I don't think so.
Yeah. And then you're struggling when it's all-time 11 and the next person says, but what's the playing surface? Is it Perth? Yasir Shah's in now and balances back and across, shovels it behind square on the onside. There's no run. Or is it a sand pit in India, in which case we're going to play 2 spinners? Should we play Sobers, who gives you everything? He normally gets in everyone's 11, really. And it's always a fun game playing the World 11 when you're with a great player and he says, well, I've got to pick myself. Which did happen once.
Glenn McGrath.
Once or twice.
Perhaps Glenn McGrath.
Yeah. Reluctantly, I've got to pick myself.
Wow. There you go. There is a lot of time spent, though, talking about the game. I think sometimes people, and that's where you can overanalyse cricket as a player, can't you? Because you have that amount of time. You go out, nick off first ball, you've got the whole rest of the game to think about it, haven't you? And people in your ear, don't worry, you know you're worried. You know you didn't want to nick off. All day to think about it and stew about it. When us bowlers are just in the physio's room reading the paper.
Yeah. And the introspective element of batsmanship is central, isn't it? Mohammad Amir in now, wide of the off-stump. Moeen Ali leaves. He's a lovely batsman to watch, Moeen Ali. I was just thinking to myself last night, I was reading a book about cricket, and the mental challenge of being a batsman. There are harder things. Hitting a baseball is actually harder. Baseball batters fail more regularly than cricket batsmen, but you do get more bites of the cherry, and the expectation isn't there. I think it's the expectation that you're going to get 40 or whatever, and then the consistent failure and living with it all day. Amir in, wide of the off-stump, good length, Moeen Ali not drawn.
Well, I was flicking through the television last night, and I saw Eric Bristow on Heroes, Sporting Heroes, and he was having a chat about his career and everything. He said nowadays he would have loved it because he would have just gone to another tournament a week later, sort of thing. You know what I mean? But he said that World Championship came round once a year, and you missed it. If you had 3 darts at a double and missed it, and some other bloke hits it, you got to wait another year.
Amir in, Ali defends it just around off stump. Doesn't sound like to me he would have been a natural Olympian then, with a 4-year wait.
Well, could you imagine that? Could you imagine all that work and full starting twice?
Full starting, or maybe like just.
Well, I don't think it's even twice now, is it? Is it twice? Do you get one chance nowadays?
I'm not sure.
No, I'm not sure.
Or maybe just overstretching on your long jump and hitting the sticky stuff. And
be distraught, wouldn't you?
Amir in now, and once again Moeen Ali. Moeen Ali is definitely getting reverse swing here, and Moeen Ali equal to it.
I have to phone Aggers.
Although, yeah, because of course I'll create correspondence in Rio for the games, commenting on the questionism. The interesting question though is whether or not. Sometimes I feel I'm really on dangerous territory here, Tuffers. I'm going to say it anyway.
Oh, go on.
Sometimes I feel Olympians can be a little bit entitled about how much they sacrifice for 4 years. Because in actual fact, a Premier League footballer makes a lot of sacrifices too, even if he is playing every week. His commitment is still total and thorough. As Amir in now, and Moeen Ali works off his hip and gets a single and will keep the strike, or is there one ball left? There is.
Just got a better car.
I guess there's, in some sports, they're not getting very well paid and they're putting in a huge amount of work. But sometimes when I sort of see tantrums or whatever, and people say, "Well, it was 4 years hard work." I mean, lots of things in life are a huge investment and no guarantee of success, aren't they?
Yes.
Is that a fair comment?
That's a fair comment. I'm
glad
that you were brave enough to air it, Ed.
Get my tin hat from the back of the dressing room, the back of the commentary box in a second. Amir's coming round the wicket, which is an interesting move to a left-hander. Pushes it across balance and nearly finds an edge first ball. That's where he's so good. He's never just dull as a bowler, never just plodding through the motions. He's always trying something. He's got that instinct of sniffing for wickets.
And
he ran right on the middle of the pitch as well.
Yes, handy. But isn't that funny about a batsman? We're just talking about the psychology of batting and what have you. Gary Ballance would have known that's exactly what he's going to try and do. Come round the wicket to try and get him to play outside off stump. And what did he do? He fell straight into the trap. Why didn't he leave it?
Absolutely.
But it got him out of his rhythm. That's what I'm saying. He was,
Absolutely right, and that's one of the things that bowlers and captains should try and do. They should try and get batsmen out of that nice, serene, comfortable rhythm. Yeah. Also impressive, let's talk about the bowling for a sec. So that ball, Amir comes round the wicket for one ball, something that Wasim Akram was brilliant at.
Oh, yeah.
Come round the wicket for one ball and bowl the perfect length ball.
Yeah.
Not many bowlers actually can do that. They often take a little while to warm into a new angle.
Yeah.
Straight on the money.
Feel, isn't it?
Moeen just turns it to short leg. Yeah.
I was quite good at that, actually.
Just chop and bowl one over.
And just have that feel for a length, a natural length. It's a natural length, I think it is. That's what it is, and that's what he's got. He's a very natural bowler, isn't he? Just a talented guy. Yeah. You put a ball in your hand.
Sharin now. Moeen hits it straight at short leg, hits him on the knee. Yeah, I think that's right. So maybe what we're circling around here is that the ability to do that, to change your line of attack, change your strategy and pull it off first ball is probably something to do with innate natural ability. I think it's not something that's necessarily
feel.
Shah again. That was a googly, I think. Certainly tossed up. Moeen Ali clipped it round the corner behind square.
I mean, I used to muck about in that with John Embry, sort of full and wide, short and slow, a little bit, let's go down leg side and a bit quicker or something, and you can do it. I suppose that's why you kind of get
Shah in again. Moeen Ali right forward.
Selected, because you can then, put plans into operation.
Shah bounding one up bowls now, and Moeen Ali is back, kept a little bit low. Maybe he slightly misjudged the length. Actually looked in good touch, Moeen Ali. He hasn't quite got going yet in terms of scoring rate, but he's lined it up nicely.
Since his charge at Lords.
Ground he knows well. Originally he was on the books here, wasn't he? And then Worcester. Shah in now. Moeen Ali plays a nice extra cover drive and it will yield a single. .180 for 5. So I'm quite glad I didn't take 300 offered to me. I just said no. I've got. There's more in England than that.
Long way to go.
Prophet of gloom, Phil Toffee.
Yes, long way to go. The rough areas starting to appear already. Bowlers follow throughs. Mr. Shah just walking off, putting his jumper on. We had a little look at them, just saw the old omelettes, as we call them.
Now, you introduced me to the concept of rough outside off stump being an omelette.
Yeah. Just give it a little mix up.
Now, 2 men back. Mohamed Amir staying round the wicket. A left arm round, bowling to the left-handed Moeen Ali. Here's Amir bowls, and it's the same ball pushed across length.
Thought you'd nodded off there.
Certainly not, Tuffers. You're allowed to have a
breather,
a moment's pause in a cricket match.
You are.
3 slips. Amir, left arm round the wicket, in now bowls. Moeen Ali nicely forward. Doesn't get a single, even though he hit it slightly to the left of point.
The only way you can get someone out coming round the wicket is by nicking off here, can't he? Left arm round the wicket.
Unless he bowls one of the great balls in history, which snakes in from outside
Which
off
Waz
stump.
could.
Which Wasim Akram could do. But then I think you, as a batsman, legitimately can just hold your hands up and say, sorry, captain, coach, whoever. He's a very skillful man. And the in now bowls. Again, finding that length. I'm really impressed by this, the ability to bowl round the wicket and hit the spot straight away.
Yeah, and threaten top of off. You've got to threaten top of off, haven't you? That it might, if you just leave it, clip your top of off stump. So then you're just trying to make him have a little feel outside.
And maybe with an open face.
Yeah. Perhaps that's one of the reasons why Wahab was not selected.
It's all one way, it's just a cross, isn't it?
And it didn't threaten the stumps enough, perhaps.
Amir in bowls, and Moeen Ali plays a lovely shot off his toes. Beautiful timing. Yasir Shah is a very wholehearted fielder, scuttles around to his right-hand side. The throw comes in now to Sarfraz. It's like he knew a slimline Sarfraz after a slightly portlier figure in the UAE.
Trevor Francis there, just see. Trevor Francis. First £1 million. First £1 million pounder, wasn't it?
Football,
yeah. Enjoying the cricket.
Amir coming back over the wicket. Spears it in, very well bowled, held its line. He's really making it talk here, Mohamed Ali. It's been great to watch this spell. It's a pretty placid pitch. And he's just making things happen. And whilst changing everything around, he's holding a length, isn't he?
Yep. Yep, he's just one of those bowlers who... I think would he be slightly disappointed with his haul so far, though? I think he will, won't he?
Yeah, he was very nervous, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Initially at Lords, and then didn't get a pretty thankless task bowling Cook and Root at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
In that edge, down to third man, no gully in place, would have gone straight to him. It was an airy drive, really good bowling. That's what he's been bowling for, Mohamed Amir, and he can't believe it.
I think
he takes his jumper and cap and looks down and glance towards Moeen grumpily as if to say, goodness, batsman, you've got all the luck.
I think
There's
he's
a
had
genuine edge.
I think he's had about half a dozen catches dropped off him as well, I think. Which makes a difference. Believe me, Ed, it does.
How did you take drop catches, Tuffers?
Not great.
Not great.
Not
you
great.
didn't sort of run up and give him a tap on the bottom and say, with you, next one, mate, with you, 100% believe in you.
There was.
It was more of a, get him out of there. Get him out of there.
There wasn't much bottom slapping in my day when I played, no. Which was a bit strange, because I wasn't perhaps the safest pair of hands in the world either.
There's never been a correlation between people who are grumpy about drop catches and actually being a good fielder.
No.
Now Shah's ready, short mid-wicket slip, short leg, Moeen Ali on strike, and goes back, once again pings it straight. It wasn't hit that hard, but crisply enough, straight at the right hand of short leg.
No, but that starts to hurt, though, if you have 6 or 7 dropped off you, which I'm sure he has. That's all of a sudden, starting to get a niggle.
Shah again. And, wrongman, Tuffers?
Might be. Just went for a
It was
little
an outside
clip.
leg stump
Yeah.
and it hit him on the pads. I think I'm just trying to work out.
Let's have a look. What would it have been? No,
just regulation.
Just missed that little tickle off the front foot round the square there.
Shah again, and once more Moeen Ali is forward. 183 for 5. Balance has been slightly stuck without the strike. He's on 49. Moeen Ali 14 off 47. Becalmed after his suicide in the second innings at Lords, I think, if we're honest. This will be the last over before tea, won't it, Andrew? Shah in again. Moeen Ali defends. 1 ball to go. No extra man in, surely bring a silly point in, try something.
Must be page 17.
Shah in now, and Moeen Ali whips it elegantly, languidly out to deep mid-wicket. And the throw comes in now. Well, there's 1 ball left. The scoreboard was 1 ahead of itself. Poor Gary Balance scarcely faced a ball for the last 20 minutes, hasn't he?
Why wouldn't you just put a little one in now, just on the offside? As you said, only 3 on the offside. Almost, go on, just have an off drive at me. Try and bring in slip, perhaps, or turn one through the gate.
Just faced 3 balls in the last 5 overs.
Shah in again. Balance whips it straight to mid-on. He wanted a single, and he hit it too well, actually. Straight to Rahat Ali, and he looked a little bit anxious there, didn't he? There's a bit of a chat there between Pakistan fielder just saying, can I run off first? Sorry to not stand and applaud you. There's a few Pakistan fielders scuffling off the field as quickly as they can.
Wants to get the chocolate eclair. There's only one on the tea trolley.
Cynical man, Tuffers. Moeen Ali and Gary Balance just saying, let's not stand on ceremony here, chaps. You can walk off and have tea. You don't need to wait for us. Surely in modern sport, we don't have to wait and clap people off every session. Ridiculous. Anyway, very nice of Pakistan to do it.
Good knock by Balance.
Yeah, he's played well. He's actually, his second innings at Lords has set the template. He's got stuck in, very determined man.
Yeah, he'll be happy with his afternoon's work so far.
So just to recap the day's play here, Pakistan won the toss, decided to have a bowl, slightly surprising to many people, not least the faces of the England players out in the middle. England lost. Alex Hales caught Sarfraz, bowled Sohail Khan for 17. Joe Root caught Mohammad Hafiz, bowled Khan for 3. Alistair Cook, LBW, Rahat Ali for 45. James Vince caught Yunus Khan, bowled Sohail Khan 39. And Johnny Bairstow caught Sarfraz, bowled Sohail Khan 12. The not out batsmen are Moeen Ali is 15 not out, Gary Balance 49 not out, 184 for 5 from 54 overs. And the ground staff coming onto the field and do a bit of tidying up. It's been a really absorbing day's Test cricket. Balanced, even. It's been a good test for batsmen. The bowling's been generally accurate. Batsmen never really settled into a dominant passage of play. Thought from you, Tuffers. I'm going to welcome Simon Mann, take you through the tea interval.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing how this Test match progresses. I think it's bubbling up into a bit of a belter. Hopefully the rain will stay away and we'll have 3 or 4 days enthralling cricket. I'm sure we will, Simon.
Yeah, it's set up nicely for another intriguing passage of play after tea. It's one of those days when you're just not quite sure who's on top at the moment, whether 184 is worth more than it would be on a different surface, different conditions, or whether Pakistan have actually done pretty well and they can limit England to, say, 250, 260. They'll be right in the game and perhaps ahead of it. Anyway, we'll let that work itself out. Nick Compton is set to return to a cricket field for the first time since England's Test against Sri Lanka at Lords in June. He's been named in Middlesex's squad to take on Surrey in the County Championship at Lords tomorrow. Well, Compton has been speaking with Daniel Norcross and Simon Hughes about his break from the game.
I took a little bit of time off after the last Test match, which probably didn't end as well as I would have liked personally. But these things happen. I think sometimes you just need a bit of time to sort of clear the mind, regenerate, or however you want to put it. And I feel in a good place now. It's not something that I'd ever done before, but I realised that I was almost flogging a dead horse by that stage. And I think when it comes to cricket in your game, clearing your mind, coming back with a fresh approach is what was needed.
So is this about getting away from not just playing cricket out on the field, but actually engaging at all with it, about netting, about watching it, or what? How far away from cricket did you get?
No, not really. I think a lot could be made of it. I didn't enter the Test series against Sri Lanka in great form, to be honest with you. I tried to hurry myself through the pre-season point where I got a bronchitis and flu, so I had no pre-season as such, and my first hit was really the first championship game here, and as it was, there was only 3 games before the first Test, and I never really found any form. And I found that the harder I was trying, the more I was practicing, because as you know, with Test cricket, it's about the here and now. There isn't a case of I struggled this series and I'll get it right in the next series. Some are afforded that opportunity, but I realised that wasn't going to come to me, and I needed to perform there and now. And I just couldn't really get together. Why? I suppose that's something to think about. But at the same time, there's also an acceptance that players can go through bad form. I hadn't been in great form for a while, and it'd be sort of itching away at me. But I guess when it is only through perspective, perhaps having a little bit of time off, do you look back and go, you know what? You can sort of pontificate about all sorts of reasons, but fundamentally I wasn't playing very well. And I think when you look at that as a batsman going out, in a Test match, you know that you need to be right on your game, because if you're not quite on your game, those little insecurities or those flaws do get exacerbated, and that's what happened. And I realised that. I don't think there was any sort of massive panic or misunderstanding. I just realised that when it came to an end, that England were going to move on, and I thought, sitting down with Angus Fraser, my director of cricket, I just thought it was a good time to just take stock for a couple of weeks. I was eager to get back, but I thought it was the right thing to do. And to be honest with you, I feel like for the last 2 weeks since I've been hitting balls, it's been great. I feel like I'm enjoying it again. That comes with playing well. Let's not forget, you don't always play well as a batter. Of course.
Tell me about it.
Well, exactly. As Simon will know, you don't always bowl well either. But no, I'm only kidding. But no, it does come to that. I think, as a kid, we talk about getting young players watching the game. You enjoy hitting boundaries, you enjoy hitting the middle of the bat. As a professional, of course, that doesn't always happen, but I wasn't really enjoying my batting.
I think that's the key thing, isn't it? Because we've seen lots of players. That I saw Marcus Trescothick here today, actually. He had that issue, and when he had left a couple of tours, he was obviously down and suffering from a certain kind of illness. And I think particularly as a batsman, it's a very lonely place, isn't it? And I'm sure if you're going through a slight lack of form and you're under the microscope and people are talking about you all the time, it becomes almost like a siege mentality. You think everyone's against you, and you just forget how to enjoy the game. And that's why we all started playing, because it was fun. And I felt Trescothick was a particular case. He was only opening the batting in one-day internationals and tests. He never had the chance to enjoy batting for the fun of it. Going back to Somerset, you can clearly see he does enjoy it, and that's probably what you need to rediscover, and you've obviously realised that.
Yeah, without doubt, and it was actually quite funny. Having spent a bit of time up in the box with you gentlemen, and of course done a couple of things with Sky, I felt like if I was a pundit in the Sky room, I would have been saying the same things about myself. Even though when you're actually in it, you don't read a huge amount. Of course, the thing for me, the pressure for me was more, I can play a lot better. I know what headspace I've been in and what my form has felt when I've played well. This is a long way from that. That is disappointing, if that makes sense. In simple terms, I was trying to rediscover that feeling of comfort, really. As you know, it doesn't mean you're going to go and score runs, but I think you have to have a starting point where you kind of know how you're going to go about it. And I just felt that that wasn't the case. And for me, it's always sort of started and finished with my balance, really. When I've sort of got that balance and that feeling at the crease, when you just stand there, that whatever the bowler's going to bowl at you, you're going to play it well. Again, it doesn't guarantee you an outcome, but I didn't feel that. And I think, as Simon alludes to there, you know, of course, going back to county cricket does afford you that a bit more time, perhaps a little less scrutiny to almost go, it doesn't really matter what anyone else thinks. I'm here for myself to rediscover that love, that enjoyment, and my form, you know, and you know, if I got 0 and 5 in a county game, you know, you're not going home thinking, oh dear, you know, I'm going to play the next game. It's a little bit more of, well, I want to play well. So your focus is not really worried about that stuff. It's like, well, I actually want to play well because I don't enjoy not playing well and not contributing to the team.
So there's a kind of compounding effect when you're in the Test side. In fact, is how it seems to be described to me, that because of that sort of that pressure that you're putting on yourself and that awareness that of the consequences of failure in that game, it almost becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to sort of self-sabotage in any way or shape or form. I think there's a bit more of a black and white kind of, I suppose, in terms of outcome. You know, I think you kind of know that, you know, if you don't score a certain amount of runs, you know, your time's limited. So in some ways, you could say that makes it easier because you know what is ahead of you. You know how many innings you've got. But you know, say you don't get a score in the first inning, suddenly you're like, right, 1 down, 4 to go, and I think it can get a little bit to the point where you almost get in that cycle a little bit, and it can be detrimental. You know, I think you know, having been in those places before, you know, you do, you know, back yourself to sort of come up with the goods, you know, and you go, you know what, my back's against the wall. I've sometimes enjoyed that feeling at times, and I've actually come up with the goods at times, and you know, but sometimes it doesn't happen, and you know, like a couple of dismissals, you know, that you need a little bit of luck, you know, maybe a drop catch or something just to wake you up a little bit, go, gee, okay, and suddenly you get to 20, you hit a boundary, and you know, you go, okay, that's, you know, the balance is back a bit, you know, and I just never really got that. And, you know, it's happened. I'm certainly not the first or last player that'll go through it. I think the timing of it is disappointing, you know, and that's something I'll have to get over and move on.
But I mean, you know, you must be, I think, if you look back in sort of a year or two's time, you should be proud of what you've achieved. You've scored 2 Test hundreds. You've won the series in India and South Africa, which are incredible things to have done. And I personally am so glad you're back and you're going to play, because you've got so much to offer. You know, not just your ability, but the experiences that you've done, you've achieved in Test cricket as well as county cricket, can be so valuable to the people you play with, the younger players in the Middlesex side, even the opposition. That I think you've got so much to pass on, and you can pass it on much better in the middle than you can sitting up here talking like we are. Really,
I appreciate those words. I think it does take a bit of reminding of trying to flip the coin a little bit and look at actually what has been done rather than what hasn't been achieved. And I think, you know, through that period you get into that mindset of almost kicking yourself, you know, spending days thinking, you know, oh, how could I let myself down, and you know, you go through that, and I suppose that's a natural process.
You described the beginning of your season as not being in the best of form, and things being tricky and having a poor pre-season for a number of reasons, partly through ill health. Now you're being picked for England for good reason. You're being picked for England because of your performances last season and over years leading up to that. You'll be looking to get back into the Middlesex side now. Would you still hope that you could move on and get back into the England side?
Oh, you know, Dan, honestly, that's not something on the forefront of my mind. I think that, you know, for me, this past series, even against Sri Lanka, and although I didn't contribute greatly, it was fantastic to be a part of. And you know, I've probably, in terms of my cricket and enjoyment, and in terms of the culture in there, it's fantastic. You know, there's a huge amount of support. I think it's a very, very good team now in all forms. And you know, I think England are really going to ride away for a number of years now. I think they're going to, you know, considering that they have got a strong squad in all forms now, but I really believe that it's a good team. I think they've got the balance right. It's relaxed, but it's professional. I think Trevor's clearly brought that to the squad. But of course, there's a lot of professional people in there, the likes of Mark Ramprakash and Paul Farbrace, who does a lot of hard work behind the scenes. And you know, if it happens, you know, the old adage, if it happens, it happens. But I think for me, as Simon alluded to, you know, it's about enjoying my cricket. You know, a bit like Marcus has, you know, rediscovered that love of the game. You know, how much he's done for Somerset cricket. You know, I would love to to offer more. I would love to get more involved in the leadership of the county side. I would love to see Middlesex go on and be very successful. So I think that's probably where my focus needs to be, and you never know, the byproduct could be X and Y. But
just briefly, just want to go back to something that you didn't say, and you didn't quite allude to it necessarily, but it just sort of like made me think of something. You described basically the England setup now as being one that was better balanced, a better environment to work in. Without naming and shaming anybody, did you feel that your second stint with the England squad, you were in an environment that you enjoyed more than in your first stint?
I've got to be careful what I say,
of course,
because not to try and sort of be PC necessarily, but I actually enjoyed both environments, and the difference was that in the first environment I was probably obviously a little bit younger, a little bit sort of fresher in some ways, but there were a lot of excellent players. I mean, the likes of whatever gets said about KP or etc. Graham Swan, Jonathan Pryor, Matt Pryor, Ian Bell. For me, as a guy growing up in county cricket, to get to play with some of these guys, for me was inspiring. I mean, to go to India in my first tour, to win in India. I mean, I absolutely loved that moment. I think a lot's been said about that era, but there was nothing wrong with that era. Let me tell you, it was a very competitive team. It was, a lot of fantastic cricketers. It's different. I think the players in the team now are younger. You don't have as much experience, perhaps, or that that sort of band of older players. There's a bit more youth. There's the Joe Roots, the Ben Stokes. So you can't really compare. But it's just a bit different. And I think they've got the blend right for this group of players very well. I think Alistair Cook is no longer got more senior players, but he is now the senior player. So he's grown into that role, no doubt. I mean, he's in terms of the most noticeable thing would probably be his captaincy. I think the difference in those couple of years is his confidence, his ability now to really make his own decisions. Not that he didn't before, but I think he had some very good cricketers either side of him, and perhaps he might ask them for their opinion. Now he's very clear about what he wants, and I think him and Trevor dovetail well. I think Trevor's brought out the best in him in many ways, because Trevor likes to sit back a little bit, and it's Alistair Cook's team. It's his team to do the team talks, to bring him in, and of course Trevor's there very much. Don't be fooled. Although he doesn't say a huge amount, he's very much on top of things.
That's Nick Compton talking to Simon Hughes and Daniel Norcross. Back here at Edgbaston, it's tea with the game in the balance. England 5 wickets down, 184 for 5. Some interesting thoughts there from Nick Compton. It's never pleasant to see a cricketer struggle in that sort of full glare of the spotlight that you often have at test level, and it was tough for him early in the season. I mean, to some extent you could argue that James Vince is enduring something similar at the moment. Graham Swan is alongside me. You probably didn't have that really in your test career, did you?
The thing is that you find out when you play for England, every ball you face, every ball you bowl is live on TV, and coming from a county cricket where that's just not the case, it really does put your game under the microscope. So I can understand how people struggle with that glare.
So Graham's just got a frog in his throat at the moment, I think, so we'll just move on.
Sorry, I just ran up 3 flights of stairs. I'm a bit out of breath.
Okay, I thought it was a frog in his throat, but anyway. It's all right.
Just trying to catch my breath. Yeah, so people do, all of a sudden your game is under the microscope. You've got people picking at your technique. You get out, you see it umpteen times on the replay on the big screen. The whole ground's aware of it. And it can really get on top of you.
Do you think it's harder as a batsman, a bowler? I mean, I was thinking with bowlers, you have more opportunities. I know if you go around the park the whole time. I mean, someone like Gary Keady, for example, that was tough for him, wasn't it, when he played at the Oval?
Gary Keady?
Who am I thinking of? Sorry, Simon Kerrigan. Simon Kerrigan. What Gary Keady? Simon Kerrigan.
Yeah.
When he played at the Oval.
I don't think it's easier or harder for a batter or a bowler, to be honest. If your game's not quite there and you start hearing all these negative things, it can easily get on top of you. But yeah, it's never nice to see. I mean, we saw Stephen Finn when his confidence was completely shot, and how much of a struggle it is. And no matter how hard you try, sometimes going away from the spotlight, working on your game. In county cricket, you can bat 4 times a week with no one watching. Sort of almost get your form back under the radar, whereas in Test cricket it just doesn't happen.
I mean, did you used to go back to your hotel room, or do you know players who went back to the hotel room and watched the highlights and watched the analysis afterwards? Or are players better these days? I know you watch it on your computer, don't you? People can watch their dismissal.
Well, it's human nature. There will be people who want to watch it and just can't let it go. I always never want to do that. If I'd had a bad day, I thought, well, the sun will come up tomorrow. Who cares? Let it go. Do something, anything else. But on the other hand, if you have a good day, you want to watch yourself perform. You want to hear good things about yourself. So it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah. The players are due. There they are. They're down there. The Pakistan players just doing a few loosening up exercises on the outfield before play resumes after the interval. The umpires are ready, and here come the two not-out batsmen. You've got Gary Balance and Moeen Ali, the two left-handers. Had to dig in a bit before tea. Balance 49 not out. Well, he doesn't mind a bit of digging in.
No,
Gary Balance
suits him fine.
Yep. And Moeen Ali 15 not out from 49 balls.
Good for Moeen, that. It was against the grain for how he normally plays. He's normally got a bit of joie de vivre about his batting, hasn't he? But they put the men out on the hook and they tried bumping him and he just resisted completely. So he's doing a good job of stemming the tide.
He's also got the chance to, in a way, play a proper innings. Often when he comes in, 8 possibly, 9 in the last Test match, he's got to play a few shots because he's batting with a lower order. But here, the game is so evenly balanced.
Yeah, you find it batting at 8 and 9, you end up batting like an 8 or 9. I know that's an old cliche, but it's true. When the tail are in, you suddenly start trying to farm the strike and going for bigger shots. That doesn't suit Moeen. He's a classical batter. He's grown up opening bat number 3 for Warwickshire and Worcestershire, and he needs to just bat normally and occupy the crease.
Well, he's 15 not out. They've came together at 158. So it's a useful partnership, but many more needed to get England into a decent position in their first innings here. Pakistan have clung on to them all day. And the lights are on. It's been a gloomy day at times. Blue sky away to our right-hand side. Very blustery day as well here at Edgbaston. Now, what are we going to see after the interval? Well, we can see Rahat Ali bowl from the pavilion end. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 47. If you haven't been with us today, just want a quick update. Cook 45, Hales 17, Root 3, Vince 39, Bairstow 12. So no one's made 50 yet. I was talking to Jeffrey earlier about this. You get that feeling here at Edgbaston that the bowlers are going to be in the game throughout. It's just a question whether 1 or 2 batsmen on a particular side can play a big innings, a real match-winning innings, take the game away from the opposition. And Moeen Ali just takes strike after the interval, and Rahat goes into bowl to him, and Moeen gets a ball just outside the offside, a bit short. He's up on his toes defending it back up the offside of the pitch.
I think Rahat's been the best bowler for Pakistan today. His figures don't suggest that. He's got nearly 5 and over, or 4.5 and over. But when he came on early on, after the first half an hour when nothing had happened, he was the one who immediately swung the ball. Alistair Cook didn't look comfortable against him, and he looked very much at ease against everybody else. And he allowed Khan at the other end to then get a couple of wickets and put the pressure on. So I think he's bowled well, as I say, despite going for 47 off his 11 overs.
Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily say that from the bowling figures today. He has bowled the best of the bowlers outside the off stump, and it's forced away nicely by Moeen. This is going out towards the extra cover boundary. It could well go for 4. 3 fielders after it. None of them running with a great deal of conviction. He didn't time that perfectly, but the outfield is quick. He got enough bat on it and he found the gap, and it went to the boundary for 4.
Sucker punched him nicely there, didn't I? How well he'd bowled. Massive wide long hops. He has bowled a couple of long hops actually in amongst the good stuff. Ali played this well actually, didn't try and hit it too hard. He never seems to try and hit it too hard, does he? He's glorious to watch.
So Rahat Ali is in his 12th over. He's gone 1 for 51. So Hale 4 for 61 from 16 overs.
Brilliant. He's bowled so well. I mean, I keep saying he looks like a bouncer off Broad Street or something. He's a big sort of bruiser, and he runs in. He's one of these imposing figures who gets bigger and bigger. It looks like he's going to clatter into the umpire.
Playing his 3rd Test match today. His previous 2, he took 1 wicket. This is Rahat, though, bowling to Moeen on the stumps. And Moeen comes suspiciously forward, thickish edge in that defensive shot. Runs out to backward point, and there is no run.
I've got something for Andrew to look up, actually. Can you look up Shane Warne's figures? I know he's sort of 1 for 160 off his first Test match. I'm sure he was sort of 1 for 250 before. 750 wickets later.
He did have a very bad game early on, didn't he, statistically? Anyway, he might have bowled quite well and ripped a few leg breaks, but they might have smashed a few as well. 188 for 5 with that boundary to Moen. It took him to 19. Rahat bowls. Moen seems to have plenty of time to get in behind that and play that defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
He took 1 for 150 in his first game against India in Sydney, and at one stage had 1 for 335.
There we go.
Before he took a 3 for 11 when Australia beat Sri Lanka in Morotua, I think it was. And they chased 180 odd. He took 3 for 11 and won the game.
So Sohail Khan is officially better than Shane Warne. You heard it here first. Stats-wise.
Might not be after 140 tests, though.
No. Here's Rahat bowling full outside of Moeen Ali's off stump. Allows it to go by, offering the pad, covering the line of middle and off.
Well, at his rate of playing, to cover 140 tests, he'd need to play for another 35 years or something, wouldn't he? Won't have the same hit-the-bat sort of action by then.
He might struggle. His first test was in 2009, so 3 and 7 in 7 years. Well, at that rate, it'll take him quite a long time to get to 140.
He's had a good day today, though. He's taken the 4 other wickets. Rahat got Cook, LBW for 45. Rahat bowls to Moeen. That was homing in on middle and off. Moeen defended up towards mid-on, and there's no run. That's the end of the first over after tea. 188 for 5, with a balance on 49, on the verge of becoming the first half-centurion in the match. Quite a bit of Pakistan support here today, certainly compared to Lords. Anyway, the first 3 days there was more on the 4th day.
Yeah, there was a tuk-tuk out the back of the pavilion today.
Was there?
Didn't sound in good health either. It didn't make the journey very well, I don't think. There's a double-decker bus adorned in the Pakistani colours with some fierce vocal support for the Pakistani team. So they've certainly come out in their numbers to support the Pakistani side. What are you pointing at down there?
Well,
What
quite a
have you
lot
found?
of Pakistan green shirts.
Oh, the green wigs
and
as
the green
well.
wig as well, yeah.
There's a man outside selling scarves on the way, in Pakistan scarves. Not that cold, is it?
Well, it is quite blustery
quite
out there
muggy
today.
out there, isn't it?
I think we've got the luxury of the commentary box. A few people are wrapped up. Now it's going to be Yasir Shah to bowl from the Birmingham end after lunch. He drifts down the leg side and Balance tries to swish it away. That was a bit of a gift, actually.
Yeah, it should have been his 50.
Yeah, should have been. But he missed it. It was taken by Sarfraz. But it's a surprise that Yasir strayed so badly. It was a bit short. He could have helped it on his way. He got a short leg and a slip in and a short mid-wicket. 5 saving 1. And a man back on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Balance props forward. Plays that defensively up the offside of the pitch.
What England have done well since Lords, they played horrifically against Shah. What you need to do against a spinner in the first innings when the ball's not spinning, you play with a straight bat as much as you can. The second innings, if it is turning, that's when you play with a horizontal bat.
Shah 0 for 30s in his 15th over. Balance pushes forward and plays that towards short leg. When you watch Balance bat, it puts in mind of someone who's blocking out for a draw in the last 15
Like
overs.
Simon Mann on the beach, yes,
not
you're
that,
right.
Not that again, sorry.
He's a bit more aggressive than you, though. He's scored 49 from 111. You're about 2 not out at that point.
Shah in sunshine now, bowls to Balance. And Balance drops the ball, it barely rolls off the pitch.
Yes, so at Lords, in that first innings, everyone was playing cross-batted swipes and getting out to him. The second innings, they obviously said don't play cross-batted shots, but that's when they needed to, so they're nicking them and missing them. We're at Old Trafford, where it didn't really spin, they just played straight, played him out of the game. And they're doing the same here so far, where it's not turning.
And he goes to Balance, and Balance clips that nicely into the onside, and there's his half-century. A roar from the Edgbaston crowd. Goes out to deep mid-wicket for a single. It really was a welcoming roar, wasn't it, for that half-century?
Yeah. But I think they're starved with a bit of England dominance, aren't they? They're so used to England winning heavily this summer, aside from Lords, that I suppose they expected when they were put in and 30 for none, this would be another one of those days. 300 for 1 at the close. Captain Cook, Joe Root, 100 each.
189 for 5. Shah bowls to Moeen. Fuller. Moeen comes forward, plays that defensively back up the onside of the pitch. Andrew.
Gary Balance is 50, 157 minutes, 113 balls, 8 fours. It's his first since he made the 61 in Cardiff last year against the Australians.
I was just about to ask when was his last one. Well done, Gary Balance. He's a very popular member of the team, Gary Balance, within the side. It's no surprise that he was brought back into me. Players who really fit the mould of what they want the England player to be.
Yeah.
He's definitely one of those, and he'll be a very popular 50 within the change room. If he goes on to convert it, It'll be raucous down there.
Yeah.
In the overly comfortable players' suite here at Edgbaston. I can tell you is magnificent.
I've heard that. The dressing rooms are huge, aren't
The
they?
dressing rooms are huge. They're like an NFL locker room. They're cavernous. There's a huge sort of lounge area with couches everywhere. All just private rooms for the coaches to go into to bang their heads against the wall when things aren't going well. It's ideal.
Rahat to balance, and balance leaves.
I don't know how true it is, but there were rumours that after the last Ashes, the Australians actually wrote to Warwickshire congratulating them on their facilities, saying best in world cricket for the team's point of view.
Yeah.
But they certainly are. They're magnificent. If you bowled a team out as well, there's a couple of rooms that you can turn the lights off and you'll find Anderson and Broad fast asleep in there.
Well, when you started talking about them, it sounded like the sort of place that Tuffers would have loved to.
Corners are plenty.
Yeah,
the food's excellent as well. The chef goes out of his way to look after the players. So.
Rahat from the pavilion end to balance. Balance offers him the full face of the bat. Thou shalt not pass. Back up the pitch. It's picked up by Rahat, and there's no run. Could he have an indoor cricket match in there?
Easily. You could have 6 or 7 close fielders. You could bowl off 22 yards if you wanted. Not much run-up. Could perhaps incorporate that into a redesign. Full run-ups for dressing room tennis ball cricket.
Well, it's a magnificent newish stand that we're sitting in. Sadly today I think we had too many empty seats around the ground. I think 15,000 in. I think the capacity here is at 23. Rahat bowls down the leg side. Balance there, has to get everything out of the way of that. One of those that just flick the glove on the way through.
How many people do you think bought day one tickets and they're sat at home thinking, what, Test match?
Test match is
I've got
on.
tickets for the Thursday.
Yeah.
I thought this game started tomorrow until Sunday or Monday.
Doesn't entirely surprise me.
No,
sorry.
it doesn't. Thank you.
Well,
Put me in my place.
It might be that, well, there are one or two that did do that, but I wouldn't have thought in the hundreds or the thousands.
Reminds me of that wonderful story at St James's Park. I'll carry on after this ball.
Man's going back towards a deep forward square leg boundary. Rahat bowls to balance. It's full, and balance is a walking defensive shot offering the full face. It rolls up towards mid on and there's no run.
At St James's Park in Newcastle a few years ago, a guy had gone to every home game and there were 2 empty seats next to him in a sold out ground. On January the 1st, there was a man and a boy there. And he inquired as to where they'd been. He said, oh, my wife bought us season tickets, but she didn't give them till Christmas, dear.
Well, better late than never.
Well, exactly.
189 for 5. Rahat bowls short, and balance stuck underneath the ball that doesn't really get up. It's taken ankle height by the wicketkeeper Sarfraz Ahmed. 189 for 5. I'm not sure that's a sort of glass half full story, glass half empty.
I think it would all depend on your outlook in life.
Yeah. Well, it's a nice thought, isn't it, to have season tickets, but...
Oh, they love these.
Yeah.
Me man and me Ben.
Yeah.
That'll be the best man in the world.
Balance on 50. 2 slips in. Rahat bowls to him, and there's an appeal there for LBW. It must be possibly caught behind. He went through to the keeper. It was a strange one. He must have flicked the pad on the way through. It seems as if there were 2 noises. It might have been back onto pad. Anyway, it wasn't particularly convincing from bowler or wicket-keeper. The question was asked of Joel Wilson.
Yeah, I think it was one of those appeal, just it may be out in some way. It didn't quite look right. Hit the knee roll, I think, on the way through. So it carried through nicely to the keeper. It just hit above the pad and flew through at head height. We've had one that went round the ankles, and then this one's gone head height through to the keeper. So.
I mean, admittedly, the ball that went through ankle height was quite short. But
it's almost half volleyed by the bowler, wasn't it?
But you do wonder about this surface. It feels as if there might be enough in there for the bowlers, for the seam bowlers.
Well, it's certainly not got the pace that Old Trafford had, has it? It's not going to worry Pakistan. Like, they just couldn't get on top of the bounce and pace at Old Trafford.
I was thinking more about the unevenness of the bounce. You know, you're never quite in as a batsman. 189 for 5. New over from Yasir Shah, bowls to Ali. Ali goes back and plays a lovely waft into the onside off the back foot. Gets him 1. Only 1. They were thinking of a second run there to wide.
Probably should have run it as well. The longest 2 in the world there, but I'm not sure who that is. Is that the bounce from Broad Street down there at Long On? Mr. Khan. Didn't move altogether freely round to the ball.
After 16 overs. And it does take a lot out of you,
He's
doesn't
had a
it?
7-year test career, so it's bound to get on top of you at some point.
If you got the nerves, haven't you? The match day nerves. Bowls quite a few overs today. Shah to balance, props forward, and pushes it back up the pitch.
There's a pitiful Mexican wave being started by the crowd. It's very half-hearted indeed.
Well, it is at the moment.
There's not enough full seats to do that.
Well, not enough full seats in the Hollies stand. That's part of the problem. They're the engineers normally, that sort of thing. Balance. They was almost defending that ball before it came out of Yasir Shah's hand.
Well, how long are we after tea? So 14 minutes to still be in the queue at the bar. I should think half of the Hollies stand patrons.
It is a very half-hearted one. Rolling round the ground, Shah to balance, he nudges that on the bounce towards short leg, and there's no run. Still got plenty of overs left in the day's play. 32 after this one. We could be in for we will be in for a 6:30 finish. We might not get all the overs in. Shah rolls in, bowls, balance, plays with a straight bat back up the offside of the pitch.
Yeah, they seem content just to pick off Shah, don't they? They've put those dangerous shots in the locker. Johnny Bairstow hit him over his head early on in his breezy 12 before being caught behind uppercutting. I think he was trying in the end.
Bit of extra bounce on that one from Sohail Khan. Shah bowls, balance, tries to angle the ball into a gap on the offside. And it goes towards backward point and there's no run. Is that the googly?
It was the googly, yeah. But it's a slow pitch. Balance was able to play the ball off the pitch.
End of the over. Shah's been steady. Not a great deal has happened when he's been bowling, to be honest. What are his figures? 16 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 32. They haven't turned the ball very much, and they haven't really gone on top of him. He's always a very useful bowler to have in your lineup. I know he had a difficult game at Old Trafford, but in that first innings, you often talk about it, holding an end in the first innings and allowing the seamers to rotate from the other end. You can't just bowl your seamers into the ground. And the spinner has to do that holding job in the first innings.
Yeah, England have tossed up between letting him bowl and getting after him, and I think they're doing the right thing now.
Rahat Ali, new over, bowls to Moeen Ali, thickish edge along the ground, down towards the lesser spotted third man. He sends in the return, and Moeen gets a single. He goes to 21.
Yeah, they definitely tried to attack him in the first Test match, and we saw what happened there. They came horribly unstuck. Obviously had a team meeting how they're going to play him. I think it's right, just see him off, just defend, let the seamers get tired. I mean, Ali here looks absolutely cream crackered already.
191 for 5. Balance has 50 and he's back on strike. And here's Rahat Ali from the pavilion end, going into bowl to it's full. He looks like click that into the onside, gets a thickish outside edge. It goes out towards the extra cover boundary. Could well get 3 here. They've run 2. A relay fielding in front of the Hollies stand. The throw comes into the non-striker's end, and they're back for 3 runs. A full shot there from Balance, but he picks up 3 from it. He's up to 53. Now we're joined by Ben Stokes.
Hello.
Good
you
afternoon.
Eat, son? Harry Graham.
You just be careful. You got any bubble wrap to wrap him up in?
No, you have to speak in English for all of us. Come on, you know that Geordie.
He's not a Geordie. He's from the other side of the hills.
I know he's not, but he's sort of an adopted.
Supports the tune though, don't he, mate?
190.
You can admit it on him.
194 for 5. Moeen on 21. And here's Rahat to bowl to him. So down the leg side, a bit of extra bounce there and carry through to Sarfraz Ahmed. He got out of the way of that. No glove through. And taken by the wicketkeeper. So Ben, it's always frustrating, isn't it, to have to talk about injuries.
Mm.
We heard word that you might be fit for the one-day series.
Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for now. You know, there was a possibility of maybe being fit for the last test, but then, you know, we've sort of, you know, decided that, you know, rather than risk more damage, that, you know, just to take it a little bit easier and try and get myself fully fit for the one-day series. So that's where we're at the moment with that.
Rahat bowls down the leg side. Moeen tries to clip it away and misses, taken by a sprawling Sarfraz. Is it, you know, sometimes when you come back from an injury, I don't know, this is might be a bit of pseudoscience, that, you know, the body's slightly out of balance. You have a knee injury on one side, then you pick up another injury on the other side. Is that part of it?
I'm not sure. I mean, I did a lot of work in terms of bowling in the nets beforehand, and then had the game against Lancashire. So got a few overs in that. So it wasn't a case of, you know, being under prepared for it. I think it was, you know, it was a heavy outfield as well. But, you know, things can just go the wrong way, and it did on that day.
Rahat bowls to Moeen outside the off stump. There's no stroke taken by Sarfraz. 194 for 5, and you knew straight away, do you? You thought?
Yeah, it felt like someone had sort of got the sniper out on top of the tower and shot my calf.
Yeah.
See, no one's actually picked up, but I know when Stokes actually injured himself, it was when Cookie dropped that clanger at slip, and he kicked the ground so hard, his calf blatantly went there. He mustered on for a few overs, so it wouldn't look too obvious. Bad on the skipper.
Yeah, that's.
Have you forgiven him yet? Has he said sorry?
Yeah, he did. He came up straight away and did apologise because it was an absolute goober.
No one drops them on purpose.
They don't.
Here's Moeen defending into the onside towards mid-on. And there's no run. That's the end of the over from Rahat Ali. 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 55. England 194 for 5. Balance and Moeen Ali digging in here after tea. After England lost half their side for 158. So the start of the one-day series, or just see how it goes?
The start of the one-day series is the aim at the moment, but obviously there's 3 weeks before that starts. So, you know, things might be behind schedule, might be before schedule, but, you know, at the moment that's...
Take your time, son.
Yeah,
come back when you're good and ready.
I know, but you know what it's like when you're playing. You just want to be out there as quick as you can.
Need to get you fit for India, you see, so you can bowl a lot of hard yards overs over there.
Yeah, I know. Brody and Jimmy are getting on a bit as well. So.
That's going to be Yasir Shah to bowl from the Birmingham end. He's bowling to Balance. 2 close catches, and Balance props forward and defends back up the onside of the pitch. And there's no runs. What's this summer been like for you? After that wonderful time in the winter.
I'll let you commentate on this ball.
It's not so easy actually when the spinners are on. Not much time. Here's Shah going into Balance, and Balance defends again.
Yeah, that's the most frustrating thing. Obviously, I came back first Test match, did my knee, got back in, and then did my calf. So it's been very frustrating. You know, once I've felt like I've got back fitness-wise, and this calf is blown up on me. So it's been a frustrating one, but you know, at least I can still try and get myself fit for the end of the summer, and I haven't written my summer off in terms of playing for England yet.
Balance waits, Shah bowls and toss up outside the off stump, driven away, nice looking shot through extra cover. This should go for 4, and it does. Well, that's what he does, Balance. He absorbs the spinner, prepared to block, then wait for the bad ball. And there it was full outside the off stump and nicely put away.
It was nicely put away, but Shah actually won't mind this too much because he's driving into that extra cover gap that's been left vacant. It was a bit of a top spinner rather than the leggy. What he'll try and do now is work him over, bowl the same sort of areas but a lot more side spin, try and get it back through the gate. But what Balance did really well was move his feet. He got right out to the pitch of it. So he made it look very easy, but it was actually a very high-class shot. It's like a Stokes drive, that one.
Balance to 57. Shah bowls to him, and Balance goes back, nudges this towards backward square leg, and there's no run. Are you a good watcher, or you just hate it?
I can watch phases of it. It doesn't bore me. The worst thing for me is trying to deal with wanting to be out there. Sonny would know what that feeling's like.
Shah into bowl to Balance again, played into the onside towards mid-wicket this time. There's no run. What do you actually have to do to get fit? Do you have to wait, or can you do exercises and machines they can use on you to?
I'm in the gym doing rehab stuff now with it, so it's not a case of where I.
Shah to Balance turned into the onside, and there's no run towards backward square leg.
Yeah, so it's not one of them where I can just put my feet up and sit in the pub and hope that it heals itself. So I'm in the gym. I've actually said yes to doing this, so I got out of doing the longer one in this tea session.
So need a couple of hot baths.
Well, the longer you keep me up here, the better for me.
It's the way forward, isn't it? Do you remember you used to go home from football with like a leg hanging off or something? Your dad said hot baths.
Oh, can you stay with us for one more over?
Yes.
Okay. And
Two,
you might
three,
get a chance to speak a bit more actually during this over because the pace bowler is on. I'd say I'm very impressed by the fact that you pause between as the bowler comes into bowl. Not all our summarisers do that, you know. They've been doing it for a while.
Don't look at me.
198 for 5. Moeen Ali on 21. New over from Rahat Ali. A gloomy afternoon here in Birmingham. Outside the off stump, and not much bounce there through to the keeper. No stroke from Moeen. It's taken by Sarfraz. Have your thoughts? I mean, Graham mentioned India. Have your thoughts turned to the subcontinent this winter yet, and the challenges out there, or is that just too far away to think about at the moment? I mean, that was when you might next be in Test match action, for example.
That's obviously our next Test tour, but you know we've got the one day is coming up after this, and so you know once that's over and finished, then obviously all of our attention will then be turned to how we're going to play. What?
Rahat bowls, defended by Moeen into the offside, and there's no run. Well, that tour isn't guaranteed to take place yet, is it? The
Bangladesh
tour?
one?
No, I mean I think there's still discussions to be had and decisions to be made about that.
Can't they play in Dubai?
Well,
England's record there is wonderful.
The problem for Bangladesh, that would set a precedent, wouldn't it? When the Australian tour was called off, they didn't go anywhere else to play it. Australia didn't go. The thing is, if you stop going to Bangladesh, then there might be excuses not to go there for other teams in the future, and they're obviously desperate to have international cricket there, as indeed are Pakistan. Rahat bowls, pushed away by Moeen, wide of mid-on for a single, comfortable single. Takes him to 22, and the score to 198 for 5.
Well, if they don't go, surely they could shimmy in a couple more Test matches somewhere else, like, I don't know, Barbados.
Australia? That's
a couple in Oz, yeah.
Just non-Ashes ones.
Doesn't quite work like that. Anyway, what about... are you in the dressing room? Are you part of the dressing room in a Test match like this when you're not injured, or you're still accepted in there? And
just
get out, you injured fool.
I just don't.
Rahat bowls short and is avoided by Balance through to the keeper.
Yeah, I'm there just whenever there's team meetings and stuff going, especially at training. I just tend to just sneak out the door, and there's a dartboard down in the changing room, so I tend to play that while the meetings are going on.
Well, Cookie said at the toss day that he was going to bat first. I don't believe him because he's such a stat man. And the stats here for batting first they're poor, aren't they? Since 2005. So did he actually say to the team, yes, we're definitely going to bat?
He did, but as I was throwing nicks when he was walking to get his stuff on, I'll pause again.
Rahat to Balance short, and Balance avoids that one as well through to the keeper.
As he was leaving to get his whites on, he said, what should I do? Because it's got a little bit darker and overcast, so
he was happy to lose the toss.
I think he was happy to lose the toss, which is never a bad thing when you're not 100% sure of what you want to do. Didn't start off well, but we're rebuilding now, which is good.
What do you think about this surface, this pitch? Do you think there's something in it for the bowlers throughout, the pace bowlers?
I mean, the batters who've been out there have assessed it as it's one of them wickets you never feel like you're 100% in on it. There's not too much pace in it.
Rahat goes in to complete the over, to bowl to Balance, and Balance just drawn into playing at that one. It goes past the edge and through to the keeper. It's the end of the over, 199 for 5. Thanks very much, Ben, for popping in, saying
no problem.
Updating on the injury.
Canny lad, get back to the gym.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Thanks very much. You've definitely got a summariser's future. We're going to have a change here, double change. Swanee, you're going to be joined by Blowers.
Thank you, Simon. It's been a good start for this last session for England. No wickets down, playing very sensibly. No real urgency about the batting, but there's urgency in the box because we welcome back the glorious Henry Blofeld. Hello, Henry.
My dear old thing. I wondered if Grant Simon gave us Gary Keady's career figures. He had him playing a Test match, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
After tea. Anyway, it's going to be Yasser to come in from the Birmingham end, I believe it's called now. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and Bounce goes back, forces that quite powerfully away, and it's stopped there at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Gary Balance is really concentrating very, very hard. He realises England's future in this match and his future generally is both at stake. Here's Yasser again. He drives on the bounce straight there to Hafiz, it is, fielding there at a rather straight short mid-wicket, who pouches the ball on the bounce. 199 for 5. We've got a slip, we've got a forward short leg, and this short mid-wicket. There are the close fielders, and Yasser again, and for the umpteenth time, Gary Ballance plays forward defensive. He's playing that shot rather well.
Well, that's right. I mean, Moeen Ali and Gary Ballance just happy to wait for the bad ball. Moeen there just propping forward and blocking it down the pitch.
And licks his finger again. Yasser, as always, comes in, bowls, and Ballance turns that round the corner to short backward square leg, and there is again no run. Swanee, I hear you're doing a tour in the autumn.
I am. I'm doing it with a good friend of mine.
Oh, really?
Excellent commentator, good old Henry Blofeld.
Oh, no.
Has no one told you about it yet?
Well, I looking at Morecambe and Wise on the back, but I realised it was Swan and Blofeld. Here comes Yasser and Ballance forward again. Yasser himself fields in a rather posed pose. It was a lot of fun doing that, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. We're off, aren't we?
I thought you were going, and I thought you were going to clutch me for a moment. I thought it was,
Just give me the chance, Henry.
Oh dear, what fun we'll have. Anyway, here comes the leg spinner again. He bowls, Ballance goes back, tries to work that away through mid-wicket. He doesn't succeed in beating the fielder out there, and it is the end of the over. 199 for 5, England put into bat this morning. Ballance has got 57. Moeen Ali has 22. Both batsmen playing very circumspectly, I think would be the word.
Yeah, it's almost old-fashioned, isn't it? In the sense that they're actually using up some time. What they're doing, importantly, is getting England back in this game, because at 160, 170 for 5, precariously looking like 200 all out, that was. But Moeen Ali, especially, he's normally a very flary type player, he's like David Gower, but he's come in being very circumspect, batted very sensibly, as the Icelandic chant picks up in the Hollies stand. Are you aware of the Icelandic chant?
No, reveal all, will you?
It's in the recent European Football Championships that Iceland...
Oh, I see, yes, when they beat England, didn't they?
Who, clapping above your head, it's the war chant.
Well, it's Rahat now. He's coming in to bowl, left arm over the wicket to Ballance. He bowls, balances forward, pushing the ball out in the offside. There's no run there, and Shafi comes in and fields. 199 for 5. The Iceland chant, well, one learns things wherever you go. I've learned something this afternoon. Yeah. So too, I dare say, as Andrew. Did you know about the Icelandic chant?
No, that one I did know about. I did watch a little bit of that, yeah. It's fantastic, that Icelandic chant.
Andrew doesn't miss anything. I mean, oh dear.
I'll tell you, our next summariser, Mr. Boycott, he'll know all about the Icelandic chant. He's a big football fan himself.
Well, yes, there he is, all poised. And here comes Rahat Ali, kicking up his heels. He's there, he bowls, Ballance drives, and that's going to be 4 runs. He hit that very well. It was a push drive almost, no real backlift. Got a lot of power out in the forearms, and it went between the bowler and mid-off for 4. And so that is the double 100 up, 203 now for 5. Hence the extra round of applause, and it was a very good stroke that. It was there for it was a full half volley, and he hit it very well indeed. 203 in 62 overs, 377 balls, and there were 4 extras, and the runs came in 269 minutes. And 61 now to Ballance, who is facing Rahat, who is on his way in. He's up for the wicket now. He bowls, bounces forward, thinks initially of a single. He just bent as if he was going to run, and Moeen responded. You could see him start. It was rather amusing. And in fact, the ball went straight to cover, and there was no run. But just initially, Balance's first movement had Moeen thinking there is going to be a single. But they, happily for England, decided against it before they were committed. So, 203 for 5, and a very good afternoon to Geoffrey.
Afternoon, everybody. I think these two putting together a really important partnership. I think that's it. Just play. Even if it's slower this evening, just play.
Rahat it is again, in short one over the top of Ballance, and through that Sarfraz, who's kept wicket pretty well today. 203 for 5.
And don't expect these two to score at 4 and over like at one stage in the morning and the afternoon, because I think they like the ball coming onto the bat. They're not good at reading the leg spinner, but it doesn't matter. Just stay there, play an innings. Don't play defensive, don't play attacking, just play. Get England into such a good position.
And here comes Rahat once more. He's in now, he bowls, and Balance goes back, plays this down to mid-on, and there is no run there. We've got 2 steps, third man, cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, and then we got the man deep back at square leg, and the fine leg on the boundary there, doing up his shoes. And
27 overs left, Henry. You know, there's a lot of overs, isn't there? You get 2.5 an over, 260, 270, bends, you know.
Yes,
a few wickets, you're going to be in a decent position.
And Rahat up to the wicket now. He's there, he bowls, and Balance works that away around the corner. And having done up his shoelaces down there, it is Sohail Khan who fields, throws the ball massively back to Sarfraz. 2 more runs, 205, 63 to Balance. It's the end of the over. And at the other end, 23 to Moeen Ali. And the crowd are joining in. There's quite a number of Pakistanis in the crowd. They're enjoying it, and how much they have enjoyed their cricket this year, except those who came along to Old Trafford. I don't think they particularly enjoyed it. But there were lots of them at Lord's, and one of the great things about this series has been the spirit in which it's been played both on the field and off, and that is very important these days when one hears of eruptions with supporters in all other or some other forms of sport. But cricket on this tour has been splendid on both sides of the boundary. And Yasser again is going to come into the left-handed Balance. He bowls now, balances forward, that good-looking forward defensive stroke, which he's been playing very well.
Yeah, they're playing the wrist spinner well today. The reason is, how many overs has he bowled? They're playing him out of the game like they did last test.
This is his 19th.
Has he got a wicket?
Nope.
There you are. They've got a 4-man attack. Just play him steady, sensible. Don't let him get into the game.
And he's in again. Yasser bowls, gives this one a little bit more air, but it drops on Balance, dips on him. He plays forward, pushes it back to the bowler. And 2 chaps who I think, I don't know, members of the ground staff, no, from the dressing room in white flannel trousers and day glow tops, run round in front of the sight screen, but out of harm's way now as Yasser's in. Down the wicket comes Balance. First time I see him use his feet, and he drives that down there to Sohail Khan, who's deepish at mid-on, and they take an easy single. 206 for 5, and it's 63 now to... 63 to Balance, 23 to Moeen.
1 for 303 since Lord's for Yazir Shah.
That's the way to play him. Play him out of the game.
And Yasser again in now. Balance is in now. Bowls. Balance turns, tickles that round the corner square leg, and they go for a single. And a little bit of misfielding there. And Balance thinks going back for the second, but it's not there. And so 1 more to Balance. He's now 64, and it's 207 for 5.
Moeen's playing nicely. You know, people only normally see him playing flashing drives off the quicks, and as I say, with the spinner on, it's not his forte. Playing very safe, sensible, cautious might be, but it's very, very good for England.
And here comes the in bowls, and Moeen, that one whips that away nicely off his toes mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder there, and there is no run. Yasser walks slowly back, turns now, hoists his, and he will do in just a moment. Yes, there he goes, the sprite shoulder of his shirt, licks his finger, he's in, he bowls, gives this one out, and Bairstow turns that, Balance turns that away, past square leg for 1 run, out to the field and deep on the boundary, and they get a single. 208 for 5, another single to Moeen. He goes now 50 partnership, that's what the applause is for. Moeen and Balance, and they put on the runs, 142 balls. It's been slow going, but it's been good stuff from England's point of view. 85 minutes.
It's sensible. It's no risk. That's the key. No risk cricket. They can't afford to be doing silly things. They've been in all day long, that sort of situation where it could move either way, can the game. And it might be like that for 2 or 3 days, cat and mouse as to who's going to win it. I changed my mind. I still think England can win it, but I just think that they have to play like this with some common sense, and they've done that very well.
Well, it's the bowler of the moment, Sohail Khan, 4 for 61 in his 16 overs so far. He's coming back at the pavilion end, and he's in bowling now to Moeen Ali, and Moeen cuts that one. He had a little bit of width, wasn't much footwork there, but cut it pretty well straight to the fielder at cover point, and there was no run. There's a bit of movement over there in the Eric Hollis stand. One of the people bringing pints of beer, going to their places. A rather large gentleman in a blue short-sleeved shirt, and coming right down to the front row there, and walking slowly. I hope he hasn't dropped anything. A drop of beer, a painful drop, and it's Sohail Khan now, who's starting in, a big man. Very straight run. He's there now. He bowls to Moeen Ali. Short. Moeen Ali helps himself to 4 runs. A beautiful stroke. It was short outside the off stump. He went back and helped himself between cover and extra for 4. That was a beautifully played stroke, and one of the best strokes we've seen today. It was there a little bit asking for it. It was short and a bit wide, and he cut it away just in front of square for 4.
He creamed it, didn't he? Nice, caressing way. Waited for it. Wasn't particularly quick delivery, and just that's it. If you stay in, wait long enough, make them bowl you out, you'll get balls to score. This is a pretty decent pitch to bat on. Just encourages the bowlers a bit with the odd pace, the odd bounce.
Sohail again, he's in now to Moeen. Moeen goes back, forces again, but this time he goes away off the face, slices off the face of the bat down to third man for a single. 29 rather to Moeen for 213 for 5, and 64 to Balance, who is now in strike. Moeen gets the non-strikers in, rehearses the stroke. The sun shines across the ground, and the city, the high-rise blocks of Birmingham glitter in the background, including our 2 yellowish cranes, 2 splendid cranes, right behind the sight screen at the far end as we look at the city of Birmingham. And trees everywhere. That's all in the suburbs of Birmingham. It's plentifully treed, especially here at Edgbaston. Sohail again in bowls outside the off-stump. Balance plays no stroke, and through there it goes to the keeper, Sarfraz. And the floodlights are on. They were on this morning when it got a little bit tricky at the light, and once they've come on, they have to stay on. So they're looking slightly incongruous when the lights are looking slightly incongruous when the sun is sweeping across the ground. But rules are rules, and there we are. And it is Sohail Khan again. He walks 3 or 4 strides, then he breaks first of all into a trot, now into a canter, almost a sprint now. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and it was very nearly caught and bowled then. Moeen played that. It was a little bit slower, that one. He played it uppishly off the back foot, and Hale went across, got a left hand to it, but couldn't hold on. But that, I think, has to go down as a chance.
Gary Balance, that just sort of pushing it. I think he's wanting to try and work it to the onside, that big gap, but the ball didn't come, and so he finished up just pushing a little bit at it, and it's always difficult, the bowler following through. It seemed to be there for him to grab with his left hand, but he never quite got it there. He never got it in the hand.
And it's Sohail again in now to Gary Balance. 2 slips go down, he's up to the wicket now, he bowls, and Balance goes into his stumps, turns that away to deep mid-wicket. Yasser is out there, comes twinkling in fields, and one more there to Gary Balance, 214 for 5. He's 65 at the end of the over. Moeen Ali is 29, and after another word from you, Geoffrey, it's going to be at Lansdowne time. Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, they're leaving such a big gap with a straightish mid on, a fine leg square, a deep square leg. There's such a big gap on the onside, so anytime they get a ball just short of a length, they're just trying to work it in there for one. That's what happened to Gary Balance.
So what would you do? Who would you take from where?
Well, I wouldn't have the deep square leg.
Right.
What the hell's he doing there? He's only there for a bad ball. Every kid is taught at school you don't set fields for bad bowling. You tell the bowler to improve or get somebody else.
And Balance has never looked like playing that shot, has he? You know, he's never looked like playing a rash shot in the air.
No,
down
it just
to the
didn't
back
come
of
on,
the
and you see a gap and you're trying to work it there. You think it's easy runs, and the ball just... I think the pitch is good. I think just occasionally it doesn't quite come on, and occasionally it goes through quicker, which is not a big deal. It's just something for the bowlers.
Well, it's going to be Yasir Shah from the Birmingham end. He's got a slip and a short leg in, a short mid-wicket, mid-on. His first delivery is slightly short and back into his stumps goes Balance, plays it to Misbah at short mid-wicket, no run. England are definitely recovering from 158 for 5. It's been a pretty slow attritional partnership, but one England really needed. Balance has 65. Moeen Ali has 29. Shah tugs at his shirt sleeves, looks around his field, and comes in, right arm round the wicket, bowls to Balance, comes forward in defence, pushes it in the offside. There's no run. You've been impressed with Balance in this innings?
Yeah, this is the way he plays. He normally, Gary gets his nose over the ball, he blocks it well, gets right forward, he gets right back, plays close to his body. It'd be good for Alex Hales to watch him when he defends.
It's his first half century since the last Cardiff Test, as he comes forward to the next ball and plays across his front pad and pushes it to short leg, who rubs the ball in his trousers and hands it back to Yasir Shah. The sun is out, the sky is blue, but the lights are on. It's one of those oddities. The wind is swirling quite considerably in the trees over to our right. As Yasir Shah comes in again and bowls a more tossed up delivery. He's worked into the onside. They're going to pick up an easy single for that. 215 for 5, Balance 66. So, I mean, there are gaps all around, aren't there, for Balance to be able to rotate the strike?
Well, he works it well. He knows his game. He has a game plan of the areas he scores. I've seen him play like this so often. He doesn't play extravagant shots, quite rare. Sometimes in one-day cricket he'll slog it well.
Yeah.
He can slog it well. But when he's playing proper cricket, he just works it.
Well, Moeen Ali on strike now, and he gets a shorter ball, which he works to Misbah at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. Moeen has 29, a massively important innings for him, you'd imagine, Geoffrey, because he's, as you pointed out earlier, he's been a bit short of runs since that 100.
Just play. I think he's good down the order if he just plays.
Shah in again, bowls a shorter, and that's going to be worked up to long on.
Yeah.
And he picks up an easy single for that. He moves to 30. That completes the over. Shah's 20th over. None for 41. He has 216 for 5. Balance has 66. And I guess this is the point you were making earlier about Pakistan's decision to bowl first. Shah has looked pretty ineffective, hasn't he, today? I mean, have you seen much in the way of turn? Anything really happening for him?
Nothing. I don't think this is a good pitch for wrist spinners at this stage of the game. I don't see anything in the first 2 or 3 days for a spinner.
Do you expect it to change later on?
Not expected. It's possible. You get a lot of footmarks. You know, these bowlers, they've got big feet and big studs, and by the time they've trampled down a bit, there's usually a bit by the end of the 3rd day.
And with the right arm over the wicket bowl, it's a slightly different rough rim for the left-hander to bowl into, maybe, I guess. It's going to be Sohail Khan starting a new over from the pavilion end. Bowls to Moeen Ali, who lets a ball wide of off stump go through to the keeper.
I just think when the pitch is decent, you bat first, was my view.
Yep.
If your batsmen don't bat well tell them to bat better second innings. It's simple.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you're paid to do. And I think it's an opportunity to control the game.
Well, England are rebuilding. I mean, they passed up their own opportunity to control the game with a couple of poor shots. Johnny Bairstow will be livid with himself, I fancy.
Yep.
James Vince won't be too chuffed either, as Sohail
Shouldn't
Khan
be.
runs away from us. He's got 2 slips in. Bowls to Moeen Ali, who again lets an almost identical delivery go through to the keeper. Last time we were on together, Sohail Khan was coming round the wicket to the left-handers. He's now decidedly going over and staying over to those left-handers.
Yeah,
Will that be because the ball's reversing, perhaps, or something?
No,
something different?
just the angle, I think.
Just the angle?
I think just the angle. He's obviously going to work on something. I think stay over. He's only just come on. Just get his rhythm over the wicket, because that's where he normally bowls. And then if he fancies around the wicket as a change, very few bowlers can go round the wicket straight away.
Right.
There are 1 or 2.
Sohail Khan in again, bowls, and that's very close. Attempting to leave that alone. Moeen Ali gets a thick inside edge. It's going to run away very fine down to the boundary for 4. He was really close to dragging that back on. He was in 4 or 5 minds about how to play this ball. In the end, he barely played it at all, if at all, and that has missed the stumps by a whisker. The diving efforts of Sarfraz Ahmed were in vain.
Wonderful shot, went for 4.
Perfect.
That's what Wisdom will record. Wonderful shot, another boundary. Yeah, he was leaving it. He was short of a length, leaving it, and it just hit the back and cannoned past the stumps for 4.
Well, he'd have been hugely unhappy if it had cannoned into his stumps, but it didn't. He survives. He survives, as Jeffrey points out. He's got 4 for it. He's moved to 34, 220 for 5. Sahel Khan in once more. Was outside the off-stump.
No,
a flash.
no, no.
A flash, a dreadful flash, an ugly, miserable flash from Moeen Ali, but he's lucky he's got away with it. That was so wide. What was he thinking of there?
Couldn't reach that with my mum's sweeping brush.
Did you have a long sweeping?
She had a long one. Yeah. Oh, look at that. I mean, this is only the thing for Moeen. He's used to scoring. He's used to playing a few shots. He's held himself together very well. And I thought batting with Gary Balance would help him, because Gary's used to batting a long time and playing patient, concentrated in his, and it does help you. That's the first false shot he's played.
But he needs to reset now. Sahel Khan is in again. That's a much better shot. Full face of the bat to a full ball up to mid-off.
So he's not scoring quick, is he? And it plays under mind. When batsmen are quick scorers and they're used to it, it does play on their mind a bit. Just hold himself together. England are doing well. 220 for 5. I said 300 is something to bowl at. 350 will be a good score. Andrews says first innings here hasn't been a lot, has it? 260, 270?
Yeah, 6 of the last 7 have been 263 or lower.
Yeah.
263 or lower. So they're only 43 away from that at the moment. 2 slips in. Deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket. In comes Sahel Khan, and forward in defence comes Moeen Ali, and he plays that back up the wicket. There's no runs, but a cat and mouse going on. End of the over, 18 gone. 4 for 71 Sahel Khan has got. 220 for 5, sorry, Balance 66, Ali 34.
I'm not sure if the teams who got 260, 70 actually won the match.
They didn't. I don't think the side batting first has won here.
That's right. Yeah.
Was it since 2005?
2005, yeah.
Well, there
since
you are. England, the Ashes, England versus Pakistan.
Yeah.
First side batting first is due for a win.
Yeah, that's the way to look at it. It's been 11 years, so it's due, isn't it?
I can't go on what they did. You know, so many years ago. I look at the pitch and say, listen, this is for batting now. Bat better. Bat well. It's your job. Get on with it. Don't worry about other teams.
Well, we've got a rather beautiful sky emerging now as the sun is draped all over the ground, and yet to our left there are some, I wouldn't say rain-bearing, but quite sort of angry, bruised clouds away to our left. Sort of almost like a Turner painting if you looked into them for any great length of time. And we've got Yasir Shah, who's going to come around the wicket. The left-handed balance. He's got this forward short leg. He's got a slip. He's got a sort of shortish backward square leg, deep mid-wicket. Short mid-wicket in the mid-on. Next ball is driven beautifully, clipped between that short mid-wicket and the wideish mid-on, all the way up to the boundary for 4. That's a super shot from Balance. It takes him to 70. It takes England to 224. This partnership is growing, Jeffrey, and it's one that England sorely needed at 158 for 5.
Yeah, okay, the pitch is good. And England have a great bowler in Anderson, with a good bowler in Broad. Yeah, they've their turn to come. These guys are just going to put the runs on the board. Give them something good to bowl at. You get 220, 240, that's a bit small, is that? There's a lot more pressure on the bowlers. Give them 300 plus to bowl at. No, they will feel they have a chance. You see, when you got 300 plus, you can have a moderate, a poorish spell, not a great spell, but you get your second wind and you can bowl well. But when it's 200, it's small.
Another fielder's moved on to the leg side. Oh, down the leg side, he's given him. Oh, he's got a little tickle on that. He's moved across his stumps and he's just tickled that, feathered it. Good catch from Sarfraz Ahmed. He moved quickly to his right, took it two-handed. And well, this partnership has been broken at just the right time for Pakistan. Gary Balance goes for 70, sort of falling over himself. There's a see on the replay on Hotspot, he's definitely got a thin edge on that. Smart bit of work from the keeper, because that was spinning down the leg side. He anticipated it well, did the keeper. Oh, Gary Balance will be furious with himself, because that sort of feels like a nothingy way to get out, doesn't it? You just
didn't even edge it. He bowling round the wicket, foot wide of off stump, and he's trying to put his leg across and glance it, and that's what he did, glance it right off the middle. There's no edge at all, and the keeper's taken, because the keeper's seen where he's going to glance it, so he's just followed it and taken the leg glance. It's a wicket from nothing.
He anticipated it well, in fairness to the keeper, but those are the kind of deliveries that, we frequently describe it as being strangled down the leg side off a quicker bowler, and that's just being strangled down the leg side in slow motion, a slow motion strangling. It's a horrible way to go.
It is, but one of the best batsmen coming in now.
Oh, well, good point. Good point. Chris Wokes. Chris Wokes, who's in tremendous form. 224 for 6. I was about to point out your dictum of adding 2 wickets to the score and saying 220 for 5 could just easily be 220 for 7.
Absolutely.
And well, the first of those 2 wickets has gone down. Andrew.
Gary Balance is 70 off 150 balls with 11 fours. He was there for 201 minutes.
I've taken too many wickets today.
A gritty 70 is better for England than a shot playing 20 every time.
Yeah. And while I've got you, I haven't asked your opinion on James Vince's dismissal particularly.
It was poor. He played forward to a short of a length ball, found he was in the wrong area, wrong playing forward, should have played back, and then he sort of stood up and poked at it with an open face and gave an easy slip catch.
So of the 6 dismissals,
made a poor judgment.
How many of those batsmen will be legitimately infuriated with themselves, do you think?
There's a few there.
Yazir Shah's got a new batsman to bowl at. It's Chris Wokes. There's a slip and a short leg in, and he goes back into his stumps and he cuts back to the square on the offside. A good tumbling stop prevents any runs from being scored. 224 for 6. Yazir Shah's got his first wicket in this match. He now moves to 87, is that right?
88.
88, so he needs 12 more to get to that 100 in double quick time to break the record. And again, next delivery played from the crease by Wokes. There's a little press forward.
If he gets him in this series, Pakistan will win a test.
They will indeed.
I don't think he will.
But he's not being given the best opportunity, having to bowl on the first day and then the third innings, whenever that may be. He's in again now. And was outside the off stump, full ball, which is driven to Misbah at short extra. And there's no run. The clouds are beginning to roll in. They're coming in from our left. But the lights are on. I think we're probably going to get away with it. They don't look, as I said, to be particularly rain-bearing, but...
good weather in Birmingham next few days. It's fine.
I hope you're right. Yazir Shah bowls again, and forward in defence comes Wokes. Pushes into the offside. There's no run. It completes a wicket taking over from Yazir Shah. England 224 for 6. Wokes yet to score. Moeen Ali has 34. Gary Balance the man to go. And it just feels like such a shame for Balance because he put in so much hard work, and then to get out in that way, it just When you were out down the leg side, I mean, was that one of the ones that really infuriated you? Would you just sort of go back and go, why did I play it?
No, you play it because you're glancing it, but you're not meaning to glance it so fine, and you just get it finer than you want. I did that in Trinidad in 74 on 99.
Oh no.
To Bernard Julian, caught down the leg side, Murray. Was that 90 something, 99? I think I was 99.
Sale Khan's into Moeen Ali. He's done a video over and driven nicely, beautifully through the offside. Not sure if it'll be full. Man's running around to cut that off. He will cut it off, and it will probably actually only. Oh, they're thinking of a third, but it's not there. Wokes sends him out. Wild throw comes in. They would have made a third, but they did the prudent thing and kept it to 2. He didn't quite time that. The noise wasn't quite right off the bat.
Shot. But Andrew's looking it up, see if my memory's wrong.
Yeah.
He's not. Watch. It's a bit right.
99, yep. Port of Spain.
Well done.
Just 112 in the second innings, of course.
Yeah, got Bernard Julian, got the wicketkeeper down the leg side.
That's right.
Second in his ball, Lance Gibbs.
Yes?
Yep.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, he'll catch me out, Andrew.
I've no idea what I was doing in 1973. Sale Khan is in with 2 slips. That's on the pads of Moeen Ali, and he picks up an easy single. There's nobody there.
No, don't do anything silly.
They think of a second, but they don't take it. Moeen moves to 37, I'm presuming. I think the scoreboard's just behind me. 227 for 6. The new batsman... Oh, sorry, Andrew.
So when you were caught Murray bowled Julian for 97 at the Oval, how was that out? How did you get out that time?
Caught Murray bowled Julian. No, that was a good ball. Nicked it. Yeah. Offside. Yeah. He's a good bowler, Bernard Julian. He was like fast medium again. It wasn't the out-and-out quicks, but left arm, and he swung and seamed the ball. He played a lot of years for Kent. Was an excellent cricketer for him, wasn't he? Not one of the what you would call big names of West Indies cricket, but he's a very good cricketer.
Was there a danger that when you played the West Indies, you might focus so much on the likes of Roberts and Holding, what have you, that Julian might sort of slip under the radar?
I knew he was a good cricketer. Became a beach bum.
Yeah?
He is, yeah, after Paco Sad.
Sahel Khan into Wokes, who gets a full ball on his pads. He looks to turn it to the onside. He gets a sort of thick leading edge back up the wicket, fielded by the bowler. And there's no run. 3 balls remain in this Sahel Khan over. He's done most of the damage. He's got rid of the 4 right-handers. The 2 left-handers. One went to Mohammed Amir. That was Cook, caught slightly on the crease, LBW, and then the last over, Balance, who's been undone by the leg spin.
Getting Joe Root out was big.
Huge, wasn't it?
Huge.
And it was so strange because after his innings at Old Trafford, that was the sort of ball you feel he would have left early in his innings at Old Trafford. He seemed so determined not to play rashly.
Show.
Yeah.
It often happens. This game just lets you know that it's not easy.
Comes up to bite you. Sahel Khan in now, bowls to Wokes, who lets a full ball outside the off stump, sort of 5th stump line, lets it go through to the keeper, and there's no run. After this, England have got Broad, Finn and Anderson. Finn, of course, back in the side. Their tail has therefore been lengthened since the last game, but when you lose a player like Stokes, that's inevitably going to happen. Broad could do with coming to the party ever so slightly.
Oh, I think he's too frightened.
Do you?
Look, he may have an innings, but it's done psychological damage to him. He's not the same late order batsman that he was.
Sahel in now, bowls on the pads down the leg side, gets a little thigh on that, and it lands just in front of Sarfraz Ahmed, who takes well. There's no run.
Smack on the nose, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's horrible because it sort of went between the grill, didn't it? And
I'm
the lid.
Sad and sorry for him, but I can see it's done psychological damage. He's not in the same frame of mind. He isn't reading the ball. At the back of the mind is the worry about getting hit again. And like that, it's very difficult to play then. You have to play the ball, you have to play the length, the line of the ball. If you're worried about getting another hit, sorry, it does your head.
Sahel in, short, and up on his toes goes Wokes, plays it to backward point. It's fielded by Yasir. There is no run at the end of the over. 2:27 for 6. Wokes yet to score. Ali has 37. There's one game in the Kia Super League this afternoon. The Loughborough Lightning are playing Lancashire Thunder. And in the 9th over, this is a bit more like it, 78 for 1. Amy Satterthwaite's 36 not out of 22 balls. It's just what the Kia Super League needs, actually, because it's had some low-scoring encounters there. I think we get to keep going. I'm delighted. This is great.
Yeah. That's what England got to do. Keep going. Just get as many as you can. It's the game is moving on pretty quick. Well, when you got 6 wickets down like now, but at the same time, you need every run. I think 300. I said to you, 240 is put a lot of pressure on the bowlers then.
Can make for a great test match. They're often the most fun, aren't they? The sort of
300
280 to
would
300.
better.
Yep. Yazir Shah bowls a tossed up ball, which
Shot.
is beautifully played by Moeen along the ground with comfort and ease up to mid-on. And they'll pick up just the single. Ali to 38, 228 for 6. 20, pretty much 21 overs remain today. Pakistan, conversely, will be thinking 1 wicket. And as you've just said, I mean, with Stuart Broad coming in next, I mean, they could roll through England.
I don't think Stuart's played hardly any innings since he got hit.
Shah bowls, forward in defence comes Wokes.
I think
that's the offside, no
he's
run.
had too many failures, too many poor scores. He looks ill at ease, he looks jittery. And
when he has scored,
when you watch.
Yeah, when he has scored runs, they've felt a bit frenetic, haven't they?
Frenetic is a good word, which is... We had some real late order talent, did Stuart.
Yep. And it's on Shah again. Forward in defence comes Wokes, pushed into the offside. No run. I think one of his earliest tests he played here, he got a 50 odd, I believe, here at Edgbaston. He was batting.
He still has the talent, But once your mind is, once it's affected you in the mind, you can't bat. I couldn't bat when my mind was frazzled. When it was upset with him, you can't bat.
Shah into Wokes, who push drives up to mid-off, just past the bowler, but he can't beat the mid-off. There's no run. Andrew.
He was averaging just under 24 before that injury. Since then, in 23 tests, he's averaged just 16.6 with the bat with no 50s.
No,
No 50s.
He's not the same. I mean,
Best of 46.
I could
Right.
bowl him out at minute.
Yazir Shah bowls and forward in defence again comes Wokes, pushes back to the bowler, no run. He's faced 12 balls now, still not off the mark, but he doesn't really look in any kind of trouble. He's in fantastic nick. England need him just to stick in there.
Yeah, just keep going. I wouldn't take my cap and sweater off to Stuart at the moment.
No.
I think I'd like to bowl.
Would you turn the cap round?
Yeah, I would.
I liked that look a lot.
Got him looking at me when turn it round, boy.
Brilliant. One
No,
ball.
I don't understand why. I'm sure they've worked at getting him back, but it's not worked yet. It hasn't worked, sadly.
Shah in again, bowls to Wokes, who pushes it to the offside. That'll be his first run. As the fielder comes in off the sweeper boundary on the offside. He's off the mark. England are 229 for 6 at the end of their 70th over. Moeen Ali has 38. Chris Wokes has 1. And we're going to have a word from Ramiz Raj, I'm delighted to say, who's just joined me, but I'm afraid parting is such sweet sorrow, for I must leave, and then I shall be replaced by Ed Smith.
Yeah, if you must. All right. Moeen Ali has looked good. He's batted quite sensibly, and the flow is back. All he has to do is to make sure that he converts this 30-odd into something big.
Khan in, bowls wide of the off stump, and Wokes leaves alone. Afternoon, Ramiz, afternoon, everyone. It's been a very absorbing day of Test cricket. And what's been fun about it, I think, is that neither team's run away with it, and a good passage of play from either the batsmen or the bowlers would have given them the edge. England never quite broken into clear water and found it totally easy going. Very difficult to say who's ahead in the match, I think. Who would you rather be, Remy?
I mean, it's tough to say because the average first innings score here is not a lot.
Yeah.
230 plus, I think, or 230.
Khan again in now. Wokes defends.
But you get the feeling that the ball is doing something. Not a lot, but enough to keep the bowlers interested. So from batting point of view, you're never in. And we've seen examples of batsmen getting in and then getting out. Courtesy some loose shots at times, courtesy some good bowling. So I think Pakistan would be pretty happy with the way things have panned out for them on a kind of a batting surface. They've got 6 wickets down.
Wokes again. Waits for Khan. He's looking a little bit wearier in the evening session. In now, Wokes plays a beautiful extra cover drive, lofted, struck so confidently. Shot of a man who very few worries in the world at the moment, Chris Wokes.
Yeah, and what is decent about him is that he's now thinking like a batsman also. When you bat at 6, 7, 8, you tend to become a bit of a basher. But when you look at Wokes, there's a lot of purpose and there's a bit of method behind whatever he tries to achieve with the bat. And the good thing is that he's now thinking like a batsman, playing proper shots. That was a classic, in fact.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah.
233 for 6. Wokes 5. Khan in now. Bowls. In swinger. It's quite a significant swing. That must be reverse, I would have thought. 71 over old ball.
That's right. Yeah, that one came back so sharply. I'd be interested to see whether it was reverse or not.
I hope they'll pick a replay. Been really wholehearted, hasn't he? Sahel Khan, he brought into the side today, and Wahab Riaz missed out. So Pakistan favouring a right-arm seamer to supplement the 2 left-armers, and they're not replaying that extravagant in-swinger. But how did he set that one up, Ramiz? Did you see that?
Yeah, I think if it's reversing, this should be an in-swinger.
And it was the in-swinger, didn't swing, and it was swatted for 4 through square point. Very similar ball to the ball before. This one didn't swing at all. Wokes stood and delivered, hit it on the up in front of square on the offside. 2 4s and 3 balls.
Yeah, I mean, he was looking for that extra bit or little bit of allowance for the ball to come back from that angle. It didn't. It was crashed once again beautifully through the offside by the right-hander.
The other thing is that in terms of the balance of England's side, with the shot players down the order, particularly in this match situation, someone bats well and briskly for half an hour changes everything. And I think
Absolutely,
whether
yes.
that's Wokes or not, I wouldn't be shy of playing shots here.
Yeah, a bit of a counter punch is always welcome, and I think we're in for that. At least the indication is from Wokes that he's going to hit the ball hard if it's in his area.
Already he's changed fielding structure. There's a man gone back just behind square on the offside boundary. 2 slips only, 4 men saving 1, 2 men back on the pull. Here's Khan in, bowls. Wokes leaves another in-swinger. It is reverse, I'm pretty sure, Ramiz.
Yeah, think so.
And Khan takes his sweater and retreats off to fine leg. He's a burly man, thick set, probably about 6'4", 6'5" even. And it's not a graceful action. He thuds it down. He's one of those bowlers, certainly you think to yourself, this might be a little bit different later in the day when he's got 20 overs under his belt.
He's built like a policeman. Very strong,
You can say that, I probably can't. 22 overs he's bowled today. He's been good value for them. Sorry, that's Shah has bowled 22 overs. Just remind me, Andrew, how many is 20? He's been 4 for 82. And that's been, I think, a fair reflection of a good day at the office for him. Shah's going to come round the wicket to Moeen Ali. I don't know if there's a little bit of rough for him. Maybe that's...
I like this angle from the leg spinner because he had the better of balance from bowling around the stumps. So different angle, different challenge for the left-hander.
Shah in. Moeen Ali drives on the up. Beautiful shot. Get 4 for that. High risk, high reward. Outside the off stump. Potential of sharp turn into the left-hander. Moeen Ali trusted his hands and flicked it through extra cover like David Gower. Beautiful shot.
Yeah. So many things to like about that drive. The elegance, the poise, and also had the heart and the courage really to hit it so well out of the rough.
On the up.
On the up. That
Not
too.
a half volley.
That too.
He's just changing his goal. I don't know if he's just going across towards middle maybe. Anyway, Shah's seen enough and has come over the wicket rather than round. In now, bowls. And Moeen Ali flicks this through mid-wicket and picks up a single. Runs coming more easily now for him and for England. 43 for the left-hander, 242 for 6 England. And I think one of the things about Moeen Ali, Ramiz, I don't know how much you've seen him, obviously a fair bit in England-Pakistan games. He tends to play very much his own game, and if it's a tricky spell for the team, he'll just come out and bat and play his own thing. He's quite decorrelated from the momentum of the innings, which can be very, very handy, particularly when it's not going well. Shah in and Wokes right forward.
You know, at times it is important, in fact, all the time it's important to understand your own game, and then you've got to apply your skills and all, and so if your game is about hitting the ball hard and over the top, so be it.
Yeah. Yes, here's Shah. In again, bowls, and Wokes plays a big off drive and doesn't quite time it. He top spinned it like a tennis shot, really. And it bounced, 3 or 4 bounces over to extra cover where Misbah fields.
I think Yasir is about a day away from getting good response out of such bowling. You know, he's trying to flight the ball, trying to turn it, making the batsman dry. That's fine, but he's not getting the bite and spin.
Here he is again, wide of the off stump, and Sarfraz takes.
Yeah, not enough spin really for a batsman to edge him.
Wokes waits for Shah is in, and a little bit of turn, slightly opened up the defensive shot, but the over safely negotiated, that boundary and then the single. All 5 of those runs going to Moeen Ali, who's 43. Wokes is 9 not out. Overs left in the day, Andrew, is it?
18.
18, so finish will probably be about 6:15 if Shah bowls a bit, maybe just a little bit later than that. Actually, almost a cliche, but this last hour could determine not just the shape of the day, but also the shape of the match, actually. I think if England can be batting tomorrow morning, it will definitely be an advantage to them.
But now they need to apply a new set of skills. If this ball is reversing, you want the batsman to tighten up a little bit, because this is a different line and length that Pakistan will be bowling at, more fuller, and so you watch out for the fuller length, the Yorker length.
I want to ask you in a second. Rahat Ali is going to replace Sahel Khan. From a batting perspective, we'll take our time over the over. What did you change when the ball was really reversing? Is Rahat's in now, bouncer, and Moeen Ali ducks?
That's a wide, actually, real wide bouncer. I think we were told just to look for one swing, one angle, rather than playing at both swings. You just look to cover the in-swinging ball. Back home, on those low bouncy tracks, you're quite liable to get leg before wicket and bowled out. So you look after that angle and forget about the outswinger, because even if there's an edge, it's not going to carry to the slip. So that's how we were brought up on playing against the reverse.
Rahat in, and Moeen Ali swats at a very wide ball, almost a wide again. It's very interesting. So yeah, the great threat is the in-swinger threatening the stumps, LBW and bowled, particularly on slower subcontinent pitches. Nicks in the 71st over rarely carry.
That's right, yeah. And also I think the length is the key, because you tend to be more fuller, and so the bowler is usually eyeing the stumps with that fuller length.
2 slips in a gully. Rahat Ali bustling in bowls to Moeen, who clips it once more elegantly. He's just finding his range now, Moeen Ali. A lovely batsman to watch in full flow. One of the most attractive players in the whole team.
Yeah, something special about him, he's elegant, he's got this extra time to hit the ball. So very relaxed when he's in good form. And this has been a good 40 from him.
He's one of England's most engaging cricketers, I think, Moeen Ali. I think most people warm to him. Naturally expressive and plays the game with a smile. Doesn't seem to let it get to him too much. Great to watch. Rahat in bowls to Wokes, who edges a beauty. That's gone, I think. Yeah, finger goes up. That's a superb delivery. We'll have another look at this on the monitor, but I think this actually looked like it was going to swing in and then nipped away off the seam. Certainly from the way Wokes played it, it looked like an absolute beauty.
Yeah.
And my impression is total credit to the bowler and really bad luck from a batting point of view. Just seamed away a tiny bit.
Great delivery. Absolutely. Peach.
And it's just a feather of an edge. Wokes has been in very good touch this summer, and he's been good enough to edge a beauty from Rahat Ali, and that does change the evening, because Wokes has been England's last recognised sort of run getter. He's gone for 9 off 24 balls, caught Sarfraz, bowled Rahat, and Stuart Broad, wearing a long sleeve sweater, comes out, and I wonder if a small part of him wouldn't mind to have a crack at Pakistan's batsmen tonight.
How many out behind the stumps, Andrews? Caught all of them?
Well, there was 1 LBW.
Yeah.
And then 4 now to Sarfraz Ahmed out of the 7. Plus Yunus Khan's catch and slip. And Mohammed Hafiz 6. 2 in the slips and 1 LBW.
Yeah, I mean, they bowl well. Bowl like English bowlers would, with the English kind of feel. But he got a good one, Wokes.
He really did.
Cherry.
I mean, do you have the phrase in Pakistan, scissored off, where his hips were going one way and the bat was going the other way, and it ended up the angles were all wrong.
Right,
and I don't think that was really a failure of his technique. It was just the ball looked like it was going to angle in, and then it just nipped across him and bounced a bit.
Faint edge, feather edge suggests that it's a good delivery, because you weren't reaching out to hit the ball. It was just that you were in control, but not totally in control.
Absolutely. It's the ball that nips, a couple of inches. Pakistan's players taking a drink as they celebrate that wicket. Stuart Broad having a chat to Moeen Ali. That's quite an interesting tactical, strategic challenge for Broad. He likes to play his shots. I'm sure they'll bowl a few short balls at him. Yasir Shah will be bowling. Broad sometimes likes a slog sweep. Let's just see whether he
So
fancies...
what would England want at this stage? A cameo from Broad, a 20?
I would
in no
take
time?
20, yeah, I would.
I would ideally want this pair to continue till the end, somehow survive this spell.
Yeah.
And sit on things, and then maybe look at a different strategy early in the morning tomorrow. I don't know whether that can happen or not, because Moeen Ali doesn't need to change his game. He's playing perfectly well. But it's Broad, I think, would be...
Always a question mark how he's going to play.
He's going to go.
This pitch has not been at all quick, but one thing I would say for it is that the edges have carried. I think that's so important. I think, you know, in English conditions, you want edges to end in wickets, to be honest, to give bowlers a real legitimate chance. That's what's happened today. 4 catches for Sarfraz, as Andrew was saying earlier on. Now, Pakistan's 12th, 13th and 14th man are leaving the field. Rahat Ali is tossing the ball from one hand to the other. A couple of fielders coming back to the pitch. Broad is ready. Umpire's just not quite happy. We'll have some more slips in, Captain. Just 2 at the moment. Ball swinging and nipping around. New batsman. I know there were 2 men back for the pull, but
easy. One more slip is required.
3rd man. I'm surprised by this, I have to say. They've got some kind of plan for Stuart Broad. We'll find out.
Threaten him with a bouncer, maybe.
Ali in, bowls, wide of the off stump, beats him outside the off stump. If they'd gone to 3rd slip, he'd have been a grumpy bowler.
But he's got to set his own field.
Well, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
Where's the bowler?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's played, enough
It's a
test
beauty.
matches, really, to know what to do in such circumstances.
Okay, here it comes.
Yeah.
But that's actually, very good point. I cannot imagine a great, experienced fast bowler allowing that to happen. I've just got a wicket with a beauty and got a man out who's in really good form. Here comes a number 9. Give me a 3rd slip, Captain. Well, he's there now. Ali in, bowls, bounce and hits Broad, discomforted, took his eye off it, whacked him on the shoulder. And I think Pat Ali quite enjoyed coming down and doing the fielding himself. Gave him an opportunity to get about 1.5 yards away from Stuart Broad. Well directed bouncer.
Yeah, very good one, actually. Not a steep one, but targeting his body. I hit him on the shoulder, I think.
Front shoulder.
Front shoulder. He wasn't expecting this. He was beaten to the length delivery and suddenly gets the shorter length of the very next ball.
Last ball of the over. In bowls and swing away from the left-handed Broad. Broad successfully withdraws the bat, and a good over for Pakistan. Brought the wicket of Chris Wokes, who looked in good touch. 244 for 7. Another word from you, Ramiz, and I'll make way for Simon Mann.
Yeah, good result for Pakistan after winning the toss and electing to field. Few eyebrows were raised whether they've done the right thing or not, but they'd be pretty happy with the end result, or the results so far, where they picked wickets now, 7 of them. And into the tail, Moeen Ali has played a lovely hand, 44 from 94. And balanced when he was looking good, gave it away once again to Yasir. This time got down the leg side. He was bowled at Lords around his stumps. And Misbah there would be pretty happy.
244 for 7. Afternoon, Ramiz. And here's Yasir Shah to continue. It's 24th over. Goes in and bowls on. There's an appeal there for LBW. Goes out to short leg as well. He's been given out. The ball was claimed at short leg, but I'm sure Yasir was appealing for LBW as Moeen tried to sweep that away on the leg side. He's also reviewed it.
I think he's been given caught. I think he asked the umpire what was the call for, and I think that is what we need to look out for.
Can you show me the front foot no ball?
I mean, in a way here, Pakistan, you can have a bob each way, can't you?
Delivery, fair delivery, you can go to spin vision.
Yeah, what we're going to see here. Just rolling through it. Well, did that pitch outside leg stump? Difficult to tell, but has he hit it? And that's what
I think that's the call. I don't think that it's been given out leg before.
Can you go to the hotspot, please? hotspot.
Yeah, the bat also
Thank
hits
you.
the pitch as well, so that may have caused a sound. What's the hotspot going to show us? It's not an easy one, the hotspot, because the bat is down, so it's hard to see the edge.
What
I
about
can't see anything
any mark on
from
the glove?
that angle. Can you show me that leg side hotspot? Okay, please, yeah.
Yeah, that mark on the edge is of the bat hitting the turf.
Oh, that's not conclusive. Do you have the other hotspot as well? Can you rock and roll?
It's difficult to tell on the hotspot at the moment. There are hotspots
Again,
on the bat,
can you
but
rock and roll again, please?
it may be that it's the bat hitting the ground.
Looks like ball is missing. Can you show me the
Just feel that he
RPS?
may get the benefit of the doubt here.
So is he going to get the benefit of the doubt on the edge? And then we'll look at the LBW after that. It doesn't look as if he's hit
Nothing
it.
clear
does it?
there.
It doesn't look as if he's hit it. So it's
Yeah, there's nothing for me, Brucey. I'm happy to go for the LBW as well. There is no conclusive evidence, Brucey. Yes, now ball tracking, the original decision goes as a not out.
Right, here we go. Well, this is the interesting one. You heard him say the original decision was not out.
It's umpire's call.
And it's umpire's call, so this is going to be given not out. It's umpire's call for wickets as well. I think some in the crowd think this is out, but
Calls, and I have conclusive evidence that there is no bat involved, so I recommend you to change your original decision. Yeah, you're on the screen now.
he gave him out for the catch. So that was proved to be not out because he didn't hit it. He didn't give him out LBW. So although there are two umpires' calls and the finger's gone up, the decision is not out. I mean, it's a really strange one, that.
Yeah, I think that ball had to smash the stumps for him to give him leg before wicket.
Yeah, it had to pitch in line and
that
hit
ball
the stumps.
pitched within the zone, but it was just kissing the leg stump, so it's not given as...
It can be quite confusing because actually it says umpire's call and he's given him out, but he gave him out for the catch, not for the LBW.
That's right.
So Moeen survives. Here's Yasir going into bowl, and Moeen guides this away with an open face down towards a short third man area and takes a single. So if he'd given him out LBW, if he said, oh yeah, I gave that LBW, Moeen would be on his way
Yes,
now.
absolutely.
You don't
Strange, weird.
You don't see that happen very often, do you?
Yeah.
2:45 for 7. So Rami's spotted that Moeen said to the umpire, "What did you give me out for?" He said, "For the catch."
That was a good call from the striker. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of confusion. I think, in a way, I think the umpire would have spoken to the umpire upstairs that he's looking for a bat pad decision only. But it cleared the air straight away.
We've got another close catch. We've got a leg slip for Broad. He has a look over his right shoulder, the deep square leg boundary. There are two men back. Shah goes in, bowls to Broad, and Broad digs out a full delivery. It was floated up there as a tempter. Broad blocked it back, and there's no run. He can play for Moeen here for a bit if he's able to. Not so easy with the ball whistling around his ears. It was in the previous over, that short ball that hit him. 2:45 for 7. Broad yet to score. Moeen on 45. Shah goes in, bowls to Broad. He's back into his stumps and nudging this backward a square for a single. And Broad is off the mark. 2:46 for 7. I mean, it's hard to know how the Test match is going to play out, but it feels as if there's a bit in it for the bowlers, and there might well be throughout the game. So it's one of those games where, where you feel every run is vital.
Absolutely. You think it's an innocuous pitch, but the wickets have gone down.
Shah bowls, and that's clipped away by Moeen. Nice flourish to that shot. Hits that forward square towards the boundary. The fielder out there. It's only a single.
I don't know why he's bowling from around, over the stumps. He was fine bowling round the stumps with the left-hander, because he'll get more out of that rough patch by bowling from around the wicket angle. Just a strange call from the leggy.
Last ball of his over. Into bowl to Broad, pushed through, and Broad is back playing that very watchfully into the offside. And there is no run. End of the over. 2:47 for 7. 16 overs left in the day's play. Yasir Shah bowling from that city end for a long time today has helped the over rate. It was a bit sluggish for a while, but Pakistan beginning to catch up a bit. We've had 2 wickets for Rahat today, 4 for Sohail Khan and 1 for Yasir Shah. I think it's one of those pitches where you can bat, you can get in and score, but perhaps that feeling, Ben Stokes was talking about it when he came up to the box earlier, is that one of those pitches you never quite feel in. So we could be in for another one of those nail-biting test matches that we had at Lords. I'd say
4-day finish?
Bring it on, I say. Not 4-day finish necessarily, but bring on one of those nail-biting test matches. Sure. I mean, there's Rahat to bowl. 17 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 64 into Moeen with plenty of men back now. And Moeen, I think he could have got a single there. Not really a tight one, but he decided against it. He did clip that firmly towards mid. I don't think he's protecting Broad. Just thought perhaps better of it. It might be a bit tight. So what have we got? We've got deep forward square leg, we've got fine leg, we've got third man and deep cover. So 4 men back, 3 men saving a single, 2 of them on the offside as a mid-on and 2 slips only. So plenty of spaces here for Moeen to knock a single. And Rahat running in with purpose. Bowls a short ball and that's pulled away. That's a fine shot out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's gone for 4. Yasir Shah can't get round. Well, he dragged that from outside the off stump and hit it well in front of square, and there's a half century for Moeen Ali. Just when England needed it. Vital innings from Moeen, who came in with England 158 for 5. He's really toughed it out today.
Absolutely, yeah, and what a glorious shot to bring up your 50, a front foot pull shot in front of mid-wicket.
It was a beautiful shot, it really was.
Very pleasing on the eye, Moeen Ali.
251 for 7. Rahat goes in, bowls to him, and just perhaps a hint of inside edge there onto the pad. It runs down to the slip cordon, or perhaps the angle taking it down the leg side, but there was nothing from the bowler. One of those you thought he might have had a bit of a shout, but you can't always tell from this high up. So 251 for 7. England would love to get another 50 from here if they could. Finn and Anderson to come. Not quite the batting lineup they had in the last test match. Much depends on Moeen if they are to get up around 300. Rahat bowls outside the off stump. It's played away silkily towards deep backward point. They're off for 1, they want 2. It's not there as the throw comes in from the deep in front of the scoreboard. So Broad is back on strike. 252 for 7. Moeen to 51. Andrew?
138 minutes, 99 balls and 5 fours for his 50. So he's got 50 in both of his test innings here at his old home ground in Edgbaston. County cricket in 12 innings averages 9.75 here.
Because he started at Warwickshire and went down the road to Worcestershire. 252 for 7. Broad waits. 3 men back for him. Deep covers up. There's Rahat bowling a bouncer. Broad, I think, was expecting that. And underneath it. Not quite so well directed, that one from Rahat, a bit leg side-ish. Broad was able to avoid it.
Yeah, he's not a bouncer bowler. He's a line length bowler, but I think he's been instructed. Maybe he feels that there's a case against Broad if he pitches it short. Well, 1 is enough, I think. Now look for that outswinger.
Well, definitely one to soften him up, I think, to put the doubt in Broad's mind. Broad waits, Rahat goes in, he's with him now, it's very full, it's driven away for 4, through the offside. Broad was equal to that, it was a full half volley, that one, it really was. And Broad played it very nicely. You can see what the bowler was doing, pitch it up, trying to swing it away and nick him off. But the batsman was equal to it, and it's gone away to the boundary for 4. Talking about early in the back of the box, and you'll remember or better tell us. It's gone from my mind. Who was it that struck Broad? Who was the bowler when he was hit in the face at Old Trafford?
It was Varun Aaron.
Right. And I mean, his batting deteriorated quite significantly for a while. Then it came back again, and there's just 1 or 2 sort of indications this summer that he's sort of not lost it, but not quite as confident as he was.
Yeah, we were just looking at his stats since that injury. He's averaging just 16 and without a 50 in 23 tests since then.
What was he averaging beforehand?
Just under 24.
Yeah, a little bit of difference.
Tuffers, good evening, good afternoon, whatever it is. Here's Moeen leaning forward and playing that towards cover, and there's no run. It's 5:30 evening or
what? I don't know. It's that sort of like
in between
changeover period.
Yeah.
Yes,
perhaps evening in the winter and afternoon in the summer.
Yes, yes.
2.56 for 7. Moeen on 51. Yassir bowls to him, tossed up, floated up, slower delivery, trying to entice him into a big shot. He was not to be tempted, played it quietly towards short mid-wicket, there's no run.
Well, it was a nasty blow, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
It sort of got stuck in the grill, didn't it? Yeah. And saw Alex Tudor get hit with one of those by Brett Lee.
Shah bowls, down the pitch comes Moeen, and he eases that up towards long on. I thought for a moment he was going for a real big one down the ground. He just checked the shot and played it towards long on. Single, 2.57 for 7, Moeen to 52.
Yeah, it knocks your confidence a bit, doesn't it?
Bound to. Did you ever get hit in the face?
No, never got me. No, 20 years they never got me.
It's all that batting from square leg.
Well, there you go. Moving target, that's what I was thinking.
Broad on 5. Yassir. Ball down the leg side. That's flicked away nicely by Broad towards deep back with square leg. Picks up a single. He's lost his line there, Yassir Shah. He's picked off by Broad. He's on to 6. 258 for 7.
And then, of course, he came out, which I thought was perhaps a wrong move, didn't he, Stuart? He came out and actually sort of wrote about it in the paper, didn't he? Which I think sort of...
That's right, said it caused him problems.
Yeah, and then everyone sort of...
Shah to Moeen, he's down the pitch, hitting this firmly up towards long on.
Would have been about...
Gets a single. It was in the air, but I think it was hit hard into the pitch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
One of those moments that can deceive you. Felt like a bump ball. Let's have a look on the replay. No, it wasn't actually.
No.
It wasn't. He scuffed that in the air to the left of the bowler. Miscued it. 2.59 for 7. Broad back on strike. Shah bowls to him. Broad plays French cricket there. Squared right up. And playing bat in front of the 2 pads. Dropped it onto the pitch, and there's no run. It's the end of Yassir Shah's over. 25 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 58. Got rid of balance today. What he's done is he's held an end.
Yeah, he's bowled well. He's bowled well without much luck. You're not looking to rip through a side, perhaps on a first day Test match pitch as a leg spinner. But as you said, he's held an end. He'd like another couple of wickets. Get a little 2 or 3 for by the end of the evening. Perhaps it's a job well done for you.
Where are we in no ball terms at the moment? I'm just looking around. There's nothing, no scores on the scoreboard again. We've got an advert for a beer company. Oh, there we go. It's back again. It's 4 overs to the new ball. 2.59 for 7. Rahat bowls outside of Moeen Ali's off stump, swinging away fractionally. Moeen allowed it to go through to wicketkeeper Sarfraz Ahmad. He's taken 4 catches today.
He's kept well. Done the job, hasn't he?
Yep. Balance 70. Cook 45. Vince 39. Hales 17. Bairstow 12. Wokes 9. Root, the lowest scorer today, 3. Highest score in the last match, lowest scorer today. Moeen on 53, waits for Rahat. Scuttles in and bowls him full outside the off stump. One of those tempters for a player like Moeen. And you let it go.
And that was a good catch behind, wasn't it, off balance? Because he got quite a nice sort of face of the bat almost, wasn't it? I think he'll feel disappointed, but you could see it in his face as he was walking off. He'd be kicking himself. But
it feels like a strangle that, doesn't it? But twice he's been out to Yassir in that way.
Too far across.
Going a long way across. He was bowled at Lords. Caught down the leg side here. Under grey skies with the lights on. Rahat moves in and bowls to Moeen. Straight delivery. Moeen plays that forcefully towards mid-on.
Yeah, you got a good piece of it down the leg side. Well adjusted, because there must be that point. I have asked wicketkeepers actually, and there must be that point when you go down the leg side when you completely lose the ball and lose exactly where it's going. To then react and go a bit further to catch the ball and especially standing up, was a top catch.
Yeah, very good from Sarfraz. Pakistan looking to finish this off. 2.59 in the bank for England. Rahat bowls to Moeen, who plays again forcefully towards the mid-on area. He was thinking of a single there because it was quite straight. Fielder running round to his right-hand side. Prevented the run. So that's... Moeen is exactly looking to farm the strike at the moment. That's 4 balls in the over. And I don't think Pakistan necessarily going to bring the field up. They've got 4 men back.
No.
We're not into that territory yet, but Moeen is looking predatory out there. looking to score, looking to take the bowling. And 2 balls left in the 77th over. Also the new ball coming up as well.
Got to take it probably.
Rahat bowls very wide and he goes after it, Moeen, without any foot movement at all. He's really chasing that. It's a big one-day wide, not close to being a test match wide. Missed it and through to Sarfraz.
Fancy taking the new ball, wouldn't you, Tom? Just to hurry things along if these two are still in.
I reckon so. I mean, there's another issue about light, whether the natural light is not going to be very good in a few minutes' time. It has clouded over a bit.
It's gloomy.
I mean, with 15,000 people in the ground, you really want them to play on with floodlights. It's always frustrating when they do go off with the lights on. Rahat to complete the over bowls to Moeen. That's a beauty. Just goes away from the left-hander. And Moeen misses it. And that's a maiden over from Rahat. Good effort, that. His 19th over of the day. His 4th maiden. Good over. Gets a pat from one of his colleagues.
Yeah, the pitch is still doing it. Pitched on off stump. Just left Moeen Ali. Looking to play a defensive shot. That would encourage England's bowlers, especially. I think we've still got a bit of cloud around for 2 or 3 days. I don't think it's going to be, cracking the flags next couple of days. So England will be thinking, well, what Pakistan seamers can do, we can do better. Likes of Jimmy and Wokes. I'll be tossing a few up now if I was a spinner.
Tempting them,
going to the supermarket, we used to call it. Go on, toss a few up. See if they...
Well, especially against Broad.
Yeah.
Here's Shah bowling to Broad. He's crab-like in defence there, not to be tempted. A little bit of flight on that one. Plays it back down the pitch and there's no run.
A few well sort of aimed sledges about the new ball and how it's just...
Yeah. You better get them against me, otherwise the new ball will sort you out.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. 2 in the pocket.
There you go.
Shah to Broad. Broad stretches forward, plays this on the bounce towards... short leg, and there's no run.
I think Moeen looks like he wants to have a little dip at Shah.
Yeah, he was twice he's come down the pitch in the previous over.
And got not particularly anywhere near it.
No. Miscued one. Shah bowls. Broad angles this away towards cover. No run there. Well, it's going to be fascinating to see how this game plays out, whether Pakistan, when they get their turn with the bat, can resist and make headway against England's 4-man pace attack. Shah bowls. There's a bit of loft on that. It's hit away onto the leg side, and it just evades the fielder out there. I think it's Hafiz who's in the deep. Away to his right-hand side, he goes away for 4. He timed that well, Broad. It was not far away from the fielder. A calculated risk.
Top spinner. Just got a good shovel on it, didn't he?
Just ease it on his way.
Yeah.
All's well that ends well for Broad there.
It was a bit too square. I mean, that was perfectly positioned to cow corner. That.
Yeah. 263 for 7. Shah bowls to Broad. He's back into his stumps again, playing French cricket. Drops it into the offside, and there is no run. Broad's into double figures with that blow. All these runs valuable. 19 they put on for the 8th wicket.
Well, they're the most exciting test matches, aren't they? Low-scoring test matches. Without
the scores are about 280, 300. Yeah. Shah to Broad. Broad plays defensively into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over. You want the batsman to have a bit of a chance, don't you? You don't want them to have no chance at all. You don't want 140 all out. Plays 160, I think. But anyway, end of the over. 263 for 7. This intriguing day continues, and for the next 20 minutes will be blowers.
It is intriguing, and England just getting to where they want to be. Another 40, 50 runs, they'll start feeling comfortable. Blowers, my dear old thing.
Oh, tough.
First time I've seen you today.
Well, I know. I thought they were keeping us apart.
How are you, old boy?
I'm in possibly good nick, I think, actually. Scoring most of my runs off the edge. And it's going to be Rahat who's going to continue from the pavilion end. Bowling to Moeen Ali, who's playing so well. 2 slips, they go down. And here comes Rahat up to the stumps now. Left arm over, he bowls. And Moeen just plays that one down quietly to mid-on. And there is no run. It's a little bit dark-ish away to the left. The floodlights now are very much holding their own. And the light not as blew perfectly good, certainly. and it's looking a bit grey as we look out over the city of Birmingham. There's a sort of haze, isn't there? Sort of slight haze. And even though there's quite a fierce wind, the trees behind the scoreboard and all the way round are waving away like mad. And Rahat back to his mark. He sees that Moeen Ali is ready for him. 2 steps, deep third man, deep cover, extra cover mid-off on the offside. Here he is over the wicket in bowls, and Moeen Ali forward, and Rahat fields in his follow-through, and the 3 men on the leg side. Fine leg, deep forward square leg, and a mid-on. And now Moeen is walking over to the square leg umpire, Bruce Oxenford, and I think he wants some tape, do you think?
I think he's cutting a bit of tape off.
Oh, cutting a bit of tape
He's
off.
asked for some scissors from the ump.
That was I mean, Sherlock Holmes wouldn't have done better than that.
I was straight on that.
Yes, you were. Goodness.
Straight on that.
And now Oxenford, the umpire, has administered the scissors, and Moeen's now back in strike. And it's that shuffle, changing of run. And here comes Rahat in now, bowls short, and Moeen cuts that square at it. And a bit of misfielding there on the boundary, and it goes away for 4. That really should have been stopped there. And that is our friend, the fast bowler, who took all those wickets earlier, wasn't it? Our friend Sohail Khan, who got behind it but let it go right through. And 4 runs.
Yeah, poor bit of fielding that. All right, a bit of a bouncing ball, but the old long barrier failed to stop it.
And we got a rather good-looking paper bag, a blue paper bag blowing across the ground, which shows you how fast or how strong the breeze is. And here is Rahat again, up to the wicket now. He's there, he bowls out to Moeen. Moeen drives, beautiful stroke, coming forward, playing it away between the bowler and mid-on for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot, takes him to 61, 271 for 7. And that was a really beautiful stroke.
Yeah, good shot. It was a good ball, really. I mean, it was swinging away from Moeen Ali on sort of about middle and off stump. He just got across and waited for it. And another one of those punch drives. I think Alistair Cook played 1 or 2 this morning. Yeah, where you just wait for it and just punch it back past the bowler. Beautifully timed.
It was timing, product of timing, wasn't it? It was just, I mean, there was no real force in the stroke, but he timed it beautifully. There was never any chance of that being stopped. And it's Rahat again, in now, up bowls there to Moeen. Moeen comes forward driving, and it goes down there to deep cover. The miscreant who let that one through gets a roar from the crowd as he fields that time. So 1 more there to Moeen Ali. And it's 272 for 7, and Moeen goes on to 62, and how well he's playing.
Yes, played very nicely.
He's an extraordinary player, Moeen. He plays these innings, and you think, my goodness me, having a chap like this coming in right down the order, how wonderful. And then there are other times he goes out there, and he looks as though he's overplaced almost, doesn't he?
Or has a rush of blood and has a swash outside off stump, or runs down the wicket and completely misses it. But no, valuable runs down the order for England.
And now we got a 3rd slip coming in. The cover fielder has come into 3rd slip. And so that means we've got 3 slips, the 3rd man, a deep cover, and a mid-off on the offside. And here's Rahat Ali over the wicket in, bowled short, Broad goes back rather, and hammers this away to deep cover, who gets another cheer for stopping a fairly easy one that went straight to him. It's a cruel game. Shades of toughest and Bay 12 at the Melbourne Creek Ground. 273 for 7 at the end of the over. And that is the individuals go off the board very quickly. 62 to Moeen. 11 to Broad.
Yes, you don't want to let one through your legs in front of the Hollies stand too many times, though, as I tell you.
Did you the experience you had?
I think I must have.
I'm going to say tough as you let them through your legs almost everywhere.
There you go. There wouldn't have been too many test matches or test venues.
Did it ever worry you getting barrack? I mean, when you got that barracking at Melbourne, did that worry you? Just enjoyed it. It was fun.
You've got to go with it, I'm afraid. Otherwise, you wouldn't sleep again.
But I think some people find it harder to go with it than you did, perhaps.
Yes, you tend to use it as a bit of a...
But few people had so much practice as you did. It's going to be, I can go on, mustn't go on insulting Tafas. Tafas is fielding. It was legendary. We've got two short legs, forward, backward, and a slip. As he's in, the leg spinner bowls now to Broad. Broad just comes half forward, pushing it out on the offside, and Sarfraz from behind the stumps goes and fields. Yasser walking back, he's got a towel on, he's sticking out of the waistband of his trousers as he walks backwards, makes him look as though he's got a tail. He's in again now, he bowls, and Broad is forward again, very cautiously, pushing down to mid-off, but it's Yasser who goes across in front. He's a bouncy leg spinner. He's not quite as bouncy as Abdul Qadir in approach, but you feel he's always wanting to be in the game, isn't he? Whether he's fielding, batting, or bowling. And here he is, in again, up to the wicket. He's there now, he bowls to Broad. Broad forward very cautiously, pushing out just behind square on the offside. It's Yunus Khan from Slip who goes after it and fields. Seen much of Yunus today. He took one very good catch, didn't he? Which he got his fingers under there at...
Vince.
That was Vince, wasn't he? It was a splendid catch. And Yasser again in, bowls to Broad. Broad goes back, turns it round the corner. It goes past leg slip, who I think might on another day have stopped it. It's going down to fine leg, and they run through for 2 runs. And the fine leg fielder loses his hat in the process. It's quite blowy, and the hat blew quite a long way. He had quite a run after it to get it back. And the sun comes back, it's 275 for 7, Broad is now 13, and Yasser in, bowls to Broad. Broad goes back, plays that quite forcefully down to Misbah at mid-off, who returns dutifully to Sarfraz, and there is no run. One more ball of Yasser Shah's 27th over. He's got 1 for 64 so far. And here he is now in... No, he's not. Umpire Oxenford stands in the way because Broad has pulled away. The wind
howling across the field.
It is, isn't it? And Yasser in again, up to the wicket. He bowls, and Broad just pushes forward. It's so much wind that the screen, the tarpaulin, the white tarpaulin, is doing duty as a side screen at the far end, is blowing in great big ripples, isn't it? Anyway, it's the end of the over. 275 for 7. 62 to Moeen Ali, who was watching for the non-strikers end for most of the time, and Broad has got 13.
80, is that the 80 up? Bit of new ball, do you think, Henry?
Yes, indeed. That is...
Shah's been getting them propping and cocking.
And, yes, and we're
getting... They might take it or they might not. I think they don't know what they're doing now.
Well, I think the old ball actually... is that... No, a ball has been bowled to the fielder here.
It has, yeah.
The old ball is being taken off, I think. The new ball was brought out by one of the emergency fielders, actually, and not by the third umpire. That's a bit strange, but...
Can they do that, can they?
Doesn't that look... no, now it's being rolled back again by this fielder. Maybe they're not taking it.
Now, the umpire's put his foot on it.
Yes. And is now throwing it to the bowler. And so Mohammed Amir is coming back at this end, the pavilion end, and he's going to bowl an over or a few balls at any rate with the old ball, but just to loosen up. And maybe that's what the reason, because the old ball was being taken off and then it was suddenly returned. It was the most extraordinary sequence of events. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Didn't want to leave the old ball, did it?
Didn't.
No.
And we had a fielder bringing out the new ball, which the umpire's now got in his pocket, and Amir's jumping up and down like Broad, and it's non-striker's end, and he's coming in now to bowl to Moeen. He bowls, and Moeen plays that away, doesn't it, pad, and he's playing it to leg, and it's Sarfraz's keeper who sheds the glove, goes after it to square leg, and the leg by was a leg by signal. And umpire Julian Wilson from Trinidad, who's standing at this end, 276 for 7.
Here we go.
Yes, the ball, now the new ball is the new cherry is being held up and by umpire Wilson so that everyone can see it. He then gives it, underarms it to Mohammed Amir, and the close fielders gather round a little bit more insistently. You've got 3 slips and then Azhar coming in to short leg. At least I think he is. He's got his crash helmet on. He wouldn't be putting that on if he's going to go and field, say, in a save one position. Although he is fielding quite deep at short leg. I mean, he's No, he now comes in a bit closer. He's still actually a bit deep. It's not
bit
that
more for the fend, isn't it?
The fend, the hit off the bat, which he's time to move for. And Mohamed Amir now, the 3 sips go down. Here he is in, up to he bowls. Oh, and that's sliced away, and he's gone. It's caught there, Broad at third slip, and it was a good, quick catch. He threw his bat at it. It got the edge. It went very quickly to third slip, who caught it above his head. It was a very good catch. That could easily have been tipped over the bar and gone away for 4 runs. But it was, he held on to it very well indeed. And
new ball does its job, Blowers.
Straight away, absolutely straight away. And Mohamed Amir, the man who did it. And Broad is the man out. Caught by Azhar, and it was a very good catch. Azhar's not a tall man, and he had to reach a long way up, Azhar Ali, who normally does duty in his shin pads now at short leg. And so the score now is
276 for 8.
276 for 8. They take it off the board when a wicket falls and show all the replays. And we've got Stephen Finn coming into bat. Newly recalled, of course, he played at Lords and was then dropped, had a bad match at Lords. Just never looked like it, did he?
No.
And then had 10 days off. And according to Captain Cook, looked very much more the part in the nets before this match.
And he's got a very good record here as well, Blowers, hasn't he?
He has. Well, now, before we see the rest of this over, let's go now straight for Radio 4 long-wave listeners to the shipping forecast. And for the rest of us, for the rest of our listeners, tough as an eye, will continue.
Short and wide with the new ball, little bit of swing, no feet movement. Broad just had a little flick at it, really, didn't it?
Yes.
Got an outside edge. Yeah, I mean,
actually, he went quite hard.
Yeah,
at
it was a good catch, but one of those sort
catch.
of little flick at a swinging wide one.
276 for 8, the score now, and Finn taking guard. He's tall man. The sun is shining upon him. We've got 3 steps, third man cover mid-off, mid-on, forward short leg and a fine leg. And
fancy an LBW shout here, Blowers, I think. That ball's swinging. And Mr. Finn needs to get his long legs out the way.
Yes, Finn looks like a rather immobile lamppost, doesn't he, as he's standing there at the moment. And here is Mohamed Amir in both trim. It's well pitched up, and Finn comes forward and hits that probably off the middle of the bat, and it goes down there to mid-on, and there is no run. And we're just looking again at that catch Broad. It was quite a quick
travelling.
catch.
Yeah, no, it's travelling.
It was, I think, fast enough for some fielders perhaps to have dropped it, to have gone through their hands. And it's a lovely evening now. The dark cloud I was talking about a few moments ago has gone over us, and it's blue sky away to our left. As Mohamed Amir is in, he bows now to Finn. Finn comes forward and shoulders arms as though he's been batting all day. And he left it alone easily and comfortably and economically, taken there by Sarfraz. The crowd in the Eric Hollis stand still enjoying themselves hugely. 1, 2 stewards in day-glow jackets. There, people, gentlemen in a black shirt and white shorts walking down the steps looking for his place. And people in reds and greens and blues and yellows. They're colourful. And it's Mohamed Amir now in, up to the wicket to Finn. He bowls, and Finn nibbles at that outside the off stump and walks around. Do you know those things people who come on in circuses on huge stilts?
Yes.
And they walk around rather uncertainly. That was a bit how Finn played that ball, wasn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Yes, he's got some long legs, Stephen.
And he didn't actually coordinate the two of them very well then.
No, good piece of bowling by him there. They just said he swung a couple in there and then just scramble seamed that one across, beating the outside edge.
And the shadows now stretching across the ground. Floodlight pylons are stretching long way across as Mohamed Amir's in again. And Finn is off the mark. He runs that. He played rather tentatively half forward. And it ran off more or less the face of the bat down to third man. A rather sleepy pigeon flies across in front of us. And that run takes Finn off the mark and the score to 277 for 8 at the end of the over. And 63 there to Moeen Ali.
Difficult flying conditions, Blowers, I should imagine, for the pigeons today. So with that breeze, that cross breeze, it's more of a breeze, it's more of a wind, isn't it?
You don't think they like a bit of a wind under their tails?
Wouldn't fancy bowling up the hill.
Taking off might be a bit of a problem, do you think? Taking off downwind especially.
Yeah, it's a strong breeze.
And there's another one. No, it played rather nicely. Came down to look at Tuppers. And it's going to be Sohail Khan from the far end, from the Birmingham end, as it's now known here at Edgeworth, used to be the City end for years. And he does some rather improbable leaps too. He's a big man, and that was, again, a circus act, but a bit of a rather different sort, that leap. He's going to bowl now to Finn, and here he comes. He's up to the wicket. He bowls way outside the off stump, and a no ball is called. Not because of the width, but I think if it hadn't been no ball, it might have been a wide. And it's an interesting thing. I've never thought of this. Can once you've called no ball, that's the end of it. A no ball can't be a wide as well.
That's correct. Yep. Once it's a no ball,
it's no ball. It's dead ball. Yeah. So the score goes on to 278 for 8. Now the interesting thing is, if you won the toss today and you batted first, 278 for 8, is that a better or a worse score than being put in and being 278 for 8?
Well, that's right.
It's quite it's a sort of curious thought, isn't it?
It changes round, doesn't it, slightly?
Yes, it's Khan, Sohail Khan. He's in now. He bowls outside the off stump. But Finn, who showed every intention of taking an interest in that delivery, moved rather extravagantly across towards his off stump, but then thought better of it. And I can see a lady in the Hollis stand there with a brown coat and a grey jersey. She's got a big glass in each hand. She's doing awfully well. She's walking quite fast to her friend there, who she gives one glass to, and then sits down on his other side. So that's
spillage.
nice.
Don't want any spillage, brother.
No spillage, and great fraternising in the Eric Hollis stand. And it is Sohail again. He's in, up to the wicket now. He bowls to Finn. Finn forward, beaten. And that stroke really bore fairly little relation to the ball. He sort of walked and pushed. And the push almost became a waft in the end, if that makes sense. And he missed it, Sarfraz took it, and Finn walks away on the onside to contemplate the future. And Moeen Ali then comes down, perhaps concentrates his mind a little more. Another soporific pigeon flies across, looking for a perch. And we've seen one small aeroplane today. That's all the aerial things we've seen. Mechanical things, that is. And here is Sohail again. Finn forward hit on the pad of the field for LBW. Sohail is coming roaring down the wicket.
He fancies that.
He does. He fancies 5 foot, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And I would have thought that was jolly nearly outside. And they're going upstairs. What was your verdict? Outside the off stump?
No, I think that looked pretty adjacent. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. As I say, we're behind the batsman here. Let's have a listen.
And it's delivery. You can go to the spin vision, front on spin vision.
Kumar Dharmasena, the third umpire.
It looked pretty good to me. A bit higher.
Looks like no bad. Looks like no bad.
Back thigh.
Can you show me the
it looks to me that it's going to be umpire's call.
Yeah.
It's not like maybe if it was flicking the off stump, it was the outside of it. I would have thought.
Nothing. No mark. No mark. You can go to RTS mark.
And now we're going to see Hawkeye.
No spike on the RTS as well. You can go to the Hawkeye ball tracking mark.
He's got very long legs, Stephen Finn.
Yes, he has.
Might just save him. Ooh.
It's umpire's call.
Umpire, yes.
You can stay with your original
just
position.
hit the top of the off bail, so
you can
umpire's call.
give the umpire. You're on the screen now.
And
well done, Bruce.
So Finn has had a life.
Yes, he has. Just trimming the top of the off bail, that was.
He looked, yes, there were things weren't there once called Finn Crisp. He looked like a rather delicate Finn Crisp, didn't he, when he played that? He sort of came forward, but without really
much conviction in the shot.
I think that's right. No assurance at all. And on 2 seagulls we got in the air over there, the other side, the Hollis stand. And here comes Sohail again into Finn. He's up to the wicket. He bowls. Oh! Finn has a tremendous drive that sent that ball somewhere up towards the city of Birmingham if he connected. But there was a lot of air between the bat and the ball, and it went through to Sarfraz.
Nice seam position there by Sohail as well. Come out lovely from the wrist. Good shape, good swing.
He's been, from the batting point of view, extraordinary over this. Finn has played a variety of strokes.
Or the Watford Wall, as he's now called.
The Watford Wall. I think Dravid might sue, who was known as the Wall, wasn't he? Rahul Dravid. Here comes Sohail again. He's in. He's up to the wicket. He bowls now to Finn outside. Oh, it's the first good shot. He's played all over. He came over. He came forward and left it alone. And he walks away in muted triumph towards square leg. And I should think there's one more ball of the over left. There is. And Sohail very much hoped he'd got his 5th wicket then. He'd been on the honours board. And trudging back. When there's not quite so much spring in his step now, I think, as there was this morning. He was just a little bit of a trudge. He's coming in now with the blowing side screen behind him. He's up to the wicket now, and he bows to Finn, and Finn's forward, plays that well into the ground. It goes back on the bounce to the bowler, who doesn't catch it, but it doesn't worry, it hit the ground. It is the end of a rather curious maiden over. 278 for 8. Finn has got 1, and Moeen Ali, who was watching proceedings from the non-striker's end predominantly at the moment, has got 63.
Just got away with that, Stephen Finn. He's done a good job, Sohail. How many overs are you off, players?
Yes, I am. I'm overstaying my welcome, and it's going to be Dan Norcross is going to come in.
Sohail's bowled 21 overs now, 4 for 83.
4 for 83. Good job for the skip. He'll be delighted with his work. That little fifer would just be sitting nice, though, over a bit of dinner.
Yeah, I was quite brutal. I'd be a terrible umpire. I'd be a right outer. I'd be like Ray Julian. I just gave that out when I saw it, and it turned out it was out. It was clipping the top of the off stump.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Mohammad Amir. It's coming into Moeen Ali. He's got 3 slips, and then fielder's flung far and wide, and he's gone after it, and he's edged it, and it's through to the keeper. And Moeen Ali has flashed at a wide one. First ball of the over. England have lost their 9th wicket. They're on the brink now. 278 for 9. There was a flat-footed waft. Dear, oh dear. Horrible shot, horrible shot. No foot movement at all. A regulation catch down by his shins for Sarfraz Ahmed. 9th wicket goes down. A good innings from Moeen Ali. He showed great composure. He'd hung around and then...
I think he's seen what's happening with the new ball and the way Finney's playing it. I think he said, well, I might try and get a few more here because I think one of them's got Stephen's name written on it. But a good innings by Moeen Ali, as he said. Very valuable 63 runs. He'll be a bit disappointed with that. Perhaps it just, had a little look at it, the old new ball. Does its job again.
It does. Second wicket's gone down in consecutive overs. It's consecutive overs? It's consecutive overs from Amir. We say that. 63 Moeen Ali made. So he's out. England are 9 down. And we're saying goodbye to Tuffers. We're about to say hello to Michael Vaughan, just in time for me to tell him a very appropriate fact. I'm going to tell you a very appropriate fact, Michael Vaughan.
Go on.
That was sent to me by the historian Tom Holland. And he said to me, Edgbaston means the farm of Ekbald. Ekbald? You're going to talk it in that slightly stupid way because it's sort of 10th century and everyone talked like that then, apparently. Ekbald, appropriately enough, meant flashing edge.
Ah, you see,
flashing edge.
There's been a bit of that the last 20 minutes, hasn't there?
There have been a few.
No, who's that fella?
Tom Holland.
Oh, what's his number? I'll give him a ring. Sounds an intriguing chap.
He's one of those, TV historians. He came on Test Match, especially he spoke to Aggers last year.
Well, yeah, it has been a little bit like that today, hasn't it? It's been ebbing and flowing, one way then the other, and then the second new ball's done for Stuart Broad now, Moeen Ali. There was that LBW shout of Stephen Fitzgerald. He deserves a 5.
He does, doesn't he?
Not often you watch and think, oh, just give it out. He deserves a 5. He's running all day. He's got the ball wobbling around.
And after he began today with 2 Test matches years apart and having conceded 245 runs for 1 wicket, he can barely believe what's happening. We're going to come to you in a moment, Andrew, as Mohammad Amir comes in to James Anderson. I know he beats him with a swift delivery. Anderson had no idea what he was doing with that, and it just snaked past the outside edge of his bat through to the keeper. Andrew.
118 balls, 7 fours for his 63 for Moeen Ali. 5 of those flashing edges today have now gone to Sarfraz Ahmed.
5 flashing edges.
5 catches.
I'm going to be slightly more. I'm not sure how
not
flashing.
all of them are flashing.
I'm not sure that Hales was too flashing.
But he is just the second time a Pakistan keeper's taken 5 in an innings in England. Wasim Bari did it at Headingley in 1971.
So Mohammad Amir in again, and I think that was a poke and a miss from James Anderson. That ball died a little bit on the keeper, as Simon Mann was saying to me earlier. Some keeping up, some going down.
I think there is a little bit of unevenness, not a massive amount, and I'm sure as the Test match progresses, it may get worse, but he also, sometimes you see pitches get better.
Yeah.
Heavy rollers used a few more times, it might flatten out. You just never know. The foils haven't really arrived yet, have they? There's nothing of any note in front of the batsman's eye line.
No.
Which I thought might happen because it is very, very dry. One thing, Pakistan have got themselves in the Test match.
Momin Amir is in, rolls out, and he's beaten him with another beauty, just outside off stump through to the keeper. No, now, a question for you here, Michael. Now, we have got 7.2 overs to go. I remember Steve Smith declaring when he was 9 down on the first day against India a couple of years ago, because he thought might as well just have a couple of overs at him. It didn't work for him. Haven't these two got to either basically slog or
well, I think
get out?
If they get the opportunity to score, they're going to take. But it's very difficult to slog this type of bowling at the minute. He's just swinging too late for Jimmy Anderson.
Amir in once more, and he's beaten him for the 4th time in consecutive deliveries outside
it's
the off
times
stump.
like this, Dan, that I don't miss being an opening batsman, and it's at times this where the opening batsman of Pakistan will be looking at the clock thinking, right, there's 20 minutes left, so I've got 10 minutes I could bat. There's 7.1 overs remaining.
So we could get
what's
3
that?
overs,
Could bat,
really.
what could I bat? 5?
Wouldn't get
but
them
you're
all
not going to
in.
get 5 in that 10, so potentially 3 overs, and you start chipping away thinking, and then number 3 thinking, well, I'll get a night watchman, so I should be all right. But that Rahat Ali probably be a night watchman, maybe not so.
Momin Amir bowls, and he's beaten him outside the off stump for the 5th time running. So that over, the first ball, was edged, a flashing edge, appropriate enough at Ekbaldsson, through to the keeper. The next 5 deliveries, Anderson, with no foot movement, was defeated comprehensively. In the Kia Super League, I bring good news in the sense that the Lancashire Thunder have set 164 for 8 against Loughborough Lightning, a nice high score. Amy Satterthwaite got 52 from 32 balls. Deandra Dottin, the big hitting West Indian, got 42 from 29. Loughborough, they're 19 for 2 in the 4th. Tomorrow evening, we've got commentary on Ebony Rainford Brent's World Cup winner and our very own Ebony Rainford Brent's Surrey Stars against the Yorkshire Diamonds. That'll be a needle match.
Yeah, the Diamonds lost, didn't they, the first game?
Yep.
Did they lose to the Thunder?
I don't know.
Who did they lose to? I saw the loss the other day. They were. It was a Sunday. They got 1,000. The Lightning beat them.
I think they were 2 and a bit thousand at the AGS as well.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's good.
That's really good, isn't it? We've got 3 slips and a backward point, a third man, a wideish mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Next delivery is driven by Finn up to that wideish mid-off off the bowling of Sohail Khan. Sohail Khan will get few better opportunities for a 5 you would imagine.
No, you'd think that he'd be just thinking full and on and around off stump, get the ball nipping back or away. We've seen throughout the day that he's been the one really that's got just that little bit of movement. He's bowled very well indeed, but also Jimmy and Stephen Finn were looking at the surface and the canoe think, well, it's going to carry on doing something similar tomorrow. I can't see it really flattening out that much. But I also think England have played some poor strokes. I don't think from 1 down to 11, I thought Moeen Ali and Gary Ballance really kind of wore them down for a good period.
Sohail Khan is in again, and Finn thinks about playing a ball in the channel, leaves it alone at the last minute.
And
one of his better shots.
Yeah, and I think that's the style of batting that you require, and you've got to be very, very watchful. There is a ball out there. If you just be a bit too flamboyant, if you come out swinging the willow, well, you're going to create opportunities. And I just think if you can just, I'm really impressed with Moeen Ali because he's so used to coming out swinging, isn't he? And he plays too many shots too soon. Today he was like, right, I'm just going to give myself a chance, and I think he should learn a lesson from that. So, Test match cricket, just give himself a chance. He's too good a player.
Sohail Khan bowls, and that's so hit him on the pad. It's a big appeal, an imploring appeal as he skips backwards with both arms raised at Sohail Khan, thinking that was his 5th wicket, but no, says the umpire. I'm going to actually ask Andrew if he can face it. If he could go and look at Moeen Ali's Test hundreds and tell me how many balls he faced, because I suspect that the times he's got to 100 have been those occasions when he really has reined himself in, actually.
Well, the 100 against Sri Lanka at Headingley was batting out for the draw on the last day. It was a fantastic innings. The one against Sri Lanka at Durham, he kind of was very aggressive towards his 100 because he had to, because he was running out of partners.
But before it, he was quite watchful.
Yeah, just give himself. He's too good a player. He's got such a gift to just play the ball late and just watch the ball and just plays the spin nicely. So there's no real threat with him. He just plays too many shots too soon.
Sohail Khan into Stephen Finn, right arm over the wicket, and he drives, and it's a wide ball outside off stump, misses it through to the keeper. This is, well, so far since I've come on commentary, I think that we've had an edge
One very. Has the ball hit the bat other than that? Oh, I think Finn managed to get one up to the mid-off. Otherwise, the ball's just snaked past the outside edge of the bat every time. It is. Look, his numbers 10 and 11, so it's.
I don't think I'd be having an extra cover into Stephen Finn. I think I'd be covering that gap from third slip to backward point.
Would you bother with a third man as well?
Yeah,
Mike?
probably. I'd probably just bring extra cover into the catcher and have the third man down as well.
Sale Khan in, bowls. That's nicely played by Finn. What a shot. He's clipped that through mid-wicket, past the diving mid-on. That was a shot of pure class. It's hard to imagine Ted Dexter playing that better than Stephen Finn. The what do they call him? The Watford wall. That wasn't so much like a wall. I mean, that was a glorious shot. He's so wristy. He's flicked that through mid-wicket for 4. Granted, it was very full.
Steering wheel shot, wasn't it?
Wasn't
that right? And just to turn the wheel.
I'll be pleased with it then. But then you've never seen me
Just Butler style shot that was.
Andrew.
259 balls he took to reach his 100 in Headingley against Sri Lanka, obviously playing for the draw then. The one at Chester Street took 152 balls.
152. So he wasn't going run a ball madness, was he? He got 63 and 118. Is that right on this occasion? So, Sohail Khan will be wounded by that. The ball's wide outside the off stump. That looked like it had a bit more pace in it, that ball, and snaked away again from Finn's bat. He was leaving it alone. He went through to the keeper. There's no run. 282 for 9. The openers will start to breathe.
Well, they've got 5
easily.
minutes. They've got 5 minutes for.
Would you declare now? Would you do something tricksy and declare?
No. He'll still do it tomorrow.
Yeah. It's just that little, 2 overs at him. It's what they really wouldn't want, isn't it? And how many runs do we think Finn and Anderson are going to score?
Well, I guess at best they'd get another 20. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea, and it's something that like Brendan McCullum would do.
Yeah.
He'd just kind of throw them out.
What would Brendan McCullum do? Which is, that's a sort of, or what would Brearley do? Which is a question I always used to ask myself as a child. But what Brearley tended to do was bring on one of 2 world-class spinners or a couple of world-class pacemen. As Amir is in. Down the wicket comes Anderson. He's hit it high off the edge, down towards third man. I think that's gone one bounce over the boundary for 4. That went pretty fine. He advanced down the wicket of Mohammed Amir, which showed a degree of bravery or perhaps frustration since he'd missed every ball he'd faced up to that point and he's off the mark.
What I liked about that shot was intent, and then he's edged it over the slip, then he's turned his bat and walked away, and Stephen Finn's walked 22 yards, and he must have said, Jimmy, I want to say well done, that's a good 4, that, and Jimmy was having none of it. Catch, he's in the zone, Jimmy.
Yeah.
He's pumped. Stephen, he's walked 44 yards, Stephen Finn, and all he went and just went, shot, Jim. Square leg, he's gone on the boundary, short leg out.
Just had another look at Moeen's innings at Chester Street. After 118 balls, he had 67. Very similar.
Brilliant. Mohammed Amir in again to Anderson, who drives at a ball, a beautiful full-length ball outside off stump. He misses it, it goes through to the keeper.
See, the unorthodox Jimmy Anderson is rewarding himself with boundaries. That was an orthodox shot, and he just plays and misses. It's too pure. Get back to the swinging down the track.
The Burnley Lara. He got that incredible. I mean, that was the flattest deck ever, wasn't it? Was it at Trent Bridge when he got
when
that?
When you get 2 minutes, ask Philip Tufnell about his night watching.
Yeah.
And for Middlesex when he was facing, I think he was facing Pygott at Sussex. Just ask him about that.
Okay. Mohammed Amir in once more. Anderson comes down the wicket. He's hit that gloriously in the air down to third man into his. Oh, is it landed just in front of him?
Yeah,
Michael?
just in front. Yeah,
landed just in front. It was a glorious sachet down the wicket. He got a thick edge. It's flown down. That's his area. How about a fly slip to him?
Well, yeah, good. What you do, you say to the third man coming 10 or 15 yards. I mean, yeah, apparently Toughest went out
got a single for that
night watchman for Middlesex, and Pygott was ball. He's charged him first ball. Edged it over the slips next.
As a night watchman?
Night watchman. It had been one of his angry moods. Next ball, I think he tried a baseball bat him straight over mid-wicket. His middle stump flew out the ground.
Was that the last time they made him night watchman?
He was talking me through it this morning, yeah, when I was saying Rahat Ali is your style of night watchman.
There's a story about Robin Marler doing something similar, isn't there? Didn't he come and hit his first ball for 6 or something daft? Mohammed Amir into Finn now, and he covers up in defence fairly competently. He plays a foolish ball back up the wicket to Amir, who fields of his own bowling and rubs the ball intensely on his groin. There's no run. 287 for 9, England. One of the great test matches that there ever was. 82-3 at Melbourne. Andrew will tell me if I'm right. I think all 4 scores were within 10 runs of each other. And
correct, yes.
The top score was 288. Was it 2-9 or 2-9-1?
It was all 280, 290 in that region, yep.
Yeah, and we're in that ballpark. Wouldn't it be great if we got a test like that? Amir bowls a shorter ball, and Finn ducks. The ball passed him a good yard outside the off, so it was nowhere near where he was ducking. Actually, if he'd stayed where he was, Robin Smith would have square cut that for 4, but in the end he gets out of the way. There's no...
Yeah, I mean, if it carries on doing what we've seen it do today, it will really challenge the techniques of the Pakistan team. But what they have done, they've given themselves a chance. I mean, you never judge a pitch until both teams have bowled on it, and I do think 287 is very competitive, but it's also well below par what England should have got.
Yeah,
you know, with what they have in their lineup, they should be getting 350 plus on this kind of series. They haven't done that much.
When they think about it, after this over, let's go through the dismissals as Amir comes in round the wicket this time, and that's driven by Finn off a thick outside edge down to third man. He'll pick up a singular, he'll keep the strike. He moves to 6. 288 for 9. Amir has 2 for 53.
I think the opening batsmen of Pakistan can just breathe a little bit now. I don't think they can get
out
there.
They're done
Once
now.
the ball's bowled, I'm sure it'll be at 20 past. I think
I
that's
would
them
think so.
done. They know that they can sleep on what's good as an opening batsman. If there's one to get, and they'll think they'll get the wicket tonight and just arrive in the morning knowing exactly, not even those nervous thoughts in the morning, first morning when you're not too sure what you're going to be doing. You arrive tomorrow morning knowing you're batting.
Now, if you're the fielding side here, do you actually just sort of hold off bowling that first ball until about 6:19 and 50 seconds?
Yeah, you do. You do. It's the kind of thing you do, and help your opening batsman out, because they don't want to be going out there to face 1 over tonight.
Indeed not. Andrew, you're poised.
Well, that test match in Melbourne in 82, England bowled out for 284 on the first day.
Yep.
Australia all out 287 at the end of the second day.
Lovely.
England all out 294 at the end of the third day. 255 for 9 Australia were at the end of the fourth day, and ended on 288 all out, losing by 3 runs.
Is that the Jeff Miller catch?
That
That's
is.
the one, yeah.
He's caught him, he's dropped him, he's out. I had that on tape. It was Blower's commentary. I had it on audio cassette because I couldn't bear listening to it any longer, so I set the tape to record it and walked outside ours, went round and round in a circle, came back, and I'd taken the wicket, so to speak. Sohail Khan into Finn. The ball was outside the off stump, flashed out, missed the keeper, no run. So if we can, Michael, can we go through some of these dismissals? I mean, the people who will be most disappointed. Joe Root, surely.
Yeah,
not
Joe,
a great
yeah.
shot. He's only just come to the wicket.
Yeah.
Johnny Bairstow, not a great shot. Balance won't be too happy with that, will he?
No, but he was got out, wasn't he? It was, round the wicket.
Okay.
He wasn't.
So we
having a
give the
big yard.
bowler that.
Yeah, you'd say he was got a great catch by Sarfraz.
Stuart Broad and Moeen Ali wouldn't be too chuffed. Either James Vince wouldn't be too chuffed. This is, I mean, in a sense, England could think they could have been 300 for 5 today. Sohail Khan into Finn again. Bowls that straight. And driven. My word. An on drive. An aerial on drive, but a beautiful shot. They say it's the hardest shot in cricket. It's not a hard shot for Stephen Finn. He's picked up another boundary. His second, I believe. And with that, England moved to 292 for 9.
Well, I'm having that as shot of the day.
Yeah.
Champagne moment.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
And it was his. Look at that. He's held the post for at least 4 seconds.
Well, he's determined to hold on to the number 10 spot. Of that, there's no doubt. He's not going to let the flamboyance of Jimmy Anderson relegate him to number 11. Sohail Khan in again to the Watford wall. Who pulls hooks and a pull that got up so high, he's missed it completely. It's gone through to the keeper. It was short. It was banged in with some furious rage by Sohail Khan, who I think took some exception to being on-driven for 4 by Stephen Finn. No run. Oh, that was a hook. It's just over his shoulder, wasn't it?
I think what England will be pleased about as the days progress is that the bounce has actually gone through quite nicely. We've seen some decent bumpers from Rahat Ali, a couple from Mohammed. I mean, that was pretty sharp as well. So Stephen Finn, when he gets the ball in hand tomorrow, I think, well, yeah, at least there's a little bit there for the short stuff.
I was going to ask you what you think is going to be the most effective of England's bowlers. Finn took wickets here last year. Sohail Khan in again, and that's pulled magnificently. You'd heard the crack off the bat. Extraordinary. There's a deep backward square leg and a long leg. And honestly, I don't think I've seen Gordon Greenwich play a better pull than that. It was absolutely magnificent. He's swiveled and put his hands and his wrists over the ball, and he's got it right between those two fielders. This is tremendous stuff from Stephen Finn. His third boundary, his second in the over.
Yeah, I think he's got to go back to that off stump, just outside, swinging it away with the slip cord, and Stree waiting for the catch.
2.96 for 9. You said the last pair we'd be looking for at about 20. They put on 18. Finn has 14 from 24. Anderson 5 off 8. It didn't look like that a few overs ago when they were playing and missing in everything. But Sohail Khan comes into Finn again, and he gets one on the hip. He just turns it around the corner. He's going to pick up a single for it. There's only one ball left in the over. Anderson now just has to block this so that the senior partner at the other end can keep going. He doesn't want to fall miserably 85 runs short of a maiden Test century. 2.97 for 9. Finn has 15, Anderson 5. One ball left in the 86, and we reckon, what, at 6.22, Pakistan will get about another 2 overs in, won't they?
Yeah, they will. And England, I think this pair on others just got to play the shots. 300 doesn't sound a huge amount, but it's going to be very competitive on here.
Does it feel like par sort of thing for a first innings on here, would you say?
Yeah, you'd say so, but with the England batting lineup as it is, I'd say that 350 is a minimum, really,
right,
with what they have and what they've had to face today. I haven't seen too much that has suggested that it's a 300 all-out pitch. England have got to look to always get 350, 400 with how deep they bat and the talent that they have in their ranks.
Field is changing somewhat. We've got a short leg who's about a strip and a half away from Anderson, and 2 men back in the leg trap as Sohail Khan bowls to Anderson, who gets pinned in front. The finger goes up. Sohail Khan has got his 5th. Anderson has instantly said, no way. I'm referring that. I don't know how much confidence he's got in it. Sohail Khan goes to his knees and rubs his forehead on the Edgbaston turf. That could well be England's 10th wicket. There will be a review here.
Well, I think it is, I just think Jimmy Anderson knows he's got a review left. And Sohail Khan has celebrated like he knows he's got his first 5 in Test cricket. Good shape back in to Jimmy Anderson, unless he's got an inside edge. No, that's
Can you show me the
that looks extremely out.
leg side, please?
I think Jimmy knows they've got it.
So you can hear the third umpire talking. So now we're having, like, there's
nothing
no
visible there. You can go to the RTAs.
There's no inside edges there.
No. Let's have a look. No, there's no inside edge. I guess the one last thing that might have saved me is where it's
pitched. I can clearly see daylight between the bat and the ball.
Because it's hit him in front of leg, so maybe it's just outside leg. That might be Jimmy Anderson's hope.
I'd be amazed.
Yeah, you can go to the ball tracking.
No, it's oh, now wait a minute, is it swung too far down?
No.
Umpire's call.
It's umpire's call. You can stay with your original decision, Bruce.
Well, that's the nice friendly days cricket finish, isn't it? That Pakistan can arrive tomorrow and batting and have batted the first, like old school. It's like the junior cricket. One team bats one day and then you can bat the next. It's been a fascinating day's play. It really has. There's been some lovely stroke play. There's been some terrific bowling at times. It's been difficult for the bowlers at times as well because of the blustery conditions. But I think England will be honest. They'll be saying to themselves, yeah, we're in the game, competitive, but we could have got more and we should have still been batting tonight. But they'll know they've got a score on the board that they should be able to bowl to. The likes of Wokes, Broad, Anderson and Finn get anything near what Pakistan have had out the surface today. They're going to make it very, very difficult for the Pakistan batting lineup.
And who do you see as being likely to make the most of this wicket, do you think, from an England point of view? Have you seen the way the Pakistanis bowled and actually how brilliantly Sohail Khan has bowled, picking up 5 wickets, playing only his 3rd Test
he's
match.
doing some press-ups.
Oh, he is?
He's doing the press-up clap.
That's impressive.
5, 6, 7.
Not bad.
8.
How many can you do?
All right, stop. That's a 10.
I did one once and nearly broke my nose on the way down.
Well, I just think any of the England bowlers, they've all got great qualities. Wokes, if he bowls like he has been, he's going to be a real threat. But also Pakistan will think, we bat well tomorrow. Sometimes the second day is the best day to bat. There's no rough, so Moeen Ali shouldn't have any kind of say tomorrow. And the heavy rollers used a couple of times, and you think, well, it might flatten out. One thing's for sure is Pakistan have got to do the batting in the first innings. They've got to go, if they're going to go big, they've got to go big in the first innings. They can't think, get to 300, level pegging, and we'll chase whatever England get in the third innings. I think Pakistan will need a lead in the first innings to really put pressure on the England team. But from a position a couple of hours ago where it was looking like England would bat out the day and be quite strong, 5 or 6 wickets down,
To think that they've now bowled England out, I don't think it's been vindicated yet, Misbah's decision, but he'll feel quietly happy that he decided to win the toss and have a bowl, and he's bowled England out on
You
day
said that was
one.
minimum requirement. He said
Yeah, I
it's got to
think
be bowled out
when
in
you
the
bowl
day.
first, you've got to bowl out the opposition on day one. You can't allow them to come back on day two and have a bat. He's done that, but he now knows it's down to his batsman. Can his batsman arrive tomorrow and play? I think it'll come to Azhar Ali, Yunis Khan and Misbah at 3, 4 and 5. They're the real class acts in the team, and Shafiq at number 6 has looked a good player, promising, and has played some nice innings, played well at Lords. That engine room's got to really fire tomorrow for Pakistan. If they do, they can put England under pressure.
Well, the great thing from their point of view is that they can actually see what needs to be done, isn't it? I mean, when they go back tonight, they can say to themselves, tomorrow and the day after, we can win this Test match by getting 450.
Well, they've just
it's possible.
They've got to take a little bit of a leave. Who's batted the best on here today? Gary Ballance and Moeen Ali. What have they done? They've been patient, watchful, give themselves a chance. Any batsman that came out, Johnny Bairstow came out a bit frenetic, didn't he? Came out playing too many shots, and you watch them. Wait, it's not that kind of pitch. You've got to give yourself the chance, and those that have given themselves the chance today has looked like they could get the big score. But I do think it's a wicket that looks like there's always going to be a ball out there. There's always been one that's bounced or one that's moved, and you've got to be very, very watchful. So it'll be a challenge for Pakistan.
They've got some batsmen who can do that, haven't they?
Yeah,
I mean,
of course they have.
Yunis Khan,
they have.
Asad Shafiq has looked great this
One thing's for sure,
summer.
Pakistan will think, right, we've got to be batting tomorrow night. Bat the 90 overs tomorrow and just see where it takes them. If they can bat 120 overs in the first innings, well, they're going to put England under a huge amount of pressure. But on a pitch like this, if they bat badly, you could see a team being bowled out for 150 on this kind of wicket.
Plaudits again for Sahel Khan, because England they were worried they're going to be undone by left-arm seamers. It's turned out they've been undone by the right-armer who's been brought in, and a lot of people didn't expect it to be him. They thought it would be Imran Khan who was going to be picked. Didn't know a great
good
deal
selection.
about him.
Good selection. He's got strong shoulders and hits the pitch hard and just bowls lines, doesn't he? He bowls in nice straight lines. He bowls the corridor. He gets it full of length and bowls the odd short, sharp ball, but nothing about no. But he's hit the pitch hard and he's just got a bit of wobble. So he's been the best bowler by a good distance. Left armers had spells, but they weren't consistent enough. They always allowed the England batsmen to score freely on the hips, the odd short ball, and it just shows, so Sahel Khan, I think Finn, Broad, Anderson and Wokes will be getting together and going, no, let's just copy the way that he bowled. He's kind of led the way for his right armers, just hit the pitch and let the pitch do the rest.
Well, thanks, Michael. Simon Mann's joined us, and he's now going to go through his review of the day.
Thanks very much, Dan. Well, yeah, Jeffrey's moving into position. He's just making some last-minute notes, so we'll give him a minute or two. The Pakistan fielders are down there doing their stretching exercises with the backup staff at the end of the day. Ball is being pushed and pulled in various directions. It's a tough day in the field. Always a tough day in the field in a Test match. Not been particularly warm today. There has been that strong wind throughout the day, which can be wearing, and the bowlers down there put in a good shift. They've only used 4 bowlers today, Pakistan, so a lot of pressure on the pace bowlers, with the leg spinner holding an end for large parts of the day, and the 3 seamers operating from the pavilion end. So let's do our review of the day. At close of play on the first day of the 3rd Investec Test match at Edgbaston, England bowled out for 297 after being put into bat by Misbah. Leading scorer Gary Ballance with a patient, stubborn 70. Moeen Ali with very useful runs down the order. He made 63. Alistair Cook fluent at the top, out for 45 today. That was 75 for 3. England under pressure. Pakistan just holding them back, restricting them throughout the day. Well played, Sahel Khan. 5 for 96 in his 3rd Test match. Recorded to the side today. Change of angle. Right arm seamer instead of the 3 left armers. 2 for Amir today. 2 for 53. 2 for Rahat Ali. He made 2 for 83, and Yasir Shah with the 1 wicket, 1 for 64. That of Balance caught down the leg side for 70. England bowled out towards the close of play, so no time for Pakistan to bat. So England all out for 297. Jeffrey Boycott alongside me. Normally, Jeffrey, say all out for under 300 in a Test match. It's been a disappointing effort, but does it feel as if England are very much in the game on this pitch? Is there enough in this pitch that you think England's bowlers could exploit it on the second day?
Yes. I said this morning in the first half hour that I would have batted. I think we found out that Cook would have batted. I think the decision by Misbah was a bit of a calculated gamble, partly negative, that I think he was wary of Anderson, who bowled us earlier out here. Got 6 for next to nothing. Finn got 5 in the second innings. I think he's a bit wary of that. Secondly, I think he saw something in the pitch that most of us didn't. And I think there's a little bit of pace and there's a little bit where the odd ball doesn't come on. That not big deal. And there's been a little bit of swing, maybe a little bit of movement off the seam, but it has been a little bit, and I'm really stressing that. So there's been encouragement more than anything, at least to keep going. It hasn't been as flat as anything, like Old Trafford, and you're never going to get one past the bat if the batsman get in. No, they've always fancied, but I think really it was a bit of a gamble, and at the end of the day, England all out for less than 300. He'll be thinking, well, oh, all right, I think I've done all right. I don't think he thinks he's got out of jail, but I think he's done all right. They haven't got 500, and Pakistan are then out of the game. My point of view, looking as an observer and a neutral, I said in the first half hour, I think England get 300, that'd be goodish. 350 would be very good. And I'm still thinking England can bowl Pakistan out. I mean, if they drop 4 or 5 catches or something silly, I really fancy them to bowl England. Unless somebody goes down injured and lots of drop catches, I still fancy England.
Yeah, so Pakistan bowlers done okay today, but the pressure really is going to be on their batsmen on the second day. After 3 successive low scores in the series, they made runs in that first innings at Lords. Well, I say they made runs, they got over 300. It wasn't a huge score, but they haven't been putting together big scores in this series.
No, and I think it was partly that, partly worried about Anderson, partly worried about his own batting. He's not stupid. He's a very intelligent, smart lad, is Misbah. And when you talk to him, he's very honest, very open about it. I like that. And he fronts up, and I think deep down he's not going to admit that publicly. That's not good for team morale, is it? But you can be aware, like England are always aware, they've got 3 batting places that are question mark, wobbly, aren't they? They've got 2 world-class players, but that doesn't make up a good batting unit when 3 of them have got big question marks. And I thought that they were smart enough to look at Lords, everything brilliant, Old Trafford, not so good, very poor, that they had to do something different. And whoever was the think tank to bring in the right-arm fast bowler to have a different line or angle, as you said at the start, and to have the courage to bring in a fast bowler who's got 1 wicket for about 200 in his other test. Wow, that is some big decision, isn't it? But they obviously did some real thinking on it, just as England had to do a lot of big thinking about after Lords, had to play differently, cut out the bad shots, negate the leg spinner, which is what England did all day here. I thought they played him brilliantly. He's bowled a lot of overs. He got 1 wicket, did he?
27 overs, 1 for 64.
Yeah, it doesn't sound all the runs, but they made him work really hard. They didn't let him get in the game. They blocked him, played careful, didn't play bad shots, so then you're left only with the seamers. And they're thinking better. I think it's going to be a real cat and mouse game. There are batsmen who you look on either side and you think, well, they're not too clever. I mean, look at Vince. He's not convincing. You feel some natural stroke play about him, some lovely shot, but I don't feel he has a game plan.
If you were his batting coach, what would you do? What would you say to him? What would you work on?
I say, have you got any other shots besides a cover drive? Because you keep trying to play that at this level to good bowlers with a newish ball, and you're putting your foot down middle and off, and then you're trying to hit balls which are outside off stump through the covers, you're a long way from the pitch of the ball. It might be a favourite shot, and you might get a few 4s, which you will, but you're liable to nick a few, and that's not good enough. I tell you to bat more on off stump and play the ball like Joe Root did to mid-off, mid-on. And he got out. Poor shot getting out. He picked the wrong length. He went forward to a ball that was short of a length and suddenly realised he was in the wrong position. He couldn't get back in time because he got forward a big strike. So he tried to stand up and play it and open the face and, like giving catching practice, to slip. That was a misjudgment. Then there was David Basil's son, Johnny. We know he's positive. We know he's in good nick. He went to go forward and suddenly realised this was a quick ball from the lad. It bounced on him and he then tried to cut it and he nicked it. There's some good stuff in England's batting, but you always feel, as much as we want to support them, the people listening nearly all are England supporters, they want you to say nice things. I just tell you as it is. And there's always that you think about the England batting, it might do enough to give our very good seamers a chance to win the match, but there's some there that's not so clever.
What about Alex Hales today? Caught behind for 17. Fair to say, got a good one today?
He did, but I'm not convinced about Alex's footwork. I don't think he's a naturally opening bat. I'd like to say to you that he's a good player, and he's a goodish player, but I feel he's more down at 5 rather than opening. He's not a natural. He's not tight enough. If you watch Gary Balance play, I'll come back to it. You're going to have an interview, are you?
We are, Jeff. We were going to hear from Gary Balance. He made 70 today. He's been speaking to Pat Murphy.
Are you feeling a bit unlucky, Gary? Not really, no. I was a bit disappointed about getting out like that. Would have liked a bit more bat on it. I would have gone down to fine leg for 4 probably, but you know, it was a good catch by the keeper. But overall, a bit disappointed that I didn't kick on. But we're pretty happy with how I played today.
Did you sit there analysing that dismissal, wondering if you'd gone too far across to the off?
You can analyse it too much, but I just thought, you know, that's the way I play against him, and maybe I could have gone a bit too far across, but you know, a bit more bat and goes for 4, and everyone's a great shot. So it's just one of those. I would have liked to get a bit more bat on it, but you know, it's how it goes.
In what way do you think you're playing differently to this time last year?
I feel in better form. Firstly, I think I'm getting, you know, my trigger movement a bit earlier, so that I'm balanced at the crease. You know, that's so important as a batter, and especially for me. So that's all I've done really. And at the moment, well, the last few weeks I felt good, just haven't got that score. And today pretty happy with how it's gone. So you know, I can take positives from it.
It was a good test. The left arm bowlers, the right arm quick bowler who kept running in, and the leg spinner.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've got a good balanced attack this game. They've got a good attack overall, and I think they bowled well on a pitch that offered a bit of sideways movement for them. So it was tough the whole day. I felt like, you know, they were always in the game. You know, it kept you honest, and I think at the end of the day we've probably got a par score.
Yeah, you think it's a par score, do you? Because we were wondering perhaps 350.
Yeah, I think if someone goes on and gets 100, you get 350 and you're very happy with that. But you know, we said, you know, let's try and scrap to 300 and we'll be happy with that. So, you know, if we bowl well, then it's definitely a pass score, and you know, with our bowlers, be perfect conditions.
I was going to say, the likes of Anderson and Broad and Thin, they know the conditions at Edgbaston inside out, unlike these Pakistanis.
Yeah, exactly, and the guys have done well, before, you know, like last year against Australia. So know the conditions. You know, we've got Wokesy's, you know, obviously from here, so he's bowled here a lot. So, you know, if it's hopefully a bit of cloud tomorrow, and you know, we'll be relishing that.
There's often an outright result at Edgbaston too.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, so. You know, we feel that it might, you know, get a bit better. But if the, you know, a bit of cloud cover, we bowl well, you know, we get a first innings lead, bat well in the second innings, you know, we'll give ourselves a good chance.
Gary, well played. You settled for 70 every time you went out the bat, wouldn't you, for England?
Oh, you would, but then you get to 70 and then you want to kick on. But you know, overall, I'm pretty satisfied.
Gary Balance with Pat Murphy. With Balance, Jeffrey, you sort of know what you're going to get, don't you?
Absolutely dead right. The one thing about him, he's going to scrap. He's going to fight for you. It's rare that he gives his wicket away to a bad shot. He may look a little more ugly, not as beautiful shots. He hasn't got the range of some people. But who cares? It's how many runs you get when you're in trouble. 70 runs on a low-scoring game. That's like 100, isn't it? It's about that. He knows his game. He has a game plan. He has areas where he's comfortable. He has areas where he knows he can score. He gets his nose over the ball. Alex Hale could do well to watch him in defence. He gets as far forward as he can, plays late, close to his pad. There's a bit of daylight between bat and pad. When he plays back, he gets his back foot across, he's close to his body, tight. Again, he's over the ball, he's looking down the line, he's over the top. And you do need a good defence. Of course you need some shots. Of course you need to score runs. I'm not saying you block every ball. But his game plan, he knows. He's a scrapper. He's like a David Steele. You know what you're going to get, as you said, and he's going to give you it. Most times out of 10. It was a very, very accomplished innings today. Very disciplined, very professional, and very well earned.
Yeah, there were a few raised eyebrows when he was brought back into the side. You know, does he deserve to be back? Has he changed his technique enough? Or whatever. You know, various comments were made. Do you think that he's now done or doing enough to sort of guarantee a long run in the side?
No, nobody can be guaranteed. I don't agree with guarantees about long runs. You perform. Look, in top sport, over the years, and certainly more today in the modern age since television's pumped big money in, there are lots of pluses for being talented and staying in the national sides. And with it comes the negative. There's no certainty that you've got a job for life or for 9 till 5 for a week. You're as good as your last performance. We all have to perform, and he'll do the same. But because he's shown something, he'll get another test match or two. And that's how it has to be. We have to perform, everybody.
But do you see him as a long-term player for England? He's not someone that's going to be in and out of the side. He is someone who's capable of having a decent career.
Of what's around, yes, because look, we still have a problem at the opening bat, Hales. He's not convinced me for a long time. He'll get some runs somewhere. But he's going to be up and down because his footwork is very poor at times. And then James Vince is another place there. He hasn't convinced anybody. He plays pretty for a 20 or 30. Doesn't win many matches, that. So we've still got 2 places out of a top 5, even if Balance stays. So I think the selectors will stay with him because they know they're going to get some nitty-gritty. He's going to stick in there. They lose a couple of wickets. And Moeen Ali, let's say, he played lovely today. I think he's better off where he bats there. If people would just say to him, leave him alone in that position, just play a normal innings. That's not defend, don't block, don't crash bang wallop, play an innings. He played today a very sensible, careful innings, 50, again, worth a fortune to England. A low-scoring game, got nearly 300. That's enough. If England bowl well, catch the catches, it could be all right tomorrow, I think. 350 would have been better, but 300 gives those bowlers something to bowl at.
30 seconds just on Pakistan's bowling. I mean, good enough today? Or would Misbah have liked 220 all out? Obviously, you like 220,
yes,
but I mean, was it good enough?
Hey, after the first hour, he thought, crikey, he wasn't getting many wickets, did he? So it's okay, but it's a batting. Both sides is batting. It's their batting. Can they hold it together against the quality of England's bowling? They don't always have the patience, the determinations to stick in. They like to play shots. England will love that.
Thanks very much, Jeffrey. Well, it was a fascinating day today, and it promises to be another fascinating day tomorrow. Can Pakistan resist England's 4-man pace attack on this pitch, which is offering just enough for the bowlers? You can watch highlights of today's play via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website, and also in our pint-sized TMS, which you can watch shortly. If you missed our features on participation in cricket or the Nick Compton interview, they are available as podcasts. We're back on air tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the morning with our highlights half an hour on 5 Live Sports Extra, and then from 10:30 on Radio 4 Longwave. Good day today, promises to be another good day tomorrow, as long as the weather behaves itself. It's goodbye from Edgbaston, England, all out for 297.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
Few minutes.
Women's Super League football.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
Women's Super League football. Women's Super League Football.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
Women's Super League Football. Women's Super League Football.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
Women's Super League Football. Women's Super League Football.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
Women's Super League Football. Women's Super League Football.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
Women's Super League football. Women's Super League football.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
Women's Super League football.
Women's Super League football on 5 Live Sports Extra.
One final chance for Manchester City. Here's Steph Horton with the free kick. It's low and into the back of the net. Manchester City 1, Notts County 0.
Danielle Carter, who's been very bright so far, picks up the ball left-hand side, level with the edge of the area. She is going up against the fullback, Hannah Blundell. Chips inside and shoots, and that is a magnificent goal.
And I would apologise for any wind you could hear on the radio back home. The weather up in Sunderland is horrific, to be perfectly honest.
We've had 4 minutes of stoppage time now, and no more. Arsenal have won it. The record holders of the FA Cup have won another trophy. And the header is in. And there is the second goal for Manchester City. Jennifer Beattie celebrates, and Chelsea are in real trouble.
You know, these games are going to be tight, and every game is like a cup final.
I'm sorry, I'm giggling. You mentioned tight. I just bent down in front of Rick to pick up my notes and rip the back of my jeans. That's how tight this WSL season will be.
Good evening from Adams Park. I'm Robin Cowan. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, where the league leaders Manchester City aim to move another step closer to the WSL 1 title away at Reading, who are yet to pick up a league win so far since their promotion to the top flight. Commentary to come of Manchester City versus Reading here on 5 Live Sports Extra. Kick-off here in Buckinghamshire is at 7:45. Joining me for coverage this evening, Oxford United's vice-captain Lauren Haynes. Thank you very much for joining us, Lauren.
No worries.
First of all, your thoughts on this game. It's a clear favourites, really, against... We've got to really call them Reading are the underdogs, aren't they?
Man City are top of the league. They got 4 points clear. Reading are yet to win a game yet. So, yeah, on paper you would say Man City are, but WSL, you never know what's going to happen. So Reading could get their first win of the season, eh?
If they did, Lauren, that would be quite the shock. But I guess sometimes being the underdog can give you a bit of a boost, can't it?
Definitely. I mean, there's no pressure on Reading at the moment. Man City aren't going to want to drop any points to the top of the league. Reading, they've been playing well. They've been getting some good draws against some good teams. So definitely, they're definitely ones with less pressure on. So, yeah.
Yeah, as Laura mentioned there, Reading yet to win, but are crawling away from the bottom of the table, 6 points clear of Doncaster, who of course still haven't got a single point in the league this season. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. Let's go through the teams for today. 2 changes apiece. They both played on Sunday, and at Manchester City, they make one enforced change, and that's Megan Campbell has dropped out for Jennifer Beattie. And the other change is Kira Walsh dropping to the bench for Tessel Middag, who's the Dutch international, is making her first league start since joining from Ajax last month. So Manchester City line up like this: Karen Bardsley in goal, a back four of Lucy Bronze, Steph Horton, Jennifer Beattie and Demi Stokes, a midfield of Jill Scott, Tessel Middag, Izzy Christensen, and a forward line led by Jane Ross, the WSL 1's top scorer. And she's flanked by Nikita Paris and Georgia Stanway, the teenage sensation who scored all 3 goals in that 3-0 win against Sunderland at the weekend. As for Reading, they make 2 changes as well. Out come Davies and Fletcher, and in come Lois Roach and Remy Allen, who makes her first start since signing from Birmingham. So they line up like this. Reading, the home side, Mary Earps in goal. A back four of Sophie Perry, Kirsty McGee, Kaylee Hines moves from her usual central midfield berth into centre-back. Rebecca Jane at right-back. She made a couple of vital interventions off the line in their 1-1 draw against Notts County. Lois Roach comes in midfield, as well as Remy Allen and Lauren Bruton. Up front, Jade Boho-Seo, and she's flanked by Emma Follis, who scored a spectacular equaliser here against Notts County, and Rachel Rowe will push up to right wing. Lauren, obviously difficult. They've got a lot of international players against. They're going to be playing against a lot of international players, Reading, but you can't make that get into your head, can you?
Definitely. I don't think any of the Reading players are going to go into that thinking that they're playing against all them international players. I mean, they will be thinking it, and obviously Man City have got that upper hand there of the experience. But I mean, Reading have been playing well this season. I mean, they've just newly been promoted from the WSL 2, and they've come on leaps and bounds since then, definitely. So I mean, I think Reading have got their game plan, and they're going to go into this game and they're going to stick to it. So
well, let's hear from the side who've travelled quite some distance to Buckinghamshire this evening. The manager Nick Cushing is live with Daryl Hammond.
Nick, you've got Reading today, your second game in a run of 4 games in a fortnight. How difficult is it to prepare when you've got so little time and so many games to think about?
For us, it's not difficult just because on the basis that we don't change the way that we play. So we've got 2.5 years work into the team now, and the work is progressing really nicely. So we'd rather have games coming thick and fast.
Yeah. On the flip side, like you said, I'm guessing with the momentum City are on in the form, you'd want to be playing football.
Yeah, definitely. The girls want to play. We've got a good, healthy squad. So another game round the corner. It's just another opportunity for us to play well and perform well.
And we've got Reading today. First game against them this season. They haven't been playing too well in contrast to your City side. Would you say it's a foregone conclusion, this one?
No, not at all. None of the games are. I think anybody that follows this league and the WSL will know that it's ultra competitive and anybody can beat anybody, and you got to make sure that you perform well and you play well. And we've done that consistently this year, but we've still got to do it again today, and we've got to do it again on Sunday, and we've got to keep continuing to play well and win football games.
And who can be the dangerous link in this Reading side? What are you looking for, and who are you looking to stop in this Reading team?
We just want to play good football. We want to get the ball down. We want to make sure that we create lots of chances. Again, we've got an unbelievable following of fans that have come all the way here to Wickham to watch us play. So we want to make sure that we perform well, and we want to make sure that we create chances and we put some goals in today.
Speaking of creating chances and scoring them, we saw Georgia Stanway get a remarkable hat-trick at the weekend. I'm guessing it must be nice to have options like that, especially when you can afford to rest players like Tony Duggan and bring Georgia in.
Georgia's a young player, and we need to make sure that we develop her in the right way, and we need to make sure that we continue to make sure that she performs well, but that she has the opportunity to get some minutes on the pitch, and she's kept the shirt today, and we'll hope that she plays well.
As well as the Arsenals and Chelseas of the league, is it difficult to come to places like Reading where, in essence, they have no fear and they're always pushing for that win?
Every game is the same for us. I think everybody sets up to stop us playing, and everyone sets up to try and stop our game, and that ultimately gives them a fearless task, because if they're trying to stop us and they succeed, then it's a win. A draw here would be a win for Reading if they stopped us. But we'll just try and play our football and try and create some chances.
Thank you very much for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Nick Cushing there, live on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra with Daryl Hammond. Interesting things from Nick Cushing there. I mean, he was saying all the right things for a manager, tried to keep calm, wasn't he? Not talking too much about expectations, etc. Want to go through the whole season unbeaten, and that's important for players, isn't it, to kind of keep calm and not have the manager kind of say, yeah, we're going to win.
Oh, massively. I mean, if he started giving away his tactics there, then, but no, obviously he was nice and calm going into that, so yeah, he's not going to give too much away there.
Yeah, I love how Daryl tried to say, is this a foregone conclusion, like he was expecting any other answer. But no, I mean, as he said, when you're league leaders, you're there to be shut at, aren't you? So all the pressure is on them.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Man City, obviously, they can't get complacent at the top of the league. I doubt anyone will. I mean, they're full international, so I don't think they're going to have that mindset at all. But it is still there. They still are top, so who knows what's going to happen.
The words of Lauren Haynes, the Oxford United vice captain and star midfielder, I might add, here on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. Just to let you know, at half-time, we'll be remembering London 2012, where women's football came firmly into the spotlight. A record crowd saw Team GB compete at the Olympic Games in London. And we want your memories. You can tweet us this evening at the WSL show. In fact, the Olympic Games have begun. It's the women's football which has kicked us off. Unfortunately, no Team GB this year. We'll hear from Eni Aluko at halftime about her disappointment at that fact that no Team GB, men's or women's, will be at the Olympics this year. But we'll turn our attention back to the game which we're building up to here between Manchester City, the visitors here to Adams Park, against Reading, who, as we mentioned, without a league win, but resilient side, haven't conceded a lot of goals. Unfortunately, like most WSL teams we've seen who have come up, perhaps apart from Sunderland last season, Lauren, that struggling for goals, that's the difference, isn't it, between the two levels?
Ah, definitely. I mean, like you said, they have struggled to score some goals, but defensively they've been getting that right. I think they've done their research on these WSL 1 teams, and because they have come up, they're starting to think, how can we stop them? And actually haven't thought about how they can use their strengths within a team to actually score goals. So I think it's actually getting promoted and then setting yourself in there before they go on to develop to start scoring some more goals. So
yeah, I mean, we should talk about the differences in terms of resources between the two sides. It's pretty huge, even though they're in the same league. Manchester City, the facilities they have there are pretty incredible. Reading, they've got decent facilities themselves, but there is a big gap, isn't there?
Oh, massively. I mean, Man City train full time, and they've got every facility that you'd want. I think they're pretty much the same as the men's side over there. Reading, they still got fantastic facilities, but whether they're good as Man City's, probably not, but that's just due to a bit of funding. So yeah, Man City do have the upper hand there.
Lauren Haynes with us on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Sector. Let's head down to the touchline with our reporter Daryl Hammond, who's with the Reading manager Kelly Chambers.
Hi Kelly, we saw you in the stands at Notts County. Will you be down here on the touchline, having come back from maternity leave?
Yes, I will be. I'm glad to be back down here now. It wasn't nice sitting up in the stands and watching, have no control over anything. But yeah, I'm back down here now, fully involved with the squad and the team, and looking forward to the game.
And as far as this game goes, I mean, given Manchester City's form, what would constitute victory for you here? Is a draw enough? Do you need a win?
Yeah, look, we know what Man City are about. They're a fantastic team. They've got fantastic individuals. They like to score goals. So, yeah, for us, it's a case of can we limit them as many as possible and see what we can get from the game. But we're definitely going to put up a fight. It's not going to be an easy test for them today.
Yeah, you mentioned the quality. How do you go about stopping a side with so many different quality players in different positions?
Yeah, we've got a game plan today which we've worked on, and it's a case of can we execute it and can we try and frustrate them as much as possible and make it as hard as possible. And hopefully, you never know, we can try and come away with something today.
And being away for so long, would you say that there's an added incentive for you to grab a win and really sort of set this Reading team onto new heights, having not won the season?
Yeah, definitely. We're always searching for that win. At the end of the day, we've been picking up points, which is a positive for us, especially being newly promoted into the league. But yeah, that first win would be nice on the board. Even today, we're not sure that it would be today. We know it's going to be a tough test, but who knows? It's a game of football, 11 players v 11 players, and we'll see what happens.
Thank you very much for speaking to us.
No problem. Thank you.
Kelly Chambers there with Daryl Hammond, our touchline reporter this evening, building up to kick off here at Adams Park between Manchester City and Reading, and Lauren Hayes alongside me. I mean, Kelly Chambers there, she knows the size of the task they have in front of them, doesn't she? I mean, as a player, what would you want to hear in the dressing room from your manager when you're up against this, you're about to face this sort of team? What do you want to hear from your manager?
I think you just want to hear a bit of honesty. I think you just want to know where you're at. I think you want to know who you're up against, and just a little bit of confidence building, really. Maybe they know that might not get the win today, but I mean, if that manager can give all the belief that they can to them, I mean, it's going to give them a better chance than giving them no belief at all. So definitely just a little bit more confidence and just, a little bit of trust in them players.
In terms of actually their game plan, you don't want them to, I mean, sitting back and defending probably isn't going to be ideal, is it? Because they're just going to keep on coming at you, Manchester City.
Oh, definitely. I mean, like you said, they've got a game plan, and I'm sure they've been working on that for the last week now. Every player has their responsibilities, and as long as they stick to their responsibilities in the game and their game plan and their player, I mean, they're going to limit them as much as possible. But yeah, like you said, and then I don't want to sit back and just defend all game because, well, ideally no one wants to defend all game. So I do hope they go up there and create a few chances.
We'll soon see. The sun is shining down on Adams Park on an immaculate pitch here at Wycombe Wanderers ground. We'll bring you full match commentary between Manchester City and Reading here on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. It's 13 minutes past 7.
5 Live Sports.
Those 2 days, you're just so concentrating on each event, and you hold all that emotion in because you can't let it out until you've done.
And so a stadium roars and a nation roars as Ennis goes on to win the 800 metres, and with it, Olympic gold! She raises both arms on a special night for Jessica Ennis and for British athletics.
As an athlete, you train all the time. We train, and you have to be ready for that one moment.
Rio 2016 starts this weekend on 5 Live and across the BBC. Women's Super League football on 5 Live Sports Extra.
Good evening from Adams Park. This is Robin Cowan, live on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up, kick-off at 7:45 here. Reading welcome the league leaders, the WSL 1 leaders, Manchester City, who are bidding for their first title since entering the Women's Super League, of course, 2 years ago. So close last season, came second, just pipped to the post by Chelsea. Hope to go one better this time around. We'll turn our attention now we'll turn the attention back to the game in just a moment. But first of all, let's discuss some of the games that happened over the weekend. Busy weekend in the WSL. We'll start with WSL 1. And as we've been hearing, Manchester City moved 4 points clear at the top after their 3-0 win against Sunderland. Nearest rivals Chelsea remain in second, and they don't play until 28th of August. So Manchester City can just keep increasing that lead. Yes, Chelsea will have games in hand, but that's, I don't know, Lauren, what do you think? Is it best to get the points on the board, or do you like to have games in hand? What's your opinion as a player?
Well, it's a difficult one. Of course you want the points on the board. Of course you want them there, ready. No one wants to have a little bit of game in hand. I mean, that adds the pressure, especially if you're the team trailing that team with the more points than you. So, I think I definitely want them points secure on the board.
In your opinion, is Manchester City the best team in the league?
Potentially. Difficult one, but at the moment, I mean, the results are there. They've only conceded 2 goals this season, so definitely at the moment, what they've shown so far, they're definitely up there, yeah.
You don't sound particularly sure there. Do you think there were rivals for them? I know in terms of obviously setting aside results, when I say the best, perhaps, I don't know, maybe they're the best footballing team in the league. What's your view?
I mean, you look at the likes of Chelsea and Arsenal, and the amount of experience they've got there, not only the players but the managers as well. You think of all that experience they've got, and actually what you need at the end of a season. I mean, it's okay being fresh at the start of the season and playing, but actually a season's over a period of time, and if you need to perform at the start of the season and at the end of the season, so we'll see which team can actually do it.
Well, I don't know if you watched the Women's Football Show on BBC Two on Monday, but Casey Stoney was a guest on that, and she basically said that Arsenal's title hopes are over because their 9-match unbeaten run came to an end on Sunday as they lost 2-1 to Liverpool. Birmingham's win against Doncaster means they're now level on points with Arsenal. Possibly 4 teams there battling out for the top 2 Champions League spots. It's quite a big dent there for Arsenal as we look at the table here. 6 points now behind Manchester City, and they've played a game more as well. Do you think their title hopes are over?
Like I said, I don't think you can call the season until the games are over. I'd call it right to the end of the season until you can really say if the league's over or not. I don't think you can call it now.
Well, let's hear from Kelly Smith. She's Arsenal's assistant player coach, and this was her reaction to Arsenal's defeat against Liverpool.
Yeah, we're obviously disappointed with the result. Pure fact of that we were trying to get back into the hunt. With Man City and Chelsea, and we're falling away a little bit again. So it's a disappointing performance on our part. I think Liverpool played extremely well. They had a game plan, and you could see that they tried to hit us on the counter-attack, and we struggled with opportunities in front of goal. So I think, with chances that happened in the game, I think it was probably a fair result.
And how big a dent do you think it is on the title?
I think it's pretty much over now, in my opinion. I think we're probably looking to secure second spot and hope that Chelsea along the way drop points. That's what I think we should be aiming for now.
Another big win for Man City over the weekend. 4 points clear at the top. Are they in a league of their own almost?
They've done extremely well, and they've been consistent. They haven't conceded too many goals, and they're scoring goals for fun at the minute. So you think that they're doing all the right things, and they pretty much stayed at the top of the league, throughout the campaign, and deservedly so. I think they've got a great goalkeeper and a strong back line, and they've got an exciting front line. So they've done well and sustained themselves at the top, and it looks to me as though if they keep playing the way that they are and not conceding, then the title should be theirs, having no mistakes now.
Yeah, a bit like the men's game. How can Arsenal compete with those resources they've got at City?
We're doing our best. Obviously, Man City it's well documented. They have a lot of money and paying some of the top players on the women's side quite a bit of money to go there, and that's a big draw for players. And obviously, Arsenal have fallen away the last few seasons, and I think both the manager and the general manager and Ivan Gazidis, the kind of head boss at Arsenal, has, realised that and decided to put some money back into the programme. And we have strengthened this year. We've got our own little training facility now. We've got a full-time assistant coach, a full-time goalkeeper coach. So we're moving in the right direction. We're just trying to keep up with Man City that are kind of, got all the power and the money at the minute.
So you face Notts County in the Conti Cup, the Continental Cup, on Friday night. That's quite an important game, isn't it?
Oh, this is a massive game for us. This is a must-win, especially now as we've got points on Sunday against Liverpool and kind of fallen away a little bit within the league campaign. So in order for us to stay in this competition, we must win. It was a tight affair. When we played them a few weeks ago, it was a very physical encounter, and we know what they're capable of. But we've got to pick ourselves up again and go again. It's a competition that we have won on numerous occasions, and we want to keep that trophy back in the Arsenal cabinet.
Now, with the Olympics just a few days away, we're remembering London 2012. You were part of Team GB. What are your memories of 4 years ago, Kelly? Massive competition. A bit surreal, really, because we'd never had a GB women's football team at the Olympics. So to be given that opportunity and to play Brazil in front of 75,000 was a fantastic experience. To be in the athletes' village, mixing amongst top athletes from all different nations, it was fantastic. I'm just really disappointed that these next set of players don't have that opportunity now in Rio. It's really, really disappointing because it's a great experience, and you get to play against the best teams and best players all across the world, and it's disheartening to see that they couldn't get a side together. It's just such a great great competition, and I know the American team, they view this as the ultimate. So it's just really sad that the federations couldn't get together and then form another team for this. I just don't understand it.
As Kelly Smith, the Arsenal player coach, with Rob Jones, and of course we'll be speaking a little bit more about Team GB's omission from the Olympic Games at half-time and full-time here at Adams Park. You are listening to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. Commentary to come of Reading against Manchester City. Kickoff is at 7:45 here in Buckinghamshire. Let's talk a little bit more about what Kelly said. We alluded to it a little bit, Lauren, about the resources, but she was saying how difficult it is to keep up even the likes of Arsenal, who dominated the women's game for years, but now Manchester City, of course, it's filtered down from the men's team. They've just got so much money and resources.
Oh, they do, and they do have really good resources as well. And I mean, I know Arsenal, when I played there as a youngster, I mean, the resources there I thought were incredible, and you think nowadays that actually they're kind of playing catch up to Man City, who are like a newer team than them. You don't really want to think about it like that, because you'd like to think that actually Arsenal were in that position because they've been around so much longer, but they're not, and it's just a shame really that they can't keep up to that. But
you must be very proud to have been associated with them, though, you know, with Arsenal, and it must have been a great way to kind of get your fledgling career started.
Ah, definitely. I mean, all credit to like this when I was at the Centre of Excellence there. I mean, going from boys football into an academy like that, it was fantastic, and I wouldn't be where I was today without it. So, I mean, down to the coaches there and the facilities there as well. Yeah, there were a lot to them.
So Arsenal, well, they're struggling towards their FAWSL title hopes seem to be over. Level with points on Birmingham with 20, but with a better goal difference. Now, Birmingham have played a game more. They're much like Reading, actually. Maybe more experienced because they've been in the WSL 1 a little bit longer, but extremely resilient at the back, not really scoring too many goals. They seem to win games by 1-0 or just by the odd goal. I know you played them in the Continental Cup with Oxford United. How impressive have you been with Birmingham this season? I know some of them tipped to struggle a little bit in the league, at least.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, well, like you said, we played Birmingham not long ago, and maybe they played a weaker side against us being the Continental Cup, but definitely they went in. They were really organised defensively and going forward as well. I mean, they created endless amounts of opportunities. They've got a bit of experience in there as well now, especially with the signings that they made over the break. I think, yeah, they're a club of good potential.
Let's talk a little bit more about WSL 2 then, your league. Oxford United, fantastic win at the weekend against London Bees, of course, and in front of a record crowd, I understand, over 1,000 people there.
Oh, yeah, it was a fantastic day. We had a family fun day. The first team were down, all the first team coaches were down. So we're just like a family club, really, and it went into the performance, and it was a fantastic win for us. We needed that win. Unfortunately, we got the win, and now we're going into another break, which is a bit annoying. But by all means, we're going to get that momentum back after these 3 weeks.
And you've got a fantastic striker in Inni Umatong. Now, I'm interested to know what she's like around the camp, because I've spoken to her once before, and she's extremely competitive, isn't she?
Oh, Inni is very competitive. She's a great girl, great laugh, full of banter. Well, like she likes to think she is anyway. But no, Inni's a fantastic signing. Massive credit to the squad this year. Yeah, she settled in really well, and we're really happy to have her at the moment.
We must say she's scored a hatful of goals. Let's face it, you know, with no disrespect to Oxford United, a team with limited resources, she's scored pretty much every game she's played in. She's like a bulldozer. She just does not stop, and she's an incredible signing for Oxford United. Looking towards the top end of the table, Yeovil are 2 points above, clear of the top, but with Bristol City just behind them, and then Everton in third, which is possibly what we kind of suspected when we looked at the teams going into WSL 2. Yeovil, I know Oxford United got a decent draw against them. Do you think they're the best team in WSL 2?
Personally, yeah. I think they're fantastic all around the pitch. Defensively, forward, their midfield. Every player in that team has got leaps and bounds of experience, and the management there, really good. From where they were about 3 or 4 years ago, no one really knew about them. And now you look at them now, and look, they're winning games, they're scoring goals, they've got a really good defensive record. Definitely the favourites for this league.
So they're the favourites. You've also played Bristol City and Everton this season. Both of them, what are your thoughts on them?
Yeah, I mean, Bristol got got relegated last season. I think they had to prove a point this year that actually they don't want to be in the WSL 2. They want to go back up and get promoted. So they had to change some things, and they have. And they made some really good signings this year. And they've played really well for them. And they're back in second in the league. So yeah, they've been doing a lot better this year than they probably thought they would as well.
It's Lauren Haynes, the Oxford United midfielder, alongside me, Robin Cowan, here at Adams Park. We're building up to commentary here. Manchester City, the visitors against Reading. Let's head back down to our touchline reporter, Daryl Hammond.
Well, Kirsty, you've had plenty of draws this season. Would desperation be the right word in terms of the squad's desire to get a win this season?
We know we're really close to getting that win. We literally just have to keep sticking to our game plan and going out there, keep pushing. We've come really close in plenty of games, so it's just a matter of fact now of just seeing out a game with the win.
And you're up against City, the season's win specialist. Do you think you can pull off a shock today?
Yeah. Listen, every single one of us in our squad, we're going out there again with a game plan. We're going out there with the game plan to pick up points. If that means we come away with 3 points, we come away with 3 points, and we all fully believe that we can do that.
You mentioned the game plan. What have you been doing in training to sort of counter this Man City side?
I think you'll see a bit later on tonight what we're going to do. I'm not going to say what we're going to before we kick off, but I think you'll see tonight it'll be clear what we're setting out to do.
With games like City, do you, in a sense, play with no fear, or do you tighten up? What's the mentality when you go into games like this?
No, of course. As a player, we go in there with no fear. We go in there with respect. They've got some fantastic players in their squad. A great management team behind them, but no, we go in there with no fear, and again we go in there with belief. That's the main word around the changing room, belief, and we're going in there tonight with belief that we're going to pick up the 3 points.
Thank you very much for speaking to us.
Okay, no worries, thank you.
Reading captain Kirsty McGee with Daryl Hammond there. She's very defiant, and I think that's important, isn't it, as a captain? Of course, you're the vice captain, and you take that responsibility, don't you, to kind of inspire your players and gee them up before a game.
Definitely. Sorry, lost you there. The captain's role, obviously, you need to get the information from the coach and see your players, and the captain does that a little bit different than a manager sometimes. You're a little bit more on a personal level with the players, so you get a different ounce of respect off them. But yeah, like she said, they're going to go in, they're going to stick to their game plan, and they're going to believe in one another, and that's what they need to do.
So that was the Reading captain, Kirsty McGee. We're building up to kick-off here between Reading and Manchester City. But as we've mentioned, we'll be hearing from Chelsea's Eni Aluko at half-time. She was part of Team GB's first ever women's football squad at the London Olympics. She has very fond memories of 2012 and says she can't understand why there's no football team out in Rio.
Do I understand? No, I don't really, because I think that whatever the political issue is in terms of coming together as home nations, I think that can be figured out, for the benefit of going to another tournament and going to an Olympic tournament. So I think it's a little bit unnecessary and unfortunate. I think that, everybody could have sat around the table and said, look, actually, we gain more from going than we do from not going. And it's ultimately a shame for the athletes, because it's a life-changing experience for any athlete. And, everybody wants to see Team GB do well on multiple levels, including football. So it's a real shame. I hope they figure it out for maybe the next Olympic tournament.
Do you feel like almost they've missed a trick, because it had a huge boost to the women's game, wasn't it? There was incredible crowds going to watch Team GB in 2012, wasn't there?
Yeah, absolutely missed a trick. And actually, I've always said that I think the Olympics was a game changer for women's football. That was the watershed moment that led to the WSL being more popular, that led to more of us being recognised. 2012 changed women's football in this country, and yet, we've missed an opportunity of potentially making it even bigger than, and capitalising off the World Cup last year. So it's for political reasons, really. There's no sporting reason why we're not there. So I think it's a real shame.
That must be doubly frustrating for a player, especially like yourself, who obviously, you want to play at that top level and play in these sorts of events. It must be really frustrating that basically you've had nothing to do with it, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing is as well that our competitors, the US, Germany, France, all these teams are going to the Olympics and are getting that experience. So they have an edge over us because they play one more major tournament than we do. It gives us a competitive disadvantage, but I hope that, in future, this will be something that we don't, it's not talked about. It's something that, every Olympic cycle will have a Team GB team for men and women. And I hope that the future generations will be able to aspire to be Olympians, because I know how much it changed my life being part of that experience.
Whilst Eni Aluko, we'll hear more from her at half-time. The Women's Olympic Football Tournament has started. We all got one result confirmed. Sweden have beaten South Africa by 1-0. The opening ceremony is on Friday night, and 5 Live is your Olympic station. Every moment of the Games is live on 5 Live and 5 Live Sports Extra, and you can watch all the women's football on the red button. Lauren, we'll talk a little bit more about the Olympics later, but your initial thoughts on no Team GB? Did you remember watching it in 2012?
Yeah, I remember. And I mean, it changed everything for women's football. I mean, from kids watching it to adults still playing it. I mean, it is a massive shame that there's going to be no GB team this year.
It really launched women's football, didn't it, in a way? I think people remember, of course, 2015 was fantastic because of the Women's World Cup, but there were incredible crowds watching the women's game, and, a few careers were launched as well.
Massively. I mean, like Eni Aluko just said in that tape, I mean, that's how a lot of them got really good recognition. I mean, it raised the profile of women's football, it raised the profile of England, it raised the profile of WSL 1 and 2, and even the lower leagues in the women's football. So for not to have a team this year, massive shame. Not just for us WSL players, but for the youngsters in the game as well. Massive shame.
Carrie Dunn is a women's football journalist. This is her take on why there are no British WSL players out in Rio.
Yeah, it's really sad. I mean, having no Team GB is really, really disappointing. And again, you understand why it is. Their home nations are kind of a bit protective of their voting rights with FIFA, and they're worried that if they come together every 4 years for the Olympics, then they're going to lose that independence. But FIFA have kind of said that that's not going to happen, and it's just a bit territorial, and I think it's disappointing for the players, because the Olympics for women's football is not like it is for men's football. It's one of the top competitions. It's kind of up there with the Women's World Cup, and to not have the chance to compete at that elite level on that global stage is really, really awful for them. I feel so bad for them.
I know they're really disappointed, especially those who took part. And you've got the likes of Steph Houghton, of course, who's basically her career was launched, wasn't it, that 4 years ago? That's really disappointing, isn't it?
It is. And I remember seeing Steph on the front pages of the newspapers. I mean, who would have thought female football on the front pages of the tabloids for what she's been doing on the pitch? It's absolutely fantastic. I remember talking to Kim Little just after the Olympics, and I was saying, the Scottish FA weren't very happy about it, were they? And she said, well, they weren't happy about it, but if I'm going to get the opportunity to play at the Olympics, I'm never going to turn that down. And I would imagine pretty much everyone feels the same.
That was Carrie Dunn, women's football journalist, speaking to me about the omission of Team GB at the Rio Games in the women's football. We want to hear your memories this evening of Team GB in 2012 and your thoughts on perhaps why women's or men's teams aren't present in the football bit of the Olympic Games. You can tweet us this evening. We're at the WSL Show. All your memories of women's football at London 2012. And of course, this season you'll be able to download our podcast from the 5 Live website, or you can listen on the BBC iPlayer radio app shortly after the end of the show. We're off air at 10 p.m. this evening. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, live from Adams Park. It's 7:35.
5 Live Sport.
Those 2 days, you're just so concentrating on each event, and you hold all that emotion in because you can't let it out until you've done.
And so a stadium roars and a nation roars as Ennis goes on to win the 800 metres, and with it, Olympic gold! She raises both arms on a special night for Jessica Ennis and for British athletics.
As an athlete, you train all the time. We train, and you have to be ready for that one moment.
Rio 2016 starts this weekend on 5 Live and across the BBC. Women's Super League football on 5 Live Sports Extra.
Good evening from sunny Buckinghamshire. We're live at Adams Park, where we're 10 minutes away from kick-off between Reading and the league leaders Manchester City. Beautiful pitch. Want to be playing, really, don't we, Lauren Hayes? Jolly me.
Yeah, definitely.
The flag bearers are out, ready to welcome the team. Still got a few minutes before kick-off, though. 7:45. is when the referee will signal the beginning of the game here. So not long until kick-off here. Lauren Haynes alongside me for commentary this evening, the Oxford United vice-captain. Just interested, Lauren, do you have any pre-match rituals? Are you a superstitious person?
Nowadays, not so much. I mean, years ago, it used to be my dad tie my laces and things like that.
Your dad tied your laces?
Yeah, I was never very good at tying my laces. He used to always come undone, and whenever he did them, it'd be a good day. Not so much anymore, but I know some of the girls are like one shin pad on first, or they listen to a certain song, or they do something in a certain way. So whatever works for the player, really.
And what would be happening in the dressing room at the moment? The players have completed their warm-ups, they're back in the dressing room, probably receiving their last orders, and we're just a few minutes away from kick-off. What usually happens at this stage?
I mean, all the players, they'll just be getting their fluids on boards right now. They'll be getting together as a team, players who are starting, players who are on the bench, management, coaching staff, background staff. They'll all get together, they'll go through the game plan once more. They'll just have a little huddle, and they'll just need to say what needs to be said, and they'll be ready to go.
Let's recap the team news for you this evening here at Adams Park, starting with the home side. 2 changes to the Reading side that drew 1-1 with Notts County here on Sunday. Mary Earps in goal. The back four of Rebecca Jane, Kaylee Hines, Kirsty McGee, the captain, and left-back Sophie Perry. A first start in midfield for Remy Allen since signing from Birmingham. She's joined by Lois Roach and Lauren Bruton. Up front is Jade Boho-Seo, and she's flanked by Rachel Rowe and Emma Follis. 2 changes as well for Man City, who beat Sunderland 3-0 at the weekend to extend their lead at the top of the table to 4 points. Another win today would extend that further to 7. So they line up like this. Karen Bardsley in goal, a back four of Demi Stokes, Jennifer Beattie, Steph Horton, Lucy Bronze. In midfield, Izzy Christensen, Tessel Middag, Jill Scott. Up front, Jane Ross, the Scottish international, who's had an incredible season so far with Manchester City. Georgia Stanway, who scored the hat-trick against Sunderland at the weekend. She keeps her place and starts on the left, and on the right is Nikita Paris. But let's hear from the Manchester City left-back, Demi Stokes. She's been speaking with Daryl Hammond.
So, Demi, there seems to be a sense of almost invincibility around Man City this season. Would you say that's the mood and feeling in the dressing room?
Oh yeah, I think obviously we're going to be confident. You know, we've got a good run this season. You know, we haven't let in very many goals. So I think you've got to be confident, and you know, you've got to come out every week and show that to teams.
Would you say it's hard not to get complacent given your run and where Reading are this season?
I mean, we just take obviously each game as it comes. We don't obviously look at us being better than anyone, or you know, anyone being any less than us. So we just take each game as it comes, and we focus on us and how we play.
Reading is your second game in a run of 4 games in a fortnight. How tough are these sort of runs on the legs and the mind even?
Yeah, obviously it's a lot of games, but it's what you want, it's what you train for, it's what you play for. You want to be playing week in, week out, whether it's 2 games a week. Yeah, it can be hard, but I think everyone's fine with that, and as long as you get your recovery right, which everyone does, I think you should be fine.
It's your first game against Reading this season. What can you expect from them? What players would you say you're on the lookout for?
Like I said, we concentrate on us and how Man City play. Yes, we know they've got good players, but so have we. So if we just focus on us and what we can do together as a team, I think we should be fine.
And potential to go 7 points clear today, perhaps 10 by the end of the week. Is that sort of thing where you can perhaps is it hard to keep yourself grounded when you consider things like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you start looking at that stuff at a table and points and that kind of stuff, you can get carried away. So, like I said, it's just important to focus on the here and now and the game that we've got tonight.
Demi Stokes, the Manchester City left-back, speaking with Daryl Hammond. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, where we're just minutes away from kick-off as the league leaders Manchester City continue their journey towards the WSL 1 title, can extend their lead by a further, well, up to 7 points today if they win against winless Reading. Looking around here at Adams Park, it's a very decent crowd who've gathered here, and Lauren Haynes alongside me, the Oxford United vice-captain. I know you enjoyed a nice crowd on Sunday when you played London Bees. How much of a difference does that make when you've got numbers supporting you?
Hugely. I mean, going from about 200 to 300 a game to well over 1,000 for us, massively increased our confidence and really got it going. And I mean, well, we got to win. So yeah, it says all really.
In terms of got a little bit of fixture congestion, particularly Man City. They've got 3 games in 9 days, and both sides played on Sunday. Here we are at Wednesday. You know, a quick turnaround. And then, as you mentioned with yourselves, with Oxford United, a huge break until the next game. It's tricky, isn't it, especially as a player, to get that momentum going?
Massively. I mean, we ourselves as Oxford, we've had 4 games in 2 weeks, and like I said, Man City have got the same. And like I said, it's about getting the recovery right, and then it is a little bit annoying having to wait 3 weeks till our next game, but it is what it is, and we do our own thing to get ready for that game, whether it's in 2 days or whether it's in 3 weeks away.
And in terms of, I guess it's even more difficult when you're a WSL2 club. You're not full-time. You've also got a job to go to. I know a lot of the girls work elsewhere, but you work as a coach, of course, at Oxford United. So it's all about fitting that recovery in and getting enough rest, etc. It's so important.
Massively. I mean, some of the girls at our club, they're just finishing their